He Pingsheng was a menial at the Taishu Gate. One night, while cleaning the storeroom, he felt a small box tucked in a corner. It was cold to the touch. He could feel fine veins on its surface turning and catching the light. On a whim, he tried one of the low-grade pills inside. The next day, there were two. The color was clear, the scent richer, as if someone had reforged it into a prized elixir. He put in an ordinary cultivation manual. The next day, it had become a secret technique, like an ancient scroll left by predecessors, its pages thick, the characters as if still holding residual heat. Treasures, crude herbs, spirit stones, whatever he placed in that little box was elevated. It was like dyeing coarse cloth into brocade, like polishing a pebble into a jade. From that moment, his path changed. The former drudge began to find direction. One step at a time, he climbed toward something greater. "You're He Pingsheng? How old are you?" The main hall, more like an old broken temple, was dim. The air smelled of sweat and stale oil. A dark-skinned man with his torso bare sat on a cushion. His voice struck like a hammer on wood. The boy stood there, not yet 5 feet tall. His hands were folded, his eyes wary and nervous. Answering Boss Zhang, "I'm 14, he said, small but clear. "What is your spiritual root?" Boss Zhang asked again, as if idly, as if testing him. "A 5-element root," He Pingsheng replied crisply. A 5-element root meant balanced, not rare like an ordinary knife. Serviceable, but it needed good steel and a whetstone. Boss Zhang laughed harder when he heard it, a laugh laced with contempt. The circle of men around him joined in their mirth, clattered together like stones, shaking dust loose from the beams. The laughter cut off the moment Boss Zhang frowned. The room snapped silent as a drawn bow. His hands were black with grease. He landed a palm on He Pingsheng's skinny shoulder, sharp and forceful. "Old Jiang and I go back a long way. He begged for you, so I took you on," he said with a hint of charity. 14's not a child. "From today, you'll carry the water on Xiuzhu Peak." The tone was that of assigning a chore. He lowered his voice and added a warning. "Remember this, the seniors on this peak have unfathomable power. Some can soar into the air, some can split stone with a single palm. Their people of rank treat them with respect. Don't provoke them, you can't afford to. Make them angry and you 1T get to keep your life." He Pingsheng's chest ti. Zhang the boss went on, blunt as ever. "On Xiuzhu Peak, there are only 2 places that need water. One is the Master's Grottos. The other is where we servants eat. They use a lot of water. You all have to get up before dawn and carry until dark. No stopping in between. If you stop, the work won't get finished. Understand?" Zhang's voice landed like a hammer. He Pingsheng nodded, his voice so small it sounded carried off by the wind. "I understand. Old 3, take him and show him the route. Don't delay tomorrow's work if the masters decide to punish us. No one could stand it." A thin, gangly middle-aged man sitting on the edge stood up. His cuffs were worn through, his steps were light. A few of them squeezed out of the main hall. The dark room was left with only the yellow glow of wicks and the soft clink of buckets. The stone steps outside were damp. Wooden buckets creaked on shoulders. The wind, wrapped in the smell of water, slipped into their collars. He Pingsheng was 14. He had been born on the outer gate of Taisu sect. His parents had been outer disciples too. When he was 8, his father, He Sanjia, went out seeking a match. He returned torn to pieces by a beast on a mountain path. Less than a month later, his mother died for no clear reason. After that, a group of Taisu cultivators broke into their little hut. They smashed the firewood and rifled the chests. The herbs, talismans, and the few spirit stones his parents had left were all taken. The cottage was left with nothing but dust and half a tattered mat. He Pingsheng was taken in by his father's old friend Jiang Jian. Jiang was a silent man with rough palms. A bowl of thin porridge and an old blanket were all he could offer as property. When he was 9, his spiritual roots awakened. The day they awakened was at Taisu's awakening assembly. The crowd was silent, but he felt wind churning inside him. 5 different sensations of cold and heat washed through his limbs at once. Colors shattered before his eyes into 5 pieces. The white glare of metal, the ink green of leaves, the deep blue of river water, the crimson of flame, the brown of earth. It was like 5 lamps lighting together, like 5 rivers converging into one. It was not a blessing. To have the roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all at once meant each had to be fed. People at the sect described it like a machine that was never satisfied its appetite for spirit stones and medicinal ingredients far greater than an ordinary disciple's. In other words, raising a child like that could consume resources enough to support 10 single-root disciples. The elders at Tai Su did the math. No one reached out. No one was willing to accept him as a disciple. In the end, he didn't even get a place as an outer disciple. Jiang Jin slipped his sword back into its sheath. Last night's dew still clung to the blade. He looked up toward the sect and forced a small smile. He was old now. The way held no promise. He decided to go back to the countryside to farm, take a wife, raise children, and abandon this path. He handed He Pingxing's name to Han Lao San, said a few instructions, and left. He Pingxing was assigned to the Inner Gate's Xiuzhu Peak as a menial disciple. Menial meant running odd jobs, sweeping, chopping wood, cooking, hauling water, any dirty or back-breaking work. Everyone at the gate had to live. Even those chasing immortality had to eat, sleep, change clothes, and use the latrine. New cultivators couldn't go long without food, so the Inner Gate needed a lot of hands. Every main peak in the Taishu sect had a crew like this. There were people in the kitchen, people in the mess hall, runners for errands. Break it down, and the jobs were many. But the hardest of all was always hauling water. The water vats at Xiuzhu Peak stood in the center of the courtyard, 2 iron tanks, as tall as small houses. Han Lao San took him to the spring on the back mountain. Almost 4 kilometers round trip. The path was steep and the stones slick. The rope would chafe a shoulder raw when carrying the load. Each bucket felt as heavy as lead. To fill those 2 vats would take at least 20 trips. Han draped a thick rope over his shoulder and demonstrated how to carry it. The rope rasped against skin with a dry sound. The bucket cut the water and sent up a chill. Gravel underfoot grated and cracked with every step. On the way back, the water sloshed so fiercely it seemed eager to knock him down. Sweat ran down He Pingxing's spine, and his shirt clung to his skin. He grit his teeth and followed, hearing his own ragged breathing. "Why did you come here?" Han asked. His voice was rough, the kind that comes from a day of chopping wood. He Pingxing looked up, his gaze sliding over the courtyard to a small pavilion at the peak. Senior brothers often lectured there and guided disciples. Being close meant a chance to meet a master, a chance at a break. He answered bluntly, "Close by. There's still hope." Han nodded and said nothing more. He led him to a small room in the courtyard. There were 6 or 7 rooms in the row. Rags and worn straw mats hung under the eaves to dry. The door stood half open, the wind blew in the mixed smell of firewood and sweat. "This is your room," Han said, his voice like a stiff key turning. Inside was only a hard plank bed and a thin straw mat. Outside the window, the mountain wind would whistle through at night. 2 empty water buckets stood by the wall near the door like waiting sentries. He set his cloth bag down. The rope had left marks on his palm. He touched the imprints as if feeling for his own future. The days ahead would be hauling water, sweeping, tending the vegetable patch, carrying wood. If he ever crossed paths with a senior giving a lecture, he'd look up and listen. If not, he would have to stamp the dirt into his shoes and swallow the bitterness. Each lowly disciple got a tiny room. He Pingxing took the key and a length of iron chain and pulled the door open. The room was empty. No table, no chairs, no bedding. In the corner sat only a cold iron basin. It was summer, the nights wouldn't kill him from cold. "The mess hall is at the very front," Han III said in a rush. "Go on time if you're late. There's nothing left." He seemed to remember something as he finished, turned, and ran off, his footsteps hurrying away until his voice dissolved in the yard. He Pingxing double-locked the door. The key gave off a faint metallic clink in the dark. Then he slung 2 buckets over a carrying pole and headed toward the back mountain. He could fetch water tomorrow, but he didn't want to leave any uncertainties for the next day. Better to learn the route now, to put his strength to use. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Behind the mountain, a clear stream ran. A thin, narrow waterfall fell from the peak like a white ribbon, tearing through the air and smashing against a boulder. The spray exploded, the cold mist striking his face like needles. The fall was only a foot or so wide, but the flow was steady. The water rushed down into a shallow pool. It was so clear he could see the sand and stones on the bottom, and sunlight danced on the surface in bits of bright silver. He lowered the buckets into the water. The wooden tubs creaked as they filled. Water spilled over and slapped the rims with a dull plash. Lifting them felt as if lead had been poured into his shoulders. The wooden carrying pole rubbed hot and aching against his flesh. Water sloshed and gurgled. He clenched his teeth, hunched his back, and began the slow walk back. The mountain path was rough. The pebbles hissed underfoot. He covered roughly a kilometer in 15 minutes, sweat running down his spine until his shirt was damp. His breath came short, his chest pressed down as if by a weight. The flagstones underfoot answered to his heavy steps. With every step the buckets swung and the water slapped against the wood. At that pace, he could manage 2 or 3 trips an hour at best. 20-round trips would take 7 or 8 hours. There would be work tomorrow. He had to get ahead today. A goal came into his eyes. He turned back to the spring. First time. The buckets were full and rounded. Lifting them sent sharp pain into his shoulders. Second time. His palms blistered raw and bloody. The wooden handles ground grooves into his skin. Third time. His legs went a little weak. His soles felt as if he were walking on cotton. He looked up at the sky. It was still light. Gritting his teeth, he squatted and filled again and again. The sounds, his breathing, the creak of the buckets, the scrape of stone drummed into the coming night like a metronome. He decided he'd fill at least 5 times. That way he would have less to suffer tomorrow. Night had deepened. The air was thick as ink. Pingsheng made his 5th trip to the river. Moonlight ground the surface of the water into a sheet of silver. He leaned in. Something at the bottom flashed a faint light. He held his breath. The mud under his feet was soft, and the water slapped the yoke with a loud slosh. He pushed the water aside with his hand. Beneath the clear water lay a battered earthen basin, blackened, its rim chipped in places. Moonlight jumped across the edge as if winking at him. He wiped the sweat from his brow and gave a disappointed little laugh. Thought it was treasure, turns out to be an old basin. But a broken basin could still be useful. To fetch water, wash his face, launder clothes. Thinking that, he dumped the 2 buckets from his yoke straight into the big water jar in the yard. The water hit the jar with a noisy splash. The jar was half full. His 5th trip for the day was finally done. He scooped some cold water with the basin. It was knife cold. His fingers pulled back. He washed his face, then scrubbed the basin clean. It creaked and squeaked under his hands as the grit was washed away. He carried half a basin of fresh water into the house to keep for the night, so he wouldn't have to go out if he got thirsty. Inside, he shut the door and slid the wooden latch home with a click. Only moonlight coming through the window bars fell in mottled patches on the floorboards. He flopped down and went to sleep. The bedboards creaked. His breathing evened out into a steady rhythm. At dawn, urgent gong beating came from outside. Time to get up. Pingsheng hauled his aching body upright, grabbed his iron bowl, and headed for the mess hall. His stomach was growling. He needed a proper breakfast to have the strength to work. The hired hands and apprentices came out one by one, crowding toward the mess hall. 20-odd of them jostled together. Footsteps and voices mixed into a chaotic din. Standing in the doorway, bare-chested and wearing dark red trousers, was Boss Zhang. When everyone had gathered, he called the roll one by one, his voice thick and strong, like an iron hammer on wood. When the roll call was done, he bellowed toward the kitchen. Food up. Old Bao, give that kid an extra helping of meat. Don't let him go hungry. No strength. He can't carry the water. At the sound, the clatter of ladles striking bowls rose from the mess hall, and hot steam and the scent of food washed over them. Boss Zhang didn't really feel sorry for Pingsheng. He was just doing the math. Lose one water carrier and the others wouldn't finish the work. And in the end, the foreman would be the one to take the blame, namely, Boss Zhang himself. Steam rose from the breakfast table. The white rice shone with oil. Slices of meat were fried until the edges were crisp, filling the air with smell. Boss Zhang handed Pingsheng a big bowl, his eyes a little anxious and a little commanding. Pingsheng was young 14, his back not yet straight. He took the bowl, half understanding, half not, and kept saying, "Thanks, Boss Zhang. You have to eat to have the strength to carry the yoke." Pingsheng washed his bowl until it was clean. The water sounded clear and bright. Then he went back into his room to get ready to fetch water from the waterfall behind the mountain. The moment he shut the door, he froze. The basin by the window wasn't the same. Yesterday, there had been only half a basin of clear water. This morning, it was full. The color wasn't the clear bluish white, but a jarring bright green, as if something had dyed it. Up close, there was a sour, rotten smell, like an unwashed vegetable basket in summer. How could this be? He frowned and reached to touch the surface. It was cool but viscous. The water reflected an oily sheen along the rim. It looked like some kind of algae or something worse was growing in it. He didn't think twice. He grabbed the basin, one hand under, one pressing the rim, and tossed the water out the window in one go. It hit the stone steps under the eaves, splashing up rings of black foam. The basin clanged to the floor. Pingxing tossed it into a corner and mumbled, "Don't use this for drinking anymore, use it for washing clothes." The rope of the yoke chafed into his skin. The trail was steep and loose with stones. The sound of the waterfall grew nearer, first a low drumbeat, then a white roar. The buckets at either end banged against the pole with a dull thunk. Every step felt like an iron ring around his waist. Sweat slid from his temples into his eyes, salty enough to taste. He had already made 5 trips yesterday. Today, he still had 15 more to finish his share. 15 trips didn't sound like much, but each one was a round trip of a dozen or so miles over mountain paths. Light flickered through the treetops. The afternoon sun baked the rocks hot. His shoulders began to go numb. The soles of his feet felt like springs slowly collapsing. Night swallowed the mountain path. On the final trip back to the hut, moonlight spilled through the crack in the door in a thin sheet of silver. Pingxing dragged his feet. The yoke on his shoulders felt like lead. His back bent until he could barely speak. He set the buckets down. His knees made faint, twig-like cracks. The room held only the after heat of the stove and his heavy breathing. On his young face, in the dark, a trace of weariness still lingered. Pingxing worried at once. He knew that 15 trips a day was already his limit. Tomorrow they wanted 20. 2 words kept running through his head. "I can't." He lay on the hard plank bed, his back feeling as if a board were pressing into it. He was about to rub his aching shoulders when there was a knock at the door. Not a soft tap, heavy raps. Someone called his name through the door, the voice sounding like a stone thrown out of a cave. Pingxing, "Open up." The latch stuck a little. He reached out, flipped it, and the door gave a long, complaining creak. Old Zhang stood there. His clothes were streaked with dust. He carried a cloth bag that made a soft rubbing sound in the lamplight. Old Zhang grinned broadly, as if nothing in the world could scare him. "Pingxing, how are you doing? Tired?" he asked, stepping in and nudging the bag toward him. Pingxing's voice came out thick, squeezed from his throat, a little tired. Old Zhang glanced him over and smiled wider. "I saw. You ran 5 trips yesterday, and you've been busy all day, 15 trips in total. Not bad." Pingxing looked embarrassed, staring at the bedboards, his fingers worrying at the edge of the blanket. Old Zhang gave his shoulder a light pat. It wasn't a hard slap, but it brought a little warmth. "Think you can make the quota tomorrow?" Old Zhang asked. Pingxing swallowed, thought for a moment, and forced out, "I'll try my best tomorrow." Old Zhang chuckled and opened the bag. A spill of white grains flashed out. Not ordinary rice. The grains seemed to hold a faint light. It was about half a bag. The scent had a cool, clean note. "This is spirit rice," Old Zhang said, handing the bag over with a touch of pride. One of the immortals in the hall stepped in and handed out favors to us menial disciples. "Everyone else gets 2 jin a month. You get 10. An immortal?" Pingxing looked up, startled. "Who's the immortal?" "The hall's elder," Old Zhang answered casually, as if talking about the weather. "A high-ranking one. He said the ones doing the heavy water work should get more. Water carriers shoulder 2 buckets every day. The work burns way more energy than most." "Don't believe me?" Asked the others. They all pull through. Pingxing took the bag. The rim dug into his palm. The rice felt soft and heavy. Its weight seemed to press today's fatigue into a little bundle, and he actually relaxed a fraction. He wanted to say thank you, but his throat only managed, "I know." Old Zhang patted his shoulder again, his smile generous. "Don't just say you know rest. Get up early tomorrow. Don't wear yourself out." The light by the door stretched their shadows long. A draft slipped through the crack, bringing the night's chill. Pingxing put the spirit rice by the bed. The scent lingered on his palm. He closed his eyes, but he could see tomorrow's 20 trips coming closer, step by step, each footfall heavy enough to crush a person. The smell of the rice felt like a rope, binding him in place. When a new hand arrives, you won't have to haul water anymore. "Here, grab a basin, I'll scoop the rice for you." Pingxing made a slow circuit of the dim room. The only thing that could hold rice was that battered earthen basin. It was blackened as if smoked, the rim chipped and cracked. He set it on the table. The coolness of the pottery under his fingers felt like touching a stone that had settled to the bottom. Zhang pushed a sack open and rice cascaded into the basin with a dry clatter. The sound was sharp in the room, like pebbles falling into a bucket. Moonlight squeezed through the window bars and struck the grains. Under the moon, they gave off a faint green sheen, like a light dusting of frost over a morning meal. Spirit rice. Pingxing's eyes lit up. This wasn't ordinary grain. Eat it, and strength would come back, like being recharged. A warm current would circle his chest, his arms and legs would stop going weak so easily. When Jiang Jian used to be an outer disciple, the spirit rice they handed out each month looked like this, a bluish green. The very best would glow golden. Less good stuff was just tasteless white rice. The kind before him now was the sort even immortals wouldn't bother with, which was why it trickled down to the work disciples. He lifted the basin by reflex to judge the weight. It felt lighter than it should. A Tianjin sack should feel heavy, about 11 pounds. This was certainly less than that. At most 5.5 pounds. Pingxing's brow tightened. When he'd received Jiang Jian sacks before, he'd counted and handled them. He knew exactly what an 11-pound load felt like. Cook 2 handfuls a day. Half before morning work, the other half before the afternoon. Zhang tossed over his shoulder and started off. His footsteps were steady, like someone walking on floorboards. Pingxing stood stock still for a long time, the order echoing in the hut. He closed and turned the bolt. The latch clicked in the iron slot, a sound like a hope being shut away. His palms still held the residual warmth of the grains. A hot prick of anger rose. He wanted to argue, to get back what had been shorted, but his face slowly lost animation. His shoulders slumped, like a bow whose string had broken. He lay back on the bed and shut his eyes. Night air from outside brought a touch of damp, like a thin handkerchief against his cheek. Worrying wouldn't help. Right now he was weak. Even if he knew someone had skimmed the rice, he couldn't wrest it back. All he could do was fill his belly and pull his eyelids down. He turned over in the dark, and his breathing slowed. The boards creaked. Moonlight pooled at the bowl's rim. The faint green glow trembled. The room settled again into its silence. Clang, clang. Metallic blows, quick and clear. Before dawn, the sound knocked Pingxing awake. He rubbed his eyes. His lids felt as heavy as lead. He forced them open, and a familiar scent drifted into his mouth. Not tea, not medicine. It was the smell of rice, like newly cooked rice, with a faint coolness to it, like a mountain spring. He was instantly alert. He shot upright in bed and swept his gaze toward the window. The room was dark, only a strip of gray dawn light leaked in. Near the sill sat a dark earthenware basin. It was piled with rice. Not ordinary rice. The grains were golden. The whole basin seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. The light wasn't tea, harsh, gentle, like gold dust under a lamp. He squinted and reached out. His fingers sank into the heap. The grains slipped through his palm with a faint vibration. They were warm, as if just taken from the fire. This spirit rice? He murmured. He remembered yesterday. Zhang Laoda had tossed him half a basin white, with a faint greenish sheen. That was ordinary spirit rice, enough to fill a stomach, cheap. Yesterday, it had been half a basin. This morning it was a whole basin, an entire basin shining gold. He pinched his thigh hard. Oof, it hurt. Not a dream. Not a hallucination. He could hear his heartbeat loud and clear. Something thudded against his sternum. His palms trembled slightly. He swept the grains aside. They were like tiny golden flakes, each one countable. Each seemed to breathe, carrying a faint power. When he pressed his palm to the surface, he could feel a pulse, like a weak current flowing from his fingertips. Warmth crawled up into his hand and wrist. His throat went dry. His eyes lit up, but his voice was small. This top-grade spirit rice. He looked toward the door. The latch was locked from the inside. The iron lock was set. There were no signs anyone had come in. No footsteps outside. No draft under the door. He paced the room once. The straw mat at the head of the bed hadn't been disturbed. The window was shut. Around the basin, there was no dust or footprints. He bent and pressed his ear to the rim of the pot, trying to hear the rice. All he could hear was his own heartbeat and the faint, skittering sound of the golden light on the rice, like a distant bell. How is this possible? He asked quietly, the sound swallowed by the room. The door was bolted. The rice was here. a basin of gold, warm, faintly pulsing, giving off a scent that seemed to make his pupils constrict. He straightened, and his hands clenched without meaning to. Doubt was a claw at his throat. He moved to the door, glanced once more at the basin of gold rice, and his mind went utterly blank. Who had put it here? Why? He could not make sense of it. Bang, bang, bang. The door was hammered hard. Outside it was Boss Zhang's voice, driving into the room like a hammer. He Pingsheng, still in bed? Get up. Hurry, eat, and get to work. He Pingsheng's hand trembled the clay basin under the bed, nearly slid, and made a sound. He shoved the basin and the handful of golden rice back under the bed. His fingers touched the cool, gritty clay. He spread his tattered clothes over it in clumps, like piling a mess of twine on top. He drew a long breath and slid the latch. The door opened. The iron bowl in his hand gave a bright metallic ring. He headed to the mess hall, his steps quick as if he could shake off whatever was on his mind. And yet the image of that handful of rice kept coming back, the grains glinting a muted gold, as if holding a faint warmth. They felt a little heavy to the touch, as if they held tiny embers. Eat more meat gives you strength for the work. In the mess, Old Bao ladled meat into his bowl again and again. The fat sizzled and filled the air with its sharp, savory smell. Steam rose from the bowl and clung to the sides of his nose. He Pingsheng kept his head down and ate, ferrying spoonfuls of hot rice into his mouth like he was trying to swallow his anxiety. His movements were hurried, the chopsticks clacking against the bowl in a messy, frantic beat. Don't slack off. Boss Zhang stood nearby, his voice heavy and rolling like a boulder. Finish that rice later. Today's work has to get done. Don't think about lying. It was golden spirit rice. Each grain had a faint sheen, glowing like a tiny sun. Pingsheng sniffed again and again. The aroma was tempting. If he cooked it, the whole hut would fill with that scent. If someone came in and smelled it, who wouldn't be suspicious? They'd accuse him of stealing rice. His name ruined. No, he couldn't cook it. Not for anything. He Pingsheng plunged his hand into the basin and scooped up a handful of golden grains. No fire, no rinsing. He popped them straight into his mouth. They were raw. Cold kernels rolled on his tongue. Half a second later, a warm fire seemed to light in his belly. It wasn't pain, just warmth, spreading slowly, like 1,000 small hands kneading his muscles. The heat rose into his chest and limbs. His hair stood on end. His blood felt sped up. SSS. Strength flooded him. Yesterday's exhaustion blew away. Even his bones felt lighter. Pingsheng felt power return to his shoulders and arms. The world sharpened and his breathing steadied. He had no choice. First, he emptied the basin of rice. With both hands, he stuffed the grains into the empty pant legs of a ragged pair of trousers. He tied off both ends. The bundle became a hard, clumsy pillow. He covered it with the torn clothing, trying to make it look as ordinary as possible. That way, even if someone came in, there'd be no obvious sign. He went out, shouldering 2 large wooden buckets, and headed for the mountain spring. The summer sun beat down like a hammer, but his steps were light. At the waterfall, he set the buckets down and bent to take 2 mouthfuls of cold spring water. It was icy as it slid down his throat, refreshing, but he frowned slightly. The spring seemed different. He couldn't say what was wrong, only that it wasn't as pure as before. He hoisted the buckets again. The wooden yoke bit into his shoulders. Still, the load felt lighter than usual. With every step, the thud-thud of wood and water echoed through the valley without weighing him down. His strength held, and he moved more smoothly with each trip. Trip after trip, he carried water. Sweat trickled down his spine. Each round, his pace quickened a little. With every trip, he grew more certain. This golden rice was no ordinary grain. By mid-morning, He Pingsheng had filled the big jar at the servants' mess hall door. He counted the scratches on his arms and the water stains on the yoke. 10 trips. 10 trips, and it was done. He went back to the spring, but didn't take another load right away. He sat on a rock, his arms still trembling slightly, his breathing settling. He was 14. His face still had the softness of a child, but his eyes were alert, the kind of wariness that tells you when it's time to step back. He looked up toward the mess hall. Voices drifted up from below. He could imagine old Zhang's probing, suspicious look. If he finished too fast, people would notice. If someone checked, the little bag of golden rice might be found. That rice wasn't ordinary. Eat it, and it felt like warm spring water pouring into your chest and belly, fatigue leaving quickly, your body growing a little faster than usual. This secret could not get out. So in the afternoon, he slowed down. Not because he was tired, but to look tired. He deliberately lengthened his steps when he carried the buckets. At the spring, he would touch the basin as if checking the temperature. When he dipped the water, his fingers trembled, as if the bucket's weight might crush him. If someone passed, he would cough, rub a shoulder, frown convincing. Sweat slid down his temples. He wiped it away twice with his sleeve on purpose. The buckets bobbed on his shoulders. Every few paces, he would stop and inhale deeply, like he was trying to draw every last bit of air into his lungs. Anyone watching would just think he was exhausted. They wouldn't think twice. As dusk fell and the night wind cooled the air, he finished his 20th trip. 5 more than yesterday, but he didn't feel more tired. There was a warmness in his chest that pushed the weariness back, the afterglow of the golden rice. On the walk home, he felt his arms. The muscles were firmer. His shoulders were no longer thin, his back broader. Carrying water had become easy for him. He could do 20 trips with his eyes closed. But he had to put on the act every day. At the mess hall door, he would brace himself on the rim, bend over, pant as if about to collapse. People watched and sighed. Man, that menial life is rough. Days passed. The morning mist on Xiuzhou Peak was driven off by the sun. He had been here half a month. Nothing major had happened in that time. His body was changing and his movements steadier. Each time he shouldered a bucket, the water sloshed low and gave a soft, rhythmic gurgle. One day the sky was clean and bright. Like a washed cloth, the distant ridges stood out sharp. He went toward the mess as usual. Still a ways from the jar, he heard a clamor. Voices rose and fell, mixed with laughter and hawkers' calls. Colors bobbed ahead, patterned skirts and shirts looked like torn pennants in motion. He Pingxing paused. The wind carried the mess hall's cooking smoke, mingled with the smell of oil and sweet, glutinous rice. Up ahead, he could see a crowd gathered at the mess door, brightly dressed people in red hats, noisy and abrasive. He looked up and the crowd had suddenly swelled. Some wore Taishu Gate uniforms, faces set and cold. There were also other menial disciples hauling water and doing chores, like him. Low talk rose and fell like surf. Then a few sharp female voices cut the air. He hadn't meant to get close. He hadn't even dumped the bucket into the vat when someone called, "Hey, water boy, come here." The voice was short, a command that brooked no refusal. The crowd automatically opened a path. A woman in a pale pink robe stood at the front. Her almond eyes were wide, her gaze like a blade. Before her, Zhang Laoda lay on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, breathing in ragged spurts, his clothes in disarray as if he'd been shoved hard. He froze. He'd been beaten? He set down his carrying pole. His hands shook, but he still stepped forward with obvious deference. Rules at Taishu Gate were sharper than blades. Menial disciples bowed when they met inner disciples. They addressed men one way and women another. Everyone knew the drill. "Me, mistress," he said softly, his voice like smothered paper, hands clasped, bowing very low. The woman in the pink robe glanced at him coldly. "You're the water carrier?" she asked. Her words were like an ice knife, utterly without warmth. He swallowed. "Yes, I'm the one in charge of the water," he answered, choosing each word carefully. She said nothing more. With a flick of her sleeve, the long sword at her waist slid free. The sound was brisk cling. She swung the blade. A cold flash slashed through the air, cutting the wind. The wind itself felt like a blade across his face. A chill hit his nose, and every hair on his skin rose. He stepped back on instinct 3 or 4 steps, then his foot struck a step, and his chest gave a jolt. Her voice was flat and tight. "The mistress asks you one question. If you dare lie, I will not spare you today." He could no longer steady himself. "Why, yes, yes, yes," he stammered, his head bent low. The woman said coldly, "The spring on Xiuzhou Peak has always been clear and sweet. It's famous as the best spring among the Sect's 9 peaks. Even the water from distant Tianyi Peak can't compare. How could it have turned muddy recently? Tell me what happened." He Pingxing kept his head down, his voice so small it sounded like paper stirred by the wind. "It's ordinary. Hard to drink." His face tightened. He remembered that when he'd first arrived, the spring had been so crisp it felt like licking a blade. Lately it had gone flat, as if someone had stirred something into it. "I don't know either." He swallowed the words back. He really didn't know how to explain. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. She stepped forward, her voice colder. You filthy thing, have you been bathing in the spring and fouling the water? If I find out it was you, don't blame me for being ruthless. He Pingxing frantically waved his hands, his voice trembling. Never. Please, please, miss, investigate it. Before he could finish, Zhang Laoda, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. He lunged at He Pingxing and kicked out. With a heavy thud, He Pingxing was sent sprawling. Zhang's fist came down like an iron hammer, smashing into his head again and again. Each blow landed with a dull, muffled sound. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, the bitter taste flooded his throat. All that remained in his ears were his own gasps and the echo of fists striking flesh. You damn bastard. The woman in pink let some of her rage subside, but a chill still lingered in her eyes. She gave a cold snort and barked. Might as well chop that bastard up, go back, and get someone with some sense. You lot in the labor crew can sort yourselves out. He Pingxing seemed slapped awake, scrambling to his feet with mud shaking off his arms. His voice trembled. Believe me, madam, I carry water every day. When would I have time to run off and bathe over there? I've never been to that spring. This has nothing to do with me. A ripple of whispers ran through the crowd. Fingers pointed. Feet prodded the dirt. The air hummed with unease, ready to boil over. At that moment, a figure in teal robes came running up, breathless and sweating at the brow. Gasping, she looked to the woman in pink. Second junior sister, what is going on? What are you making a fuss about now? The woman in pink stared back with spite. Those filthy laborers actually bathed in the back mountain spring, polluting the spring we treat like a sacred source. The water has been off lately, they've dirted it. If I find them, I'll deal with them. The woman in teal frowned, her expression hardening. Don't be so rash. Don't turn this into a killing. At the word don't, He Pingxing grabbed at it like a lifeline, edging toward the woman in teal, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Believe me, madam, I really didn't touch that spring. I drink from it myself. Why would I harm my own water? The woman in teal glanced at him, letting her gaze sweep over the water stains and mud on his sleeve, then turned back to the woman in pink with a steadier voice. Little junior sister, even if someone bathed there, the water's taste wouldn't necessarily change. We need to go see the spring for ourselves. We can't wrong people. These laborers may be lowly, but they all have their own hardships. The woman in pink curled her lip and snorted, affronted at being contradicted. The woman in teal waved a hand. I'll go with you to the spring. All of you come too. Don't let gossip make things worse. The crowd stirred. Some muttered, some snatched up nearby brooms. From the distance came an ominous sign from the spring. The surface was streaked with a thin, oily film, giving off an odd sheen, and the air carried a sharp, sour bite, like metal meeting flame. They headed toward the back mountain in a messy surge, their footsteps like a wave about to break. He Pingxing couldn't remember what to call them. He only remembered that when the woman in blue spoke, everyone fell in line. Her words carried weight. The mountain path was narrow, loose stones catching at his feet. Pingxing limped, his face a patchwork of bruises. 2 empty buckets still hung from his shoulders. The iron chains clinked against his waist with a sharp, clear clang. Every step hurt. He gritted his teeth. He knew he'd have to keep working, or the punishment would be worse. Soon the sound of the mountain grew louder. The water was nearer. They came to a waterfall. The curtain of water was barely a foot wide, thin and fast, spraying a fine mist. The air bit cold, damp on their faces. Hand me the bucket. Zhang barked, snatching the empty pail from Pingxing. He went to the water's edge, bent, and filled half a bucket. The weight made his brow crease, but he still carried it to the woman in blue, smiling a little too eagerly. Ma'am, please check this water. The woman in blue took it. She said nothing, only cupped a little water in her hands and brought a pinch to her lips. It was ice cold. It ran down the corner of her mouth. She frowned, as if catching a scent that shouldn't be there. The woman in pink stepped forward and dipped some water herself. Her face changed instantly, eyes going wide. Her voice shot up a register. This water's been contaminated. Who did this? Boy, you'll pay for it. Her fingernail pressed into Pingxing's chest like a needle. The woman in blue shook her head, calm and measured. Not necessarily all contamination. This is running water. Running water has a flowing taste. When it's muddied, it will change, but it doesn't completely lose its original character. I suspect something's wrong upstream. Then she moved. Energy poured out of her like a tide, hot waves rolling under her skin. She formed a hand sign. At the waterfall, an invisible thread seemed to tug a thin cord of water up and toward her palm. The water cut through the air with a faint sound and landed in her pale hand. The roar of the falls was drawn away. For a moment. There was silence. She tasted again, her expression harder. No, the flavor's different. Worse than those 2 buckets. It seems the problem starts at the source. The woman in pink panicked. The source? Upstream? Did someone poison it? Everyone went stiff. Mountain wind moved through them. The mist flashed like scattered silver in the sun. Pingxing felt his chest tighten. The empty bucket in his hands suddenly felt far heavier. The woman in pink looked up, following the waterfall with her gaze. The roar of the water was like thunder. Mist beads struck her face, cool and stinging. The fall sprang from the highest ridge behind Xiuzhu Peak. The cliff stood like it had been cut with a knife, almost no place to get a foothold. Someone had tried to climb it before the rope was ground through by the rock. Boots slid away. Ordinary disciples couldn't make it up. A water carrier like he, Pingxing, was even further out of the question. The woman in pink felt her heart sink. She knew she'd mistaken the man, but for the sake of pride, she would not back down. She turned her head, glared coldly at he, Pingxing, and snorted through her nose. You're the water carrier. Why didn't you warn me the water had changed? This is on you. Her words were finding an excuse, clearly meant to put him down. The woman in blue, however, would not yield. She glanced at he, Pingxing, let out a long breath, and said, It's not his fault. Junior sister, don't make a scene here. Report this to master and let others investigate. She softened her expression and asked, What's your name? He, Pingxing, kept his head down. His voice was a little hoarse. Reporting to senior sister, my name is he, Pingxing. The woman in blue reached out. Her fingers were long and slender, like jade. She took from her bosom a snow-white porcelain bottle and handed it over. The bottle was cold enough to seep to the bone. When she opened the stopper, 2 pills clinked together, sounding like metal, like tiny bones, faintly gleaming. This is the golden bone pill, she explained, her voice clear. It can quickly set bones and heal wounds. Take one within 3 days. Your injury should improve. The other is compensation. He, Pingxing, stood stunned. His palms still bore the soil that couldn't be washed out. He didn't know whether to take it or refuse. The woman in blue had already slipped the bottle into his shirt, her movements unhurried, as if offering a stick of fire that could save a life, and at the same time, as if entrusting something solemn. The woman in pink knitted her brows nearby, full of disdain. He's just a lowly laborer. What's the point of compensating him? If he dies, he dies. What difference does one more laborer make to the peak? The woman in blue looked up, her tone even calmer. Junior sister, you mustn't say that. My master said you can't just kill mortals on a whim. The woman's voice was cold and dry. It'll bring retribution and ruin your future. The last words fell like needles, pricking the breeze. The voices thinned and the footsteps faded. Only the wet whisper of wind over the mountain spring remained. He, Pingxing, lifted his eyes. The 2 women had already gone. Their backs vanished into the trees like 2 sheathed knives. He let out a long, soft breath, as if the strength had been drained from him. Zhang Laoda exhaled too, his shoulders loosening. No one left. Their gazes rolled toward the porcelain bottle in his hands like waves. The bottle threw off a cold glint in the sun. Some muttered, others swallowed hard. He tightened his grip on the bottle's neck. His palms were slick with sweat. Everyone, get out of here, Zhang Laoda barked. Waving an arm, the sound landed like a board striking a table. The order carried weight. The crowd stepped back, shoes kicking up dry dirt. In less than a heartbeat, there were only the 2 of them beside the spring. Zhang Laoda smiled, but there was a blade in the smile. Little he smoothed his grin. Those words just now were for that lady to hear. Don't take them to heart. I'm not actually going to kill you. He said it lightly, but his fingers tapped the bottle twice, producing a metallic ring. Our Xiuzhu Peak has rules, he said, the smile gone, his voice slick. Rules must be followed. You know that. He, Pingxing, said nothing. The sweat in his palms felt colder. He didn't know how to answer. The image kept replaying in his head, the cold flash in Zhang's eyes, like the exposed edge of a blade. I hit you to save you, Zhang Laoda said, sounding perfectly reasonable, like a math problem with a sure answer. Think about it. That girl's sword was already pointed at you. If she strikes, She'll either beat you to pieces or split you with one blow. He made a chopping motion, crisp, the movement slicing the air. If I hit you, at worst you'll bleed from the mouth and nose. Some cuts and bruises, he shrugged. If she hits you, you won't even make a sound. You might be cleaved in two, lying there cold. The words poured like ice water down Pingxing's spine. He shivered. His heart felt squeezed, beating unevenly. Zhang Laodao watched him with a calculating gleam. There was sense in what he said, but not all of it was kind. He stepped forward and lowered his voice, as if weighing every word. So, little he, remember the rules. Don't go stirring up trouble, and don't trust people too easily. Got it. Boss Zhang shamelessly edged closer, one slow step at a time. A smile tugged at his mouth, but his eyes were like hooks, fixed on the little white porcelain bottle cradled in Pingxing's arms. I saved your life, didn't I? He said as if it were already a fact. His voice was low, but each word pushed forward. He reached out, fingertips cutting through the air as if measuring the object's size. Pingxing drew in on himself, clutching the bottle. It was cold. The glaze gave off a faint gleam. Inside, the pill was red as a chicken's heart. His stomach dropped. He understood at last this man wanted the medicine. Saving a life has to be repaid, right? Boss Zhang said with a flippant laugh, his eyes flickering with calculation. Pingxing's voice came out dry. I'm not healed yet. That pill is to mend me. Zhang waved his hand, pretending not to hear. If I can't finish the job in the next few days, if you don't give it to me, I can't work. He laughed again, the laugh full of bargaining. You said you have two, right? Give me one. Keep one to heal yourself. Besides, starting tomorrow I'll get you an easier job. I'll have someone else do the water hauling. How's that? The words landed like a contract. Pingxing's mind started racing. He ran the numbers fast. Some things couldn't be refused. Making trouble with this guy would be worse. And giving it might buy him favors. Compromise wasn't surrender, it was smart. He let out a breath and lowered his guard. Fine. You better keep your word tomorrow and give me lighter work. He twisted the cork. The stopper turned with a soft sound. Pingxing handed over the red pill. It was warm and smooth, and as soon as he picked it up, a faint herbal scent rose like dried leaves warmed over coals. Boss Zhang didn't take it right away. He sneered, I'm taking the bottle too. Plain and simple, he wanted the container as well. Pingxing glanced at it, decided it wasn't worth the fight, and handed the bottle over. Zhang took it like someone finding treasure. He flipped the mouth open, holding the pill up to the lamp to examine it. In the light, the red bead gleamed softly. Not bad, he murmured. This is a golden bone pill. He leaned in, tracing the surface with his fingertip as if feeling for texture. See the markings on it? Those are the pill rings. Like tree rings. The more rings, the stronger it is. 1 ring is ordinary. 2 rings are better. 3 rings, that's top tier. With that, he dropped the pill back into the bottle and snapped the stopper shut. His smile grew wider, half triumphant, half like a kid who'd just been handed a new toy. Boss Zhang tucked the white porcelain bottle into his shirt, grinning like a kid who'd gotten a lucky break, then turned and left. His steps kicked up a fine dust in the courtyard. He returned to the small room. The door clicked shut behind him. He shoved the latch tight. The clamor outside stayed beyond the wooden door. Inside, there was only the wind and his breathing. The wound began to ache. First a dull soreness, then a burning under the skin like fire, pain that made him clench his teeth. Han the Third had come by earlier and told him to skip work for the next 2 days. Boss Zhang was hurt and couldn't hand out assignments. 2 days rest. The news was like a small umbrella shielding him from a cold gust. After Han left, a few more people came by the gate to pry. They asked this and that, all with the same look in their eyes. Where had the pill gone? He ducked and dodged with vague answers, saying all the pills had been grabbed by Boss Zhang. The lie was simple, and it worked. Fewer and fewer came asking. For the next half-day, the courtyard was as quiet as if it had been flooded. He went back to the bedside, reached into his shirt, and took out a blood-red pill the size of a bead. It had weight in his palm, small, yet heavy. The light coming in made it look like coral stained with blood. The name was stamped in his mind, Golden Bone Pill. People boasted it could restore the soul. More plainly, swallow one, and within 3 days, smashed flesh and bone would be pieced back together, returning you to the state you were in before the injury. In stories, such a thing was a first aid kit at the edge of a blade. Take one when badly hurt, and it's like pulling someone back a step from the cliff's edge. He cupped the pill in his palm, and felt its temperature. No scent, only a metallic chill. In his head, that chill turned into a wave of heat, slowly spreading through him, bones snapping back into place as if glued, wounds closing, blood no longer spilling out. "Eat it," he asked himself softly. The voice was low in the little room, but clear. If he ate it, he'd be fully recovered in 3 days and wouldn't have to fear being worked to death. If he suffered a worse wound down the road, a pill like this could save his life. Every time that thought came, the pill in his hand felt as if a magnet pulled at it, making it weigh more. But he also knew such chances were rare. Good things had to be kept. Handing away his last talisman would be handing away his escape. He pictured some future day, collapsing in a pool of blood and finding a golden bone pill in his pocket that would feel like being given another chance. He hesitated a long time. Finally, he tucked the pill back into his shirt and pressed it against his chest like a warm stone hidden in his clothes. He couldn't bring himself to take it. He felt he could make it through this wound. The room held little besides the bed and a few battered belongings, only a blackened clay basin. There was no medicine box, no soft cloth to wrap it in. He ran his fingers along the basin's rim. The glaze was rough under his fingertips, and suddenly he had an idea. He needed to find a safe place for it. He couldn't just leave it lying around. That snow-white porcelain bottle had long since been snatched by Zhang. Pingxing pinched the blood-red pill in his palm. It was heavy, like a tiny lantern. He flicked it gently, and it struck the earthenware basin with a clear, bright sound. Then he fetched a thin plank and snapped it over the top. Together, he pushed basin and board to the farthest corner under the bed. The wood rasped against the floor with a low, gritty whisper. Once everything was hidden, he reached under his pillow. His fingertips met a bundle of spirit rice. The grains rolled in his palm, faintly lustrous. He quietly stuffed a handful into his mouth. The grains were crisp, a little sweet, and as they went down it felt like a small flame spreading slowly through his stomach. Strength flowed back, like a taut string that had been loosened. He thought to himself, spirit rice restores strength, maybe it's good for wounds too. Half a day passed. After supper he lay back on the hard wooden bed. Night lay quiet. From outside, the wind made the bamboo leaves rustle. The wound no longer stung the way it had during the day. The pain ebbed like a tide. What remained in his joints was warmth and a relaxed ease. The next morning at breakfast, Zhang came over to him, smiling with exaggerated politeness, but his eyes calculating. "Little brother," he said, pushing a bowl toward Pingxing, "I switched you to an easier job. From today on, you'll go to Xiuzhu Peak's alchemy room to clean and keep it tidy." He spoke the words alchemy room slowly, as if naming a place. Heads around them lifted at that. The alchemy room was where alchemists cooked medicines and refined pills. The air complicated with smells. The fires demanded skill. This work isn't heavy. If the senior brothers aren't refining, you won't have anything to do, Zhang added with a wider smile. "See, easy," Pingxing considered. He hauled water up the mountain before, shoveled ashes, chopped wood, swept floors. This would indeed be lighter. He nodded. "All right. Thanks, brother Zhang." "Don't thank me." Zhang grew serious and drew a breath. "I need to make one thing clear. It's a communal alchemy room. There's a Dan Tong inside, a young attendant who serves the alchemists. You're not him. You're a menial. Your job is to shovel ash, chop wood, clean up those filthy things." He lowered his voice. His eyes went cold. Some of the higher-up brothers have terrible tempers. When a pill fails, they get upset and take it out on someone. At those times, the menials lying underfoot are the easiest to scold, even to beat. If you don't have the sense to keep your head down and provoke them, don't say I didn't warn you. When he finished, the laughter around them fell away as if a door had been quietly closed. Pingxing's smile froze and his spoon hovered. The earthenware basin and the red pill hidden beneath the bed shimmered like a flash of light in his mind. He knew this job, while looking easy, was actually a trial on the edge of a knife. The people around him cast smiles that hid knives beneath. It was like watching a great show or like watching an insect about to be crushed underfoot. Old Zhang spoke again. His words were brief but decisive, like the slam of a gavel. Everything has its pros and cons. If those masters really concoct a good pill, and they're in a good mood, who knows? They might just reward you with some scraps. Even bits and pieces falling through their fingers could keep you living the high life for years. Someone nearby laughed mockingly and patted Pingxing on the shoulder. Pingxing, open your eyes. We're moving today. There's a place by the alchemy lab. You'll live there from now on. But your 3 meals still come here. Hauling water, cleaning furnaces. One task wears you out, the other will kill you. They spoke lightly. Everyone smiled. But there was no warmth behind those smiles. Pingxing stood there, listening, his heart pricked like it was being stabbed by needles. Yet his eyes were fixed in the direction of the alchemy lab. The door was half open, and a faint scent of herbs wafted out. Shadows moved back and forth inside, flickering like dancing flames. He didn't say much. When he returned to his cramped room, his movements quickened. He locked the door behind him and firmly slid the bolt into place. The noise outside continued, but he wanted a few minutes of silence. He had little to move, a few pieces of clothing, some secret stashed food, and that pill he treasured like a gem. He tiptoed and crawled beneath his bed. His hand groped in the dark until his fingertips brushed the edge of a cold porcelain basin. With effort, he pulled it out. Lifting the lid, he froze. Inside the basin lay 2 pills, resting side by side in silence. The light flickered, and the 2 pills shimmered with an unusual glow. The black ceramic basin made that glow stand out even brighter, like 2 tranquil stars in the night. I only put in 1. His heartbeat pounded loudly in his ears. Thump, 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 like little hammers striking his chest urgently. His hand started trembling. Cold sweat trickled down between his fingers. Memories snapped forward like shattered pieces. A flood of strange occurrences over the past few days surged in his mind. The water in the basin before it was clear. Last night, it had risen and turned pale green, the ripples hiding faint leaves inside. The pile of white rice when he put it in, it was white after waking. The grains had turned golden yellow, and the amount had doubled. That single pill when he put it in, it was alone now. There were 2, lying side by side, as if someone somewhere was quietly smiling. The air suddenly grew thin. He held his breath, even breathing felt stiff. A faint hissing sound tickled his ears, like the rustle of fabric rubbing together. Something was quietly, subtly changing everything he could see. This basin, could it really be a treasure? He felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. It cleared his head a little. He sat on the ground, staring at the basin. After about half an incense stick had burned, the 14-year-old scratched his head. He reached out and picked up a pill. His fingers trembled. The pill rolled twice in his palm. Cool. Smooth. Fine lines along the edge. A faint light flickered in the grooves. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted under his breath. His voice was dry, as if he were confirming something. Old Zhang had told him yesterday that pills had grades. 1 ring was ordinary. 2 rings were high grade. 3 rings were precious. Like a tree's rings, the more there were, the more valuable. He remembered clearly that the pill from yesterday had only 1 ring. Now this one had 4. There was an extra ring, a count that seemed out of place in this world. His chest went tight, and his pulse pounded. He breathed short, and his palms began to sweat. Could there be something above top tier? He almost shouted. He looked up at the black basin. Its sides were as heavy as night. The water at the mouth shimmered with a pale green sheen. The light drifted across the surface like mist. Treasure basin? His voice trembled so low it was hardly more than a whisper. The name felt to him like both a riddle and an answer. He remembered what the 2 women had said yesterday. The spring had changed. It was no longer clear or sweet. He hadn't paid much attention then. Now everything fit together. Put something into this basin, and the water turned green. The pill that had shown only 1 ring yesterday, when dropped in, had gained rings 4 in total. That extra ring seemed to be telling him, this is more than water. This is changing the very nature of things. The green water wasn't from mold or rot. He could see it clearly. It seemed to hold something that made the spring taste sweet and crisp. The basin had sat sunk at the bottom of the shallow pool, green water bubbling out of it every day. On the surface, you couldn't tell. The big pool diluted the flavor, but the effect would show sooner or later. After Pingxing took the basin, the change happened. The once clear mountain spring slowly reverted to ordinary water. The taste was gone. The color returned to normal. Putting the clues together, Pingxing felt a sudden clarity. This basin was not simple. Not an ordinary vessel, it was a treasure. He reached out and ran his hand along the rim. The roughness of the clay imprinted on his fingertips. It felt like a small flame had been lit inside him. He still had 2 golden bone pills in his hand. Each was carved with 4 grooves, like pointers catching the light. If it could turn one thing into two, he thought. The idea clicked like gears. Put one in, and by morning there would be an extra. Put another, and there would be more. He didn't hesitate. He shoved one pill into his mouth. It dissolved on his tongue like snow on hot iron. Immediately, a rolling surge of chi hit his chest. The sound wasn't for the ears, it vibrated in his bones and along his vessels. First his body warmed, then it heated, like sunlight spreading inside him. Old wounds felt scoured by hot water. The bruises on his arms faded. His skin tightened. The dull ache in his chest drew in. His mind cleared from fog to sharpness. The stubborn metallic smell of blood in his nose was blown away by a rush of clean air. By the time he'd finished a meal, He Pingxing's body was restored. The scars were gone, even his pallor had color again. He raised a hand to his chest and felt it solid. His heartbeat was steady. The unreality came back in waves. Like dreaming, like being pulled up from deep water. He pinched his thigh hard. Pain arrived real. When it subsided, he laughed, low and short, both self-mocking and relieved. Half an hour later, the excitement faded. He calmed his movements, grew cautious. He'd already planned the next steps. He had to move. He had to take the basin with him and make arrangements for the 2 pills. Fortunately, the basin looked unremarkable, just a shabby clay pot. A passerby would suspect nothing. The pills were unobtrusive too, they could be hidden anywhere. Still, that trembling at the bottom of his heart remained. Danger might not come from appearances. This was only the beginning. The grains were tiny. They could be tucked into the hem of his clothes and hardly be noticed. But they were golden, a metallic gleam to them. To keep them was dangerous, to throw them away felt like a waste. He paused, holding his breath for a few counts. He didn't think it over or hesitate, yet his movements were crisp. He piled the clothes and the basin of rice together, found a lid, and pressed it down tight. His palms were sweaty, but the cover lay flat with not a seam showing. People in the courtyard filed out one after another, their footsteps faded away. Under the night, only the wind rubbed through the bamboo. He Pingxing rose on tiptoe, lifted the basin, and headed for the privy. The stone path gave a low echo under his feet. Bamboo leaves rustled overhead. There was a drain in the latrine, a dark mouth where dirty water lapped. The smell was fierce, but he didn't hesitate. He set the basin steady, raised his hand, and let go. The golden grains cascaded into the hole with a single, clattering rush. They hit the water, kicked up a string of tiny ripples, and sank. It was as if the night had swallowed them whole, leaving not a single glint behind. The water ran down the drain, rushing into the mountain gully. The sound grew faint and finally was lost in the distant mountain wind. Not a crumb remained on the ground. Even the hem of his garment looked as clean as before. He tucked the empty basin under his arm, changed into fresh clothes. He still carried the large iron rice bowl and walked up the trail toward Xiuzhu Peak. The mountain rose, ridges rolling on. Small flat terraces had been cut into the slope, pavilions and towers were scattered like chess pieces. Dense bamboo lined the path when the wind passed. The shadows rolled like waves, breathing in a low voice. The higher he went, the older the buildings looked. Far off, a great hall stood with walls painted a pale yellow. Corners and high walls were draped in thick cobwebs. Dust floated in the sunlight like motes. A few li above the servants' quarters, he saw a plaque over a gate. 2 characters stood out clearly: the Alchemy Hall. He Pingxing recognized the words and felt a tightness in his chest. On the steps stood a youth of about 20 with a sharp gaze and a straight posture. The young man saw him and pointed down the stairs. "You're one of the new Chor's disciples, aren't you?" "Yes." He Pingxing set the clay basin down, saluted, voice small but clear. "I am He Pingxing. Come here." The youth curled a finger in a beckon, his voice snapping like a whip. He Pingxing carried the clay basin forward. The youth reached in and began to rummage. His fingers felt around and pulled out a few tattered garments. Then a heavy iron bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and finally, he put his hand back into the old basin. A thin smile curled at the corner of the young man's mouth. His voice was mocking. "That's it? Just these rags? Really poor?" He Pingxing's heart sank. Sweat prickled down his back. Luckily, he had thrown that single, gold-glowing grain of rice into the cesspit earlier. If he hadn't, he would never have gotten past this. His heart still thudded in his ears. The youth waved a hand and shifted to a brisk tone. "All right, my surname's Hao. I'm the furnace master here. From now on, you'll do the chores for this alchemy room." He pointed to a small room in the courtyard with a single, casual gesture. "That little room is yours. Put your things down, then come back. I'll tell you your duties," he added. He Pingxing bowed respectfully. "Senior brother." Then he carried the clay basin toward the small room. The room was about the same as the servant room he'd lived in before, slightly larger. There was a partition with a bed and a set of bedding inside. Outside stood an old table. A few odds and ends were scattered in the corners. It was indeed a bit better than before. Just a bit. He put the basin in the bedroom, bolted the door, and then walked back to the main hall entrance. Hao's voice came from inside. "Come in." He pushed the door open carefully and stepped inside. The main hall was astonishingly clean without a speck of dust. The air carried a cold, metallic tang. Light poured through high windows, cutting the floor into bands of light and shadow. In the center stood a gigantic alchemical furnace, a perfect sphere on 3 stout legs. Between those legs were 3 openings for stoking wood. The openings looked like mouths, quietly waiting for fire. He Pingxing looked up, his eyes full of astonishment. The sheer scale of the furnace made him catch his breath. He had imagined alchemy as a wisp of bluish flame rising in the furnace, that with a light leap would turn into spiritual energy. This place wasn't like that. Here they used real firewood. "Come here." Senior brother Hao waved. His voice was low, but it carried the weight of an order. He stepped closer to the main hall. The air smelled of dry smoke. Dust hung in the beams like fine rain. When he took a step, a puff of ash rose, settling on his shoes and his palms. "First, clean the hall," Senior brother Hao said, pointing at the tables, the floor, and the beams high above. A trace of dust drifted from his fingertip. "When you make pills, the ash flies everywhere. Wipe the tables, sweep the floor, don't leave the beams. In this furnace, empty the ash from the bottom, clean, don't leave any cinders." His words were short but swept through the air like a broom, drawing lines of command in his ear. He paused, then patted the nearby alchemical furnace. The mouth still gave off warmth. Heat rolled across his face, carrying a faint, burnt edge. "Those are the basics," Senior brother Hao said plainly. "There's one more thing that's even more important: cutting and splitting wood." He led him to the pile of logs by the door. Sunlight landed on the end grain, bringing out the patterns. Firewood for medicine is divided into 2 kinds. Softwood is for kindling, things like dry straw that catch easily, used to start the fire. Hardwood keeps the fire going and releases steady heat for a long time. Senior brother Hao pulled out several pieces and handed them over. Each was different. Elm's end grain was coarse, chestnut gleamed oily, jujube was dense, paulownia light and porous. Different wood burns differently. Elm is steady, like the furnace singing low. Chestnut burns hot, concentrates the heat. Jujube is heavy. It lasts. Paulownia catches fast, but doesn't hold. Remember these differences, not to memorize the names, but so you know which piece to use when. He laid out a large piece, a medium piece, and a small piece in a row. The same batch of pills needs different heat at different stages. At the start you need a fierce blaze, then steady heat, and at the end a low, slow simmer. Big logs for the blast, medium for maintaining, small for finishing. When you split the wood, sort it by those sizes. He patted his shoulder, and his tone softened. "You don't have to worry about controlling the fire. Keeping it is my job. Your job is to bring the wood up, dry it, and split it to the sizes I need. Follow the specs over there." He nodded toward samples hanging in the corner and wooden frames marked with notches. The samples showed clear lengths and thicknesses, like a set of kitchen knife demos. He nodded. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Dust clung between his fingers. Outside the hall, the air was a little cooler. Sunlight slipped through a break in the clouds and fell on the woodpile. The scent of shavings and resin hit his nose. A few birds called from the courtyard, like a reminder to get to work. He walked around to the back, toward the stacked wood, reached for the first stick. His palm felt its warmth in the grain. Senior brother Hao's voice came from the doorway, short and clear. "Remember to dry it. Be careful, don't let your hand slip when you split it." Behind the house was a lean-to used for storing firewood. He Pingxing glanced over. There was a lot of wood sorted by type and stacked in neat, tidy rows. "No one has come up to refine pills lately," Senior brother Hao said, slipping up beside him without he noticing, eyes squinting and a smile on his face. "You should go up the mountain and chop firewood for a few days, get the hang of the work. Curious, he asked, how do you know no one has been coming to refine pills? Hao's smile widened, a touch of pride in his voice. It's simple. The people from Xiuzhu Peak tell us a few days in advance if they're coming. They have to report what they refine and when. If they don't let us know, we want to be ready, so even if they show up, they want to be able to produce anything. He Pingxing nodded, a note of respect in his eyes. Hao laughed twice, a sound that tried to be proud but came out a little stiff, as if forced. There was an odd unease in his expression. He Pingxing shouldered the axe and climbed the slope. He knew every tree by sight. The axe fell hard, the wood split with a clean crack. Chips flew, sweat on his skin caught the sun. With each blow he smelled the resin, felt calluses form on his palms, and a dull ache settle into his shoulders. Chopping wood was more tiring than fetching water, but it lacked the same tight deadline. Water had daily quotas. If you didn't meet them, there was no excuse. Wood could wait. There was none of that constant pressure of someone watching the tally. By noon he piled the split logs along the hill. The sun baked his back, and wind from the ravine came up scented with wildflowers. A squirrel leapt through the branches now and then, setting off a flurry of noise. The days passed quietly like that. After dinner the sky went completely dark. He double-locked the hut door and left a crack in the window. Moonlight slanted in. Inside, a single oil lamp threw shadows that flickered on the walls. He took out the last golden-boned pill from his breast. It was small and heavy, its surface veined with fine gold lines that seemed to hold a faint glow. Legend said there was a treasure basin that could duplicate valuables. He placed the pill carefully into an old clay basin. It gave a soft, hollow thunk as it hit the bottom. He set the basin by the bedside, propping his chin on his hand, and stared. The night was very still. Insects chirped in the distance now, and then a drip fell from the eaves. Moonlight lay cold on the clay. Seconds stretched into minutes. His lids grew heavy. By midnight the basin was unchanged, the pill not a fraction different. He couldn't sit there any longer. He shut his eyes and sank into a deep sleep. At dawn, He Pingxing looked toward the black ceramic basin. Inside sat a single pill. It lay so still it seemed to have its sound sealed off. It didn't move. There was still only that one. He held his breath and leaned in. The pill's sheen hadn't changed. Its shape hadn't changed. Not even a wisp of heat rose from it. Disappointment slipped into him like a cold wind down the chest. He drew his face closer, then stepped back. He peered again and again. All around was silent. Only a few sparrows called in the courtyard. Had I misseen it? Was this just an ordinary bowl? How to explain what happened before? Was someone playing a trick on me? He clenched his fist until his knuckles went white. Sweat made the back of his hand slick. Silence weighed on him like a stone. What are you spacing out for? Brother Hao set his bowl down, his voice half amused and half probing. He Pingxing, you look like you've got a lot on your mind. He pushed the bowl across the table. Spill it. He Pingxing hurriedly waved his hand. No, nothing. Good, nothing's best. Brother Hao arched an eyebrow. Wash that bowl. I've got good news. He went to wash the bowl. Water ran, clinking against the rim. The porcelain sounded bright, and steam rose in the morning light. He dried the bowl and returned to the main hall. Brother Hao grew serious. In 5 days, Master Yu Xian from Xiuzhu Peak is coming. He's going to refine a foundation pill. He Pingxing had never heard the term, but the words hit him like a weight. Brother Hao added, the foundation pill is the crucial medicine that stabilizes a cultivator's root. It's the most important pill our sect has. The room fell silent at once. Every gaze tightened. Refining pills is risky, Brother Hao said. The furnace, the potency of the ingredients, one mistake, and dozens of precious herbs go up in smoke. His voice dropped lower. The masters will be furious when that happens. Their anger falls on us apprentices. We'll be scolded, maybe even punished. The warning crawled up He Pingxing's spine. He pictured what seniors had described. Furnace blasts, sparks, hissing clouds of medicinal steam, everyone shouting while apprentices were shoved aside to take the blame. Brother Hao inhaled. Get plenty of chestnut wood ready. Refining a foundation pill needs steady heat. Chestnut burns even. Prepare more than you think. And pray he succeeds. He Pingxing heard every word clearly. His heart tightened. He didn't know what a foundation pill was, but he understood this was serious. I'll go prepare it now. He rose, moving with hurried steps. The courtyard filled with the rustle of stacked, kindling an air of tension that felt ready to catch fire. He Pingxing set the treasure bowl aside for the moment. He hefted his axe and went back up the mountain. A day's labor left him sore all over. The axe bit into the chestnut wood with a dull crack. The logs fell, rustling. There was enough firewood. The next few days would be spent splitting those logs to the right lengths. At night, he returned to the hut. The black clay basin still sat in the corner. He couldn't let it go. So he scooped half a basin of clear water from outside and put it on the bedside. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, eyes fixed on the black basin. He heard every small sound. The room was so quiet he could hear his own breathing. Moonlight slipped through the window lattice like a thin silver thread. It spilled across the flagstones, scattering tiny bright spots. The specks shimmered, then began to move. As if drawn, they crawled toward the black basin drop by drop, gathering like a tide. He Pingxing held his breath. The moonlight seemed to turn into tiny beads, falling one by one into the basin. The water gave up faint ripples. Before long, a pale greenness rose in the water, at first only a thread, then more and more. He watched the basin for an hour until his eyes stung, but the water kept rising. At dawn, dark circles under his eyes, he got up. Up close, the basin was full, brimming with a jade-green liquid. In the sunlight, it flashed like a piece of jade. He exhaled, relieved. The black basin was indeed unusual. Moonlight had been gathered into it, turned into water, transformed into something that multiplied. He quickly tipped the basin. The clear water splashed onto the floor. The sound burst through the stone room. The air changed instantly, fresh like a mountain rain, with the scent of earth and grass. He Pingxing inhaled and felt better. He couldn't let anyone know where this came from. The water might be gone, but more would come. If anyone caught on, though, it would be dangerous. He Pingxing wondered to himself, could this stuff be drunk? But he wasn't in a rush. This wasn't the time for that kind of experiment. He'd try again later with the squirrel. Over the next few days, he worked by day and ran secret tests by night. He had no treasures in hand. Everything he could use was ordinary junk. One day, on a sudden whim, he carried his chopping axe into the house, knocked the head off, and set it into that black clay basin. If water could be strengthened, spirit rice made spirited, and pills altered, what would happen to an ordinary axe? Might as well find out. He barely slept, keeping a furtive watch on the basin. When the moon climbed high, the strange sight returned. Moonlight scattered on the ground like fine powder, slowly gathering into threads of silver mist. The mist rose and drifted toward the basin, a thin veil of light settling onto the axe head. The surface of the axe became wrapped in a faintly cold moonlight, trembling as if it were breathing. He held his breath, afraid a sound would break the moment, and only drifted into a drowsy sleep when his eyelids finally closed. At dawn, he was the first to rush to the basin. There were 2 axe heads lying in it. Silent hiss like a single breath split into 2 shapes. He reached out and felt them. They seemed a little lighter to handle, and at the same time somehow denser. The metal had a deep, black matte sheen, cool and solid as if compacted. Try it, he told himself. He stowed one away, fitted a handle on the other, and went out to chop wood. The woodpile sat behind the main hall. The sun hadn't warmed the air yet. He set a log upright, steadied his breath, raised his arm, and brought the axe down hard. The blade struck crack, a crisp, short sound. The log split cleanly in 2. Chips flew up. The air smelled of fresh split wood. It was jujube wood, very hard wood. That a single swing split it in 2 said everything. He Pingxing remembered it clearly. Jujube wood was the hardest to split. A log this perfectly round usually took 10 chops or so to break. This time it snapped on the first blow. The axe blade sliced the air with a dull, heavy crack. The log split in 2. Sawdust flew up, smelling faintly of sweet and sour jujube. The haft buzzed numb in his hand, and heat hissed out from the fracture. He didn't feel any stronger. The only conclusion in his mind was that the axe had grown sharp enough to score the wood. The edge threw back a dark reflection, like light borrowed from the basin. He kept testing. For days he worked like a machine, putting items into the black ceramic basin one after another, watching, recording, repeating. The basin was strange. It was black as a moonless lake. Having it nearby made the air feel a degree heavier. It didn't act like an ordinary object. It quietly held your gaze, as if whatever you placed there was being governed by a different law. The second oddity was more startling. Things put inside got stronger. Sometimes they even multiplied. One pill would go in and, with a snap, another would appear. A scrap of wood would come back with its grain finer and harder. Every time he retrieved something there was a low, resonant sound, like metal cooling. The third rule was absolute. Once something had been strengthened by the treasure basin, it could not be put in again to be strengthened a second time. The golden bone pill was an example. The first time it came out, it had 4 fine grooves wrapped around it like rings. When he tried to put it in again, the basin fell silent and returned only a dull, empty sound. For a moment, He Pingxing thought the basin was broken. The empty sound felt like the vessel itself sighing. The crucial day came quickly. At dawn, Haoyan called him out of the main hall. It was cold outside, their breath steamed in the air. The two of them swept the hall together. The broom scraping the stone floor sounded crisp. Dust was driven into lines, like fleeing shadows. The timber was hauled into the alchemy room by the book's specifications. Men carried planks which struck wood with dull thuds. They brought in a large vat of clear water. The surface lay as still as a mirror, a drip here and there making tiny splashes. Haoyan wiped his brow and shook his head with a grin. Master Yushuan is a good-tempered man. Aside from those elders on the peak who reached the golden core, he is the nicest. People say his cultivation is steady as a tower's foundation. He is already at the upper levels of the foundation stage. His base is solid. He won't fly off the handle. He said it casually, wiping sweat from the back of his hand, beads flashing in the sunlight. His tone had no menace, only reassurance. What we're refining today is a foundation pill to stabilize people's roots. Supposedly it's meant for disciples like us. Even if it goes wrong, Master Yushuan won't beat anyone. Don't be nervous. He Pingxing felt his shoulders loosen and let out a long breath. The tightness in his chest eased. Voices rose in the courtyard, the smell of wood, the coolness of the water, and that black ceramic basin quiet, like something not yet revealed, sat waiting. Haoyan pressed his voice low and spoke fast, as if afraid someone might overhear. Even so, we have to be careful. Master Yuxian is going to refine a high-grade foundation pill this time. Those medicines use rare ingredients and complicated formulas. Just gathering the plants and ores will cost a fortune, and you need connections to find the components and herbs. He swallowed the rest, grabbed He Pingxing's sleeve, and hauled him toward the alchemy yard gate, urgent as if shoving someone into place. Haoyan snatched 2 meditation cushions from the ground and dropped them with a dull thud. Kneel. They knelt right there. Only the soft scrape of cloth broke the silence. The air had a chill. The sun was still low, but its light had already gone hard, like a blade. Time stretched. No one knew when he would arrive. The master had only said today, not a time. It could be early, it could be late. So they knelt and waited, knees going numb, lower backs aching as if pricked by needles. He Pingxing's face shifted several times, even his toes trembled. Just as they were about to give out, a streak of light cut across the horizon. Wind came with it, like a sheet being jerked. Haoyan snapped upright, his eyes bright, whispering, "Hold steady. The master is here, kneel properly." He Pingxing forced a respectful posture, head bowed, not daring to look up, though he kept glancing at the sky. The light moved unbelievably fast. In 10 breaths it swept over the alchemy room. The sound was like a knife slicing the air, a sharp hiss. Dust whipped up, leaves rustled. Inside the light, a figure resolved. White hair, white beard, a blue Taoist robe billowing. He held a white whisk, an item like an old man's habitual companion. He wasn't walking so much as standing on a long sword, riding it as if seated on the wind. A cold trailed the light, some thought it a mirage. When he landed, the air seemed pressed still. Dust settled, even breathing felt heavy. The old Taoist's voice came down from above, low and powerful. "You may rise." "Stop kneeling." They stood at once. Their answer was small but clear. "Yes, master." The elder in blue robes waved his hand. The 3-foot sword in midair suddenly contracted. The blade seemed to crumple, shrinking until it was only as long as a finger. It fell lightly and landed in the old man's palm. He hardly glanced at it, reached into the black cloth pouch at his waist, and pushed the tiny sword into the opening. The pouch looked like a black mouth. When it closed, it swallowed the gleam. He Pingxing stood to the side, eyes wide. His parents had once been outer disciples of the Taishu sect, so he knew a little about sect lore. He could name that black bag. His sect called it a storage pouch. People outside called it the universe pouch. It seemed no bigger than a palm, but when opened it was like a small room. Things could be stuffed inside without taking up a single bit of space outside. The better ones held even more. The smallest still offered an interior at least 3 meters square. In short, it was like putting things into a pocket that contained its own little world. He Pingxing remembered hearing all this from his parents before. Today he saw it with his own eyes. Envy flared in his chest like a little flame. His mouth watered and his fingers trembled slightly. If only he had a storage pouch. The treasures in his treasure basin and the items he strengthened every day would finally have somewhere to go. The treasure basin could only refine one object per day, and those enhanced items needed to be kept under guard. His things had been piling up, and there was nowhere to hide them. Afraid of being exposed, afraid others would learn of his hoard, he had grown increasingly reluctant to refine anything. His chest felt as if a heavy stone were pressing on it. "Come with me inside," Senior Uncle Yuxuan said, giving the fly whisk in his hand a shake as he stepped toward the alchemy room. The whisk brushed the air, stirring a soft rustle of dust. He turned to Hao Yun and smiled. His voice was low, as if leaning closer. "Hao Yun, when the elder brought you in from outside and placed you in this alchemy room, he liked the Yun in your name. I was hoping you'd bring me a bit of good luck." Hao Yun's face broke into a smile, and he bobbed his head like a little bell. "Absolutely, Senior Uncle. This time you'll definitely refine a great pill, every one of them top grade." Someone next to them snorted and laughed. "Don't be ridiculous." Master Yuxuan walked along the stone steps, throwing a glance back at Hao Yun. His voice was low, but like a pebble dropped into water it echoed. "Don't just talk about Xiuzhu Peak. Across the whole Taishu sect, no one's ever heard of anyone refining a superior grade foundation pill." He paused, letting his gaze sweep the crowd, his tone light and amused. "If someone could make this old body a single batch of low-grade foundation pills, I'd be satisfied. If they could scrape together 1 or 2 middle-grade ones, that'd be rarer than the heavens opening." Hao Yun hurried to correct himself, his words fluttering like paper in the wind. "Then I'll just wish, Master, that your batch is all middle grade." Master Yuxuan laughed. Flicking a white dust whisk in his hand, it made a fine, rustling sound. He laughed frankly. "Kid, you can talk." His gaze turned to the newcomer standing to the side. "You there? Unfamiliar face, what's your name?" He Pingxing looked up, neither servile nor arrogant, and cupped his fist in salute. "My name is He Pingxing. I'm a menial disciple." His voice was soft but clear. The Taishu people noticed the difference. Hao Yun had just called himself a disciple, while this man could only call himself a kid, an unspoken rank that everyone read at a glance. Master Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. "Menial? Do you have a spirit root?" He Pingxing cupped his fists again, a note of urgency in his tone. "Yes, I have the 5-element spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. All 5 are complete." At that, Master Yuxuan looked genuinely startled. Surprise flashed across his eyes. 5-element roots. He murmured to himself, low and regretful. "Ah, what a pity, such a pity." His whisk tapped the stone steps, keeping a crisp rhythm. Then he lowered his voice. "Do you know someone called He Sanjia?" He Pingxing nodded, calm but with a trace of pain. "I know him. He Sanjia was my father. He died several years ago." Master Yuxuan's gaze tightened suddenly, like 2 nails driven into He Pingxing's face. Coldly he asked, "Do you know how he died?" He Pingxing clenched his fists until his knuckles went white, but his eyes were steady and resolute. "I do." He Pingxing's voice trembled. "Uncle Jiang said they ran into a demon beast. It killed them. My mother went to avenge them and died in that lair too." As he spoke, his eyes went damp. Moisture rolled in his pupils like ink about to spill over. Master Yuxian watched him. He was quiet for 2 seconds before letting out a long sigh. Misfortune is inevitable on the path of cultivation. If they chose this road, don't complain, he said, calm but with a cutting edge. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. From now on, when you meet people, don't say He Sanjia is your father. Remember that, absolutely remember it. Then he turned and beckoned. "Come on, come with me. Learn pillcraft, pick up some skills, so you can protect yourself later." "Yes." He Pingxing and the other disciple answered at the same time, matching their steps to Master Yuxian's pace. They entered the alchemy room. It was spotless. The floor was smooth, the walls white, no cobwebs on the beams. The only thing in the air was the clear scent of herbs. Master Yuxian nodded in approval. Not bad. Hao Yun, make the fire. Hao Yun smiled and moved with practiced efficiency. He took a pair of tongs and began preparing kindling and the alchemy stove. Do you know the fire control for this foundation pill? Master Yuxian asked. Hao Yun grinned wider and pulled out a small scrap of paper, as if reading a recipe. Master, I understand. The main ingredient is the heavenly spirit fruit, with cassia seeds and Truyang chrysanthemum as auxiliaries. He raised his hand and, as if explaining to someone who didn't understand, laid out the timing clearly. Start with a low, gentle flame to slowly simmer the heavenly spirit fruit. Low fire means small, steady heat, don't rush it. Once the fruit's flesh breaks down, switch to a strong fire to fiercely fuse the cassia seeds and chrysanthemum. Finally, use a blazing fire to meld the three into one. After half an hour, return to a low fire and let the excess steam slowly evaporate. Don't be impatient. He paused and looked to Master Yuxian with respect, adding, Of course, when to raise the fire and when to smother it. We follow your orders. Hao Yun spoke like someone describing a craft. His fingers moved in rhythm, sketching time and temperature in the air. Master Yuxian smiled and nodded. Good. Then begin. Hao Yun crouched. Sparks flew from the flint. The kindling snapped and caught. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the furnace mouth, followed by the hissing of water. He scooped a large ladle of water and poured it into the alchemy pot. The water hit with a plop. Steam boiled up immediately, carrying a green, herbal scent. The room's temperature softened in an instant. Why add so much water first? Hao Yun explained as he worked. His voice was low, but every word was clear. Herbs are like dry leaves. If you hit them with fierce fire, they char. Water buffers that. First use water to draw out the herb's spirit and sap. Then use fire to gather those essences into the pill. Skip this step and the herbs will be burned straight to ash and their spiritual power scattered. He finished speaking and stirred gently with a wooden ladle. The spoon made a low gurgling sound against the ceramic pot. Steam and the fragrance of herbs flowed through the room like a thin fog. Between wood and fire, something must act as a mediator. Preferably, it's a spirit liquid. Spirit liquid is a rare essence, much like the life dew of plants or the blood marrow of magical beasts. It can bind together elements that naturally repel each other. Without spirit liquid, water must be used. But using water comes at a heavy cost. The success rate of pill formation plummets sharply. Spirit liquid, however, is extremely scarce. Ordinary people can't buy it at all. Even lower-tier cultivators like Yuxian can only afford a little. So they have no choice but to substitute water. Just one ladle is needed. The water boiled. Yuxian tossed the heavenly spirit fruit into the pot. There was a sizzling sound, and a fragrant aroma rose up. Next came the auxiliary ingredients. Yuxian took out herbs one by one from his storage pouch. Powders, dried fruits, gleaming roots. The scent gradually layered. He Pingxing stacked firewood nearby, cooperating with Hao Yun to maintain the fire. He didn't understand the intricacies of pill refinement, only that a little more heat or a bit less fire could trigger urgent commands from the shopkeeper, like overseer. But He Pingxing could distinguish smells. This fragrance was unlike ordinary herbs. It smelled like a morning orchard, like the sweetness rising from soil after rain. Just one breath made you drop your shoulders and feel your eyelids lighten. It's about to succeed. Yuxian's senior uncle stared intently at the furnace, his spirit feeling as if reaching into the pot. Boy, quickly reduce the fire. His voice was cold and curt. Yes, lower it more. Hao Yun said as he shifted the fire to the side. That's enough. The senior uncle snapped. I've got it. Yuxian laughed boldly, as if announcing a triumph. At that moment, the entire pill room seemed to hold its breath. Then, boom, a tremendous explosion. It sounded like the pot lid was hammered off by a giant mallet. A wave of heat slapped like an invisible hand. It first shattered the air, leaving behind a ring of white light and debris. Yuxian didn't move an inch. Hao Yun was still crouched watching the fire, not yet rising. He Pingxing stood directly in the path of the shockwave. The energy hit his chest like a surging tidal wave. His feet lifted off the ground as his whole body was thrown up 3 feet high. A buzzing filled his ears, his vision went black. Then he slammed down hard face to the ground, tasting grit and metallic blood in his mouth. He got up slowly. His chest felt crushed by a boulder, his breathing burning. Tiny cracks lined his palms. When he brushed the ground, he touched ashes and lingering warmth. But the first thought rolling through his mind wasn't pain, it was terror. The pill furnace exploded. How would the senior uncle punish him? They were frozen in place. Chests tight, palms damp. Their eyes were glued to the pill furnace as it blackened inch by inch. Every sound was swallowed in an instant. The air smelled of herbs and burnt residue, tangled with a damp, cold stillness that seemed pressed down by something. After a few breaths, the room was so quiet they could hear their own hearts. Master Yuxuan slowly lifted his duster. A thin ring of gray dust rose from its tail. His voice was flat and tired. Don't blame yourselves. It was my mistake in the operation. More importantly, the celestial spirit fruit wasn't good enough. He hesitated, struggling for words. The celestial spirit fruit, the fruit with the densest spiritual energy. Refining higher grade pills depends on it. If we manage to get a top grade one, this batch of foundation pills might be worked. When he finished, his face darkened. Yuxuan wasn't the sort to lash out, but now there was an inexplicable hollowness in his tone. Half his life's effort had been riding on that furnace. Now the furnace had exploded, and everything felt burned to ash. I'll go now. He put the duster away and left with slow, steady steps. The cold wind outside carried off the half-formed sentence he didn't finish. After Yuxuan left, a muffled exhale broke the silence. Hao Yun let out a long breath, as if lifting a stone from his chest. I told you Master Yuxuan's reasonable. He wouldn't pin the blame on you. There was a knife behind his smile as he added, if it been someone hot-tempered, we'd gotten a beating today. From now on, learn to read a room, don't just stand there like an idiot. Yes. He Pingxing answered quickly, his hands trembling faintly at his sides. Hao Yun started giving orders. Clean the furnace thoroughly. Sweep the floor, then mop it down with water. He Pingxing hurried to open every window. Cold air rushed in, carrying the sharp scent of pine needles and distant streams. In about 10 minutes the wind had driven the smoke out of the room. Then the cleaning began. The two took off their gloves and scrubbed the furnace by hand. Brushes rasped against metal with a grating sound. Scrapers peeled away the charred bottom like stripping old paint. Dust rose and hissed. He Pingxing looked down, his face falling. There should been finished pills in the furnace, or at least the remnants of failed ones. But there was nothing, just a pot of flying ash. The spiritual energy that had once condensed had been ripped apart in an instant, not even residue remained. All turned to ash. Hao Yun tightened his grip on the brush handle. His voice sounded like it been doused with ice water. This is going to take a lot of work to clean up. He Pingxing spent a full hour cleaning the room. The broom scraped back and forth across the floor, making a dry, rustling sound. The air was thick with a burnt, metallic tang. The black ash on the table and the clumpy slag from the furnace were all piled into a bamboo basket by the door. Hao Yun wiped his face and stood in the doorway watching him. His voice was calm, as if giving directions. Go out the back door of the alchemy room and follow the steps up. At the end, turn left. There's an abandoned hollow there where we usually dump the ash. He added, with a tone that carried an order, throw all that black pill ash and furnace slag over there. He Pingxing nodded and answered, got it. He worked the dried clumps of ash loose, slung the bamboo basket onto his back, and set off with steady steps. The basket rubbed against his spine with a faint creak. He passed through the alchemy room's back gate into the yard and climbed the stone steps up the hill. The path wasn't far, just a few steps to the end. Beneath his feet was a cliff roughly 10 meters high. At its base lay years of furnace ash piled up. The gray mounds spread like a sea of ash, lying still like a patch of dead earth. Without thinking, He Pingxing tipped the basket. Dust burst into the air, like dry sand torn by wind. The acrid smell of ash instantly deepened. Black ash tumbled down and struck the stone face, making a shower of tiny, falling sounds. Passing a mountain spring, he rinsed the bamboo basket in the clear water. The flow washed away a thin film of black. The water hit the rocks with a bright splash. Then he returned to the alchemy room. You can take a break now, Hao Yun waved, his voice easing. He Pingxing wiped the sweat from his brow, sat on the steps, and looked at Hao Yun. Senior brother, you're from the outer disciples, right? Do you know those spells? The kind where you wave your hand and make fire or make things float. Hao Yun leaned back 2 steps, a contemptuous smile at his mouth. Divine powers? Spells. He Pingxing thought he was going to say something startling. Instead, Hao Yun's expression suddenly fell, as if a bubble had been popped. No. He Pingxing froze for a moment, then hurried to his feet, waving his hands and explaining. No, 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 I didn't mean it like that. If I offended you, please don't take offense, senior brother. Hao Yun rolled his eyes and smiled, half exasperated. Punished? Who'd bother to punish you? Hao Yun pulled a teacup from his wali. Steam rose from the cup, making a soft hissing sound. After 2 long sips, he finally spoke. A few years ago, I came across a cultivation method, he said calmly, and practiced it for over 20 years. I only managed to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. He Pingxing raised an eyebrow. The 2nd level? Isn't that pretty impressive? Hao Yun snorted, spinning the teacup between his fingers. Impressive my foot, he said. Don't get too mystical about it. What does reaching the 2nd level of qi refining mean? It just means you can gather a flow of qi inside your body. You'll get sick less often than ordinary people, be a bit stronger, jump a bit higher. But that's it. You won't be summoning winds or casting spells. So, not much different from a regular person? Hao Yun put down the cup, his voice heavy like a wooden block hitting the table. Got it. He Pingxing nodded, his eyes showing a hint of pleading. Senior brother, then where can I get this cultivation method? Asking that, his face flushed. Not because he was dumb, but because somebody had to ask first. Without a method, talk of cultivation was pointless. Hao Yun smiled, but there was a cold edge to his voice. He stood up, dusted off his robe, and his gaze swept over He Pingxing's face like a cold wind. Your meridians are as thin as dry farmland. None of the 5 elements touch you. No father, no mother, no backing want to cultivate? Don't dream it. He waved his hand dismissively. Even if someone gave you a cultivation method, you wouldn't be able to get past level 1. Go back and sleep, he said with a smile. All the wonders are in dreams. With that, Hao Yun flicked his sleeve and walked into the pill room, hands behind his back. The door creaked shut behind him, cold and clear. He Pingxing stood there, his face still warm. He didn't follow. He knew that if he spoke again now, he'd only get yelled at worse. He went back to his little room, locked the door, and placed the round, plump squirrel in a basket in the corner. The squirrel sniffed the air, and its soft fur gleamed in the lamplight. He Pingxing sat on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl. A few spoonfuls of congee remained, white steam rising slowly. He murmured to himself, as if making a bet. No questions today. There will be a chance later. The room went quiet. Outside, the pine forest rustled with wind, leaves scraping softly. Suddenly the squirrel twitched, the basket rustling quietly. He Pingxing stroked the squirrel's head and laughed softly. Squirrel, oh squirrel, he whispered, I don't know if you're a blessing or a curse. But first, let us just eat our fill. Saying that, he pulled the covers over himself and closed his eyes. Night slowly sank down. I'm sorry. He Pingxing pinched the little squirrel's lower jaw. Its tiny teeth trembled. He pried its mouth open and carefully pushed its head into the black basin. The water inside gleamed a vivid green, condensed only last night. The surface lay still as a mirror, with a faint metallic tang like the smell of turned earth after rain. He wanted to know for sure, poison or medicine. He grabbed the squirrel's head and forced it to take a sip. Gulp. The sound was small and quick. The squirrel lifted its head and licked its lips. He found a rope and tied the creature to the foot of the bed. The knot was tight. It began to squirm in its bonds, making tiny, nervous squeaks. 2 days passed. The squirrel didn't die. It didn't emit any strange light. Its fur was the same, its eyes bright. It ate with the usual alertness. No convulsions, no abnormal reactions. He touched the back of his hand. The squirrel had only taken a drink, like from a sweet spring. It seems, he murmured, this water is at most clear and sweet. It won't raise anything, nor destroy. He loosened the knot and set the squirrel back in a pile of grass. The little thing hopped away into the shadows. He was just about to relax when urgent footsteps slammed across the threshold. Hao Yun collapsed at the door, gasping, his face as white as paper. Bad news. He Pingsheng, come with me. Hao's voice snapped, frayed with panic. What happened? He Pingsheng stood, an odd tension tightening his voice. Hao pulled him along and spoke in quick, sparking phrases. Senior sister Linglong has come. She's going to refine that a gathering qi pill. He Pingsheng's heart dropped. In his head, the explanation flashed. A pill that gathers a person's qi into a compact ball able to strengthen cultivation or suppress dispersing power. In short, the wrong move during its refinement could turn the pill room into a disaster. Hao's eyes were frantic, like paper touched by flame. Linglong's notorious hard to mess with. Quick temper, ruthless methods. This is her first time in our pill room. If she makes a mistake and loses her temper, neither of us can hold out. A chill ran down He Pingsheng's spine. His voice trembled. Could she beat us to death? Hard to say. Hao dragged him to the doorway. The two of them crouched outside like leaves blown by the wind, waiting. The light from inside was like fire. From the crack in the door came a faint medicinal scent, sharp and smoky. A few minutes later, the door opened. A woman in purple stepped out, each step measured, carrying an aura that brooked no challenge. Two blue-robed disciples trailed her, swords at their hips, their gazes cold as blades. The woman in purple looked up. Seeing He Pingsheng at the doorway, she only slightly furrowed her brow. Her gaze pricked cold and cutting. He lowered his head on instinct. His voice became small and proper. Greetings, senior sister. His body was taut, palms sweating, cheeks burning as if his throat were being pressed. His tone held respect and fear. The woman was none other than the junior sister who had, just days ago, accused the spring water of going bad and threatened to tear He Pingsheng apart. He Pingsheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and a bitter turmoil churned in his stomach. Aren't you supposed to be fetching water for the chores? Linglong asked coldly, her gaze sharp like a knife cutting straight into He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng forced down his voice, gasping for breath twice. The team leader, Old Zhang, arranged it. He's afraid I might damage the spring water. He stammered, sounding almost like he was begging for mercy. Linglong curled her lip, her smile hiding a dagger. Humph. Did you give the 2 pills my sister gave you to Old Zhang? Is that why he kindly assigned you an easy task? Her tone was dripping with suspicion and disdain. He Pingsheng hurriedly nodded, unable to hold back a forced smile. Senior sister, you're sharp-eyed. I dare not hide it, I did hand over the pills. If you hadn't, your life would be hanging by a thread, she said as she tossed the words away and averted her gaze. Her eyes lingered on him for less than a second before shifting elsewhere. She was in a good mood today and didn't want to get tangled up with him. Beside them, Hao Yun slinked like a groveling dog, his body bent like a bow, hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Even when senior Uncle Yushuan came last time, he hadn't been this servile. The floorboards creaked, and his robes rustled with faint, worn sounds. He Pingsheng found the scene glaring, but somehow understood. Power warps everyone. They pushed open the door to the alchemy room. A wave of heat hit their faces. Flames cracked and danced inside the furnace. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs mingled with the sharp sting of sulfur. Copper spoons struck copper cauldrons with crisp metallic tones. Wisps of steam rose in the lamplight like living smoke snakes. Linglong snapped her fingers. The sharp claps echoed through the room like stones dropping into a deep well. I'm here today to refine the qi gathering pill. She lifted her chin, voice challenging. Tell me, do you think I can create a top-tier qi gathering pill? Here, the qi gathering pill wasn't just an empty phrase. It was a small pill that helped one accumulate inner strength faster. Ordinary qi pill felt like warm water, comforting but mild. A top-tier one was like strong liquor, igniting a blazing fire inside the body. Hao Yun stammered under the question, his eyes darting around as though pricked by needles. He quickly scrambled to respond, his voice oily yet cautious. Senior sister Linglong's talent is extraordinary. She'll surely craft a pill unlike any other. Some senior uncles have tried refining here recently, but they only managed mid-grade results, just enough for everyday use. I've never seen any so-called top-tier pills. But you, senior sister, are different. You'll definitely produce a true top-tier pill. His words were like honey with a sting, half flattery, half warning. His eyes held a trace of probing. Don't get cocky. Don't consider yourself above others. Linglong listened, a slight smile curling at her lips. She turned her gaze to the furnace, fingers flicking in the air like plucking an invisible string. The firelight cast her profile in sharp relief, chiseled as if carved from stone. Linglong smiled coldly. She put the smile away, and her voice sliced the air like a knife. Don't stand there being snide. I get it. You're saying top-tier pills are hard to refine, right? No. Hao Yun hurriedly waved his hands, his voice tight, as if he were trying to squeeze the words out. It's not just the supreme ones. Even high-grade pills are deadly hard. I've worked in this alchemy room for 13 years, and I've never seen anyone reliably produce a high-grade pill. Getting a mid-grade is like finding a shiny stone, practically unheard of. He pressed his hand to the edge of the table, knuckles white. Fatigue and warning colored his voice. More than 80% of people who come here to refine end up blowing the furnace if the timing's off. The herbs turn to ash, the furnace shatters, and people get hurt. Linglong's expression changed. She yanked the jade sword from her waist, its cold flash, the dagger like tip pressed against Hao Yun's throat. The metal's chill went straight to his windpipe. You mean, she said softly, voice as cold as a winter wind, that I still won't be able to make the pill today? Hao Yun's hand froze as if chained by iron. A look of desperation piled onto his face. He begged. Heaven is my witness. Auntie, I didn't say that. Senior sister, please move the sword back a little. I'm afraid of dying. Linglong snorted. The sword slid back into its sheath, but she didn't relax. She stepped closer, eyes sharp. Continue. He forced a smile that held helplessness and exhaustion. Refining has a success rate. Even old apothecaries might need to try 5 or 6 furnaces before one works. The heat has to be just right, the herbs pure enough, your technique steady. Sometimes it's down to luck. Luck? Linglong's smile thinned, as if she'd seen something amusingly rare. Your surname's Hao, your name's Yun. Yun brings good luck. Start. If you can't make the pill, I'll shove you 2 out the door. Your lives and deaths are on you. Her words landed like a verdict. The room fell silent. Only the furnace hissed and creaked as the flames curled. The scent of herbs in the air had been baked bitter. He Pingxing and Hao Yun both drew a sharp breath. They exchanged a look full of helplessness and tension. No choice. The work still had to be done. Hao Yun swallowed and said softly, Why yes, senior sister. We'll start right away. They got to work. Step 1. Build the fire. The wood crackled. Flames leapt up, throwing 2 faces into light. Step 2. Add water. Water splashed into the iron pot. Steam boiled up instantly. Hao Yun took care of those tasks alone. He Pingxing stood beside him, handing over wood and a ladle, saying almost nothing. Linglong unfolded a cloth bundle. She didn't have a large storage pouch. All the herbs were folded into a single coarse cloth. She pinched up handfuls of ingredients and dropped them into the pot, each portion delivered with decisive motion. Her fingertips felt cool with powder. The water in the pot gurgled. The herbal scent crept out, thick enough to draw you in. The steam carried a little sweetness and a hint of bitterness. He Pingxing inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing to slits. Almost there, Linglong murmured, a note of urgency in her laugh. She leaned toward the pot, nostrils twitching. 10 minutes or so, and it'll be done. It'll form into a pill for sure. Hao Yun nodded, his voice a mix of confidence and a faintly insincere compliment. Then he turned to He Pingxing, barking an order. He Pingxing, go out the back door, head back a ways and turn left. Right across from the trash pit. I left a few large jujube logs there, the kind that's dense and burns for a long time. Remember, bring back the jujube wood. Quick. He Pingxing blinked and pointed. Senior brother, there are jujube logs right here. Hao Yun's face went black in an instant. Quit the nonsense. Hear me? Go. Linglong's face hardened too. Go now. The wind at the doorway carried the commands outside. He Pingxing had no choice. He forced himself out. The mountain wind lifted the hems of his clothes. He ran down the path. Pebbles underfoot made soft clacks. Across from the trash pit was a barren slope. He turned over the edges, lifted a few piles of dead leaves. Nothing. He searched again. Nothing. Half an hour passed. Sweat soaked the back of his neck. His palms went cold. His temples started to throb. Thinking of the scolding that would come, He muttered curses to himself and ran a few more rounds. When he returned to the alchemy room, sound cut off instantly. The room was so quiet it felt like the air had been sucked out. A whiff of burning slipped through the door crack. At first it was faint, then it slammed into his nostrils, like a tongue of flame licking him. He Pingxing froze. The steam by the pot had turned black, a thin rim of char lining the edge. The iron pot no longer bubbled gently, only a dull hissing remained. He peered in. Powdered herbs clung to the pot walls, giving off a sharp, acrid smell. A few wisps of black smoke curled in the lamplight like torn scraps of paper. Crap, he squeezed out, the two words barely audible, like a blade of grass in the wind. There was no cheering, no consolation, only the pot's dull, metallic moan, as if a sheet of iron were being scraped. He Pingxing's hand trembled. He reached for the door handle, then pulled back. The scene before him had already handed him the answer. He hunched over and peered through the rear window of the main hall. Linglong and the two male disciples Shi Di brought were gone. A cold wind blew in, setting the paper screen trembling. On the floor lay only one person, Hao Yun. How he Pingxing blurted, his voice trembling. He rushed in, kicked the hall door wide, helped Hao Yun up and sat him on a nearby stone step. Hao Yun's face was white as paper. Dark red blood stained the corner of his mouth and trickled down. Each cough brought up another mouthful of blood. Pft, pft. Hao Pingxing choked. What would happen to you? Hao Yun let out two dry laughs, like a deflated balloon. That girl's pill failed. He coughed, his voice hoarse. She lured you away. I took the beating alone. Seems better than both of us getting hit. Another fit of coughing. Blood oozed from his palm. A cold, hard light flashed in his eyes sharp as a blade. That damned little wench, she hit damn hard. He spat the words through clenched teeth, then clapped a hand to his side. His face went a sickly mix of green and white. The men working for her aren't to be trifled with. They landed a couple of heavy blows on me. My ribs, I think they're broken. A hint of fear crept into his voice. Every move made a crunching sound in his chest. His breathing came short, and he had to bend over from the pain. My junior brother, he said with a bleak laugh. I'm afraid I'll be bedridden for months. You'll have to feed me, help me turn over, and empty my chamber pot. Half a joke, half resignation. For a moment his eyes went blank, as if whatever hope he had been cut off at the root. He Pingxing's eyes were wet. Two silent tears rolled down his cheeks. He gripped Hao Yun's hand, fragile, yet determined. Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you. Hao Yun snorted, bowed his head, more blood seeping from his mouth. His breathing was ragged, but he was still alive. He Pingxing looked at him as if a great stone had been laid on his chest. Hao had survived because he was older, sturdier, and had some inner strength to withstand violence an ordinary man couldn't. What about He Pingxing? His chest trembled. He glanced around the empty hall, his eyes full of fear and questions. If Hao hadn't stood in the way today, would there have been two bodies on the floor? If he himself had taken blows like that, would he still be alive? A debt of life, no exaggeration. But Hao Yun and I were barely acquaintances who nodded at each other. Why did he act? I figured maybe he just couldn't stand seeing blood or injury. That was it. Hao Yun was a good man. It hurts. It hurts. Hao Yun kept groaning on the bed. Watch it, damn it. I snapped, half panicked, half angry. My ribs cough. He coughed, dry and rough. I lifted him onto the bed. My movements were gentle but efficient. He propped himself against the pillow, his voice thin like a rope about to snap. I need to rest a while, he gasped. Shall he? Clean up the pill room. I'll show you the timing later. The pill room's on you for the time being. Yes, I answered and ran off to start cleaning. First, ventilate. I threw every window wide open. Cold wind drove the smoke and heat out. Then the pot. The bottom was stuck with black scorch. My scrubbing made a harsh scraping sound. I lifted the furnace lid. A wave of heat hit me, carrying a sharp, burnt smell like scorched sugar mixed with metal. Inside the furnace lay 12 blackened pills. They weren't ash, and they weren't intact elixirs, just ruinous black lumps. Their surfaces were cracked, like little stones baked to charcoal. I pushed them together with the broom. They clinked softly. The burnt smell followed them out. Throw them away. I dumped them into the trash basket, snapped the lid on, and gave it a hard shake. Then I scrubbed the furnace clean. Steam hissed, its walls took on a faint shine. I cleared the ashes completely and swept the floor spotless. Carrying the trash basket on my back, I headed for the garbage pit behind the hill. The wind rustled the leaves in the trees. Just as I was about to dump the basket, a thought flashed through my mind. I stopped, reached back, and held the basket. Those 12 ruined pills were useless as they were, but I couldn't just throw them away. My treasure basin, the little magical vessel that stores things and sometimes makes faint changes to whatever's inside, was empty. What if I left them in overnight? Maybe something would happen. Maybe they'd get a tiny bit stronger. No loss. No risk. Leaving it empty felt wasteful anyway. I fished the ruined pills out of the trash and gently placed them into the treasure basin. The basin flashed a cold light, as if accepting a faint, gray glimmer of hope. He shoved the 12 small black pills into his shirt. His hands still smelled of medicine. He returned to the alchemy room. Hao Yun was already asleep, breathing steady, a smear of sauce still clinging to the corner of his mouth from dinner. Pingxing slipped quietly back to his own room. He pulled the latch and locked the door, then shut each window one by one until the cold wind was barred outside. It was dark beneath the bed. He reached in and found the black, glazed ceramic basin heavy, its rim still cool from the glaze. He tipped the 12 black pills into the basin. They hit the glaze with a faint, hissing sound. Whether it would work, he left to fate. He found a plank of wood and covered the basin. The board rasped along the rim with a low, grinding sound. He pushed the basin back under the bed and the darkness swallowed its shape. From the other side of the bed, he felt for something else. A golden bone pill, like half a sun, its surface giving off a faint, metallic sheen. The golden bone pill could instantly stitch flesh and ease pain. There had originally been 2 given by the senior sister in blue. Zhang the eldest had taken 1. The remaining pill, through the basin's strange reaction, had briefly become 2 perfect golden bone pills. He had swallowed 1 already. This was the last. He set the pill in his palm. A soft warmth came through his hand. Hao Yun had saved his life. The moon outside was cold and spare. Only breath and heartbeat filled the room. He lifted the pill to his nose as if weighing it, imagining Hao Yun waking, eyes opening, asking him for medicine. A bitterness rose on his tongue. In the end, he tucked the pill back into his shirt and clenched his fist. He would think up an excuse first, then give it. Night spread like water. After eating with Hao Yun, Pingxing returned to his room and opened the window. Moonlight slanted in, clean and cold. Silver beams crossed the rafters and converged toward the basin under the bed. Oddly, the basin was still covered by the thick wooden board. The board made no sound, yet the moonlight seemed to be pulled, as if by a field, seeping through the seams into the basin. The surface of the board picked up a faint, chilly gleam. Inside, the black glaze had been torn open by a streak of light, as if something were quietly drawing the moonlight in. Pingxing leaned his head back and thought for a while, trying to invent the perfect excuse to give that golden bone pill to senior brother Hao. He kept thinking and fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, his nose stung from a thick, medicinal scent. "Crap!" he shouted, bolting upright and springing out of bed. With a slam, he yanked the pottery basin out from under the bed and pried up the wooden plank on top. A hiss-hot vapor and the smell of medicine burst out. In the basin, white light blinked. Pingxing counted. 1, 2, 3, 24. White as beans, smooth as jade. Each one was carved with 4 grooves. They looked like top-grade pills. The scent grew stronger, pouring into the room like a rising tide. Pingxing slammed the window shut and tore through his chest of drawers looking for anything to block the smell. Clothes, blankets, nothing helped. The plank was useless. Even the treasure basin he usually used to hide things and muffle odors couldn't contain it. Qi-condensing pills sped up the gathering of internal qi and smelled fiercely. Anyone who caught a whiff would know someone was refining. Sweat rolled down his forehead. If someone outside was pill refining and caught this scent, the consequences would be unthinkable. He gritted his teeth. Better to lose the pills than expose the secret. The axe felt heavy in his hands. With several strikes, he pried up the floor tiles and dug out the earth. Dust billowed. The axe rang against splinters with sharp clacks. He scooped up the 24 qi-condensing pills like white beads and hurled them into the pit. He buried them, set the tile back, and with a final click sealed it. The room fell immediately quiet. The medicinal scent slowly faded, as if it were being sucked down into the earth. Pingxing shoved the window open. Cold wind rushed in. The heavy smell of medicine was whipped away in a gust, like a torn curtain being ripped aside, gone in an instant. He picked up the 2 iron bowls, crossed the courtyard, and went to the servants' mess to fetch their meal. When he brought them back, steam rose from the bowls. The clink of spoon on porcelain was crisp. They sat side by side and began to eat. Hao Yun chewed, looked up, and asked, "What was that smell just now? Why was it so fragrant?" "Like a qi-condensing spirit herb," Pingxing said, taking another bite, a little surprised. "Only top-grade spirit herbs smell this strong." He watched Pingxing as if trying to confirm something. Pingxing's heart raced, his palms went cold. He forced his voice low. "I smelled it too. I was just about to ask you, senior brother." Hao Yun shook his head, nostrils flaring. "Strange. A moment ago it was so strong it could pull a person in. Now it's faded. Don't think too much, eat first." Pingxing set his bowl down, exhaling as he swallowed, trying to swallow the tension with his food. Halfway through the meal, Hao Yun suddenly paused, his expression sharpening with caution. "Is the pill room clear? Is the firewood ready? Has anyone said they're coming to refine pills?" Pingxing repeated the arrangements he'd just made. They both forced themselves to calm down and finish eating. Just as Pingxing drew a long breath to take out the small golden pellet, the golden bone pill, to seal Hao Yun's wound and steady his scattered qi, a voice sounded from outside. Not loud, but like a mountain bell striking, carrying an authority you couldn't refuse. "Hao Yun, where are you? I'm going to refine a pill. Where did you run off to? That brat. Where have you gone? Come out now." Hao Yun's face changed. He slapped Pingxing's shoulder in alarm. "Go see. Don't stay inside, or you'll get yelled at and maybe beaten." Pingxing didn't think. He dashed through the door. Everyone in the yard froze. At the gate stood a tall, old man, beard and brows white as frost, a thin mist clinging to him. It wasn't vapor, but an aura. With every step the air seemed to press down heavier. Pingxing instinctively bent to kneel, but the elder waved him off, voice half amused, half commanding. "Don't kneel. I hate it when you disciples go on your knees all the time." He reached up to flick his long beard and shifted his tone, half jesting, half serious. "Kneel too often and you'll be shortening my years." A trace of the medicinal scent rode the wind. Pingxing's heart-hammered sweat trickled down his neck. Hao Yun stood to the side, both anxious and deferential. The old man's gaze swept over them as if measuring them, each word falling like an invisible ruler. Why, yes." Pingxing scrambled into a bow, his voice trembling through the hall. He recognized the face. Everywhere on Xiuzhu Peak, there were portraits of him. He was the founder of these mountains, the highest elder in the sect. When he stood there, even the air seemed to be pressed down by him. Master Chongyang, an old man whose very breathing sounded like a struck bell. He had once taught Yushuan and Yuda, and could even be called Linglong's ancestral master. That carried plenty of weight. "I don't remember your face," Master Chongyang said, his glance sweeping over Pingxing like a cold blade. "Not been here long." Pingxing nodded, his voice smaller. "Master, I'm just in the menial service. In the alchemy room fetching water, carrying the tools." "How is that acceptable?" Master Chongyang's brows drew together, fire in his eyes. "I come to refine a pill, and the disciple who was meant to greet me doesn't show, they send you instead? What kind of etiquette is that? Where's Hao Yun?" His tone shifted suddenly. "Hao Yun, I promoted him myself. Where is he? Why did no one come to see me?" Pingxing swallowed and hurriedly bowed again. "Master, senior brother Hao Yun was beaten and injured. Several of his ribs were hurt. He's in bed. Can't get up, can't come see you." "Beaten?" Master Chongyang snapped to his feet. His stride was fast. In a single bound, he was at Hao Yun's door, moving like a gust of wind that kicked up dust. He opened the door, and his gaze stabbed into the room like a blade. Inside, Hao Yun looked deathly pale. His chest was wrapped in cloth, his breathing short. His fingers dug into the sheets. The linen was soaked with sweat. Weak groans squeezed out of him. Master Chongyang's face darkened as if the sky had suddenly turned. Who did this? Who had the heart to be so cruel? Hao Yun ground his teeth, his voice scraped out from deep in his throat. "Master, I can't kowtow to you. I'm dizzy. I can't stand straight, can't kneel." Master Chongyang waved a hand, his tone cooling a little. "Don't rush. Tell it clearly, from the beginning." Hao Yun swallowed. A vein throbbing at his temple, his voice was barely audible. Yesterday, senior sister Linglong from Yuda's disciples came to refine a pill. Her furnace failed. After the failure she drank, and she beat the disciples. She beat me until several of my ribs were injured. The room fell quiet. Outside, the wind moved and the bamboo leaves whispered. Master Chongyang's fingers clenched until his knuckles cracked. Anger spread across his face like a slowly opening volcano. He turned to He Pingsheng, his gaze heavy enough to press on the chest. Take me to see her. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Master Chongyang's voice rang like a bell in the mountains, making the beams of the house tremble. Before he finished speaking, his whole body shuddered, his face changing as if lit by a flash of fury. This kind of impudence will bring disaster on Xiuzhu Peak, he said sternly. He stamped his foot. With a whoosh, a streak of golden light shot up. Master Chongyang shrank to a speck no bigger than a bean, like a meteor streaking across the sky, and in a few breaths he vanished into the clouds. The wind hissed at the window inside the room, only residual warmth and a faint wisp of incense smoke remained. He Pingsheng tilted his head back, his eyes bright. The breeze brushed his face, and he murmured, "How wonderful immortals must be to fly to the heavens whenever they please, to come and go as they like." His voice carried envy, like a child staring at a distant lighthouse. The man on the bed went dark in the face. Half reclining, gasping for breath, his voice soft and desperate. "It's bad. It's over. We're done for." He Pingsheng went over, crouched, and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Hao Yun bit his teeth, his words like a knife. "You don't know?" When Master Chongyang returns to the mountain, he is the strictest of all. Seeing something like this, he won't be lenient. Sister Linglong and senior brother Yuda will surely be punished together. He Pingsheng scratched his head, eyes innocent. "Isn't that fine? If someone did wrong, they should be punished." Hao Yun's face grew even darker, his voice low and tight. "You're mistaken. Those two are small-minded and draw clear lines between love and hatred. If we take the blame first, they won't let it go. At best we'll be beaten bloody and then harassed at worst. We might not keep our lives." The room fell silent for a moment. Only the bamboo leaves rubbing outside. He Pingsheng glanced around uncertainly. "Senior brother, the patriarch already punished them. Would they dare to come back for revenge?" Hao Yun reached out and jabbed He Pingsheng twice on the forehead, not lightly, as if slapping away a child's innocence. "You fool. Not everyone is like you. Some people are narrow-hearted and will do terrible things. They don't have to act in person ambushes, frame-ups, hidden arrows, everything is possible. Don't take human nature so simply. Just pick somebody. Slip into the alchemy room at midnight and beat me senseless. Who has to say who did it?" He Pingsheng listened, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He thumped his thumb up. "Senior brother, you really see through it." Hao Yun smiled, shook his head. His voice was cool. "See through what? I was like you once. The more you see, the clearer things become. People's hearts are dangerous. Don't trust the surface. Wait until someone beats you and you take a hit, then you'll learn." He Pingsheng nodded, as if convinced. He took 2 steady breaths and quietly fished a pill from his robe. He reached out so lightly, as if afraid to disturb something, and pushed the golden pill toward Hao Yun. "Brother, how you should take this first." Hao Yun's brow knit. He reached and pinched the pill between thumb and forefinger. Its smooth surface gave off a faint sheen. It was small but surprisingly dense. For fine concentric rings, like the rings of a tree, circled its surface. His fingertips felt a slight warmth, an almost breathing warmth from within. He found his voice cracking a little higher. This is the golden bone pill." Then he lowered it, hardening his gaze. "It's one of those top-tier healing medicines? You brat, where did you get it?" Hao Yun's eyes pinned him. He Pingsheng kept his head down, voice thin. "Don't ask. Just take it. It'll heal your wounds fast." Hao Yun narrowed his eyes, his face went stern. "I want to take it if you want to tell me." He turned the pill over in his fingers, they trembled slightly. That warmth seemed to pull him closer and to test whether it was real. He Pingsheng swallowed, forced a story out with a voice that trembled but was resolute. "My parents gave it to me on their deathbeds. They said no one else could see it. They didn't even leave me a porcelain jar. I've carried it with me ever since." Hao Yun raised an eyebrow, a scoffing doubt in his tone. "Your parents? Aren't you an outer sect disciple?" Outer disciples don't have things like this. He Pingsheng hurried to explain, it's supreme. Don't be fooled by its size, not just anyone can refine one. Even Xiuzhu Peak couldn't make these. They're rare in the whole Taishu sect. Hao Yun fell silent. The golden bone pill threw a cold gleam in the lamplight. He stared into his junior's eyes and asked again, are you really saying your parents left it to you? Don't lie to me. He Pingsheng looked up, his gaze pure and steady, and nodded. Hao Yun didn't bother being polite. He tore off a pill and slapped it into his mouth. It slid down his throat with a short, sharp swallow pop. Hey, good stuff. He laughed, color returning to his face. The laugh held surprise, his voice was a little hoarse. Why does it feel like the pain's already gone? The pill's power leapt like a tongue of fire, racing from his chest out to his limbs. His bones felt as if needles were stitching thread inside them. After a moment, the pain softened like ice meeting heat, giving small, brittle cracks as it melted away. The bruises on his skin slowly closed, the tightness eased into a softness. He drew a cold breath and touched his waist. His eyes gleamed. This pill is something else. At Xiuzhu Peak's teleportation plaza, 2 light arrays burned in the center, one to send, one to receive. Disciples who couldn't fly had to use them to go back and forth. It was the busiest, noisiest spot on the peak, and the least likely place to hide from a public shaming. Right now, 3 people were kneeling on the plaza, their knees rubbed raw by the cold stone. Wind brought dust and laughter across the square. One of them was Linglong, the other 2 had gone with her to the alchemy room and joined in the beating. They were sentenced to kneel for 3 days. Reflecting on one's mistakes meant kneeling and repenting in front of everyone. From a distance, someone shouted, Senior brother! Senior brother! He Pingsheng barreled in like a gust, sprinting from outside the alchemy room straight to Hao Yun's door. He shoved the door open and saw Hao Yun in a black Dao robe, pacing slowly in the room, looking entirely at ease. His footsteps were like a metronome, putting a rhythm to time. You better? He Pingsheng's eyes widened. Hao Yun stopped and turned, smiling. Yeah, I took that golden bone pill you gave me. He Pingsheng froze. You took it? That thing. The books say the top grade ones are on a completely different level from ordinary ones. I thought those were exaggerations. Hao Yun reached up and rubbed his shoulder, his voice calm. The golden bone pill comes in 4 tiers. The lowest just dulls the pain. A better one speeds up wound healing. Higher tiers make the bones tougher. The very top tier can stitch broken bones back together in a single breath, like they were never broken. He Pingsheng's mouth opened slightly, as if trying to swallow his astonishment. He took a step closer, looked at Hao Yun's hand, then at his composed face, and finally let out, almost to himself, so it's true. Hao Yun counted on his fingers, then spoke deliberately. Without pills, recovery on your own takes roughly 4 months. Swallow a low-grade golden bone pill. You can do it in 2 months. Mid-grade, about a month. High-grade, half a month. The one you gave me is top grade. He smiled with obvious pride. Top grade works instantly. In the time it takes half a stick of incense to burn, I'll be completely healed, no side effects at all. When he finished, Hao Yun nodded again, as if to prove his point. He Pingsheng blinked, a little dazed. Did you get the information you asked about? Hao Yun looked up. Got it, He Pingsheng answered tersely. Boss Zhang and the others said Linglong, and the 2 disciples who acted were punished 3 days of reflection in the teleportation plaza. 3 days of reflection? Hao Yun raised an eyebrow. He shook his head, a light laugh in his voice. Not bad, the punishment isn't harsh. Think about it, I've had so many bones broken, and they only get 3 days, that's lenient. He glanced down at He Pingsheng, a calculating look in his eyes. Don't worry, Linglong won't come bother me over just 3 days. Come sit. Hao Yun gestured. They sat down. On the table sat a large black iron bowl and a few pieces of fruit. The peels gave off a faint, clean scent. He Pingsheng reached for the fruit, and Hao Yun smacked his hand on the back. Don't move. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Today I'll teach you the principles of cultivation. Listen closely. Do you know that spirit roots have different levels? Hao Yun asked. I do, He Pingsheng nodded. Then do you know why people with a single spirit root advance faster? Hao Yun continued. He Pingsheng shook his head. Suddenly Hao Yun slammed the black bowl down on the table with one hand. The iron bowl hit with a low metallic ring. The table trembled slightly, the sound echoed through the room. For example, he tapped the rim of the bowl, eyes locked on He Pingxing. Think of this bowl's mouth as a person's spirit root. This is a single spirit root. Hao Yun lifted the iron bowl in front of He Pingxing. The rim was smooth, like the mouth of a little well. When you cultivate, all the spiritual energy flows into the body through the rim. He ran a finger along the edge. It rang with a bright metallic note, short and clear as a bell. You understand? He Pingxing nodded, his eyes fixed on the empty mouth of the bowl. I understand. Hao Yun picked up 2 large russet pears from the table. The skin still gave off a clean, sweet scent. He set the 2 pears side by side into the bowl. They pressed against each other and the rim, the mouth, just filled. The flesh nudged and made a faint knocking sound. Look! Hao Yun lowered his voice, each short sentence landing like a beat. This is a double spirit root. There was a hint of metaphor in his tone. Each pear corresponds to 1 spirit root. He pointed at the pears bulging in the bowl. See, any single root in a double-rooted case is much smaller than a single spirit root, he said, his eyes doing the math. This time He Pingxing really saw it. He nodded. Yeah. Hao Yun put the pears down and reached for 3 mandarins. He placed them into the same iron bowl one by one. Smaller than the pears, the 3 fruits pushed the rim into folds. This is a triple spirit root, he said flatly, but with impact. Finer. Cultivation is slower. He produced 4 eggs. They rolled in with dull little thuds, and the bowl grew tighter. This is a quadruple spirit root, he said, his voice like a nail driven in, tap by tap. Even finer, less energy through each. Finally, he gathered 5 plums from the table. Small and firm, dark in color, they went into the bowl together with a crisp clatter. The rim was dotted with little bulges. This is a quintuple spirit root, Hao Yun said, placing his hand down. No flourish, just fact. He traced the empty rim with a finger, sketching out the point in a few short strokes, like drawing. Imagine 1 thick pipe and several thin ones, he said. The thick pipe can carry a lot of water. If the thin pipes have half the diameter, their cross-sectional area is only a quarter. The flow they can carry is only a quarter. He paused and stared at He Pingxing. In cultivation, your body only has 1 set of channels. You can't fill 2 different channels with energy at the same time. You can only activate 1. He spoke plainly. So double spirit roots look like more, but each is thinner. The energy throughput is much lower. The speed is often only a small fraction of a single root. He Pingxing inhaled, as if he'd caught the point in the pear's scent. He nodded again. Got it. Hao Yun smiled and tapped the iron bowl. It chimed lightly. The fragrance of fruit and the tang of metal braided together in the air. The simple demonstration was over, but the image stayed clear for both of them. 1 big opening, a handful of small spheres, the principle of energy made plain with objects. The spirit root looked like a shrunken plum, smaller than an egg. Its skin was thin, and inside it was hollow. See for yourself. Hao Yun opened his palm and pointed to the center of He Pingxing's hand. His voice was low, but each word hit like a stone. You're a 5-element spirit root. 5 roots. The power's been split between them. He gestured as if tearing a fruit into slices. Each slice has almost only a tenth of what a single-rooted person would have. A calculating calm flickered in Hao Yun's eyes. With the same resources and the same method, a single-rooted person goes from entry to peak in 10 years. You'd need 100. He raised a hand and pointed at He Pingxing's chest. Tell me, how can you catch up? How can you cultivate? Short words. A harsh tone. Efficient movements. Each sentence was a blade. He Pingxing felt his mind go blank. His lips trembled, his fingers curled into a fist, nails digging into his palm until it hurt. The words stayed trapped in his throat. Despair slid down his spine like a cold wind. His shoulders sagged, but the next moment his hand moved to his waist. A faint metallic sound. The bronze caught the lamplight and flashed. He pulled a small treasure basin from a cloth bag. Tiny, like a teacup, its rim etched with fine patterns. He flipped it, and a pale blue mist rolled out. The mist seemed drawn into the bowl, slowly swallowed by its walls as the rim gave a soft hum. With this, his voice steadied all at once. His eyes brightened. The treasure basin can generate spirit chi and store it. Even a thin spirit root can take in more. He then produced a small vial of pills from his robe. He popped the stopper and a sweet, rich medicinal scent escaped. It carried a warmth, like winter sunlight. Hao Yun rolled his eyes. I'm a 4 root, you're a 5 root. Neither of us is likely to reach the foundation stage. He paused, a trace of reluctance to be utterly dismissive on his face. But since you want to walk the path of cultivation, I happen to have a crude breathing and qi conduiting method. Take it and look it over, don't get your hopes up. He produced an old book from his robe. The cover was worn, corners frayed. When he set it on the table, the pages rubbed together with a faint rasp, like a long-ago whisper. Hao Yun pushed the book across to He Pingxing. The cover bore neat, plain characters, basic breathing and qi conduit method. He Pingxing's heart started racing, his palms were sweaty. He reached out, his fingertips brushed the cover, rough and warm. It felt like clutching at a life-saving straw. Hao Yun flipped the pages casually and pointed to a short passage. Effective in 7 days. He looked up, his gaze fixed on He Pingxing's face. 7 days. Hao Yun waved a hand, his voice even and unhurried. I'll give you 7 days. Don't copy it, just learn it, memorize it. He added, I'm letting you read the book, not actually practice it. Hao Yun smiled wryly. I recopied this from memory back then. The first 3 levels are probably okay, after that I can't vouch for it. Maybe 80% wrong. He Pingxing's face went cold. His jaw clenched, his fingers twisted on the book's spine until the knuckles whitened. Fine 3 levels, then. He tucked the book under his coat, his voice low as if the words were swallowed. I'll take a look first. He went back inside and shut the door. The racket outside was muffled by the wooden door into a distant hum. He set the book on the table, fingers skimming the cover. The pages made a dry, fine rustle. The front free page was blank except for one name, Hao Yun. He gave a small smile and began to turn the pages. The table of contents was short, general outline methods for drawing qi. The real techniques were after that. He didn't rush to the techniques. He read the general outline first. It laid the whole process out clearly. The first step was to refine a sense of qi. The book described qi lightly, like invisible currents in the air, like the tremor just before distant thunder. You had to feel it first before you could go any further. He Pingxing nodded and flipped to the page titled Methods for Drawing Qi. There weren't many words. Each sentence read like a command. He closed the book and sat cross-legged. The clock on the table ticked, the room narrowed down to the sound of his breathing. He shut his eyes, hands on his knees with palms up. Following the book's steps, he inhaled and exhaled slowly, using his mind to sense that indescribable something around him. Half a minute. A minute. The breeze at his nostrils was gone. All he could hear in his head was his heartbeat. He felt a slight pressure in his forehead, like muscles tightening or a flush of warmth surging up from his chest. But it wasn't energy, just blood moving. He opened his eyes, tapped his temple with his forefinger, and let out a quiet, mocking laugh. That's it. What a trick. The pages whispered as he flipped them. He reread the breathing formula and mouthed it 3 times. Then he spread the book on the table and pressed his hands to his forehead. The sun had slanted light in the room, stretched the shadows long. He Pingxing's mouth twitched. He closed the book and tucked it back against his chest. The motion was unhurried, but decided. Practice sensing qi first, he murmured to himself. Fine, I'll practice it. Can't hurt, anyway. When someone was new to it, consciousness could only retreat back into the body, it couldn't reach out. Trying to feel that foreign energy with thought alone was impossible. It came, but it could only seep in through the skin, through 480 million pores, little by little. Like fog slipping through a pinhole into a room. Like a whisper thin tide, slowly licking his ankles. He lay there all night. Felt nothing. At dawn, after breakfast, He Pingxing sat cross-legged again and began the most basic breathing exercises. Movements repeated. His breath was slow and deep. Eyes half closed, expression focused. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead. Someone suddenly called from outside the window, their voice teasing. Little He, are you trying to find the qi feeling? He Pingxing turned. Hao Yun was leaning against the window frame, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, he answered. Find it yet? Hao Yun asked again, his voice like a stick tossed, waiting to be caught. No. He Pingxing shook his head. His tone was calm, but there was a spark of stubbornness in his eyes. You going to chop wood? Hao Yun waved his hand, grinning widely. No. Take your time, feeling the qi is the important part. I'll do the wood. With that, he hoisted his axe and left. Sawdust flew in the light, his steps kicking dust into little clouds. So he continued. He gave all his time to the breathing. Each inhale and exhale felt like scooping water with his fingertips. 1 day, 2 days. On the third evening, the wind carried the cool of sunset. Suddenly his skin felt as if pricked by a needle. The hairs on his arms stood up. Beneath his chest, a fine river seemed to begin to stir. The sensation was faint, like a trickle across the back of a hand, like two distant gusts meeting and making a faint rubbing sound. Air currents of different temperatures collided, bringing a flash of heat and a bite of cold. Things invisible to the naked eye suddenly fell into rhythm. He could hear it, not a sound from his vocal cords, but a low-frequency vibration near the bones. He could feel it not in a way touch could explain, but a subtle current seeping into his pores. He laughed like a child. He stood up, still clutching the sheepskin paper with the breathing formulas scribbled on it. His steps were light, as if he might fly. Hao Yun's door stood half open. Inside, a table held a few chess pieces. Hao Yun sat there hearing the footsteps. He looked up. "What are you?" he laughed out loud, then squinted at He Pingsheng. "You found the chi feeling." He Pingsheng gripped the paper with both hands. His chest was pounding. His mouth curved high. There was a light in his eyes. "I just felt that surge of energy outside," he said, breathy, as if squeezing the good news out of his throat. "Does that count as finding it?" Hao Yun nodded, a simple gesture, like with a toddler who's just learned to walk. "I guess so." He Pingsheng sat down at the table, hands on his knees, waiting for praise. His eyes shone like freshly polished brass. His face plainly begged, "Praise me." They waited a dozen breaths or so, and Hao Yun still didn't react. Only the smell of tea and a faint bell remained in the air. He Pingsheng finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Senior brother, how quickly did you first feel that surge of energy?" Hao Yun set his teacup down and took a sip of water. The sound was sharp. A smile tugged at his lips. One day. He Pingsheng's pride was pinched as if by hand and collapsed instantly. His face fell. A sourness rose behind his eyes. Hao Yun shrugged. "What's wrong with that?" He Pingsheng ground his teeth, lowering his voice a notch. "I spent 3 days and 2 nights. You did it in 1 day? That's just..." He rubbed his brow. His fingertips went cold, as if he'd gripped some fragile hope and had it snatched away. He forced out a humble, almost sarcastic addition. "Senior brother, you're just naturally gifted. I can't compare." Hao Yun snorted, like blowing smoke from his mouth. "Uft. What's so special about being naturally gifted?" He put his cup down and said lazily. "Those so-called geniuses, many of them reached the first layer in 2 days." He Pingsheng froze. 2 days? The first layer? Hao Yun explained slowly, his voice calm as running water. "The first layer is actually very basic. The steps aren't complicated. First, draw external energy into the body. Let it run along the meridians for 1 circuit. Finally, store the energy in a spot in the abdomen. Do those 3 things, and you've broken the first layer." As he spoke, his finger drew a circle in the air, as if tracing that invisible flow. He Pingsheng almost saw it, the energy rolling in like a tide, warm and humming, running along the joints. Just like that. He couldn't help a helpless laugh. Hao Yun shrugged and took a slow sip of tea. The scent seemed to explode on his tongue. Simple for some people." He Pingsheng asked again, voice thinner. "So how long does it take the real geniuses to find that feeling?" Hao Yun's smile was a little cold. "I heard half an hour is enough." He Pingsheng went mute, swallowing. The world constricted. His breaths came short. Hao Yun looked at him, eyes cool. "Don't compare. They're on a different level." He lowered his voice, as if recounting an old story. "It took me half a month to force the energy to complete a circuit." He paused, gaze drifting a little, then added, "So it took me half a month to break the first layer." He lifted his chin, disdain in his tone. "Those geniuses? 2 or 3 days, and they're done." He left the sentence hanging like a dropped hammer. The unsaid words echoed in the quiet. Hao Yun sighed again, his voice worn and resigned. "Going from the first layer to the second depends on talent and resources. There are no shortcuts, no miracle cures. I never trained with that kind of instant push trick. It took me 3 years just to squeeze over the threshold of the first layer." He sipped his tea, smacking his lips as he went on. "After I hit the second layer, I waited another 9 years. The third layer has always been out of reach. From where I stand, for the rest of my life, I'll either be stuck on the second Or maybe risk everything once more for the third. Beyond that, there's almost no hope. He slammed the cup down on the table and stood up, his movement decisive. So, Pingsheng, he said, staring at He Pingsheng. I'm lending you the book just to look at to watch the spectacle. Don't take it seriously and try to cultivate with it. In the end, it's usually just a dream. He Pingsheng gritted his teeth, stubborn. You've already reached the second layer. Why won't you let me try? Can't I take a shot? Hao shrugged, a little impatient. It's not the same. I was born with purer roots and a bigger innate advantage. Your natural condition, your foundation, isn't as good as mine. Do you think you can compare? He Pingsheng froze for half a second. For spirit roots better than 5? The words were sarcastic, the implication was social. For a few seconds the air between them went cold. After a moment, Hao Yin reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small white porcelain bottle, handing it to He Pingsheng. The porcelain caught the lamplight and gave off a cold sheen. When the lid was lifted, the bottle was empty. Porcelain bottles are best for storing pills, Hao said, his voice low and solemn. Porcelain suppresses the scent. If someone can't smell it, they won't know you have anything. If your parents really left you something good, put it in this. Don't let others see. It won't do you any good if they know. He Pingsheng's voice came out strained. I don't have anything. I can't use it. Hao waved his hand and stopped asking. Only you know whether you have anything. Besides, I'm not greedy for this stuff. Take it. He shoved the bottle into He Pingsheng's hand and pushed him out the door. The door shut behind them, leaving a strip of cold light. Standing outside, He Pingsheng held the porcelain bottle. It was icy, like an invitation reaching from another world. He stared into its mouth, his mind raced. Is Brother Hao testing me? Did he give me an empty bottle on purpose to see if I'd hide pills in it, so he could steal them? No, I can't put anything in it. I absolutely can't. He clenched the bottle tighter. His palms sweated, his knuckles went white. He told himself to wait. Decide after dinner. Eat first, then decide. He reached out and lit the oil lamp. The wick hissed, a small ring of light split the room into 2 halves, one bright, one dark. The smell of oil, mixed with the must of old paper, climbed into his nose. He sat down again and opened the book. There was a knock at the door from outside, heavy, as if someone were testing whether the door would give with a fist. He stood. His hand went to the latch. He lifted the bar and unscrewed the deadbolt. When he opened the door, the hinges let out a sharp creak. On the threshold stood Hao Yun. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His voice came out grating, like something being scraped across metal. What are you doing in there? You shut the door so tight, I couldn't even get it open. There was reproach in the words. Hao Yun's gaze swept over him from head to toe, then suddenly stopped around his crotch. He reflexively clapped a hand over his groin, panicked as if he'd been caught in the act. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not what you think. I'm only 14, I don't know about those things. Hao Yun gave him a hard look and stopped bothering with that. He reached out and threw a book onto the table. It landed with a thud that made the lamp tremble and the flame flicker. Look at this. There was both command and excitement in his voice. He sat back down. They faced each other across the table. The cover of the book bore 4 large characters, 36 pill formulas. The letters looked as if they'd been carved with a knife, black and heavy. Hao Yun flipped the pages and jabbed a finger at the margin. These are the 36 formulas commonly used by Qi practitioners. Don't think it's some secret, consider it an entry-level manual. Every pill lists the ingredients, the ratios, and, most importantly, the heat control. He turned the pages, naming a few. Golden Bone pill strengthens the sinews and bones. Qi Gathering pill brings scattered Qi together, like blowing scattered wind into a bellows. Root Fortifying pill and Foundation Establishing pill used to stabilize the base. Marrow Washing pill, Spirit Gathering pill, all common prescriptions. His tone went serious. Even if you're just a janitor in the pill room, if you're going to work there, you need to know some of the trade. How to mix materials, how to clean during refining, we can learn those slowly. But you can't mess with the fire. If the furnace temperature slips, the medicine is ruined. In severe cases, it can hurt people. He lowered his voice, like giving a warning. Don't wait until you get beat up to regret it. Read this book through. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. He nodded and let his fingertip trace the page. The paper was dry and sounded like thin sand when he turned it. The lamplight danced across the pages, and the characters seemed to come alive in the glow. He reached the first formula. The page began with Qi Gathering Pill. Under the heading, dense lines of text detailed the recipe, the heat, and the techniques for catalyzing everything laid out precisely. A clean, practical start. It felt to him like just what he needed. The pages were packed with instructions for making the Qi Gathering Pill. How to pick the herbs. The order they went into the cauldron. How to manage the heat. How long to refine it. Taboos and precautions. 10 full pages. Every line mattered. A professional would get a headache reading it. Pingxing remembered only one thing: the heat. Too strong, and the medicine would scatter. Too weak, and the spirit Qi wouldn't rise. He was nothing but a servant, tasked with the furnace. The fire was his whole responsibility. Enough. Hao Yun stood, slapped the table. His voice was firm and short, like a struck cymbal. You keep it for now. No rush. Whenever you've memorized it, give it back. Pingxing nodded. There was a mechanical deference in his eyes. His hands were still warm with furnace ash. Hao Yun had just stepped outside when footsteps sounded in the courtyard, light and steady, like walking on fallen leaves. A disciple in a green robe entered the yard. Sharp brows, bright eyes, a polite smile. The hem of his robe was dusted with herb powder. Are you Hao Yun? The man asked directly, his voice clear. It's me. Hao Yun frowned for a moment, then forced a smile. The newcomer first cupped his hands, then spoke earnestly. I'm a disciple under Master Yuda, and also of the Linglong sect. What happened before was my junior sister's fault. My master said you were injured and he can't ignore that. He asks that you come with us to pay respects. Hao Yun shook his head. No need. I'm healed. The man's smile half faded, his tone hardened. Our master personally invites you. Whether you go is your decision. If you refuse, I'll report back and tell him you won't come. There was no threat in the words, but they sat on Hao Yun's chest like a stone. His face darkened. He glanced back into the room. Pingxing was leaning against the doorframe. His eyes still held the furnace's glow. The 10-page prescription lay spread on the table, the writing like rows of tightly packed needles. All right. Hao Yun swallowed and nodded. I'll leave this with you. Take care, don't let the fire go out. I'm going to see his master. The green-robed disciple nodded, smiling more easily. Don't worry. They left shoulder to shoulder. Their footsteps faded. The courtyard gate shut in the night with a soft wooden click. Pingxing stood in the doorway until their shadows were gone. Wind brushed under the eaves, carrying the cool of grass and trees. The sky had darkened, night seeped into the courtyard like ink. He walked to his room and felt for the old lock with his fingers. The iron was cold. He turned it. The rusty bolt clicked, small but clear. The door closed. He fastened the second latch. Each click seemed to remind him. The people outside had gone, the night was his. Only the low murmur of the furnace remained. The scent of herbs slowly sank. Pingxing sat in the dark, still holding the familiar pages. His eyes slowly closed. The outside world receded. He didn't open the old book of potion recipes. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began the most basic breathing exercises. Inhale slow. Exhale steady, like drawing the thin night mist into his body bit by bit. Outside, the spiritual energy flowed around the room. He could feel it cool, like vapor brushing the skin, and like a tangible pressure against his chest. To draw that breath inward and let it condense into something felt like hitting an invisible wall. He tried again and again. His wrists ached, sweat gathered on his brow. 2 hours passed. No heat swelled in his chest. No sensation of being wrapped by force. No progress at all. Don't rush. Hao Yun had laughed and told him once. Even with middling talent, it could take days to show results. The words echoed in his ears like or steadying a boat. Pingxing yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said, I'm exhausted, I'll sleep for a bit. There was one more thing to do before bed. He fetched the small axe and crouched down. The blade clicked as he pried up 2 flagstones from under the bed. His hand plunged into cold, compacted earth, peeling it back in layers. His fingertips hit something hard. He dug out several clumps wrapped in soil. Brushing the dirt away revealed smooth, round pills. The moment he cracked one open, the scent rushed out warm and sweet with an herbal bite and filled the room. It felt like a little fire in his nose. His heart sped up. He was careful. Earlier he'd worried the pale Celadon bottle Hao Yun had given him was a setup to spy. Now Hao Yun had been called away and the room was his alone. Pingxing slipped 2 pills into the bottle, Screwed on the stopper, his hand trembled a little. He'd hoped the porcelain would lock the aroma inside. Click the cap shut, but the fragrance still leaked through the seams. The bottle held back most of it, but about a fifth escaped. Disappointment flickered across his face. He buried the pills again, quick and efficient, back with soil, back with the slabs, as if sealing the secret tight. Finally, he felt around the foot of the bed for the blackened earthenware basin. He lifted the wooden lid, tucked the porcelain bottle inside, and closed it. The stories said those basins could absorb the surrounding qi and steady whatever was kept within. Even if it was only a tale, putting the bottle in couldn't hurt. If it couldn't actually strengthen the item, at worst it might let him turn one bottle into two later. Better safe than sorry. He Pingxing tidied things up, crawled into bed, and fell asleep in a haze. He woke before dawn. A chill came up from under the floorboards. He reached out and felt the rim of a black ceramic basin, then gave it a hard tug. As the basin was dragged free, it rasped against the wood with a low, sandy sound. He pried up the board, and his eyes lit. Inside the basin lay two bottles, still as sleeping stones. He Pingxing picked one up. The bottle felt cool in his hands, smooth and fine. Up close, the body of the bottle was as lustrous as creamy jade. Light seemed to flow over its surface like a well-polished gem. It was heavy enough to make his heart skip. He brought it to his nose and caught a faint scent of medicine. It was delicate, but it crept into his nostrils like some spring flower. He swallowed. If anyone else smelled that, it would be a big problem. He didn't rush to twist the stopper. He stepped outside first, feet quiet but urgent. He went to Senior Brother Hao's door and knocked. The door stood open. The room was empty. No one. The desk and chairs, not a garment disturbed, everything arranged just as it had been yesterday. It looked as if someone had stepped out briefly and never come back. Senior Brother Hao. His voice was low. He called twice. The sound bounced back from the room and turned into a string of hollow echoes. He called again. His voice thinned, swallowed by the rafters. No answer. A coldness crept up his spine. He crouched and pressed his ear to the crack under the door, listening to the wind rush through the corridor. Nothing else. His heart sped up and his palms began to sweat. He cast a quick glance around the pill room. The furnace, the herb baskets, a few test tubes not yet washed everything in its place. No signs of a struggle. No blood. Only silence. Back in his own room, he flipped the lamp on. He didn't have much. A black basin, the two jade bottles, two books simple as a sheet of blank paper. The bottles glinted coldly under the light. The books were stacked by the bed, covers worn from being handled again and again. He clenched his fist. One name popped into his head, Elder Yuda, a high-ranking man in the sect. If he had urgent business, it wouldn't be strange for Senior Brother Hao to be out all night, but a worse thought churned in his mind. What if something had happened to him? He tucked the bottle against his chest, his nostrils twitching at the stronger scent of medicine. He stood up, his steps heavy. Dawn was paling the sky. He knew time wouldn't wait. Because of Senior Brother Hao's affair, the woman called Linglong had been punished to publicly reflect in the teleportation square, standing 3 days and 3 nights. Just as the third day came, disciples from Master Yuda's gate came to fetch Senior Brother Hao. He Pingxing felt his heart drop. Something had gone wrong. He drew a deep breath. His fingers trembled. The bowl rattled gently in his palm. No, don't panic. If Senior Brother Hao was in trouble, he could not afford another mistake. It was like a switch was flipped. His breathing slowed, his gaze hardened. Then he set to work. First, he scraped aside the dirt by the bed. The soil was dry and rustled. His nails dragged over the surface, raising a musty, damp smell. He picked out the 24 pills one by one. He could feel their chill and a faint stickiness against the back of his hand. He split them into 2 portions. 12 pills went into each jade vial. The moment he stopped the stoppers, the scent of the medicine seemed smothered beneath his hands and vanished. The air fell silent. The jade bottles completely masked the medicinal odor. He exhaled. He didn't dare carry the pills in his hands. So he shoved the 2 jade vials and the 2 books into the hollow he dug under the bed. He smoothed the earth with his palm, then set the stone slab on top. It fell with a low click. He wiped the surface with his sleeve. No mud, no fingerprints. As if it had never been disturbed. He wasn't worried about the clay basin. It was old, crazed with cracks, and utterly ordinary. No one would give it a second glance. When everything was put away, He grabbed 2 iron bowls and a steamed bun and ran to the chores team to get the morning meal. The aroma warmed his palms. He forced himself to eat, mechanical, until the morning sun climbed the eaves and senior brother Hao Yun still hadn't appeared. At that moment, someone arrived in the small courtyard of the alchemy house. Tall and thin, in a pale blue Taoist robe, his hair completely white, he nevertheless kept a small black tuft of beard as if dyed. His complexion wasn't ruddy but a bit shadowed, as though an illness hid beneath it. He Pingxing bowed with respect, his voice edged with tremor. "Greetings, master." The middle-aged Taoist smoothed the 3 short strands of beard at his chest, dust whispered at his fingertips. He spoke lightly. "I am Yuda." He Pingxing froze, voice quavering. "Master Yuda?" Yuda nodded and swept his gaze across his face as if evaluating an ornament. "You're the one in the chores team who does the odd jobs, right?" He Pingxing hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I'm He Pingxing." Yuda's lips twitched, as if he meant to say something, then drew back. Sunlight filtered through a gap in the tattered curtain, dust drifting slowly in the beam. For a while the courtyard held only the clink of bowls and the sound of breathing. Yuda didn't even lift his eyelids, but his voice was edged like a knife. "Hao Yun says his wounds healed fast because you gave him a top-grade golden bone pill. Is that true?" He Pingxing's heart felt slammed by a hammer. His chest tightened and his breath snagged. Sweat slid down his back, his fingers clenched his sleeve without him realizing it. "Senior brother Hao sold me out?" His mind spun. Losing the treasure basin was one thing. If this came out, his life would be in danger. "Speak," Yuda suddenly barked. His voice rolled like thunder and detonated across the room. He Pingxing heard his own heart thud, thud. He knew his hesitation had already given him away. Fortunately, the basic breathing technique he'd been practicing these past days kicked in. It was the simplest traction method, letting him sense faint energy ripples in the air. His reactions were a half-beat faster than before. He swallowed and stammered. "Elder, I know the golden bone pill is for healing. As for top grade, I don't really understand that term." Yuda froze for a moment. Who would have thought a mere errand disciple could pick out the words top grade? He pressed on. "Your senior sister Luo you gave you 2 pills, didn't she?" He Pingxing averted his gaze and lowered his voice. "Yes. A woman who called herself an immortal gave me a small porcelain bottle with 2 pills inside." Yuda stared at him. "And the 2 pills?" Even quieter, He Pingxing said, "I took one. The other, along with the bottle, was taken by Zhang, the head of the errand squad." When he finished, it felt like he was hurling himself into an abyss. Yuda watched him for more than 10 breaths. Then he strode into the room. The wooden door creaked. The lamp burned low. Yuda's steps were steady. He swept his eyes and thrust his hand beneath the bed. A drawer was yanked halfway out. A basket overturned, paper scattered. With every search, the rustle of fabric and the soft creak of wood were painfully audible. Yet they found nothing. He stepped back out, his gaze like a blade fixed on He Pingxing. "He Pingxing." Yuda looked up at the sky. His voice was clean and brisk. "There's something I need you to do." He Pingxing followed behind, almost bowing with reverence. "Yes, elder." Yuda did not look at him. His gaze passed over the roof as if calculating. "Hao Yun is an apprentice in the pharmacy. Yesterday, I called him over in good faith to tend his wounds." He and Linglong argued. The words escalated. They came to blows. He Pingxing had not yet registered it. The words stuck in his throat. "Jay, just like that?" Yuda gave a cold little laugh, his words like knives. "She struck him and killed him." The room fell oddly silent. It felt as if something were standing on everyone's chest. He Pingxing's legs went weak first. His heartbeat slammed up into his throat. He shook all over. Fog seemed to drift across his eyes. "Don't grieve." Yuda's voice struck like stone. "Mortals have their fate. This was his calamity." He Pingxing wanted to object. He wanted to shout, "That's not fate. That's wrong." He wanted to question, to curse. He clenched his fists until his knuckles went white. In the end, he only asked softly, "Why couldn't they speak it out? Why had it to be like this?" Yuda shrugged, as if commenting on something tedious. Linglong committed a grave error. Last, the elders of the gate rendered their judgment. "The matter is settled, you need not ask more." To those of us who cultivate, mortals are no more than grains of sand. Pity? Regret? Next to the rules of the gate, they mean nothing. He reached into his robe and took out a cloth bundle, tossing it casually. The bundle hit the floor with a dull thud. First came a metallic, rank scent, like an oil drum opened. Then the outline of a person revealed itself as the cloth fell away. Hao Yun. He lay there, eyes half closed. His chest had been split by 7 deep wounds. The sword cuts ran like cracks after a storm, one after another. Each gaped with a cold gleam, as if steel had torn them open. Blood seeped from the collar, darkening the floor. The chest cavity had been breached. Fabric clung to the cuts and made a quiet, old cloth rasp. He Pingxing's mouth went dry. He couldn't look away. He wanted to touch the pulse that still flickered faintly, but his hand felt nailed in place. Was this accidental? He whispered, his voice so shaky it might break. Yuta waved him off coolly. I asked. Hao Yun has no kin, no friends. Who else is there to speak for him? He folded the cloth away with a calmness that bordered on cruelty. The room held only a few scattered breaths, and the fallen body on the floor, like an ember quietly going out. But he is your superior. After all, his body is for you to take. You'll be the one to find a place to bury him. Oh, right. Yuta paused, then added, Xiuzhu Peak is a sacred, forbidden place. You can't just bury him here. Go down to the outer gate and find some out-of-the-way spot. The words had barely finished when Yuta turned and left. His steps were as light as falling leaves. His voice trailed off and was gone. He Pingxiang collapsed to the ground. Time seemed frozen, his limbs numb. He felt like a wooden carving, like an old shard of pottery. He didn't move. His eyes were in emptiness. After a long while he stood. His arms ached, his joints feeling as if little stones were grinding inside. He went first to close the alchemy house courtyard gate. He slid the bolt, and when the iron chain scraped against metal, the sound rang through the yard low, like a heart beating. Then he went to Hao Yun's door. He closed it gently. A thin thread of cold air squeezed through the crack. He deadbolted the door. His palms still held the chill from when he'd touched the corpse not long before. Finally, he went into his own room. The door shut behind him, and only the candlelight shadows remained. He dimmed the lamp until the light was a whisper and the shadows fractured into pieces. It was time to let go. He bit his teeth. A hand seemed to press his chest, making each breath short. Sorrow surged up, but he shoved it aside. There was no time to grieve. If he didn't decide today, tomorrow it might be him. Senior brother Hao's fate was a mirror showing possible futures. Trampled under the powerful, made the butt of jokes, left to die. The famous people up on Xiuzhu Peak had eyes as cold as knives. They did not see lowly disciples as human. The daily humiliations would pile up until they became a disaster. Be a pill house drudge? A pill-making apprentice? To them, those posts were just pawns to be kicked around. Transfers did not need some sect elder's approval. The foreman of a menial crew could shove you wherever he pleased. He could go down the mountain, find work at the outer gate. It wouldn't be impossible. Food and shelter could be managed, barely. What was hard was getting his things off the mountain. Those pious practitioners closing themselves off to meditate by day. By night, they were like hunting dogs rummaged through your pockets, tore open your trunks. They frisked you on a whim and turned over rooms. In their eyes, there was always the calculation. Maybe we'll find something good. There were a few things he couldn't bear to lose. The little jade vial, its mouth still holding the faint scent of pills. Several pills he had made himself, their surfaces still holding a slight sheen. 2 battered notebooks. One contained 36 pill recipes, every line shadowed with the sect's secret techniques. The other was a primer on breath control and qigong. The page edges polished bright from being thumbed over and over like an old, well-touched photograph. If he tried to take those down the mountain, he'd be questioned for days. Given Xiuzhu Peak's rules and the way people thought, he pictured being searched from trunk to toe. The eyes of those who examined him would be like mirrors, revealing him naked. Bury them here? He slid his hand under the bedding and his fingertips met a small iron trowel. The wooden handle was rough. Mud still clung to the blade. He thought of burying the things on a deserted slope where no one came. He closed his eyes and the image came immediately. A small mound of earth at night, the sound of the soil being cut, the feel of cold mud in his palm, the soft rustle as dirt covered the items. What to do? Bury them here, or take them down the mountain? The question blew into his chest like a cold wind, making it almost impossible to breathe. The pill was in his hand. His knuckles went white. Swallow it, someone whispered. He Pingxing shook his head and scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. He brought the pill up to his nose and sniffed. Under the medicinal scent, there was a tang of gunpowder. The pressure of spiritual force felt like a hot current, as if it would pry his ribs apart. Swallow it. In a minute, the pill's power would tear him open, reduce him to bloody mush. Don't even think about it. All right, back to the main problem. How to get this stuff out with him. His hands got to work. He unbuttoned Hao Yun's jacket. Cold wind slipped through the ragged cloth. The smell of blood hit his nose. 7 blade wounds split Hao Yun's chest and belly. The flesh was torn, the edges blackened and ashy. 2 cuts were especially long, deep enough to see organs tremble beneath a thin membrane. The meat had darkened, as if someone had smeared it with dust. He Pingxing drew a breath. The wind bit at his face. His voice was low but hard as a hammer on stone. Senior brother Hao Yun. I'm sorry. He was quick. 2 jade vials he shoved into the deepest gash. Then 2 thin booklets, rolled small, stuffed into the seam. When the stoppers touched the slick of flesh, there was a faint sucking sound. Blood seeped out of the gap. Cold crawled up his arm like threads of ice. He took out coarse thread and a big needle. The needle pierced skin and muscle. He pulled the thread tight. The rough strand rasped against skin with a dry sound. Each stitch was short and forceful. The wound snapped shut like a bolt sliding home. Finally, he tied the jacket back over the seam, pressing it down. The cloth soaked up the blood. It was still warm. Hao Yun's body was heavy. He Pingxing slung him onto his back. His shoulders dipped under the weight. 14 years old, but broad-shouldered and solid. The strength from carrying water when he was a child was still there. Carrying a person felt steadier than lugging full buckets. Voices called from outside. Footsteps approached, murmurs closing in like a tide. Chief Zhang came with others, surrounding them. The air was full of shock and unease. Little he, what is this? Someone asked, voice trembling. Is that senior brother Hao Yun? Another, higher voice said. Senior brother Hao Yun. Someone shouted the name, voice breaking. Chief Zhang stepped forward, eyes scanning Hao Yun's body. His throat moved, his face softened from its usual hardness. Seeing a fellow disciple dead would put anyone off their edge. We all heard. To be honest, we're all upset, Chief Zhang said with forced composure. But there's nothing to be done. He glanced at He Pingxing. If you need any help, say the word. He Pingxing steadied his steps, the weight on his back pressing a raw point along his spine. He looked up, voice calm and decisive. Senior Uncle Yuda ordered it. I have to carry senior brother Hao Yun out past the gate and bury him outside the sect. I have to stand vigil for a while. I don't think I can do alchemy hall work anymore. Chief Zhang paused, then waved a hand as if to brush the matter aside. No problem. I'll find someone to cover. You go on and take care of it. He spoke lightly, but his eyes held regret. He Pingxing nodded. He didn't hurry, but he didn't dawdle either. With Hao Yun on his back, he walked toward the sect's outer gate. Wind lifted the hems of his clothes, carrying the smell of blood and earth away. The crowd lingered, whispering. Their voices were gradually swallowed by the footsteps outside the gate. He followed the mountain path down and came to the teleportation square. The sun was overhead, the light so harsh it made his eyes water. The square was as quiet as if it were dead. Only 2 people were there. One stood sentinel by the teleportation array. The other was Ling Long. She was kneeling again. Last time she'd been punished for 3 days. This time they added a few more. Her eyes were all anger. He Pingxing shouldered Hao Yun's body and stepped forward. The corpse was as heavy as a stone. Cloth rubbed against his shoulder with a soft, tearing sound. Sweat ran down his forehead and dropped onto the stiff hem of his clothes. Ling Long stared at him, her look like a blade. She spat, Go away. Stay away from me. You damn cursed thing. Damn you all of you. You made me suffer this punishment. He Pingxing stopped. He looked at her long and hard. He didn't answer. He turned to leave. The disciple guarding the array blocked him, his voice cold. The teleportation array is only for the sect's formal disciples. Outer disciples don't get in. He pointed toward the mountain path, not far off. Go down that way. Then he added, as usual, anyone leaving the mountain will be searched. He Pingxing's face tightened. His jaw clenched, but he cooperated. The disciple's hands probed his collar and cuffs, found the pack on his back rough, mechanical. Then the hand went to Hao Yun's body. Fingers pressed at the cold skin, pulled aside fabric, fingertips scraped over a rigid clavicle. The wind carried a thin, acrid whiff of decay. He found nothing. The disciple shrugged and let them pass. The way down was long. He Pingxing walked most of the day. The mountains grew pale, the air thinned, and lost the sect's nerve-shaking presence. The outer slopes were open and spare, the spiritual energy weak, but the view remained clear, rock and river catching the slant of the sun. He stopped where the mountain met the water. There was a patch of soft earth by the bank, not many stones. He set Haoyun down from his shoulders. The body was heavy and utterly cold. The clothes made a dry rubbing noise. He found a broken stick and began to dig. Wood scraped over stone with a harsh sound. Sweat soaked his backside. The rough handle of the stick rubbed his fingers raw until they bled. Every scoop of earth felt like a weight. The clods fell with a hollow sound. He laid the corpse in the shallow grave, smoothed the hem, covered the last strip of cloth. Then he used his foot to kick the dirt back, little by little. The packed soil clicked low and solid. A few leaves spun on the wind and landed on the fresh mound. No coffin, no sacrificial vessels, just earth and his heavy breathing. He patted his chest with his palm, as if calming someone. He said nothing. The sun slanted, and the shadows slowly grew longer. Before burying Haoyun, he Pingxing pulled 2 small medicine bottles and 2 rolls of paper from the body. He wrapped them in a scrap of cloth and buried them in the soil not far from the corpse. When his hand plunged into the wet earth, he could smell the mingled stench of blood and damp dirt. He then chopped off a flat slab of stone and chiseled a crude marker. Stone chips fell like scattered silver in the moonlight. When he finished, he slumped down on the ground, still clutching the pitch-black axe. His breathing was heavy, his chest rose and fell like the tide. "That basin that amplifies force really isn't a joke," he muttered. The axe had just split the rock. The face broke apart cleanly, like slicing tofu. He patted the handle and murmured, "Too brutal, too brutal." After resting a while, he buried the other 2 axes beside the grave, then got up and began to climb the mountain. He didn't get back to the alchemy room until midnight. He slept there that night. The wind was cold and moaned in the ravine all night. He slept fitfully for a few hours, waking several times from nightmares. In the dreams, there was only the sound of gasping and the coldness of hands. At first light, he staggered to his feet, carrying a broken black clay basin. Inside were only a few crumpled garments and 2 pairs of shoes. Nothing else. He nodded to Zhang Laoda standing nearby, said nothing, and left. He found himself oddly grateful to people like Zhang Laoda on Xiuzhu Peak. On the teleportation plaza, Linglong kneeling saw him and suddenly shouted, "Stop right there." He Pingxing paused. She called again, "He Pingxing, come here." He didn't dare refuse, so he carried the basin over. Linglong forced the words out. Her eyes were red. Then, abruptly, she spat at him. A spray of saliva hit his chest, wetting his shirt front. If he hadn't raised a hand to shield his face, it would have hit him in the face. "Get out of here," she cried, her voice harsh and ragged. He Pingxing didn't look back. Cradling the battered basin, he turned and walked away. He shook his head, smiling with anger. "That woman is hopeless. She killed someone and only got a few days probation. You're really worked up over that?" He sighed. His voice was low, like a stone on his chest. "Senior brother Hao, don't worry." He lifted his chin. There was a flash of steel in his eyes. "When I have the skill, I'll kill her. I'll avenge you." The words sounded like both a promise and a curse. This time he came down the mountain unburdened. He Pingxing walked with a light step. He'd always had plenty of stamina. In less than an hour, he was down from Xiuzhu Peak. Taishu Sect's mountain gate sat at the base of the range. Beyond the mountains, spirit veins were scarce. The spiritual energy in the air was thin as mist. Breathing felt cool, but offered no aid. The terrain opened out. At the foot of the mountains, a great river wound around the range. On the southern side, the river had carved a wide river valley plain. Across the bank, a small town had sprung up, houses packed together, smoke from cooking, human voices drifting in the air. This little town was where the outer gate of Taishu Sect was located. The outer gate was bustling, people coming and going, all kinds of folk. At first, it had been nothing more than a temporary shelter for low-level cultivators. Later, outer disciples settled here and raised families. The years passed, generation after generation. Most of their descendants couldn't sense the world's chi, just ordinary people. Over time, it became a human town. Whether mortals or newly initiated low-ranking disciples, The outer gate administered them all. Pingsheng was one of them. His parents had been low-ranking outer disciples. They died young. Whatever they left behind was grabbed by a few people in town. But the old house remained. The little courtyard remained. It was his only route. The courtyard wasn't big. An old tree stood by the gate. In the flower bed, a few flowers stubbornly bloomed, small, but neatly kept. He pulled out his key. The iron padlock had rusted. The key slid into the keyhole and turned with a heavy twist. The scrape of metal was rough and clean. The chain came free. The gate gave a wooden groan, like someone turning over after a long sleep. He stepped into the courtyard. Underfoot, the grass had grown for half a year. The blades brushed his boots with a soft rustle. The air smelled of earth and cut grass. He bent, swept aside a clump of grass, and revealed the familiar little stone path. The courtyard was old, but it felt as if it had been waiting for him. He crossed the courtyard. His palm pressed against the door of the east wing and pushed. The door squealed. The air inside smelled of old wood. This was where he had grown up. He spread out his few belongings and folded his clothes neatly. The small copper basin sat at the foot of the bed, its metal still faintly warm, as if it were breathing. After stowing everything, he shut the door and drew the bolt. His movements were precise and clean. He did not look back. The outer gate hall sat at the center of the town. It was the place that handled the daily affairs of outer gate disciples. He walked down the stone steps. His footsteps echoed through the long corridor. Voices, laughter, the soft scuff of cloth shoes on stone, all filled the morning. When he pushed open the hall doors, a bright light hit him. Dozens of luminous pearls hung from the dome. Their cold white glow lit the room like daylight. The hall was wide and busy. People moved in and out in a hurry. An older steward stood on the platform. Several disciples were registering, calling numbers, assigning posts. On the right-hand wall, an array pulsed like a rolling signboard. Lines of characters leapt out and vanished, like heartbeats. Pingsheng, he stood there, watching the screen like words. Caretaker for the Huiyun Peak Teleportation Array. 50 contribution points per month. Requirement: cultivation strong enough to stabilize 3 layers of internal qi. Guanyin Peak needs 6 disciples to tend its spirit fields. 200 contribution points per month. Requirement: internal qi at level 4, primary affinity with the wood spirit root, and competence in wood-type spells. 2 caretakers needed for the Tongtian Peak Scripture Pavilion. 100 contribution points per month. Requirement: internal qi above level 4. Light duties. Taishu Gate Trading Hall seeks 2 outer gate disciples. 200 contribution points per month. Requirement: internal qi above level 5. Female cultivators only. Short lines. Requirements clear. Pay spelled out. Pingsheng's eyes lingered on the numbers. He reached out, his fingertips hovered almost against the light array, but did not touch it. The hall smelled of sandalwood mixed with paper and ink. Amid the clamor, people whispered calculations. Others bent over to sign in. He knew these posts paid real returns. Contribution points were not an empty name. A few more lines scrolled across the wall explaining that contribution points could be exchanged for firewood, rice, oil, and salt, could also be traded for elixirs, cultivation manuals, and training resources. One simile was bluntly written: 10 contribution points could buy a cultivator's rice for a year. That sentence struck him like a stone dropped into water, sending ripples outward. A breeze blew in through the hall doors, pushing the pearl's afterglow across the floor. He drew his gaze back, stepped into the crowd, and went to find the registration sheet. Too bad. That thing wasn't for him. He wasn't an outer disciple, just a menial. His cuffs were dusty. His palms were rough. He had half a split log strapped to his back. Both the right and left walls were covered by the formation's light membrane. Thin light scrolled like running water, carrying written lines. The membrane trembled slightly and gave off a low hum. But the words weren't the same. The right wall listed gate trials, resource auctions, advanced courses. The left wall was the sort of thing made for people like him. Menial task: woodcutting. Complete monthly 4 contribution points. Water hauling. Complete monthly 8 contribution points. Farming. Complete yearly 120 contribution points. Light dots flickered. The characters pulsed like fluorescent bars. Every line was concrete. Every line tied to dirt and sweat. He stared at the writing on both sides, his eyes drifting in the light. After a small shake of his head, he dropped the log and walked to the front counter. The attendant behind the desk wore an outer gate robe. His shoulders were square, his face professionally indifferent. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice edged. He didn't argue. He pulled out a red card. The edges were worn to pale lines, and it still had a little warmth when he held it. He handed it over. "Can you check how many points are left?" The attendant took the card. It glowed faintly in his hand. Before reading the numbers, he looked at the holder's hands. Then his brow lifted, as if he'd found something amusing. "Name?" he asked. "He Ping Sheng," came the calm reply, like wind in the mountains. "Where did this card come from? You're so young, how does a card like this have so many points?" The attendant lowered his voice, his smile testing. He said, "Both my parents were outer disciples." At that, the man's attitude shifted. His smile snapped into place, part flattery, part calculation. He set the card on the counter reader. The reader chirped, beams of light traced through the air, and the numbers slowly appeared. 1,686 points, he said, tapping the air to count the digits, his voice like the rat-tat of tallying. He stiffened. His breath caught, as if tripped by a pebble. He looked down at the card, his fingertips felt the card's edge and its ridged texture. His mouth twitched, like he was holding back a laugh. 1,686 points. Enough for grain. Enough for medicine. Enough for a winter quilt. Enough to buy a few quiet, steady days inside the sect. He looked out once. Kids were chasing a chicken across the courtyard. Sunlight lay on the bluestone and heat shimmered. His shoulders loosened. A faint sound, like a stone rolling off his chest. He made no noise, but a smile had already begun at the corners of his eyes. An ordinary person could spend at most 20 points a year on food and drink. 1,600 points? That would be enough for me to live comfortably for decades. He used a few points in the main hall to buy some daily supplies. Back at the little courtyard, nobody watched him. He put each item away. The wooden chest was locked, the straw mat folded neat. The yard was so quiet only the wind could be heard. In the afternoon, he shouldered his things and climbed the hill. Not far Hao Yun's grave. He started with the ritual. A handful of incense, hands trembling slightly. Then he dug. The earth was pried up, clods fell with a dry rustle. He dug with his hands into the soil beside the grave and brought out what had been buried. The jade bottles clicked with a clear ring. The metal tools still carried traces of dried blood and a bitter, metallic tang. 2 axes, 2 porcelain flasks, 2 old books. He examined each item again and again. The cold wind hit his face, carrying the chill of the mountains. Being an outer disciple had its benefits. No one followed you wherever you went. There were few guards on the road. Still, he felt uneasy back home. He reburied the 2 jade bottles, pressing the earth with white-knuckled hands. He kept the 2 axes and the books on his person. Their weight against his spine felt like an answer. Even if he were searched, it wouldn't cost him his life. Both his parents were outer disciples. Carrying a basic breathing manual and a book of alchemical recipes was plausible. After that, he shut the door and didn't go out. He did only 2 things every day: eat and cultivate. He practiced breathing over and over. On the inhale, his chest felt squeezed tight. On the exhale, a metallic aftertaste lingered in his throat. Sweat ran down from his temples. The drops hit the ground with a faint, distinct sound. There was only one goal: to draw the energy outside his body into it, to make it run a full circuit through his meridians, complete a full cycle. Then he could enter the initial stage of cultivation. The spirit energy on this side of the mountain was thin. You couldn't see it, and the wind carried no shimmer. He knew that, but he also knew this wasn't the time to gulp down spirit. What he needed was a single strand of energy to run a complete circle inside him. A month passed. The days repeated like clockwork. He rose at dawn to sit and regulate his breath. At dusk, he lit a lamp and continued. At night, loneliness pressed on his chest like a stone. In that month, he never managed to get the energy to circulate once smoothly. Every time he came close, exhaustion and a burning rose from his chest and then faded away. His eyes were rimmed with blood. Around midnight, he sat by the window, staring blankly at the moonlight. Silver spilled over the tiles like a cold blade. He asked himself in a voice so low it sounded like wind through leaves, could my foundation in the 5 elements really be this weak? Senior brother Hao Yun said he could guide the energy in his meridians all the way around in half a month. Once he completed that circuit, he'd break through into the most basic energy tier. The naturally gifted could do it in 2 or 3 days. What about me? A whole month gone, and I'm still stalled in the same place. The room was so quiet it felt like its breath had been pinched off. Pingxing, he stood up and, with a sharp slap, tossed the book Basic Breathwork Techniques onto the table. The cover jolted, a few white-edged specks of dust drifted from the pages. Then he reached under the bed. His fingers found the cold, hard ceramic. The black clay jar was heavy. When he pulled it out, its base scraped the floor with a dry creak. He hadn't stopped experimenting for a month. Every night, he used the jar to condense things. 10 gene of rice went in, and the next day, it was 20. The rice smelled richer, the grains were fuller. The quality had improved, but it wasn't the kind of spiritual rice that could replenish a cultivator's energy. Rice with a spiritual nature that could be absorbed. He had slowly learned the jar's rules. It could make things more numerous. It could make things stronger, but it couldn't change their kind. Rice wouldn't become spiritual rice. Ordinary stones wouldn't turn into gems. No matter how sharp an axe was, when the jar enhanced it, it was only sharper. It wouldn't sprout veins or bear the fabled marks of power. Pingxing paced once around the room. He'd tried almost everything that could be strengthened: shovels, spoons, bowls. Even that pair of worn-out shoes had been shoved into the jar. Moonlight, like water, slowly spilled across the windowsill. His gaze settled on the book on the table. The spine still bore the impressions of his knuckles. A bold thought, like a spark dropped into a haystack, crackled up. Could a cultivation technique itself be strengthened? He couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. Like talking to himself, he whispered, "Try it." He lifted the book. The pages trembled between his fingers with a faint rustle. Then he flicked it, and the book sailed into the jar. The pages struck the ceramic wall with a crisp sound. The air smelled of paper and a thin edge of tension. He hadn't expected that basin to make the book any better. So after tossing it under the bed, he fell asleep quickly. His snores, 2 soft puffs, were neither loud nor faint, like cotton pressed to the ear. Morning. Pingxing rubbed his eyes, half asleep, and reached under the bed. Out of habit, he pulled the basin back. And then, there weren't just one. There were 2 books. His heart jumped, as if it might burst out of his throat. He snatched one up. The pages made a faint rubbing sound, like leather being stroked. HSS. His fingers felt the paper's toughness. Thick, smooth. The edges were neatly trimmed. Not like the shabby hand-copied book Hao Yun had once made: thin, rough paper. The handwriting only just legible. This one felt reinforced. His pupils narrowed. The cover had changed. It used to read, "Basic Breathing and Toning Method, an entry-level breathing practice." Now it showed 3 words: Changchun Xingqi Manual. Qi, the body's energy. Pingxing's breathing quickened. "It's changed," he almost whispered. He turned to the first page. The paper flipped with a clear sound. The opening page had once borne a name: Hao Yun. Now only a single large character sat alone in the center: Heaven. Heaven. He frowned, his voice thin as paper. Is this book written by Heaven? As he spoke, he turned the page. The handwriting ran line by line, as if carved into bone. It was the general outline, brisk, precise, no wasted words. The outline read, "This technique is suited to practitioners whose constitutions lean toward wood." In other words, it's meant for those naturally attuned to the wood element. The book treats qi as energy and explains how to guide that energy through the body. What followed were the specific formulas for each level. From the first level of qi training up through the 12th, each level mapped with steps. Every stage was described in detail. Compared with Hao Yun's old copy, there were many more particulars. Every motion, every sensation, every point of caution was spelled out. He flipped to the heading for the first level, guiding qi into the body. The method there was far from what he remembered. The movements were no longer just holding and releasing breath, they were staged guidance, pressure on contact points, breathing rhythm, and intent unified. The text used short, command-like sentences, skin-level sensory cues, and metaphors for the flow of qi, like a mountain stream following a valley, converging at the heart. Pingxing's hand froze in midair. He could imagine himself following the book, breath, or qi, climbing from the soles up along the leg bones, burning like a warm current, yet gentle like a tide pushing at his chest. His heartbeat began to fall into rhythm with that imagined breathing. He looked at the cover again, at the single character Heaven. There was an unnameable steadiness in the air, like the hush pressed down by a mountain peak, like the deepest gust of night. In each of the two books, besides the main method, there was a small auxiliary technique tucked at the end. One was wood aligned, the other was fire-based. He Pingxing didn't rush. He reached for the second book. The title was different, Li Hua Jinfa. He opened it. On the first page was a single word, heaven. The ink was heavy, like a heartbeat struck against his chest. Beneath it was the general outline, explaining the book's nature and use. Li Hua Jinfa belonged to the fire element. It was suitable for those whose spiritual root bore the fire nature. This was a complete cultivation manual, charting the steps from entry level through the 12th tier. At the back were two appended minor fire techniques. He Pingxing listened to his own heartbeat. He looked once more at the two books, the wood one, the fire one. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He would try fire first. He put away everything he didn't need, stuffed them under the bed, masking their scent and any trace. His movements were brisk, like performing a small ritual. Then he sat cross-legged, the Li Hua Jinfa on his lap. Read first, then practice. For now it was enough to understand the outline and the first tier. He read for a long time. The sun climbed toward noon. The bell tolls sounded like iron cables drawing the distance closer. At midday he ate a little, returned to the room, sat cross-legged again, and closed his eyes. He began to draw qi. His breathing slowed. The temperature in his mouth stayed steady. Behind his eyelids, the world receded into the background. The spirit energy between heaven and earth drew near, slow as morning mist, as an invisible current of water sliding over his skin. The sensation was clear, first cool, then carrying a hint of warmth, like the first lick of flame. The method in his hand stirred. The pages made a low sound, not the sound of words so much as of invisible strings being plucked. Fire-aligned spiritual force condensed on his skin into fine filaments of light, like silkworm silk, like leaping sparks. They clung to his skin like a visible net. A wave of heat washed through him. It wasn't the pain of being burned, but the ache coaxed out by gentle flames. Under the skin it felt as if needles were moving. Each pore seemed like a little door. He softly guided his breathing method. The filaments attached to his skin seeped in through the pores, first into the flesh, then into the blood, and deeper still toward the meridians. But before the meridians, there was another gate, the spiritual root. The spiritual root was like an innate key inside the body. External spiritual force had to pass through that key. Only when the key turned would the gate to the meridians open. The fire attribute energy surged toward his spiritual root. It trembled slightly, like a seed hearing the rain. Then, in a burst of firelight, one meridian after another lit up. He Pingxing had 5 spirit roots: fire, metal, wood, water, and earth, 5 veins running side by side in his body. When he drew a thread of fire spirit energy, the other 4 roots automatically shut. Only the fire root opened, like a single lone passage. The spirit energy was very weak. As it flowed in, it was choked by that narrow fire root. Like a clogged water pipe. If the bore is too thin, the water won't pass. Spirit power was no different. Every current of energy had to be squeezed, rubbed, consumed as it forced its way through. The movement was painfully slow and took a very long time. This was why cultivation with 5 spirit roots was difficult. Multiple channels restrained each other. A single root was different. A single spirit root was like a thick trunk, its diameter 10 times that of his fire root. Air flowed freely, the energy poured through like a torrent. After the spirit energy passed the root, it was compressed again, then drilled into the meridians. It circled once inside, was refined, and the refined power gathered in the dantian. Completing the whole cycle marked the first level of the qi refining stage. After an hour, He Pingxing heard a muffled boom from inside his body. It sounded like a deep layer of rock cracking. A wave of warmth and vibration followed through him. He had broken through into the first level of the qi refining stage. Sweat trickled down his temple. He stood stunned, disbelief shining in his eyes. He thought of the past month of hard training. Almost every day, he had drawn qi into his body with no progress. Now, in just 1 hour, he had broken through. Too fast, too unexpected. He suddenly understood part of the reason. The technique from the treasure basin was powerful, yes, But more important was the foundation he had built by constantly drawing in spirit energy over the past month. Without that accumulation, even the best technique couldn't have taken effect so quickly. A breakthrough brought a different kind of knowing, not an intellectual realization, but a visual one. He seemed to see inside himself, flesh like thin mist, meridians like black cords weaving under the skin. The dantian in his abdomen was like a warm amber, emitting a faint glow. Every flow of spirit energy was like a tide lapping at that amber. In his chest, his heartbeat became clear. With every throb, he could hear a faint hum. He Pingxing closed his eyes, his fingertips cold, his heart filled with shock, more than that, with expectation. In the center of his abdomen, a small crimson vortex swirled. It was only as thick as a finger. Flames churned inside it, giving off a faint heat. The vortex turned slowly, as slow as a pendulum. He Pingxing widened his eyes. "This is inner sight," he whispered. He remembered the legends. When internal energy reached its initial stage, a practitioner's consciousness could see the changes inside his own body. Being able to see was like opening a window. His heart lightened instantly. Before, drawing qi into the body had been a matter of feeling his way in the dark. Now he could see it. Watching his cultivation progress, wouldn't that let him advance faster? But he also knew the road was long. Cultivation wasn't accomplished in a day or two. It had to be taken step by step. He put away his excitement and opened the manual called Lihua. The second section described the method to move from the initial layer of internal energy to a deeper layer. He read page after page, so meticulous he didn't miss a single punctuation mark. He didn't have the method memorized until the sky darkened. After dinner, he sat cross-legged and began practicing the second section. The first layer was simple. Draw the qi into the abdomen and gather it at a point. The second layer was different. This one emphasized quantity. He had to continuously draw in the energy of heaven and earth, steadily filling his body like pouring water into an empty vat. After the first few breaths, his expression changed. Problems with his constitution surfaced. His root was very thin. The channels that received energy were like fine tubes. His skin could take in a great deal of fire energy. The energy burned, like fine sand being blown into flesh. It crawled along the skin and flesh, into the meridians, converging toward the root. At the root, it got stuck. The narrow tubes couldn't hold much at once. Energy crowded at the entrance to the root, but couldn't get through. The meridians began to work, but the more they operated, the more short they became. He could feel the heat rolling in his chest and abdomen, like compressed flames, yet it wasn't really being stored. He gritted his teeth. With each inhalation, the visible energy surged in like a tide. But at the body's critical point, it slammed against a dam. Energy flowed, but there was always a shortage. For now, his second layer cultivation was nothing more than a jar not yet full. There was only one problem. His spiritual root was too weak. He Pingxing closed his eyes and looked inward. The image snapped into focus. The world's spiritual energy was like a roiling great lake. His meridians were like a small water jar in a room. Between them, there was only one laughably thin tube. The water couldn't be pushed through it. No matter how much water the lake had, none of it could get into the little jar. Only a few stray drops trickled through, slow as beads on a needle's tip, each one audible as it fell. He thought of those fellow cultivators with high ranks. People with a single, pure root advanced fast. Now it made sense. No matter how powerful a technique was, it only processed incoming energy faster. If the energy couldn't get in, all that speed was useless. A great technique simply converted a finite trickle into force more quickly. It couldn't fix the supply problem. Was there any way to bypass that thin tube? Yes, pills could do it. External supplements, pill medicines, spirit ingredients once swallowed didn't have to filter in from the outside through pores, flesh, and the root. They were broken down in the stomach, like pouring a bucket of water right next to the small jar. The water then ran through the digestive channel and poured directly into the meridians. In his inner vision, the pill dissolved into a stream that skirted the narrow tube. The flow surged. The meridians under the skin filled instantly, warmth and light rising together as if a blaze had been lit. It sounded simple, but there was a deeper problem. Meridians and the dantian were not the same as ordinary blood vessels. They were channels grown from the spiritual root. No root, no channels. Those born utterly without a spiritual root, Even if they swallowed countless pills, had nothing to receive that energy. The pills would dissolve inside, bring a momentary burning sensation, then turn into useless smoke that dissipated into the flesh. Ping understood these elementary facts. He opened his eyes. His expression was calm. The wind outside the courtyard carried the distant noises of the market. The rustle of leaves was sharp and clear. There was a faint scent of cooking smoke on the air. So what next? He stepped out of the courtyard and looked left and right. His eyes swept the streets, searching as if for some route that might funnel the lake straight into the little jar. In the dark, he sealed every crack in the door and window. Not even a breath was allowed out. He first smashed a bottle of sesame oil. The glass shards glittered in the shadows. The scent spilled out at once, masking everything. From under the bed, he dug out 2 jade vials. His movements were cat-like and silent. His palms felt cold. He took from one a supreme chi gathering pill, small, its surface pulsing with a faint red light like a compressed flame. He crushed the pill. The powder fell into the air like ink drops. The fragrance hit harder. He used only 1/10. The rest of the powder he returned to a porcelain bottle and sealed. He buried the jade vial again, packing the soil tight. That 1/10 of a pill went into a large porcelain bowl. The bowl was filled with clear water. The moment the powder touched the water, it spread like ink, dissolving into a pale red wash. The scent cut off abruptly. He drank a long swallow. Cold at first in his throat, it flipped to searing heat. The heat swept through him like a tidal wave, rolling and pounding against his meridians. His chest felt as if a huge hand had hammered it several times. His ears buzzed. His veins felt ready to burst. They did not burst. The energy was pure and soft, slowly taken in and expelled by the technique he'd practiced. He began to run the Li Hua True method of fire-centered cultivation that uses heat and rhythm to slowly refine internal energy. Each circuit burned away excess heat. What remained was drawn into the tiny vortex in his dantian and made his own. Energy filled and was refined again and again, like tides coming and going. That single bowl of water sustained his practice for 3 full days. He sat with closed eyes, hearing the roar of heat inside him. He didn't leap forward immediately, but the crimson spiral in his dantian noticeably thickened, like a campfire fanned into a flame twice as high. 2 months later, after consuming about 2 more Supreme Chi pills, the vortex within him finally broke through. His Chi refinement stage advanced from the first layer into the second. The sound of it was low, like a bell tolling in the distance. He opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion at the corner of his mouth, but also a new, quiet resolve. About half a year later, Pingxing swallowed 7 more Juki pills, miraculous medicines that quickly condensed the Qi inside his body. His breathing steadied. He had finally stepped into the 3rd tier. It had taken 8 months to go from the 1st tier to the 3rd. 9 top-grade Juki pills turned into the strength he now possessed. Finally reached the 3rd tier. He breathed out, a smile in his voice. He pushed the door open. Outside was a sheet of silver. Snow fell thick, like feathers and like blades. It's snowing, and the new year is coming, he thought, then turned toward the graves of his parents and Hao Yun. He set down a pot of wine and lit 3 incense sticks. With the simplest movements, he offered them his New Year-esque greetings. The wind made the incense sway. Snow slipped into his collar. The wind lashed like a whip and the flakes stabbed like needles into the corners of his eyes. But Pingxing did not feel cold. A warm heat glowed inside him, like a little fire burning in his chest. Though thinly dressed, the ground beneath his feet felt steady as flat earth. He sprang up the slope, able to clear well over 10 meters. The mountain wind roared at his back and the snow shattered into fragments beneath his steps. If they sent him to fetch water on Xiuzhu Peak, 20 trips would be finished in no time. Strength showed itself in these everyday tasks. After the rites, he did not return directly to the small courtyard. Across the river stood the outer gate's main hall. In the snowy night, the hall's lanterns were still lit. People came and went, voices mixed with footsteps and low talk. Nobody paid him any special attention, but when he entered, his gaze was snagged by a screen to the left. On the screen, the characters glowed. Xiuzhu Peak Pill Room is recruiting a pill boy alchemy assistant. Cultivation level not required. Monthly pay, 200 contribution points. Everyone, don't worry, no one will bully Dan Tong. He Pingxing frowned. Xiuzhu Peak still hadn't found Dantong? The news made his chest tighten. Taishu's sect wasn't large, but word traveled fast. If something happened anywhere, the outer disciples would hear about it quickly. Hao Yun's brutal death hit like thunder, waking everyone up. Life was worth more than anything. 200 contribution points were meaningless in the face of that. He read the note attached to the message. Xiuzhu Peak had been searching for over half a year with no leads. No wonder they were frantic. He Pingxing snorted, turned away from the light screen array on his left, and walked to the counter in the center of the main hall. There were a dozen or so clerks handling chores for the outer disciples. This time he didn't go to the same one. As before, he chose a different counter. "Senior brother, I'd like to buy some spirit rice," He Pingxing said. He'd long lost interest in ordinary rice. Spirit rice had a noticeable effect on cultivation. It could lend real support. "Okay." The cultivator behind the counter took his card and checked. Spirit rice comes in superior, medium, and inferior grades. "Which do you want?" He didn't hesitate. Inferior will do. He had no need to buy the expensive kind. With the treasure basin, spirit rice of any grade could be converted into top quality. "Understood," the cultivator said. "Inferior spirit rice is 1 contribution point per gene. How much would you like?" "Give me 200 gene for now." 200 gene of spirit rice cost 200 contribution points. That was far more expensive than ordinary rice. 200 gene of regular rice would only be worth 2 or 3 contribution points. "All right." The cultivator handed He Pingxing a pickup token. "Take this to the warehouse to collect your spirit rice." He Pingxing smiled. "Thanks." He took the token politely, already forming plans in his mind. The disciple smiled and said, "Junior brother, your aura is like the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Go to Finshui Mountain to take a mission. Catch a spirit beast or gather spirit herbs, bring them back to the sect, and you can trade them for contribution points. The heavy snow has sealed the mountain. The spirit beasts have nowhere to hide. It's the perfect chance." He pointed at a formation talisman by the door. Its face shimmered in the snowlight. The rune lines twitched as if alive. He Pingxing answered, "All right, senior brother." Leaving the counter, he collected some spirit rice, bought a few daily supplies, and headed back to his small courtyard. A mission? He rolled his eyes inwardly. He had enough contribution points. Training mattered more. During this retreat, he would do only one thing: break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Not reaching the 4th, he would not leave seclusion. Earlier in the main hall, that cultivator had sized him up at a glance. The reason was the other man could push his spirit sense outward. It felt like extending a gaze into a blade, a single sweep, and it cut through. Couldn't he do that? Right now his spirit sense was still folded against his chest, like a wrapped roll of cloth, unable to stretch out. To push his spirit sense outward, he needed to climb one more layer. Once at the 4th level, consciousness could be stretched like a thread. You could scan the surroundings, detect other people's cultivation. More important, only by projecting your spirit sense outward can you learn and cast spells. Spells depend on an externalized awareness, like using your hand to touch the world. He thought it through. His eyes darkened, fixed on a point. The 4th level was more than a number. It was a door. To break that door, he would start now. Back at his courtyard, the door creaked in the wind. He shut it and slammed the bolt hard. From the bottom of a chest, he pulled out a few sealing talismans and pressed them along the door seams. The paper gave off a faint vapor, like breath frosting in the snow. He set his palm on them. Warmth spread through his fingertips. The outside noises were cut off. Inside the courtyard, there was only his breathing and the sound of snow falling. He then took out 2 jade bottles. They gave off a cold glow under the lamp, each sealed with a metal stopper. He set one on the ground and knelt. When his fingers touched the bottle, he felt a subtle undulation, as if something inside was breathing. The spirit liquid rolled in the faint light, making soft, clinking sounds. Night deepened. Beyond the yard was an endless white. Snow pressed on the eaves and ticked softly as it fell. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Each inhale drew deep, like water lifted from a well into his chest, then slowly released. He began circulating his cultivation method. His mind was simple, each phrase short, every breath steady. He let his qi sink, like extinguishing a flame to the heart of the embers, then slowly gathered it into his energy core, like pouring a warm stream into a cup. With each push, he paid close attention to the edge of his spirit sense. It was like a thin mist, being kneaded and dispersed circle by circle as the chi moved. Time stretched. The snow kept falling. The lamp inside the courtyard dimmed and brightened. He knew that this careful accumulation of details would, in the end, pry open that door. No distractions. Not leaving seclusion until the 4th level. One jade vial held 12 pills. The other only 3. 15 in all. He weighed them in his hand and did the math. He used 9 before to push from the 1st layer of energy up to the 3rd. 15 might be enough to push 1 level further. He drew a deep breath, picked one up, popped the whole thing into his mouth, and swallowed. No need to crush it or use water anymore. He absorbed it much faster now. The whole pill slid down like a lit ember. In an instant, a surge of pure energy rushed through him. Heat crawled along his meridians like tiny fire serpents under the skin. A low buzzing filled his ears, like iron scraping iron. His chest felt as if a hand had slapped it, and his vision flashed white. Ingesting pills was different from drawing in the world's energy. When you absorbed ambient energy, it had to be filtered inside you, the 5 elements each settling into their proper place. The energy inside a pill carried no labels. It was the purest force. Once it entered his meridians, riding the shbang flow of his channels, it naturally became whichever element his body needed most and fused into him. Time passed slowly. Over 6 months of training, he had swallowed 13 pills in total. Each felt like throwing a spark into his body. Pain, warmth, and clarity braided together. His acupoints lit up inch by inch. His blood channels were being relayed like new waterways. At last, the moment came. It felt like a small explosion inside. His joints gave faint clicks, and the pressure in his chest evaporated. A bright surge of intent shot up from his core, through his chest, bursting past his brow, and cleaving the darkness like a beam of light. His awareness flared outward like a radar. Everything within 30 meters felt placed under a microscope. The shadows of the trees outside, pedestrians on the street, even the soft breathing of a cat beyond the window entered his perception. He opened his eyes and they shone. A smirk tugged at his mouth and he laughed aloud. Good, finally time to practice spells. Spells were techniques: offensive, defensive, supportive. He reached for the Leaf Fire True method and flipped to the last few pages. The paper was slightly yellowed, the edges curled from being thumbed. The final 2 pages outlined the practice essentials for 2 techniques. First, Fire Crow technique. With a chant, it transformed into a flock of fiery crows that swept the sky, pecking at an enemy's vital energy, bringing burns and chaos. Their cries were sharp, like iron hooks tearing the night. Second, Fire Shield technique. It condensed into a burning shield, heavy and steady. Flames rolled across it like a small mountain. It could stop blades and even rebound impacts. His fingertip rested on the page edge as his gaze wandered between the 2. Fire Crow's fast, fierce. Fire Shield solid, reliable. He rubbed his temple. His smile held both excitement and hesitation. He lifted his hand as if flipping an invisible coin. Which one to practice first? He first spread the paper out and looked it over. Title: Fire Crow technique. The name was simple. The content was blunt. Draw the fire energy from inside the body outwards. Condense it into little fire birds. Control them with the mind and send them out to attack. Not a high-level art, but vicious. At the minor success stage, you could only send out 1 fire crow. You guided it with your intent. Its effective range was about 30 meters. Beyond that, your mind couldn't reach. If you reached great success, you could release 9 at a time. At perfection, you could spit out 108 in a single breath. A flock of crows scattered in all directions, their fiery feathers cutting through the air like blades. The feathers became threads of flame that could slice defenses and tear a strong enemy to pieces. Even someone far above him in cultivation would be shredded and left in a sorry state. He read on to another technique: Fire Shield, a defensive art. With a movement of thought, a fire attribute shield would form over the chest. That shield could take a blow from someone of equal strength. It formed instantly, like a burning copper plate. Both were useful. Which to learn first? He didn't hesitate. The Fire Crow technique. Without offense, the best defense was useless. He memorized the incantation, put the paper away, went back to his room, and began to practice. At first, he didn't need to worry about burning the house, because he couldn't condense flame yet. The fire energy in his body only churned in his meridians, like a flame bound up. Occasionally, a hot current would surge from his chest, like embers turning in a furnace. He could feel a faint warmth in his chest and the palms of his hands. His heart raced. His throat went dry. There was a low humming in his veins. Techniques were a little easier than true cultivation. It all came down to method and repetition. The first step was when you could draw the fire energy out of your body and form it into shape. It didn't depend on talent so much as work the movements and the breathing practiced again and again. So he practiced over and over. Breathe, channel, focus, condense. Fail, start again. Calluses formed on the backs of his hands. His lips cracked. He couldn't sleep deeply at night. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had gone by. Every day sounded the same. The rise and fall of his breath, the ache in his arm muscles, and that little warm current beating in his chest like a bird fluttering its wings. He Pingxing was practicing that fire technique as usual. He slowly gathered spirit power in his palm. In the silence, a wisp of flame suddenly sprang up. The flame twisted and became a small crow, hardly bigger than his hand. Its feathers looked like molten metal, hissing softly. The beat of its wings stirred waves of heat that licked the back of his hand. The air carried a faint, toasty, burnt sweet scent. The crow flapped in his palm, as if ready to break free and fly. He Pingxing smiled. A lightness eased his chest. He withdrew his spirit power. The warmth in his palm vanished at once. The fire crow seemed to lose its root and, with a soft puff, turned into a few embers and dissipated. "This room's too cramped. Can't move properly," he muttered. "I'll try somewhere more secluded." He stood and brushed his sleeve. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze dropped beneath the bed. The copper basin was still there, an old basin with faint patterns etched around the rim, its surface dust covered from long disuse. It wasn't an ordinary vessel. Rumor had it these copper basins could absorb valuables, like tiny treasure stashes. This room wasn't like the secluded cultivation caves on the mountain peaks anyone could barge in at any time. He Pingxing's fingers went slightly cold. Memories cut into his mind like knives. The sound of the door being forced open that day, his mother's cries, his father's heart-rending roar as things were torn from him. The room had reeked of blood. Those images still churned before his eyes. He couldn't bring himself to leave the basin. Even if most thieves wouldn't know its value, what if one did? This was a treasure. He wouldn't gamble his life on luck. Carrying it would be a hassle. Burying it would work, too. "If only I had a storage pouch," he murmured. A storage pouch was a magical item that hid things in a tiny space. Only the old elders and those of very high cultivation in the sect were given them. Ordinary disciples almost never had one. He sighed. Then his palm tightened as a vague thought rose in his mind. When he was young, he'd seen his father cut a finger and drip blood onto a magical device. The device went quiet under the blood for a moment. Then, as if accepting a master, it changed. Could dripping blood on this basin make it accept a owner? He stared at the copper bowl. Sweat gathered on his fingertips. The room was so still he could hear his own heartbeat. He reached out, clenched his fist until a thin line of blood appeared beneath his nail. Without thinking too much, he murmured, "Let's try." Then he lifted his finger to the basin's rim. A chill ran from the metal. He felt the cold through his fingertip. The bead of blood trembled, glinting dark red. If that doesn't work, bury it. He Pingxing thought that, and drew a small knife from the table. He sliced the blade across his left fingertip. A tiny cut opened, and blood welled up at once. The metallic tang flashed in the air. Without hesitation, he let a drop fall into the black basin. The instant the drop touched the rim, golden light erupted. The light, like invisible veins, sucked the blood in. It flowed along those luminous strands into the basin. After a few breaths, the blood was gone, as if swallowed by a black hole. Again, he cut himself a little more. The second ribbon of gold shone brighter. The third, the fourth. The basin began to tremble, and the light shifted. Suddenly, the whole basin seemed to split open, turning into a thin, elongated pillar of purple gold light that shot violently into the space between his chest and belly. He froze. His chest felt as if something had struck it. Heat surged in his dantian. Instinctively, he looked inward, sending his will into that whirlpool like energy center. He saw beneath a crimson vortex a small black basin lying quietly. It was there, tucked as if into an invisible pocket. Come. He tried to call it with his mind. The black basin instantly turned to gold light and whooshed back into his palm, landing there like a real object. Willing it again, the basin returned into his body, as if placed into some hidden chamber. A relieved sigh slipped from his lips. Good. No one could steal it now. He laughed twice and flopped back onto the bed with a thud, the warmth still lingering in his chest. His laughter faded and his mind began turning again. There were 2 jade bottles in the room. Each held a top-grade qi concentrating pill, small pills that could strengthen the flow of qi in the body. He pursed his lips. Could he put these 2 pills into the black basin and then withdraw the basin into his body? If it worked, he could carry the pills on him with no one ever noticing. After a moment's silence, he sat up, grabbed one of the jade bottles. His palm was slightly sweaty. He brought the bottle's mouth close to the black basin, extended a fingertip, and murmured, "Try it. Come." He Pingxing focused his spirit. In his palm, the treasure basin appeared out of thin air. The metal rim gave off a low tremor in the lamplight. He reached out and tossed 2 jade vials into it. They struck each other with a crisp clink-clink. "Collect," he barked softly. He retracted his thought. The treasure basin, like a drawn cloth sack, shrank instantly back into the small hollow in his abdomen, the dantian. With a whoosh, the air seemed a little emptied. He probed his body with his divine sense. Sure enough, the treasure basin in his dantian held 2 jade vials. He Pingxing smiled, a little boyish. They could still fit. That made things easier. He summoned the basin out of his dantian again. This time he dropped in 2 old books. The rubbing of pages whispered like murmurs. The books settled cleanly into the basin. There was still a cloth sack on the table. It was heavy, taut, and swollen. When he opened it, it was full of spirit rice, around 100 jin, over 100 pounds, so heavy the table legs sagged slightly. He Pingxing frowned. He'd tried this before. The treasure basin would hold at most 10 jin of spirit rice and would refuse anything beyond that. This sack obviously wouldn't fit. He sighed, in an ordinary voice. A bit small. If only it were bigger. At his words, the rim of the basin gave a faint, staccato sound. The basin swelled like an inflated skin sack. First it grew to the size of a large bowl, then it ballooned into a wash basin. The walls stretched and creaked, like an old trunk being forced open. The spirit rice poured in with a soft cascade, the grains whispering as they fell. The basin took it. The weight made the rim bow slightly. He Pingxing's eyes brightened. "Grow a little more," he urged under his breath. The basin continued to expand until it reached a limit. Finally it stopped, steady about 3 feet square, and held that size like a backbone. He put everything inside: the jade vials, the 2 books, the sack of spirit rice. With another command, the treasure basin contracted and slipped back into his dantian, swallowing the treasure. The pinprick of light in his abdomen vanished into the darkness as the basin re-entered. The room fell quiet, filled only with the lingering scent of rice. He Pingxing touched his waist and produced 2 small pills. 2 qi concentrating pills, smooth as pearls, their fine veins flashing in the lamplight. Swallowing them would stir his internal energy, a short, fierce spike, but they weren't enough to push him to the next level, not enough to force a fundamental leap in his qi. He knew the next step. It couldn't be solved with a couple of pills. He had to slowly draw qi into his body, day after day, patiently weaving his qi and blood denser and firmer. Tom would be his teacher. The light in the room flowed softly, carrying a faint sense of expectation. He knew it clearly. His body was like an old engine. His 5-element strength was thin to begin with, relying on deep breathing and breath work to refine it. He'd never catch up to those with natural talent in his lifetime. He needed outside help, elixirs, spirit stones, something that could speed things up. Not now. First he'd try the new spell. The city was out of the question. Too many people, too many eyes. Especially the Taishu sect. If anything went wrong, he didn't dare imagine the consequences. He slung on his shabby pack and headed into the mountains, deliberately walking the opposite way from Taishu. 2 days of mountain road, his pace steady and slow. Every time the path dropped into a valley, he stopped and scanned the surroundings. Caution wasn't born in him. The day his parents were killed, With ashes still in the nostrils of memory, he learned to be careful. Now every step felt like walking on thin ice. On the third day, when the woods closed over him like a black roof, he finally halted. A primeval forest. Ancient trees towering. Moss softened the ground underfoot. Looking up, you could barely see the sky. Only a mountain spring whispered on his left, the sound like a lifeline string reminding him the world still had warmth. He crouched, fingers touching the damp moss. He closed his eyes and inhaled. Inside, the fire force began to surge. It wasn't large, but it was restless, sharp, and hot, pushing outward from his chest. He funneled the energy into his right palm. Heat flared there, like holding a coal fresh from the embers, burning the skin. The coal flickered. In the ember, a shape gathered. A crow. Flame-traced wings, beak, feathers. Each beat sent sparks flying. The crow came alive. Its plumage issued a low, metallic rasp, like iron being scraped. Go. His voice was low. His eyes had the coolness of someone running an experiment. With a thought, the crow shot from his palm, carrying heat, smoke, and the sharp scent of scorch. It hurtled forward and slammed into a tree trunk about the thickness of an arm. Bark split in an instant. Wood chips and sparks scattered like snow. A small explosion rolled out like distant thunder, and a wave of heat shoved him back a step. His nostrils filled with the smell of charred wood and sulfur. The air tasted of burned leaves. Birdsong in the trees was smothered, replaced by the crackle of fire. He raised a hand to shield his face. Sweat at the corner of his eye dried under the blast. Embers hopped through the undergrowth. The scent of combustion was strong enough to sting his throat. He lowered his hand and stared at the cracked trunk a long time, filing the moment away in his mind. The form of the fire technique, the range of its strike, the force of the heat wave. This experiment had paid off. The heat struck like an invisible wall and shoved him back. He Pingxing stumbled 3 steps, gravel skittering underfoot and carrying a faint scorched smell. He looked up. About 30 feet away, a black hole had appeared in the trunk of the ancient tree. Flames licked at the wood from the gap. The fire was brief and wild, crackling and popping. In less than 3 breaths, the tree snapped in two in midair. With a crack, branches and the broken trunk came smashing down. Dust and wood chips flew up. The flames only grew fiercer, as if someone was feeding coals inside. No, don't let this start a wildfire. He slapped his forehead, a cold dread settling in his chest. He grabbed the copper basin he carried and darted to the nearby stream to scoop water. The sound of water was hurried. He hauled several basins and hurled them at the hollow. Something strange happened. 5 basins, 6, 7, still the flames didn't die. Instead, they spat out even more tongues of fire, and the heat intensified. The water hissed on the tongues of flame, as if being swallowed by the blaze. This can't be put out with water, he muttered, frowning. His palms had started to warm. Smoke stung his nostrils, and his eyes smarted. Worried, he piled stones and mud and smothered at it frantically. His arms ached, sweat ran down his spine. In the end, the fire simply burned the whole tree down, the timber consumed until there was nothing left to feed it, and only then did the flames die on their own. Steam rose from the ground, and the air still smelled of char. He Pingxing sat down, gasping. He stared at his slightly reddened palms and whispered, "This isn't ordinary kindling. It's like a fire condensed from energy with its own veins, a sense of direction and force." He stood again and fixed his gaze on the split trunk. The force that had severed that towering tree in two, just thinking about it was terrifying. If that had hit a person, what would happen? Could it injure an opponent at his same level? Not daring to use another tree for a test, he found an exposed rock face. The slope had no dry grass, no other trees to risk. He gathered heat into his palm and molded the flame into the shape of a black crow. The fire beat its wings like a solid thing in his hand. The edges of its feathers flashed orange. "Watch this." He let out a low shout and flung his hand. The fire crow slammed into the cliff like a burning meteor. Boom. The rock exploded. Gray stone rained down. A black hole had been punched clean through. The echo rolled through the valley and made his teeth tingle. Not bad. Light came into his eyes. He formed 2 more fire crows and struck again and again. Each impact was a heavy boom. New fissures spidered across the cliff, stone flying, dust billowing. Boom, boom, boom. Each blast felt like a question. What? Exactly. Was this fire? The 12th fire crow dissolved into the night, and the wave of heat retreated with it. He felt a weight in his chest, and his arms went limp, as if the strength had been drained out of them. The fire element chi in his body was completely exhausted. In other words, in a single burst, he could at most release 12 fire crows. After that, there was nothing left. If he couldn't finish someone within those 12 shots, his only option was to run. During that trial run, he hadn't met any strong opponents. With no point of comparison and no real combat experience, he habitually underestimated himself. He felt he was far inferior to those prodigies, a notion as deeply rooted as an old habit. But in truth, his fire crows weren't ordinary. Each one sliced the air like a blade, its feathers glowing with searing heat. Any fellow practitioner who saw them would almost certainly be taken aback. When the spell test ended, he retraced his steps back to the outer town. The round trip had taken 5 whole days. A stream of people at the city gate had made the main hall lively. He didn't go straight home. Instead, he walked into the outer gate's main hall. Voices, the rustle of fabric, and the echoes off the wooden pillars pressed on him in overlapping waves. His senses expanded naturally, like fingers probing the surroundings. Within roughly 30 meters, he could make out the general contours of everyone's cultivation. Many at chi refining levels 1, 2, and 3, a few at level 4. He couldn't see beyond the 4th level. Of the 100-odd people in the hall, only 3 blocked his perception. It made him a little smug. His chest swelled slightly, as if he'd taken a sip of warm wine. Senior brother, a disciple who handled chores in the hall, stood up. His robe rustled. His eyes showed respect, but his voice was natural, not fake. Senior brother, what do you need? The disciple stepped forward a few paces, cupped his hands in salute, and asked warmly. He Pingxing gave a light sweep with his spirit sense. The person opposite was only 3rd level, the aura immature, like a candle just lit. He smiled, a note of curiosity and ease in his voice. Junior brother, I heard our outer sect has a Changi pavilion. It's a shop for outer disciples. I want to take a look. How do you get in? The pavilion wasn't open to just anyone. It was a cut above the storeroom in the outer hall, selling items for cultivation. The rule was clear. You had to reach the 4th level of chi to qualify. In other words, you needed to be at least in the mid-stage to go upstairs. The other disciple nodded respectfully, his voice low and quick. Senior brother, you've reached the 4th level already, right? He Pingxing nodded, short and certain. I have. The man relaxed and pointed to a corner. The Changi pavilion is on the 2nd floor. There's a staircase over there, just go up. But before you go in, they'll test your aura. Now that you're 4th level, someone will escort you up. All right. He Pingxing's smile brightened. His steps were light as he walked toward the stairs. The wooden steps sighed softly underfoot. The stairway was tucked into a corner of the hall, half in shadow. The disciple followed behind, respectfully calling out a name as he went. When he Pingxing reached the 2nd floor, he had barely stepped out of the stairwell before a door opened. Inside sat an old man in a gray robe. Thin in frame, his eyes were like a cold flash of steel. His gaze swept over he Pingxing like a blade grazing skin, and the air seemed to tighten as if pressed by a hand. 4th level, huh? The old man's voice was flat, but appraising. First time here. He Pingxing stepped forward a few paces, cupped his hands and bowed, his tone warm and deferential. Yes, Junior is here for the first time. The old man waved a hand, a hint of curiosity and informality in his features. Don't be so formal. You're 4th level and I'm 9th. There's a gap, but it's all levels of chi. Just call me senior brother. A touch embarrassed, he Pingxing hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, senior brother. He Pingxing quickly corrected himself, his voice dropping a few degrees. The gray-robed elder nodded. Go in. That sounded like a lock clicking open. He let out a breath of relief, bowed politely to the elder again, then turned and headed for the 2nd floor hall. The 2nd floor was the same size as the 1st, but there were far fewer people. The noisy market clamor was gone. Only about 10 disciples moved between the shelves. Their shuffling feet and the rustle of fabric were like muted strings. Junior disciple. One of them came over, his tone friendly and smiling. His aura was still thin, like a flame not yet steady in the early stages of cultivation. His smile carried confidence. Looking to pick up supplies? I can show you around, he offered. He Pingxing shook his head, polite. No thanks. It's my first time up here, I'll just take a look. The man nodded. Fine, just browse. Each item has its price listed. He sounded like a regular clerk. Pingxing thanked him and started to wander the second floor alone. He lightened his steps and inspected each compartment closely. The cabinets were dark wood, polished smooth. The air smelled of herbs. Near the elixir section, the scent thickened, like steam rising from hot water. He had a clear goal. He wanted to buy low-grade pills that could improve cultivation efficiency at a rock-bottom price, ideally cast-off pills, so cheap almost nobody wanted them. He planned to raise their quality with his treasure basin and then take them. He knew this was almost a daydream in the Changi Pavilion. They wouldn't sell anything shoddily made. So he hoped at least to find cheap, useful low-grade qi consolidating pills. He followed the cabinets and soon reached the pill area. A huge case filled an entire wall, covered with small pellets neatly arranged. Small wooden tags were nailed on. The characters neat and brief. Qi consolidating pill, golden bone pill, foundation pill, marrow cleansing pill, fasting pill clear at a glance. Fasting pills were the most numerous, piled like little hills, their colors ranging from pale yellow to deep brown. He leaned in to read the tag. One batch of fasting pills, price 800 contribution points. In small print, one batch contains 12 pills. Pingxing picked one up and rolled it between his fingertips. The pill's surface had a faint sheen, as if lightly oiled. Bringing it to his nose, the herbal scent had a bitter edge, like smoke from burning leaves. He remembered what fasting pills were for. They didn't make your cultivation surge, nor did they instantly add power like spirit herbs. But they let a person stop eating. Your body could go without food for a short time. So when you practiced, you didn't have to worry about cooking porridge or buying vegetables. For someone in the early stages of training, that convenience was equivalent to stealing a stretch of uninterrupted time. He exhaled softly. The price was what he'd expected. He turned his gaze to the other shelves, fingers brushing over the tags. Every step felt like weighing money, time, and whether this small gamble could be turned into real progress. There were signs stuck to the counter. One fasting pill equals 1 month without hunger or thirst. One batch of fasting pills can support a cultivator for a year. Pingxing's eyes twitched. He glanced at the price tag. His face fell. Too expensive. He only had a little over 1,000 contribution points. He couldn't afford it. A row of pills beside them gleamed more brightly. The label read low-grade qi concentrating pill. This wasn't for fasting, it was used to raise cultivation. The tag said they were sold by the pill. One pill cost 2 low-grade spirit stones. His hands were empty. He didn't even have one low-grade spirit stone. His fingers fumbled in his pockets, searching an emptiness like a memory that had long since been stolen. He knew what spirit stones were, who didn't? Coin-sized stones with 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They held energy like tiny batteries. They could power aircraft, supply formations, or boost cultivation. In the cultivation world, they were practically currency. But those words in his head weren't as clear as the picture he kept returning to. The little wooden box his parents had left him, once filled with dozens of spirit stones. That night someone broke in, lights flickering, hands plunging into the box. By morning it was empty. He drew a deep breath and walked to the counter. The attendant in a blue robe smiled with professional ease. Behind the glass case, the pills were arranged neatly. The air smelled of herbs and incense. Cold light picked out the sheen on each pill. "Sir," Pingxing said, his voice urgent and questioning. "Can contribution points be exchanged for spirit stones?" The man in blue smiled again. There was no malice in it, and no pity. "They can't be exchanged at will," he said casually. He pointed to the signs and swept his hand as if drawing an invisible line. "Some things can be bought with contribution point sundries, low-level supplies. But other things have to be paid for with spirit stones. Valuable items can't be covered by contribution points alone." Pingxing nodded. He nodded slowly. His eyes dimmed. The pills in the glass gave off a warm glow under the lights. He hesitated, then asked, "Is there anything cheaper? Something I could buy first with contribution points, just to try?" The attendant's smile didn't change. "Some lower-tier pills can be traded for contribution points," he said, sounding part reminder, part consolation, "but nothing that will significantly raise your cultivation." His fingers turned in his palm. He couldn't see spirit stones. All he heard was the low hum of the market and the tiny glint on the glass. He braced his jaw and folded away the hope in his eyes. "I understand," he said, only those 3 words, thinner than before. Then he stepped back, his feet heavy and slack. He wasn't stupid. His eyes had already swept the shelves. The labels read, Qi Condensing Pill, Low Grade. 2 Spirit Stones per pill. Golden Bone Pill, Low Grade. 1 Spirit Stone per pill. Marrow Cleansing Pill, Low Grade. 5 Spirit Stones per pill. The air smelled faintly of dried herbs. The counterboards creaked softly. His gaze moved to the herb section next to it. 7-Leaf Spirit Herb 10 price, 1 Spirit Stone. Spirit Apricot 10 price, 2 Spirit Stones. Immortal Shoot 10 price, 1 Spirit Stone. Crimson Fruit 10 price, 3 Spirit Stones. He squinted. Those 4 herbs were exactly the ingredients for the Qi Condensing Pill. 10 plants per set. 10 sets would be enough material for 10 furnaces. He did the math in his head. It would cost 7 Spirit Stones in total. If all 10 furnaces succeeded, they could produce 120 Qi Condensing Pills. At the market rate of 2 Spirit Stones a pill, that would sell for 240 Spirit Stones. He sucked in a cold breath. 7 for 240? A markup of more than 30-fold. Reality wasn't so simple. Pill refinement had a low success rate. Many alchemists would run 10 batches of ingredients, and only 1 furnace would truly succeed. That would leave only 12 pills, worth 24 Spirit Stones. Still a 3-fold return. But that was an idealized number. There were hidden costs too. A pill furnace, recipes, precise heat control. Outer disciples couldn't even get into the alchemy rooms. If he tried refining in his own room, the success rate would drop again, possibly an order of magnitude lower. He shook his head. The idea of getting rich by selling these herbs cooled instantly. Besides, he didn't even have any Spirit Stones. He turned away from the pill shelf and walked to another part of the shop. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a small hanging item. An entry-level flying sword, a first-rank magical implement, priced at 60 Spirit Stones. The wooden sign on the stall jingled softly when the wind hit it. Pingxing leaned closer and studied the rows of tags. Qingmu Shield. The characters on the board were plain. Beneath them a description, first-grade magic tool. When unfolded, it can block spell attacks from cultivators of the same rank. Price, 130 Spirit Stones. Ice Needle Talisman. Another tag read, first-grade talisman. When used, it summons ice needles with the force of a late Qi refining disciple's full-strength blow. Price, 60 Spirit Stones. His fingertip traced the words. Something stirred in his chest. Good stuff. His hand went to the cloth pouch at his waist. Only scraps of coin remained. No Spirit Stones. Not nearly enough money. There were pills, cultivation manuals, all kinds of artifacts and talismans on the stall. Every sign bore the words, first grade, meaning things suitable for beginners. The sounds, the smells, the hawking from the stall owner wrapped around him like a thin fog. He wanted to reach out, then hesitated. A small paper crane caught his eye. The wooden tag read, Paper crane, price 2 Spirit Stones. What is this? Pingxing moved closer and asked the young man in the blue robe standing nearby. The youth looked young, cradling rolls of scriptures and talismans. His robe fluttered in the breeze. The blue-robed youth smiled and pointed at the crane. His gesture was clean and precise, as if sketching a flight path. Pour in some magic and it activates. The paper crane transforms into a real immortal crane. Its wings stir the wind, able to bear 1,000 jin, carrying a person in flight for a day. Pingxing went still. A day's flight could be 10,000 li. What a distance that was. Sounds grew louder in his ears, the wind slicing the cloth like a knife. He found himself imagining sitting on the crane's back, clouds beneath his feet and mountain ranges stretching ahead. The youth raised 3 fingers. The paper crane can be used 3 times. After that, you need a new one. For Qi refining disciples who haven't learned sword flight, these are essential for travel. Understanding dawned on Pingxing. In short, the paper crane was a transportation tool. At higher levels, cultivators could ride swords and cross 1,000 miles at will. For those who couldn't yet, these things were the only option. The stall's noises, laughter, and the distant drum-like footfalls blended into a single hum. The blue-robed youth looked at him with a business-like glint in his eyes. If you have good items, we take those too. Forged tools, talismans, pills, we can trade them for Spirit Stones. Do you really buy them? He Pingxing's voice dropped. He reached into his chest and pulled something out. A book tumbled from the pouch. Its cover was worn. 3 large characters caught the sunlight. 36 pill recipes. The blue-robed youth took the book, flicked the cover with a fingertip. The sound was like a pebble falling on a wooden table. 36 pill recipes. He murmured, and his eyes brightened. The book looked like it, but it wasn't the same copy Hao Yun had given him. The copy Hao Yun had handed He Pingxing the 36 alchemical recipes had been tucked into a small basin. It wasn't an ordinary basin, a treasure basin. Once the book went in, the basin multiplied it. It became 2 books. The title stayed the same, the 36 alchemical recipes. He couldn't compare them page by page. His memory offered only blurry hints. He flipped through a few leaves and felt differences between the pages. There were more characters. Some old passages were gone. New sections were written in detail, filling gaps. When his fingers brushed the paper, he could feel a density behind the sheets, like someone else's thoughts pressed into the volume. The value was obvious. It was a cut above the original. He wanted to trade for resources. The only thing he could easily pull out was this book. Why pick it? Because it was safe. If anyone asked, he could just say, Hao Yun gave it to me. Say that, and nobody would be able to verify. Oh, is this it? The blue-robed disciple stared at the book in his hands. Contempt threaded through his tone. His laugh cut like a blade across a copper bowl. Come with me. He Pingxing followed. His steps made soft sounds on the wooden stairs. The air upstairs smelled of old ink and candle wax. They stopped at a shelf. Rows of books sat neatly aligned. In the center sat an older edition of the 36 alchemical recipes. The cover had faded, the corners were worn. A tag read, Price 1 spirit stone. Heh. The blue-robed disciple's laugh was sharper. This book is everywhere in our sect. Don't be ridiculous. He Pingxing pushed the book forward, the cover whispering against his palm. Not the same, he said quietly. Mine's more complete. The contents are fuller. It's not an ordinary copy. Nonsense. The disciple frowned and waved his hand as if shooing flies. This is the old, canonical edition. The whole cultivation world uses it. Who do you think you are to improve it? His voice dropped. A few people around shot him cold looks. The air around them tightened, like cloth pricked by a needle. Sounds like a scam. The disciple went on, threatening now. Put the book away. Go downstairs. Don't make trouble here. He Pingxing's hand lingered on the pages for 2 seconds. His fingertips caught a faint warmth at the paper's edge, not searing, just the gentle afterheat of something recently read. He inhaled and lowered his voice. Don't make me call people. The other man sneered, his stance unyielding. The message was clear. I have backing. Don't cause trouble. He Pingxing shut the book. The snap was bright and clean, like a metal clasp closing. He hugged it to his chest, cloth and paper rubbed together. Then he shrugged, as if setting something down. Never mind, he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. The stairs creaked in waves as he descended. Behind him, the shop returned to the sounds of pages turning and quiet conversation. He didn't look back. He Pingxing stood in front of the counter, his face blank with bewilderment. He patted his empty coin pouch. He couldn't afford the supplies. What about his future cultivation? Where would the spirit stones come from? He stepped up to the counter. The wooden boards creaked softly underfoot. The junior disciple who had been serving him rose. His smile was a little stiff, his robes whispering as they shifted. Senior brother. Did he go up to the 2nd floor? The disciple asked, voice threaded with politeness and curiosity. He Pingxing nodded, then pointed at the sign outside the counter. Brother, let me ask you something. For outer disciples like us, how do we get spirit stones? The disciple's eyes flicked. He lowered his voice. Spirit stones. Think of them as hard stones that store spiritual energy. The sect uses them to buy materials and pay for services. They're crucial. It's hard for outer disciples to get any. Inner disciples, the ones with higher standing, get between 10 and 30 spirit stones a month. We can only try to buy from them, run errands, sell things, or take on special jobs. He lowered his voice further. The formation's light screen behind the counter trembled faintly, like mist stirred by a breeze. Special jobs are usually dangerous, the disciple said in a hush, but they pay. Sometimes the sect rewards spirit stones for completing missions. For example, Xiaozhu Peak was recently urgently recruiting apprentice alchemists. They were offering 2 spirit stones a month once the word got out. People swarmed and fought over it. Look, he pointed to the light screen on the left. The recruitment notice that had been there was gone, erased as if wiped clean, leaving only faint traces of light. He Pingxing turned to look, brow tightening. The screen seemed to have swallowed that message. There's another route, the disciple amended. Work over at the Spirit Herb Valley is steadier. You go tend the herbs if the harvest's good and the elders are pleased. They'll reward you with spirit stones. I've heard it's the most lucrative spot in the sect. Lots of resources, decent pay. If you can get in there, your chances improve a lot. When he finished, it sounded both like he had said everything and like he hadn't said enough. He Pingxing fell silent, fingers worrying the edge of the counter unconsciously. The wood grain felt cool, the light screen, slightly warm. Somewhere nearby, paper whispered as it turned, and everything seemed to be waiting for the next move. The disciple went on, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The elders at Lingyao Valley are strict. If you don't take care of the herbs properly, they'll yell at you. If it's serious, they even get physical. He added in a low voice, but they've never killed anyone when they beat someone. It's measured. He pointed to the shimmering membrane ahead. It floated like thin mist, trembling slightly. A recruitment notice popped up on it. He Pingxing moved closer and read the words clearly. Lingyao Valley seeks one fire element disciple, responsible for tending the sunfire flower in the valley. Monthly contribution, 200 points. 2 lines only. The message was clean, like a scrap of paper stirred by the wind, drifting silently before him. Sunfire flower. The name itself carried fire. In his imagination, the flower gave off heat, its petals like little suns. To tend it well, you had to have a feel for fire. He Pingxing felt something stir inside him. Short sentences jumped through his mind. I'm exactly fire-aligned. The spirit root in my body is like a spark, it stirs when it meets me. I have the treasure basin. That thing can duplicate items, even a single herb could be made into 2. Find a good medicine, tweak it a bit, and you can trade a quality the elders like for spirit stones. And it's close. The opportunity is right in front of me. He lowered his voice and said to the disciple in blue beside him, I'll apply. I can tend the sunfire flower. The blue-robed disciple nodded, pulled out a communication talisman, and tapped it a few times. I'll contact the senior brother in the valley now, he said. But they'll test the strength of your fire first. If your power doesn't meet their requirements, the valley won't accept you. 3 or 5 people already applied, and none were chosen, he added. Hearing that, He Pingxing felt his heart sink. If others couldn't do it, could he? He glanced at his palm as if feeling for that small heat within, as if confirming something. 15 minutes passed. Another 15. People came and went through the outer hall, the light slanted in, dust motes drifting in the sunbeams. About an hour later, heavy footsteps sounded outside the hall. The steps were heavy, carrying a greasy tang. The door was pushed open and a fat disciple came in. He wore a blue robe, his belly stretched tight, sleeves dusted with bits of grass. He was winded as he spoke to everyone. Senior Brother Wang, I contacted someone who claims to have a main focus on the fire spirit root. Take a look. Senior Brother Wang stood in the center of the hall, his face composed. His gaze was like a blade as it swept over He Pingxing. He paused, stared at the man as if weighing the temperature of a fire, then said, He's only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. His firepower is weak. Is that sufficient? The words were short, like a stone thrown onto water, sending out ripples. The hall fell silent. The disciple's expression soured, his voice was tired and resigned. Senior Brother Wang, this has dragged on so long, nobody's been asking about our herbs. As you can see, business at Lingyao Valley is really bad now. Wang Dun's voice dropped. His aura formed an almost invisible wall that made the air around him feel heavy. He didn't say much, only, let's try first. If it doesn't work, we'll wait longer. The other disciples stepped aside. When Wang Dun made the decision, his tone was oddly casual. He Pingxing stood before him, respectful but nervous. Let some of your fire spirit energy out just a little. I want to see its quality, Wang Dun said, looking at He Pingxing with the kind of assessing gaze that comes with experience. If it's at 70 or 80%, I'll take you into the valley for a more thorough test. He Pingxing nodded and moved lightly. He thrust out his right hand, palm up. His meridians seemed to open like floodgates as the true fire method he practiced began to circulate. In an instant, a cluster of fire attributed spirit energy spurting from his palm. The flame was no ordinary fire. It was primarily scarlet, with white light churning at its core. It looked as if it had been smelted and refined pure and sharp. The firelight carried a faint vibration, like the echo of a hammer striking iron in the distance. Wang Dun narrowed his eyes, a flash of surprise crossing his face. Not bad. Very pure. He reached out and caught the spirit energy in one hand. The moment he absorbed it, the air issued a faint hissing, like cloth being sliced by a blade. That's enough. I've taken your power. Come with me back to Lingyao Valley, and we'll run some tests, Wang Dun said crisply. He Pingxing finally let out a breath and fell in beside him. The Taishu sect's inner gate sat up on the mountain. He Pingxing had made the climb several times last year, each time he'd come back exhausted. Now it was different. His cultivation had advanced another step. When he leaped, he felt like a different person. A single light spring could carry him dozens of meters. Wind whistled in his ears, and the eaves beneath his feet felt as solid as flat ground. By any outsider's measure, he would already be called a master. His movements were crisp and unhurried. Half an hour later, the two reached the mouth of the valley. He Pingxing drew a deep breath, and the valley air filled his chest. The spiritual energy was thick as vapor. Clinging to the skin, it felt slightly cool and left a faint electric tingle. But he knew all that dense spirit energy was of little use to him. His foundation was too weak, like trying to hold fine sand. The moment the spiritual energy touched him, it slipped through his fingers. He couldn't truly store any of it. He Pingxing, it's you, right? Come with me. Watch your step. Don't run off. Wang Dun took his arm and led him deeper into the valley. On either side were plots of spirit fields. Various crops grew in the beds, mostly spirit rice, a few medicinal herbs. The farther in they went, the heavier the air became, as if someone had poured hot water into the atmosphere. The aura clung to their sleeves. In the innermost plots, every plant had become a spirit herb: 7-leaf spirit herb, spirit apricot, vermilion fruit, immortal shoot. Each green leaf hid energy. They looked ordinary, yet gave off a tangible power, as if something alive were breathing. He knew them all. He had skimmed through an alchemy manual. The names from the book rose up in his mind one by one. At the valley's end was a sea of fire-red flowers, sunfire blossoms. Their flame-like petals trembled in the wind. Wang Dun pointed to the cluster and said, "They're in full bloom now. There are 560 plants. High-grade spirit medicines dense with energy and fierce in potency. Over here." He led He Pingxing to a large stone. It rose as tall as a gatepost, its surface etched with ancient grooves. Wang Dun fixed him with a steady gaze. "Stream your energy onto the stone. Let it reveal your purity. If it's acceptable, you can stay." He Pingxing nodded. His chest rose and fell. His palms were warm. His heart thudded like a small drum. He drew a deep breath. Energy within him stirred in layers, like a flame rising from his dantian and spreading along his meridians. By the time it reached his palm, it felt like a tiny sun pulsing. But he didn't let it all out. He held back about half, keeping a reserve. Then he expelled the energy in one breath. A hot current shot from his palm, carrying a faint scorched smell like heated iron. When the energy hit the stone, it shivered and gave a low hum. The air seemed to quake with 1,000 needles. The stone's color began to shift. Gray bled into crimson, crimson roiling like blood, then eased into bright yellow. Finally, the yellow flushed with gold, metallic in the morning light. The glow flowed across the surface, and the carvings seemed to stir, flashing with pinpricks of light. Wang Dun's brow lifted, surprise flickering in his eyes. He Pingxing drew his hand back. The warmth in his palm faded bit by bit. The drumbeat in his chest slowed. A residual heat lingered in the air. The light on the stone hung there, as if silently passing judgment. "Impressive." Wang Dun clapped his hands, grinning broadly. "Really impressive, really impressive. Junior brother, you're impressive." He wiped the smile away, surprise lacing his words. "Your cultivation is still shallow, yet you drew out such pure fire spirit energy. That fire," he gestured with his hand. "It's like light kissed by the sun, clean and powerful. Some of the people we've tested before had deeper cultivation and still didn't have fire this pure. But don't worry. Around here, medium quality is usually sufficient," Wang Dun added, as if to reassure him. He Pingxing's face tightened. His eyes flickered for a moment. Wang Dun didn't notice. He patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go see Elder Kumu. They walked deeper into the valley. Mist rose slowly. Thin white fog lay over the treetops like silk, hanging like a moving curtain. Farther in, the landscape grew dreamlike and unreal. The air held a faint warmth, like the lingering heat of distant flames. There's a formation here, Wang Dun said in a low voice. Ordinary people would get lost inside. Don't wander around here unless you know what you're doing. Understood. He Pingxing answered and fell in step close behind. They reached a concealed cave. The mouth was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, as if someone had draped a gauze over it. Wang Dun bowed at the entrance, his tone respectful and steady. Elder Kumu, this disciple has found a suitable candidate for your inspection. No sooner had he spoken than the mist split as if cut by a blade and dispersed. A soft snap echoed in the air, like old cloth being pulled apart. A lean old man stepped out. His skin was like dried bark, his white beard a tangled mess, his frame thin. Each step had the steady weight of an ancient tree. His gaze was calm and penetrating, as if it could see through a person. He looked at He Pingxing once. His voice was dry but firm. Your cultivation is only at the 4th level. Can you endure it? Wang Dun forced a wry smile and explained, Elder, we've searched everywhere. He's the most suitable. Elder Kumu sighed and pulled a black token from his robe. The token felt heavy in his palm, its surface cold, as if it had swallowed the night. He handed it over with few words. This is Lingyao Valley's token. Hold it, and you may come and go through the valley and the Tai Su Gate at will. Remember, act with the token, don't go poking around other places. The token landed in He Pingxing's hand, weighty. He felt a faint warmth from it, like a small fire breathing against his palm. The mist rose again, and the cave fell silent. Remember, don't run off. Master Kumu handed over the token, impatience in his eyes. If you run off to another peak and get beaten up, that's not my problem. He waved his hand, as if tossing the words away. He Pingxing took the token. His palm was warm. He lowered his voice. I will remember, Master. Master Kumu snorted, a smile at the corner of his eye that was as sharp as a blade. That kid before did well. Too bad he liked showing off, caused trouble outside, and lost his life. He paused, cutting the sentence like a knife. The blazing sunflowers have 3 months left in bloom. The rest of the duty is yours. He stepped closer, his voice dropping, laced with a threat. Do it right, and you'll be rewarded. Slack off, or make a mistake, The cold laugh hit He Pingxing's chest like a shard of stone. Master Kumu waved his hand again, eyes icy. Go. Wang Dun will teach you how to tend them and how to collect the pollen. Get out. He finished curtly. Then he turned and walked back into the cave. The wind at the entrance lifted his robe like a falling curtain. Wang Dun, standing to one side, sounded softer. He Pingxing, come with me. They stepped out of the cave. The mountain wind carried heat that struck their faces like flames blown in from afar. After a short walk, they reached the sea of red blossoms. The blazing sunflowers spread like a burning ocean. Petal edges shimmered, like embers about to die away. A fine buzzing ran through the thicket, energy vibrated in the air, a scorching tremor you could feel on your skin. Wang Dun stood at the edge, pointed out toward the field, and spoke plainly. These are blazing sunflowers. They're mid-level spirit plants. They give off heat you can use to refine mid-grade pills. Feel this aura. He Pingxing reached out before his fingers even touched a flower. He felt a rush of warmth, as if plunging his hand into a heated brazier. A faintly bitter scent rose, like caramel singed by fire. Wang Dun nodded. They originally grow off underground fire, what we call the earth veins burning. If there isn't natural ground fire, we use formations to supply fire-attributed spirit energy. The key is stability. If the fire fluctuates, the flowers will wither and the pollen will lose its potency. He fixed his gaze on He Pingxing, his voice softer. Collecting pollen takes technique. You have to settle the flower at its peak and not startle it. I'll teach you step by step. 3 months, no slacking. He Pingxing tightened his grip on the token, nodded, and said, quiet but resolute, I understand, Master. The flint works. It's just that the fire inside the stone is too impure, like unrefined fuel. If you use it raw, it'll scorch the blazing sunflowers to death. The survival rate is very low. So the only truly reliable source of fire is the practitioner's own fire energy. Fire energy refined by a practitioner is clean and stable, like charcoal tempered in a furnace, steady and mild. It can continuously feed the blazing sunflowers without burning out their cores. That's why you have to find someone who specializes in fire. Only then can you guarantee the flowers survive. Wang Dun pointed to the stone they just used to test He Pingxing's fire. The stone gleamed faintly in the sunlight. Its surface seemed to have tiny veins pulsing. See this stone? He put his hand on the edge, his knuckles white. This stone is the energy core of the whole array. He spoke briefly, as if drawing a conclusion. I'll say it again. The stone has 4 colors: crimson, yellow, gold, and purple. He rattled it off quickly, his voice carrying the habit of command. He leaned closer, his gaze pressing. Later, pour all the fire energy in your body into it. He Pingxing put his hand on his knee and nodded. His voice was low. Crimson lasts 1 day, yellow 3 days, gold 7 days. Wang Dun smiled with satisfaction, a touch of smugness in it. Good, he said. Glad you understand. If you have questions, ask now. He Pingxing looked up and asked bluntly, how long does the purple last? Wang Dun's smile vanished in an instant. His face darkened like a candle snuffed by wind. Purple? Don't even think about it. He withdrew his hand, his voice turned cold. It wasn't that he didn't want to say. When Master Kumu gave instructions, he only explained up to gold. He hadn't been told anything about purple. He Pingxing fell silent, and didn't push it. Wang Dun shifted gears, his tone back to business. Your job isn't just to channel fire energy into this array. He nodded toward the nearby cluster of half-open blazing sunflowers. The petals looked stained by sunset, their edges slightly singed. You'll also need to collect the pollen from these flowers, he added, his words carrying weight. He Pingxing froze. Pollen? I'm not a little bee. He blurted, the impatience obvious in his voice. Wang Dun held the stem and smiled confidently. That's right, pollen. He slid his hand into a sunblaze flower and pinched gently. Golden powder rose like a thin mist and settled in his palm, catching the light in tiny flashes. This stuff doesn't fall on its own, Wang Dun said, offering the powder. You don't need to collect it every day. Every 3 to 5 days is enough. He Pingxing still looked puzzled. Seeing that, Wang slowed down and spoke as if teaching someone how to handle a tool. Don't underestimate this flower. The pollen is the most valuable part of the sunblaze. He rubbed the powder across the back of his hand. It was warm and carried a sharp, sweet scent. He Pingxing breathed it in, and his eyes brightened a little. Grind it into powder and add beast's blood, and you can make talisman ink, Wang said. Talisman ink? It was a new word. He repeated it to make sure he heard right. Wang laughed. Ink used to draw talismans. You use it to paint second-tier fire talismans like the blazing fire sigil. The energy is stable, and the price is outrageously high. He lowered his voice. Pollen has grades too. Low, middle, high, and supreme. You can tell by the color red, yellow, gold, purple, kind of like those spirit stones. Come on, I'll show you where you'll be staying. Wang turned and headed for a stretch of cliff nearby. A round cave mouth had been carved into the cliff. Wang pointed at the opening. They don't allow houses inside the herb garden. Too many risks with water and fire. Even the old cultivator in charge of the beds, Master Kumu, lives in a cave. Don't worry, it's spacious and dry. There's a fire-attributed spirit stone in the corner that keeps a steady warmth. It never gets damp in winter. He rattled off the facts as plainly as if he were describing a toolbox. He Pingxing followed him into the cave. The moment he stepped over the threshold, warmth hit him. The firestone gave off a gentle heat and a low hum, like wood settling in a dying hearth. The air smelled of flowers and powdered dust. Motes turned in the beams of light like a shower of gold. The space was neither large nor small. A passage ran down the center with rooms on either side, 3 rooms in all, their doors thick slabs of stone. A thin strip of light seeped through the cracks. The rooms were simply furnished: a stone bed, a wooden table, an old chair pushed against the wall. It was quiet enough to hear his own breath. Wang pushed a key into He Pingxing's hand. This used to belong to the last keeper of the sunblaze. It's yours now. He Pingxing touched the warm stone door and felt, for the first time, a small sense of having somewhere to put down roots. Outside was a sea of flowers inside, a stove, and the night. Embedded high in the stone wall above the center of the hall was a red energy stone the size of a jujube. It flickered like a weak light bulb struggling to stay lit. Dry waves of heat rolled down from it in bursts. There was no dampness in the room. It was actually quite comfortable to live in. Wang Dun pointed to a jade bottle on the shelf and waved his hand. This is for collecting pollen. He pushed the bottle forward. It looked like a medicine vial, narrow neck, slim body made for holding fine, delicate things. Under normal circumstances, Wang Dun said, you can collect about 10 bottles a month. Grind the pollen into powder here. Turn it all over to Master Kumo. Don't hide any. He narrowed his eyes and his voice cooled. If you're caught, don't expect just a scolding, you'll get a hard beating first. There's no dodging that. That's it. He shrugged. Figure out your own meals. I have some rice stored. I can give you 30 jin of spirit rice each month, enough to eat. With that, Wang Dun turned and left, his steps brisk and neat. Not another word. After Wang Dun left, Pingxing didn't start right away. He walked around the cave first. It sat at the valley's deepest point, some distance from Wang Dun's place. Master Kumu's quarters weren't far either, but even a slow walk would take the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Quiet. No one came to disturb him, only the heat and the flicker of the red stone. He skirted a few rocks and came to the edge of the sunfire flower field. The flowers looked like little suns, their petals golden and clustered together. The soil in the field was slightly warm, and a faint buzzing came from the clumps, like a distant furnace humming. He reached out and pressed his palm to a warm stone at the field's edge. A vibration ran up his palm. The fire energy inside him surged out like a floodgate, opening not a loose drift of air, but a weighty wave of heat, rushing from his dantian to his hand. The energy streamed from his fingertips into the stone. The stone responded. It gave a low hum. Its color shifted from red to orange-yellow, like the sun's gradient. Then the light intensified, like the white glare of heated metal. With a rumble, the stone's surface seemed to take on patterns as light burst outward. The air around it felt swallowed by the light. The temperature spiked, and his cheeks warmed until they felt scorched. Pingxing kept pouring energy in. He controlled his breathing, sending the flow steadily. About 80% of his force he held back. The burning in his hand felt like an admonition, warning him not to push further. Suddenly, the stone's surface flashed. Gold completely overtook it. Golden light surged like a tide, so bright it made his eyes ache. The glow painted his face in warm tones, and he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Gold, he murmured, disbelief threading his voice. He didn't know whether he could force the stone to show purple. Even if he could, he wouldn't try. Exposure offered no advantage. Curiosity and caution were tied in his chest. Caution won. During the test, the stone had only flashed gold for an instant. Now it was different. After Pingxing poured energy into it, the gold stayed. It hung in his palm like a little sun, steady. There was a low hum in the light. His palm felt warm, the air itself seeming to tighten. He waited outside for a long while. Only when his doubts had cleared did he go back in. Inside, he practiced the motions for harvesting pollen and grinding it. Movements had to be quick, hands steady. Use a small brush to lift, sift through gauze, slowly grind in a stone mortar. Every step relied on touch and on catching tiny sounds with his ears, the soft thud of powder settling, the rasp of stone on stone. It was hard, not hopeless, and not effortless. One energy pill lasted only 7 days. He had time. He chose an hour when no one passed by and took out a top-tier stilling pill. The moment it appeared, a fragrance burst out thick enough to pull at a person. The scent spread at once, but it wasn't dangerous. Few people came into the valley. Some 60 meters away, the smell had already faded. More important, this place was a greenhouse for spirit plants. The competing perfumes of flowers and herbs swallowed roughly half of the pill's aroma. He picked up the small black axe. The blade hit cleanly, like chopping wood. The pill split into 4 fine crumbs, feathered the edges. He had calculated the timing. About every 3 days he would need to stop and gather pollen. For equal pieces, one to last 3 days. The plan was simple. The motion was clean. Taking out a single quarter, he popped it into his mouth. First came bitterness, then a warmth spread along the roof of his mouth. The warmth threaded down like a thin wire into his belly and gathered at his lower abdomen into a single point of light. Energy ran circles through the channels of his body, small hammers striking along the way. A low vibration rose at the edge of hearing, like a distant bell. As the energy level rose, he absorbed the pill faster. Before, the same quarter would take a long grinding 10 days or more to fully dissolve. Now the days shrank. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the first day, he felt the energy surge in his veins. His skin gave off a faint glow. On the second day, the energy formed nodes in his body, tiny bright points connecting one by one. On the third day, those points suddenly linked into lines, like gates snapping shut. A clear current ran through him. The last strand of resistance tore open. The temperature dropped into calm, and the humming at his ear vanished. He opened his eyes. Outside, the wind still moved lightly through the treetops. The room was quiet, as if waiting for the next breath. He reached out. The after heat in his palm had settled. The next piece waited. 3 days later, He Pingsheng drained the last wisp of energy from the pill. He packed the jade vial and his tools and headed straight for the spirit field of the blazing sunflowers. It was time to harvest the pollen. The stone marker at the edge of the plot had changed color. The golden sheen had faded to pale yellow. It was a light dark gauge. The fire spirit power was running low. At this rate, it would be gone in 3 or 4 days. There weren't many blazing sunflowers on this patch, 300, planted in neat rows. The petals looked scorched by the sun, edges slightly singed. Heat waves brushed his face. The air carried a faint caramel scent. He picked up the pollen scraping blade. Pressing the edge to a stamen, he scraped gently. Red powder rose like smoke. The powder was coarse and deep red, its energy sparse. Not top grade, only suitable as a common ingredient. It took him 1 shurchen, roughly 2 hours, to finish collecting all the pollen, filling just over a bottle. Collection was only the beginning. Next came grinding. He spread the coarse powder on a grinding plate and pounded it with a stone pestle until it was finer. The dust looked like fine sand in the lamplight. The pounding sounded low and steady. It had to be ground fine enough to mix with talisman ink, so the brush would glide smoothly when writing, not clog. The fine powder was placed into a jade vial and sealed with wax. The bottle gave off a soft sheen in the firelight. He had originally planned to test whether his own ceramic basin could strengthen the powder. He abandoned the idea. Exposing vessels was too conspicuous and easy to notice. So he stored each harvest in batches. He harvested every 3 days. 10 harvests made a set. Once he had 10 bottles, he would deliver them to Master Kumu's cave entrance. He took care on the delivery runs. He left late at night, light-footed, avoiding the villagers' eyes. Each bottle was wrapped tight, leaving no fingerprints. For 2 months, he never slipped up. His movements were as precise as a machine. No surprises, no mistakes. Time slipped away like sand. In those 2 months, he swallowed the last 2 top-grade qi accumulating pills from his pocket. Resources hit bottom. His cultivation stalled. He was still a long way from breaking through to the next level. One day, Master Kumu emerged from the cave. His white hair was like frost, his steps unhurried. He called He Pingsheng and Wang Dun over, his gaze scanning their faces. "You've done well these past 2 months," Master Kumu said briskly, with approval. After saying that, he reached into his sleeve and produced 2 spirit stones. They spun once in the air, emitting a cold light, and he tossed them lightly. A stone landed in He Pingsheng's palm, heavy, slightly warm. The light pulsed in his hand like something alive. He Pingsheng froze for a second, then bowed. "Thank you, Elder." Wang Dun stared at the pile of pollen with envy. Kumu nodded, his voice neither hurried nor slow. "The sunfire flowers only have a month of bloom left," he instructed. "I have to leave the sect for a while. Keep an eye on them for me. After a month they'll wither. Then you won't need to worry about them anymore." He Pingsheng bowed. "Yes, uncle." Kumu added, his tone carrying an unmistakable seriousness. "This stuff is hard to preserve. Over time the fire attribute fades. Once the flame spirit dissipates, you won't be able to draw flame talismans anymore." Wang Dun frowned. "When will you be back?" "What if?" Kumu waved a hand. "I can't say. When the time comes, Wang Dun, you take He Pingsheng to Matu Mountain, send the last month's pollen to the market, give it to Fenghe Zhuang, and hand it over to shopkeeper Shi." Both of them agreed at once. Kumu took a paper crane from his robe and handed it to Wang Dun. The crane was folded simply, like a receipt. He turned and left. The valley fell quiet. Only He Pingsheng and Wang Dun remained, along with more than 300 sunfire flowers, quietly giving off a warm glow. What followed was the same routine, day after day. Every day, He Pingsheng stirred the energy inside him. He sent his spirit into his fingertips, reached toward the stamens. Pollen drifted out like tiny sparks. He ground it with a stone mill and packed it into small vials. The sounds were monotonous, stone on pollen, the soft click as corks were seated. Wang Dun came by from time to time, his eyes watchful, as if guarding a chest of jewels. He Pingsheng smiled to himself, but kept his head down and worked. Just as Kumu had said, in the last month the change came fast. Overnight the flowers looked as if their life had been drawn away. Petals shriveled and fell onto the steps with a crisp rustle. The warm glow died, only yellowed, brittle branches remained. He Pingsheng counted the vials in his hand, 11 and a bit. He thought back over the 3 months' harvest. The first month had yielded just over 10 vials. The second month, also just over 10. The third month had produced 1 extra vial. That extra bottle stirred something in him. He pressed his lips together and looked at Kumu's pile of dead wood. The wind flipped the paper crane gently. That small difference set his mind racing. During the flowering season, there was never an exact count of how much pollen could be gathered. Only a rough range. More or less, nobody could say for sure. The blazing sunflower's pollen looked like fine flakes of gold. Bottled up, it was as if a small sun had been corked. Up close you could smell a scorching warmth, the kind of heat like skin reddened by the summer sun. Faced with those 11 bottles, He Pingsheng didn't hesitate. He reached out and picked one. The stopper felt cool under his fingertip, like porcelain. When he opened it, there was a faint, sandy whisper. The powder slid out with a soft, crumbling sound. He poured it into his jade vial. The jade instantly took on a layer of warmth, as if being slowly swallowed by light. He murmured the conventional line people used when borrowing, his voice a mix of excuse, consolation, and an odd urgency. "Senior Kumu, sorry. I'm really short on resources right now. I'll borrow this bottle and make it up later." When he finished speaking, he packed the remaining 10 bottles neatly, sealed the cloth bundle, and hurried off to find Wang Dun. His steps were light, his shoulders tense. Wang Dun opened the bundle and tapped the bottle as if counting money. The powder inside flickered a dull gold in the lamplight. "He Pingsheng, aren't you going to keep any for yourself?" Wang Dun's voice ground like a millstone, but with a smile. He Pingsheng kept a stern face and quickly recovered, answering bluntly, "Senior Kumu's been good to me. I wouldn't do anything like that." Wang Dun's smile widened, a calculating gleam in his eyes. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Why don't we hide half a bottle? Senior Kumu probably won't notice. Tell them the bloom came 2 days earlier, no one will suspect." He made a cutting motion in the air with his hand. "We sell that half bottle and split the proceeds. Half and half. What do you say?" His voice was both tempting and bluntly practical. "This batch is from lower grade blazing sunflower pollen, not very potent. But sell it outside and you can get over 90 spirit stones." He added, as if clarifying for anyone who might be confused, "Spirit stones are the common currency cultivators use to buy herbs and artifacts." He Pingsheng listened. Under the lamp, the mouths of the 2 bundles drew closer together. Outside, the wind shifted against the lattice and made a soft sound. "Let's sell half the vial. You take 30, I take 20. How are we going to sell it?" He Pingsheng shook his head, lowering his voice. "Don't be an idiot, brother. If we take this pollen to Fenghe Manor to sell, Fenghe and Master Kumu are close. Trying to deal with them privately would be the same as handing the goods to someone else." Wang Dun laughed, his voice a little half-hearted. "True." Then he changed tack. "Or we could hold on to it for now and deliver it later. Fenghe Manor might not even notice us." He Pingsheng shook his head instantly, as fast as drawing a blade. "You're muddled again. Master Kumu said this pollen hides an energy like flame. That energy will dissipate over time. If it sits too long, the pollen becomes worthless, not even worth half a spirit stone." Ha Wang Dun's laugh cut louder, ripping through the air. "Junior, actually I was testing you just now," he said, sounding pleased with himself. "I was worried you'd sneak the pollen away. You guessed right." He reached into his robe and took out 3 stones. Setting them in his palm, they clicked together with a clear chime. "Master Kumu told me to give these to you. If you pass the test, consider these 3 your pay for the work." If you failed, don't expect mercy, you'll get taught a lesson today. His voice was cold as a blade. He Pingxing's hand went stiff, goosebumps crawled up his spine, his skin feeling like it had been brushed by a cold wind. Damn these people, each one calculating. He bent and took the 3 spirit stones. They were cool in his palm, veined like flowing light. Not heavy, but their sound proved they were real. By now he already had 5 spirit stones in his bosom. The 5 stones in the cloth pouch jangled like tiny bells. Master Kumu was generous, it seemed. He Pingxing watched Wang Dun, thoughts flickering across his eyes. Maybe Master Kumu made a lot and was willing to give a few away. Or maybe this was another kind of calculation. Wang Dun had just done the math. 1 bottle can sell for over 90 spirit stones, the common currency for cultivators. 10 bottles a month? That's over 900. He Pingxing hissed. Sure enough, that's a lot. Let's go. Wang Dun produced a folded paper crane from his bosom. He Pingxing looked at the paper bird and asked, "Where to?" "To the Matu Mountain Market to sell Senior Kumu's pollen," Wang Dun said. "This stuff is volatile. Once it disperses, buyers won't touch it. If something goes wrong later, who's responsible?" He Pingxing's gaze was blunt. Wang Dun gave a low shout. A thread of energy flowed out of him like a heat wave and enveloped the paper crane. The crane swelled instantly, its paper grain glowing a pale yellow. It wasn't a living bird so much as a puppet stitched together with spirit power. The paper made a fine, dry rustle in the wind. He Pingxing remembered seeing these before someone sold them at the Changi Pavilion on the outer gate's 2nd level. 5 spirit stones each. Could bear 1,000 jin, travel 1,000 li in a day, and be activated 3 times. Simple, cheap, practical. Get on. Wang Dun jumped onto the crane's back first. "Brother He, hurry up, don't dawdle," he urged. He Pingxing leapt and landed on the crane, hands gripping the cold paper spine. "Hold on tight. Off we go," Wang Dun said with a laugh. The paper crane beat its wings. The 2 thin wings sliced the air like blades. In an instant, a fierce wind yanked them up into the sky. Wind howled in their ears, their cheeks were stung numb. The valley shrank beneath them. The Taishu sect looked like a shrunken model, its buildings reduced to dots. It was He Pingxing's first time flying. A thin veil of fog seemed to cloud his mind, unreal. He pinched his own thigh, without thinking the pain brought him partially awake. Wang Dun laughed beside him. "Don't be afraid. It's not a dream." "First time flying?" he asked again. "Yes," He Pingxing nodded. "You'll get used to it after a few more rides." Wang Dun steadied the crane's direction. The crane flapped on. The wind pushed them southeast. All around, there was nothing but the rush of wind and the rustle of wings. The wind slipped past his mouth. Wang Dun's voice was tugged by the gust, a little rough around the edges. "Not far," Wang Dun said, a calculating note in his tone. He lifted a hand and pointed ahead. "Matu Mountain Market, only 3,000 li from Taishu sect. Leave at dawn, get there by noon. We can be back by nightfall." Not even 2 hours later, they dropped out of the void. There was a soft sound underfoot as they touched down in a wide valley. At the valley mouth, a small town huddled together. It buzzed like a never-still cloth. People flowed through the streets, mostly cultivators. Robes differed, auras varied. Sleeves fluttered, trinkets at some waists gave off low, resonant hums. Horse bells, hawkers' cries, and the bright clink of bronze and metal wove together into a clamor. He Pingxing stood on higher ground and sent out his spiritual sense like a beam from a searchlight, sweeping over the crowd. The light paused and moved across people. Most carried only faint energy like wind through leaves, almost imperceptible. Only a few had power surging inside them, tidal and tight chest-inducing. "Don't use your spirit sense so freely." Wang Dun tugged him, pressing a palm to He Pingxing's shoulder and lowering his voice. "It's rude. If you skin the wrong temperamental person, they'll humiliate you in public. Some will even get physical. Don't pick fights you don't need." He Pingxing blushed and withdrew his sense. His voice fell quiet, like wind sucked into a pocket. Wang Dun pointed to the market ahead and slowed his words, each short and clipped as if tallying accounts. "This is Matu Mountain Market. Within a few thousand li, a dozen or so sects like Taishu form an alliance. They put all their trade and exchanges here. It's called the Daoxian Alliance. The market sits at the center, so it's always busy." He added, "Besides sect disciples, there are many solo cultivators. Mind your things, don't show off in the street. They descended the steps and walked into the flow of people. A wave of heat and the smell of roasted meat hit them. Items on the stalls flashed metallic glints. Banners slapped in the wind, fabric rubbing briskly together. Shouts rose among the crowd. Incense talismans, fortune seals. Fresh spirit herbs cheap. Both sides of the street were lined with merchant houses. Big, colorful signs hung above each doorway. Plenty of cultivators hawked goods from tables too. A small brazier made from talisman paper exhaled blue smoke. A teenage vendor shouted over the crowd, his voice equal parts excitement and anxiety. Wang Dun steered He Pingxing through the throng and straight into a shop with a sign that read Fenghe House. The knocker struck the wooden door with a dull metallic thud. At the counter, Wang Dun smiled and called in. "Manager Lu, I'm from Taishu Sect, a disciple of Master Kumu." The curtain behind the counter shivered. A surprised voice called out. Oh, footsteps drew nearer, the soft scrape of cloth shoes on the floor, and a few customers whispered with curiosity. On the counter, a few artifacts gave off a faint resonance, as if answering the newcomers. Shopkeeper Lu looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Oh, so you're disciples of Master Kumu. You." He glanced at the cloth-wrapped bundle, the question clear in his tone. Wang Dun stepped forward, his voice steady. "Master can't make it. We're selling some things for him. It's all pollen from blazing sunflowers, top grade. Have a look." He Pingxing lifted the cloth. The fabric rasped softly. 11 small glass vials clicked crisply against the wooden counter. Inside each was a powder the yellow of dry sand. Up close there was a warm floral scent, like sun on dry grass. Shopkeeper Lu smiled and reached for a bottle. His fingers turned the stopper with a soft click. He opened each bottle. The pollen rose in a light dusting, like tiny flecks of gold. Lu held the bottles up to the window, studying them in the light. He rubbed a little powder between his fingers, sniffed, and nodded. "Not bad," he said simply. 10.5 bottles in total. The grade isn't high-low grade. By our usual rate, 96 spirit stones a bottle. That comes to 1,008 spirit stones." He waved a hand. "All right, you can go." He Pingxing froze. Leave without paying? Before he could react, the shopkeeper called after them. "Wait, I need to give you a receipt. Without this voucher, how would you explain it to Master Kumu?" Lu pulled a few sheets from the drawer, folk receipts of some sort. He spread them on the table. The handwriting was neat, stamped with ink seals. He handed the papers to Wang Dun. Wang passed them to He Pingxing. He glanced them over, signatures and seals all in order, folded them, and tucked them into his chest, his shoulders easing a little. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu." He bowed respectfully and was about to turn away. Wang Dun grabbed his arm, a smile like a loosened bowstring. "Junior brother, don't rush off. We came all the way to Horsehead Mountain. How could we not take a look around?" He Pingxing had no say. He nodded. Wang Dun casually set a folded paper crane on the counter, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. "Shopkeeper Lu, could you take a look at this paper crane?" Lu didn't ask. He reached for it. The crane was made from white paper. The folds crisp, its tail feathers shimmered with a faint, translucent glow that trembled under the lamp. Lu flipped it over and, in a matter-of-fact voice, said, "This can be activated 3 times. Each activation lasts 1 day." They slipped past the front desk and bolted up the stairs behind the counter. The steps thudded hollowly under their feet. Wang Dun ran with He Pingxing's arm in his grip, his face alight with excitement as if he'd found treasure. "Come on, I've got to show you something," he almost whispered. They stopped in front of a display case against the second-floor wall. A translucent jade-like dome covered the counter. The stone felt cool. Light passed through it and scattered into tiny flecks. Beneath it sat 3 small pouches. Brown cloth, embroidered with gold thread, lay quietly on a soft cushion. The gold glinted faintly in the light. He Pingxing narrowed his eyes and pointed at the smallest one. "Is this a storage pouch?" Wang Dun nodded, his eyes bright as little lights. "Exactly. A storage pouch. Good stuff." He tapped each of the 3 pouches with a finger, as if counting. "These 3 are entry, mid, and high level," he said with pride in his voice. He Pingxing stepped closer and bent to read the price tag. In fine print it read, "Entry 2,250 spirit stones. Mid just over 8,000 spirit stones. High just over 18,000 spirit stones." The numbers cut at him like knives. He sucked in a breath. That's expensive. Wang Dun, as if he hadn't heard, went on explaining. These aren't ordinary cloth bags. Masters compress space inside them like folding fabric. You put something in and it looks like a tiny package on the outside, but inside it's like another small world. He jabbed a finger at the entry-level pouch and made a small box with his hand. The entry one south only 1 chi square, 1 chi on each side, about a foot, roughly 30 centimeters cubed. He Pingxing pictured that cube in his head again and again. A 30-centimeter cube. It was about the same maximum his old storage device could hold. His hand moved without thinking to his own pocket. His fingertips brushed the fabric as if he could feel the weight hidden within. Wang Dun patted his shoulder, voice low and urgent. Imagine that outside it's only a little pouch, but it can hold so much more inside. So convenient. There was a nearly greedy light in his eyes. The pouches under the jade dome waited in silence. From the counter below came the murmur of the shop, footsteps, and the distant ticking of a clock. In the air, it was almost possible to hear the faint, invisible breathing of the compressed space. Mid-grade ones are a lot bigger, Wang Dun said as they walked, waving a hand toward a row of hanging pouches. 3 chi, almost a meter. Length, width, and height are all 3 chi. They can hold quite a bit. He Pingxing stared at the row of pouches with curiosity in his eyes. What about the high-grade ones? Wang Dun smiled and hurried him along. The high-grade are a zhang. Tall, deep, can hold even more. What's really impressive is they change shape. Put something in, and the space stretches and contracts to the item's shape. Like rubber, it clings snugly around it. He Pingxing's jaw lifted. He was too surprised to speak. That amazing. Come, let's go look, Wang Dun said, pulling him deeper into the market. Brother He, do you know what a spirit beast bag is? They stepped past 2 stalls. In the light, the goods piled up like small hills. The scent of spices mixed with the papery smell of ink and the greasy tang of leather. Voices and haggling rose and fell. The so-called spirit beast bag hung on a wooden peg, embroidered with a beast's head, a single, rough but powerful stitch more than the ordinary storage pouches. It didn't look flashy, but the stitching was bold. A spirit beast bag can even hold your own immortal pet, Wang Dun said as he ran his hand over the embroidered head. The fabric made a low, rubbing sound. You know what an immortal pet is? It's a creature that can fight by your side. Uncle Yuda from Xiuzhu Peak has a golden giant python. That snake's already reached the foundation stage. Its strength has multiplied. A flicker of astonishment passed through He Pingxing's eyes. Wang Dun went on. Taking an immortal pet into battle doubles your combat power. Don't assume they're all tame. Uncle Yuda's golden python has bitten several disciples to death. He said it calmly, but the people nearby all took a small step back. They made another circuit of the guild hall. On the shelves, copper clinked, paper rustled, sounds blended into a single hum. Light jumped across objects like a little play. There's more on the street stalls, cheaper, Wang Dun said. Leading He Pingxing out, the sunlight was harsh. The street was noisier, the calls of vendors louder. A stall cloth fluttered in the wind and fell back, bringing a slap of fabric. They walked through the crowd. The stalls displayed all sorts of things. The cold gleam of magical implements, the dry scent of herbs, pills lying silent in porcelain jars, worn talismans that smelled of ink and paper. Most items were low-grade, but there were so many varieties it made your head swim. Brother, want seeds of the blazing sunflower? Plant one and you'll get a second-grade immortal herb, a woman in peach-pink clothes said, flashing a few seeds in her palm in front of He Pingxing. The seeds gave off tiny pinpricks of light in the sun. He Pingxing frowned slightly, reached out to take one and examine it, then asked, how much? What? How much? Wang Dun grabbed He Pingxing, his voice dropping a couple of notches. Don't buy seeds from here, Junior, he said in a low tone. Who knows what LL grow from them? He Pingxing's hand was halfway out, fingers suspended. The words hit him like a splash of cold water. He pulled his hand back. And even if they're real, how would you plant them? Wang Dun added. He put the problem bluntly. Seeds had to be planted in a spirit field. Without a spirit field, there was no way to draw in spiritual energy. Even if someone had fire-type energy in their body, without an array to maintain it, the seed wouldn't survive. Nearby, a middle-aged man in a blue linen robe stepped forward, smiling as he lifted a small bottle. Brothers, want pills? My medicine-s reliable and fairly priced, he called, sounding equal parts hawker and merchant. Rows of little porcelain bottles lined the stall, their necks tied with hemp twine. Bundles of dried grass gave off a bitter herbal scent. Paper cranes, lifelike, sat in a corner, their wings fluttering faintly in the breeze. Wang Dun came closer and pointed at a bottle of tiny pellets. How much for the qi-gathering pills? The man answered readily, low-grade ones, 2 spirit stones each. Humph. Wang Dun rolled his eyes. Our sect-s cheaper than that. The vendor waved his hands, his tone slick. How about buying more? This batch has 12 pills, originally 24 spirit stones. Take the whole thing, and I'll give it to you for 20 a bargain, right? Wang Dun narrowed his eyes. The price was tempting. He looked at He Pingsheng, half joking, half serious. He Pingsheng, lend me a few spirit stones? He Pingsheng's face darkened immediately. He drew his hand back like it had been burned. Do you think I'm a moneybag? He said, his voice edged with annoyance and caution. I only have 5 spirit stones. I need to buy things too. He didn't say more. Instead, he picked up the paper crane from the stall. Tiny ink marks dotted the paper, the folds were crisp. The crane trembled slightly in his palm, as if ready to spread its wings. Big brother, how much for this paper crane? He asked, his voice low and steady. The middle-aged stall owner lifted his hand and handed over the paper crane. The paper was yellowed, the corners a little worn. A faint tremor came from the crane, like a remnant of warmth. This one usually goes for 5 spirit stones per use, the vendor said. His voice sounded like grit on a whetstone. The one in your hand's been used twice already. It'll still trigger one last time. 2 spirit stones, and it's yours. He Pingsheng listened, his gaze drifting. He felt the bottle in his coat packed with pollen from a sunfire flower, yellow as afternoon sun. That was what he planned to sell, so he had to buy the crane. Brother, your pricing is weird, he said, shaking his head with a helpless laugh. The vendor bristled. His fingers tapped the wooden table. The sound was crisp. 3 times for 5. Once for 2. How's that me being expensive? He shrugged. I got them from a shop. If I sold one for a single stone, I'd be losing out. But you asked 2 for 1. Then call that expensive. He Pingsheng raised an eyebrow, his tone half light, half provoking. The vendor sighed, and his eyes shifted. All right then, 2 stones, I'll sell you it. And I'll throw in a little something extra, okay? His voice brightened with the prospect of a good deal. What's the extra? He asked, wary. The vendor set his pack on his knee and unzipped it. There was the sound of cloth rubbing and the musty smell of old leather. He rummaged and finally pulled out a roll wrapped in leather. The leather was cracked, rustling dryly as he unrolled it. Look at this. He spread the scroll. Inside looked like a hand-copied booklet. The leather cover cracked faintly. Pride glittered in the vendor's eyes. It's got formulas for cultivating skills. Take it home and practice, maybe it'll click for you. He sighed again, lowering his voice. It came from my ancestors. He was once an alchemist of some renown. Too bad our line couldn't learn it, and it's almost gone now. He Pingsheng took the booklet. The leather smell mixed with the ink of old paper. He ran his fingers over it and flipped through the pages, made a dry, decisive sound. His brow tightened at once. This compendium, it's badly incomplete, he murmured. With each page he read faster, his tone growing terser. The first section's gone, he said, tapping a page like dropping a coin. The second's missing half. He turned another page. The edges were worn to white. The third has less than 20% left. He pointed as he spoke. The fourth, it's not even here. The vendor's smile froze. His hand gave a reflexive tremble. Other stalls glanced over. The market's noise seemed muffled, as if a thin fog had settled. He Pingsheng shoved the booklet back toward him, the displeasure in his face turning into a smile, but it was a cold one. Train with this? What a joke, he said, short and sharp. The crowd's clamor rushed back. Sunlight fell on the paper crane, as if to mock them both. He Pingsheng stroked the tattered booklet, baffled. The central outline was gone. He had no idea what the technique was for. The title had only 2 characters, spirit contact. Just from that, you couldn't make out what it did. He looked up and asked the middle-aged bookseller, what does spirit contact mean? The vendor's face darkened as his fingers skimmed the pages, lifting a ring of dust. His voice was dry. It's the spirit contact method. 1 character's worn off. It's been around too long. The word's been rubbed away. He Pingsheng froze and let out a bitter smile. The stall owner added, as if making a final pitch. If it were an original copy, I wouldn't let it go. Don't underestimate this. Grasp a bit of it, and it might change your life. There was a calculating look in his eyes now. Pingxing thought for a moment, then pushed 2 spirit stones down hard on the table. The stones struck the wood with a crisp clack, as if sealing the bargain. Deal. The vendor pocketed the stones and handed over the shabby book. The cover split along the seam. The pages yellowed, smelling of dust and old ink. He knew the book was probably useless, but he didn't care. He'd slip it into his treasure basin when he got back as a base, then use a few spells to try to rouse the remaining pages, maybe even restore the missing sections. If it worked, the fragment could be upgraded into a complete technique. As he took the book, he pulled 3 more spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Wang Dun. Senior Brother Wang, take these 3 if you need them. Consider them alone. Wang Dun took them in one grab, smiling earnestly. All right, Junior Brother, much obliged. Wang Dun, keep my word, I have a small alchemy furnace. I'll put it up at your place as collateral. The little furnace did exist, compact and made for personal use. Its advantage was convenience, its drawback was obvious uneven heat and poor flame control. Without a strong spirit sense and fine fire management, most people couldn't use it well. Low-ranked disciples rarely dared use one regularly. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Dun produced more spirit stones without ceremony, 20 at a wave, and bought a finished qi concentrating pill. The price wasn't cheap, but it was far better than the sect's exchange hall. He held the pill in his palm for a moment. Its scent slipped into his nostrils, like grass, and would caught on the wind. Let's go. Pingxing, it's getting late. Time to head back. Wang Dun retrieved the paper crane from Fenghe Manor. The 2 of them mounted its back. The origami crane flapped and shot up into the air. Wind whistled past their ears. In a few moments, they were already flying toward the Taisu sect. Horsehead Mountain belonged to the Dao Xian Alliance. Sects clustered everywhere. Wang Dun and Pingxing both wore the Taisu robes, so no one gave them a second look. Highway robbery hadn't been heard of in years. Besides, they were so poor there was nothing worth taking. The setting sun lengthened the valley's contours. When twilight fell, they returned to Spirit Herb Valley. Wait a sec, Junior Brother. Wang Dun took a palm-sized copper furnace from the house. The metal gleamed with a dull glow. This is my alchemy furnace. I'm leaving it with you as collateral. When I scrape together 3 spirit stones, the kind that store and trade spiritual power, I'll come back for it. You know how to use it, right? You just have to use your spirit to pry it open. Pingxing took it without ceremony. The copper bowl was heavy in his hand, warmth seeping from the metal. After a few polite words, they went their separate ways. The withered wood Taoist still hadn't returned. Pingxing stayed in the valley, cultivating and waiting. Night came. The valley grew so quiet, he could hear his own breath. The usual mists cleared, leaving the air sharp and clean. Stars scattered like beads. The moon hung like a silver plate, its light splashing across the rock faces. A breeze brought the scent of grass and leaves, and with it the night's chill. He went back to his cave, pushing the stone doors closed one by one. The doors scraped the frames with a dull clack. Once shut, the outside world was cut off by a thin sheet of black. He reached into his robe and pulled out the treasure basin. It was cold as the night. He laid out the other items on his bed. Fabric whispered and rustled. Then he tossed the shabby book, the Communing with Spirits manual. Its corners curled and pages yellowed into the basin. The pages struck one another with a brittle sound, like dry leaves breaking. He shoved the basin under the bed. It scraped along the wood and let out a low creak, then sank into the shadow as if swallowed by the night. The cave went utterly dark. Only his fast heartbeat echoed in that small space. Moonlight had condensed like a thin mist. It slid through the crack in the stone door and drifted gently into the bedroom. It settled on the treasure basin. The rim flashed, and as if swallowed, the moonlight was drawn in. No sound, only a momentary chill. Pingxing didn't bother with it. He turned over and went back to sleep. At dawn, he first pulled the treasure basin out from under the bed. There was something inside. 2 booklets lay side by side. His heart leapt and a smile crept onto his face. He opened one. The cover read, Heavenly Demon Spirit Seeding Method. He didn't study it long and set it aside. That one was too ruthless. The name was like a blade. He picked up the second. The cover bore 3 characters. Xian Sect, True Art of Quieting the Mind. This one was good. The cover still held the smell of old paper. When his hand touched it, the page edges made a crisp, satisfying sound. The first page had only one word: heaven. The second page was the general outline. A few short lines, but they summarized the whole system clearly. Then came the table of contents. Each section was neatly listed. Part 1. Refining Qi, essentially the basics, teaching how to organize the breath into usable energy. Part 2. Foundation building, stabilizing the base, like driving piles into a foundation. Part 3. Golden core formation, condensing primordial energy into a core, making one more enduring and stronger. Following came nascent soul, spirit transmutation, void refinement. 6 major sections, all complete. Under each were techniques, breathing methods, specific movements, short phrases, point-by-point steps easy to learn and remember. He stared at the outline, his eyes brightened the more he read. An hour later his frown eased and the corner of his mouth lifted. "That stall owner didn't lie to me," he murmured, his voice like someone who'd just found a treasure. This book wasn't a joke. It was a method for refining the spirit, plainly put, a routine to strengthen the soul and forge mental power. His finger pressed on a passage like it was a trigger. Between the lines it said it outright. If the spirit grows strong, the benefits of cultivation appear immediately. The benefits were spelled out. First, greater stability when refining pills. Mental power can sustain the subtle transformations required in alchemy, making medicinal potency form more reliably. Second, more accuracy in combat. The release and variation of spells are governed by intent. A strong spirit makes spells like arrows on a string true and forceful. Third, extended attack range. The book even gave numbers. An ordinary person's sentient projection reaches roughly 30 meters. After mastering this spirit refinement method, it could stretch to 60 meters, even over 160. He pictured it. While an opponent still hesitated at a distance, your mind has already probed their defenses. Like thrusting an invisible spear, you seize the ground first. He closed the book. The warmth of the pages lingered in his palm. He felt the lines like tiny needles, thrusting the idea steadily into his head. Spirit, no longer abstract like a reaching tendril that can lightly brush an enemy's thoughts and defenses from afar. When a cultivator draws spiritual energy into the body and it circulates through the small heavenly orbit to a certain point, the spirit sense will appear on its own. It feels like an invisible thread reaching out from the depths of the heart. As one's cultivation grows, that thread slowly thickens and brightens. Later on, it will give you a push. When refining pills, it steadies the medicinal efficacy. When drawing talismans, it lends power to the brush. When setting formations, it becomes like a visible eye. In battle, it can see through half of an opponent's moves. It also determines one's aptitude, stronger mind force, quicker comprehension. This thing can be cultivated too. The secret methods for doing so are pitifully few. Most people, busy leveling up, don't bother to train their spirit sense specifically. Yipingxin got a bit lucky this time. Digging through a pile of old books, he pried out a damaged scroll which, after some repair, had become 2 thin volumes. He opened to the first page. Both volumes began with a large character meaning heaven. He compared them with the 2 manuals he already owned that bore the same character and guessed it was probably a rank marker. It was only a guess, but it did not affect the content. Resources were scarce and his cultivation hard to break through. Rather than sit dazed, better to practice something useful. He murmured to himself, then I'll train the spirit sense. He pulled out the Shin Sect's Tranquil Mind Manual, skimmed the general outline, and went straight to the first chapter, refining the spirit. Each realm was divided into 12 layers. There weren't many words, but plenty of diagrams. The sea of consciousness, the heart orifices, the meridians, and the routes along which the spirit sense traveled. Notes beside the pictures listed applications: alchemy, talisman making, formations, combat. Under the diagrams, a short line read like a maxim: weak intent delays insight, strong intent brings the way near. Half an hour later, he closed the book, his eyes clear with purpose. Time to put it into practice. He calmed his breathing. The world before his eyes dissolved into interlaced black and white. He shrank his awareness into a fine thread and gently plucked a wisp of spirit sense from the sea of consciousness. It was ice cold, like a wet filament. He guided it into his body, letting it slide along the soul's meridians. The filament felt like a blade. As it passed the first section of meridian, it was like paper being cut by a sharp knife. Pain folded him in on himself. A short, rough sound tore from his throat. He gritted his teeth until his fingers went white and drew in another wisp. This time the pain cut deeper. It felt as if a fiery nail struck the crown of his head. His ears rang, and he tasted iron. The spirit sense scraped the meridians like sandpaper, bringing heat and tearing. He let out a low, trembling roar. He stopped, chest heaving, sweat running from his temple down his cheek. Every session was a mix of needles and flame. But he could feel a difference. The first wisp had been dim, like a lone night lamp. The second's edges were beginning to glow, like a faint light growing. Pain paid off. The spirit sense vibrated slightly, as if answering. He drew a steady breath, rooted himself, and pushed that brightening thread deeper into the lower meridians. The pain came again, but he knew the invisible line was being thickened and honed. The sounds, the heat, the metallic aftertaste, each was a real sign of progress. He didn't give up. He kept fighting despite repeated defeats. Finally, a day later, in the sea of consciousness, he guided his mind force to loop once around his soul. One layer complete. Night fell. He Pingxing ate a little, shut the stone door tight, and exhaustion hit him all at once. Drawing qi into the body could usually clear the mind, but this time it was different. Spirit refining had hollowed him out. His head felt like its warmth had been sucked away. He only wanted to sleep. Before turning in, he still had one thing to do. The paper crane he'd bought at the stall, he casually tossed into that copper basin. The basin looked ordinary, but people said it could bring objects back to life. He shoved the basin under the bed and slept hard. The next morning, he woke surprisingly refreshed. His chest felt light, as if the wind had blown the fog away. Boom, he stretched his mind force outward. The range had increased. Before he could sense about 30 meters, now it was almost 50. More importantly, his mind force had become keen and nimble, like a steel probe that could pick up the faintest echo. Excitement rushed in. He bent over and yanked the basin from under the bed. With a clatter, something tumbled out. 2 paper cranes. Truly 2. He Pingxing cradled them. Last time, he remembered each crane had only 1 activation left. Now, it seemed there were more. His mind raced. He wanted to try immediately. He swept his mind force over them gently, like a finger gliding across an object to sense it. Snap! He shot upright in bed, eyes wide. Each crane showed the number 12. Not 2. 12. 2 cranes together meant 24 activations. Each activation still lasted a day. That hadn't changed. What changed was the speed. The paper crane flew twice as fast as before. In other words, it used to take 2 Shurchun 2 hours to get from Lingyao Valley to the Matu Mountain Market. Now it only took 1. Less than half an hour. Even the distance felt compressed. Pingxing squinted. Paper cranes had grates. He pinched the feather-like sheet between his fingers and felt a faint vibration at the tips. Faster, more capable. Sellable. Could be exchanged for pills, for spirit stones, the things he needed most right now. Should I sell one? He murmured. Another paper crane in his pocket rubbed against the cloth bag, making a soft rustle. Pingxing folded both cranes away quickly. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate his spirit sense. Time moved fast. Another month passed. Autumn came. Leaves in the valley shifted from green to yellow, hanging on the branches like old scraps of paper, ready to fall. The wind brought the dry, herbal scent of medicinal plants and a coolness at the edges. His spirit sense had changed. It felt like threads had been stretched out. He focused his perception and turned it up a notch, like dimming a lamp to the second setting. Others might only notice a thinning of the air. He could clearly pick out distant grass and trees, the breath of a person, even the warmth of a bottle of medicine. In plain terms, he entered the second level of qi refinement. Clearer perception, stronger control. Kumu returned. The old man was thinner than before, his face pale and his wrinkles as deep as cracked bark. He stood at the mouth of the valley, smelling faintly of herb smoke. Every breath came with a small cough, like dry leaves scraping together. Cough, cough. Kumu cleared his throat and asked in a hoarse voice, Pingxing, did you finish what I asked? Pingxing rose and held out a sheet of paper. It was the seal given by shopkeeper Lu at the market. The paper made a faint creak as it bent in his palm. It's done. His voice was steady. He explained what had happened. 10.5 vials of pollen collected. Senior brother Wang Dun had taken them to Matu Mountain, and the goods from Fenghe Manor had been handed to shopkeeper Liu. Here is the seal. He handed it over. The paper trembled slightly between their hands. Kumu took it, inspected the stamp, and his eye twitched once before he nodded. Not bad. Well done. He slipped the paper into his robe, as if planting a seed in soil, careful, satisfied. Then his expression shifted, a note of regret softening his tone. Pingsheng, your aptitude is good, but you're primarily a fire spirit root. He paused as if choosing the words. Your fire is too fierce. Long-term life in this valley will be difficult. The spirit force of the plants will clash with your constitution. He raised a hand. His gaze was gentle but resolute. When I plant the blazing sunflower next year, the one that needs scorching sunlight to bloom, I'll call on you to help. After a beat, he added, for now, you can go. Those 4 words hit like a cold wind in Pingsheng's chest. He froze. His heart jolted, as if someone had suddenly let go of a rope. Pebbles underfoot clicked softly in the wind. Go. He could hardly believe it. Kumu straightened, a faint kindness at the corner of his mouth. The valley wind picked up the dead leaves, making them louder, as if urging him to choose. Pingsheng drew a long breath. There was a tightness in his chest. Outside was a vast world and the resources and opportunities he urgently needed. He packed his things slowly, hands steady and silent, while inside a fire rolled and churned, angry, and at the same time, expectant. These past few months, life in Lingyao Valley had been calm. The air often carried the scent of plants. The days burned on, steady as a hearth fire. What is it? Kumu frowned, his voice scraping like dry wood. Anything else? Pingsheng bowed slightly, voice small and urgent. Senior, I stayed in the alchemy room on Xiuzhu Peak. The ashes from refining are all dumped into a valley. If you permit, I can collect the ash and use it as fertilizer for Lingyao Valley spirit plants. Ash as fertilizer? Kumu sneered, blunt and to the point. Don't give me bad ideas. Around them someone echoed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Who would use that stuff to raise spirit plants? Or were you planning to go there yourself to look for something? Kumu's eyes sharpened. His gaze cut across Pingsheng like a blade. Pingsheng felt his chest tighten. He knew he was hiding a selfish motive, hoping to pick up some failed pills to use later in his cultivation. But in the Taisu sect, such thoughts couldn't be kept secret. The more senior the elder, the clearer they could read a person's heart. He dared not meet Kumu's eyes. He clenched his hands and murmured, Junior was presumptuous. Excuse my rudeness. Kumu waved him off coldly. Go. The words were short, the gesture shorter. Pingsheng hurried away, his footsteps as light as falling dust. No sooner had he left than Kumu's pupils suddenly narrowed. For a moment it was as if he'd noticed something else. Then, as if throwing a pebble, a flying sword at his feet flashed to life, slicing through the dry wind as it shot toward the valley where Xiuzhu Peak's ashes were dumped. This kid wouldn't come for that ash without a reason, Kumu thought quickly. Maybe there's something to it. He focused and probed. His spirit sense spread like ripples on water, then drew back. He began to rake through the heap of ash at the mountain's base, bit by bit. Dust rose and drifted down in soft puffs, carrying a faint medicinal scent and the tang of something burned. He could feel fine ash between his fingers, powdery, cold, dry. There was nothing profound beneath. Only ash and a few broken pills, shattered into dark brown fragments, with the occasional remnant of medicinal power, dim like a fading glow. Kumu's lips moved slightly. He exhaled, shook his head. I was worrying over nothing, he murmured, his voice low and edged with a touch of helplessness. All right, all right. Master Kumu shook his head and turned away. His robe brushed the bamboo leaves with a soft rustle. His figure was soon swallowed by the mist at the ridge. Pingsheng stood at the mouth of the valley. Wang Dun walked a few steps with him, chatting as they went, his tone warm and coaxing, like someone soothing a child. It wasn't Master Kumu who drove you off. Wang Dun waved a hand as he spoke. You cultivate fire-type spirit power, there's nothing to use it on here. The valley teaches wood and earth methods, having you here would only be in the way. Pingsheng made no protest. He smiled lightly, like a wisp of smoke blown aside. Don't worry, Wang Dun went on. Master Kumu plants those sunfire blossoms every year. If they still need tending next year, I'll think of you first, and I'll call you." He reached into his robe and took out something a palm-sized alchemy furnace. The casing was a little blackened, the rim dulled, and a ring of scorch marks circled the furnace door. Wang Dun's face twitched, his voice held a little embarrassment and regret. "Junior brother, this is a low-grade magic tool. I spent over 50 spirit stones on it. Spirit stones are the money we cultivators use." He curled his fingers around the rim as if touching an old dream. "I thought back then that with all 3 spirit roots, I'd be able to refine pills, take a shortcut. Tried a few times and found out I wasn't cut out for it. Money wasted, effort wasted." He Pingxing took the furnace, feeling a faint residual heat in his palm, like warm broth settling in a cup. Wang Dun squared his chest, bit his lip, and forced a smile. "I'll leave it with you for now. Once I have the spirit stones, I'll buy it back. A man's word is his bond, one won't go back on it." He sighed, as if something unsaid were lodged in his chest. "I should have sold it when I went to Matu Mountain last time. I kept hoping I'd become an alchemist someday." "Ah, don't bring it up." He Pingxing nodded, steady. "Fine. This is my address. Drop by ahead of time when the time comes." He handed Wang Dun a slip of paper, thin as tissue, the inked characters neat, his address in the small outer city by the gate. At the valley mouth they parted. Wang Dun picked his way down the slopes over the loose stones. His figure grew smaller and smaller. He Pingxing watched until he was nothing but a black speck, then turned back to his little courtyard. The gate squealed. The smell of firewood lingered. In the yard, a pot of withered wildflowers and an old wooden table. He set the alchemy furnace on the table and ran his fingers over the cold metal, as if touching a small, fragile hope. Outside, the wind stirred the bamboo shadows into fine, whispering sounds. He folded the paper away, shut the door, and the room kept only the furnace's faint warmth. He shut the door. The room fell silent. Then he laid everything he had out on the bed and began to inventory it. 2 cultivation manuals. One leaned toward demonic arts, the other orthodox. The first taught how to draw on corrupt forces, the second how to reverse and circulate the righteous chi within the body. Both were tattered, but the lines still carried strength. 2 paper cranes. Each could fly 12 times. They looked like paper messengers, their creases hiding some kind of mechanism. A small jade vial holding the pollen of a blazing sunflower. The names sounded like the sun, but the color had already dulled. And a little refining furnace, someone else's, sitting cold in the corner, temporarily entrusted to him, and not really his. He felt each thing. No spirit stones. No restorative pills. For his current cultivation, these items wouldn't directly replenish his power. They were simple supplies, mainly for emergencies. He opened the jade bottle. His fingertip met a coolness. The pollen had once been blood red, now it had paled. A stale, toasted aroma arose like tea left out in the sun too long. "I'm almost done for," he said, his voice low and whetstone quiet. "Then, in 10 days, I'll probably be finished." He glanced at the mountain road outside. Earlier he'd rushed off to trade and come back worrying, he'd drawn attention. That driedwood fellow had sharp eyes. If he fixed on him, it would not end well. The risk wasn't worth it. He held the pollen to his chest, trying to feel any lingering heat. His fingertips found only faint warmth. A streak of stubborn hope flashed across his face. He brought out the treasure-gathering basin. The bowl was small and plain, but it could gather and preserve an object as spirit. He unscrewed the stopper and poured all the pollen into the basin in one go. The grains fell with a dry, sandy whisper. At first nothing changed. The room was still, only the night wind slipping through the window, carrying wood and grass. He sat and tapped his knee with his fingers. He waited. At dawn he noticed a different scent first, not the old char of before, but a sweetness like petals caramelized under heat. When he looked, thin purple smoke rose from the basin. A faint light pulsed in it, like the brightest star on a dark night. The powder was no longer white. It had turned deep purple, the color of ripe grapes. Its surface shimmered, as if a current ran through it. A hissing came from the bowl, small, sharp, and clear. He lunged forward, plunging his hand into the heat carried by the purple vapor. The warmth didn't burn, it filled, like relighting the heart of dead wood. His eyes snapped bright. He breathed one quiet word. Top tier? Wang Dun had said it long ago, The sunfire blossom comes in 4 grades. The lowest is crimson, the middle yellow, the high grade golden, and only the rarest is purple. Different colors mean everything. When a supreme purple appears, even the air seems to darken, as if it could congeal. He Pingsheng had only meant to restore its quality. He never expected, by a slip, to push its grade all the way to the top. Purple the supreme. He froze. His heart jumped. The little vial of pollen was unusually heavy in his hand. The glass felt cool in his palm. In the light, the powder swirled like a faint flame. Danger rose immediately. If he took it to Fenghe Manor, or if some famed herb gatherer caught wind of it, it would be chaos. Even without being taken for study, being noticed would land him in deep trouble. If the news reached Kumu, the man who specialized in collecting rare plants, the consequences would be worse. He Pingsheng shut his mouth tight. Cold sweat beaded at his temples. He muttered to himself, half in mockery, if only it had only reached mid-grade. Then he put the pollen away. There had originally been 1 vial, now there were 2 full ones. When he slid them into the cabinet, the stoppers bumped, glass against glass, a crisp sound that felt like locking a secret. Once everything was settled, he returned to his cultivation. Time ground on like a millstone, day after day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For months passed. He did nothing else, only practiced the mind-settling technique. His breathing slowed, his heartbeat evened, and his mental force condensed little by little. Finally, his perception broke through. What had only reached 30 meters now stretched to 90. With a boom, his spirit sense burst outward like ripples on water. Inside and outside the house became as clear as a polished mirror. Spider silk in the corner, a patch of mottled moss on a tree outside, the silhouette of a distant ridge. He picked them all out. He murmured in surprise, "Huh, it's snowing?" He had been so absorbed, he lost track of time. He opened the door, and a cold wind hit him. Snowflakes drifted down like white feathers. The ground lay under a blanket. Roofs, ridges, and hilltops were pure white. Snow settled on his brows, icy enough to sting. Each step made a crisp crunch. He stood on the threshold and touched his cheek. His skin felt tight from the cold. He looked at his palm and his shoulders. He was 16. He knew it. Calluses had hardened on his knuckles. His arms had grown thicker. He was a different person from the boy who carried water on Xiuzhu Peak 2 years ago. Back then his arms were thin and his eyes full of panic. Now his gaze was deeper, steadier. He had grown a foot taller. His shoulders were broader. The childishness had drained from his face. The plains hardened. If someone glanced twice, they wouldn't recognize the boy he'd once been. "Hey." He Pingsheng watched the snow fall. The white flakes looked like bits of silver, striking the eaves with a crisp sound. His gaze drifted toward the direction of Tai Su Gate, and his tone tightened with annoyance. "That Wang done. It's been 4 months, and he still hasn't mentioned those spirit stones, the currency cultivators use." He muttered to himself. Does he not want the alchemy furnace anymore? With that, he went back inside, brushed the snow off the table, and took out 2 jade vials. They had once held top-grade blazing sunflower pollen. For months had passed, the medicine had dissipated, and the powder had faded to a pale yellow. The color told him they were only mid-grade now. The wind and snow picked up. He decided to go down to the market on Mount Matu to see about selling them. First, though, he stowed everything in his treasure basin, a small storage talisman that would look like nothing to outsiders. After changing into plain clothes, he folded the robe bearing the Tai Su Gate emblem and shoved it into the wardrobe. Keep things low-key, that way no one would be able to trace it back to the sect. A cold wind hit his face. Snow swept across like tangled threads. He Pingsheng smiled. This kind of heavy snowfall was perfect enough to blur people's sight. He wouldn't dare take off from his own courtyard. Briskly, he followed the path to Hao Yun's grave, then slipped a paper crane from his bosom. He rubbed the crane between his fingertips. The paper warmed worry, the creases lighting up in a ring of pale glow. With a flash, the crane swelled, growing to nearly 10 feet across. The paper edges curled and unfurled like real feathers. He vaulted onto its back, locking his mind to it. The crane beat its wings with a clear sound. With a whoosh, it shot up into the sky. Below stretched a white void. Sky and earth seemed cut apart, the view dropping away into depthless white. The wind scraped his skin like knives, making his ears throb. Luckily, he wasn't an ordinary man. A current of fiery internal breath stirred in his body. Warmth surged from his ankles up his spine, chasing away the bone-deep cold. No matter how hard the snow fell, he felt nothing but warmth. He tightened his cloak, steadied the paper crane, and fixed his eyes on the distant market. There, people would buy pollen, and some would be asking after Wang Dun. An hour later, the paper crane landed at the gate of the Horsehead Mountain Market. Its paper tip was flecked with snow, like a white bird awkwardly perched on the stone steps. He Pingxing reached out and picked it up. The paper still held a faint chill along its fibers. Then he went inside. The snow underfoot crackled. The cold wind turned every breath into white clouds. The market was not quiet despite the cold. Rows of stalls blinked with the glow of small fires in the snowy mist. The scents of medicine, cooking oil, and bodies braided together. Hawker's shout struck like a rhythm against his ears. Someone was grinding pills, someone else weighing spirit stones. It was lively and chaotic. He walked to a familiar stall. The seller was a middle-aged man, dark-faced and calloused-handed. A few bottles of pills sat on the table, a faint vapor rising from their mouths. He Pingxing glanced at the pellets and asked, "How much for a gathering qi pill?" The man gave him a sidelong look, as if he didn't recognize him, and said, 2 spirit stones apiece. If you buy a whole cauldron at once, 20 will do. He Pingxing said nothing. His spirit sense slipped out quietly. It was like a fine thread, passing through the steam on the stall and sliding into the man's aura. A white flash, and he saw the man's presence was heavy, like a deep well, surging slowly. Like a stone tower stacked 8 layers high, each layer pressing the air down. He froze. A cold hand seemed to pinch his chest. His heart rate jumped. He himself was only at the 4th level, and spirit sense should only peer downward or at most make out contours at the same level. Yet the scene was crystalline clear. A chill ran up his back. He remembered the new mental method he'd been training in the ruined temple half a day earlier. The technique had sharpened and extended his spirit sense. Could that be why? "Hold 2 cauldrons for me," he said, keeping his voice low and making a quick gesture toward the guild hall. "I'll grab something from inside. I'll be right back." With that, he headed for Fenghe Manor. A few familiar faces were busy at the entrance. Shopkeeper Lu often traded here. He Pingxing paused at the gate and turned away. Being recognized would be bad. He skirted the main door and walked down the covered corridor, the stalls packed together like roof tiles. He pushed open the door to a small shop at random. The hinge let out a short squeak. The air inside was narrower, the sharp bitterness of herbs and the must of old wood. The owner was a stooped old man, all skin and bone, but his eyes were bright as black beads. He was rubbing a broken apothecary pin. He Pingxing didn't dare use his mind to prod the old man's thoughts. It would be terribly rude to casually probe someone's mind. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly first. His movements were respectful, his voice a little lower. The old man laughed, a dry, sandpaper rasp. "What are you looking to buy?" he asked, one hand resting on a polished wooden counter. Behind the counter, glass bottles were neatly lined up. Light danced on their walls like tiny suns. "I'm not here to buy anything," he Pingxing said quickly. "My master sent me to sell 2 bottles of pollen, to see if you'd take them." He let the name Sunfire Flower pass lightly, as if it were just ordinary merchandise. The old man's brows lifted. In winter, who would have Sunfire Flower pollen? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Was it cultivated in an earth fire pit? He asked. A tightness hit He Pingxing's chest. He almost gave himself away. His tongue moved as if swallowing hot soup. The old man, however, found an excuse and didn't press further. He Pingxing seized the moment and presented the 2 jade bottles. He held the bottles in his palms, which felt faintly warm. The powder inside gleamed a golden yellow, like sand toasted by sunlight. Bring it close, and the tip of your nose felt a surprising warmth, like holding a coal still holding heat. The old man took a bottle and unscrewed the cap. When it opened, a gentle warmth puffed out. The air carried a toasty sweetness, like the scent of summer hay. The old man's eyes suddenly brightened. "This is good quality," he murmured, surprise and approval in his tone. He repeated it to himself. In the dead of winter, to have this warmth and sheen. Other customers edged toward the counter. Someone made a soft hiss, like fingernails across glass. The old man recapped the bottle and tapped the jade seal. It rang clear. Then he put away his smile and went shrewd. Young man, how much do you want for them? He asked, his narrow eyes like two pieces of obsidian doing the math. He Pingsheng feigned ignorance, a simple grin at the corner of his mouth. I don't know. My master didn't give a price, he said softly, as if he didn't want to cause trouble. Which sect are you from? The old man asked again. He Pingsheng shook his head, calm. I'm from the north. He didn't name his sect. The less he said, the fewer chances for trouble. He didn't dare make up a sect on the spot. It would be too easy to slip up. Lowering his voice, he said, just say you came from the north, and don't ask any more questions. The old man shrugged with a smile. All right, play by the rules. A bottle of ordinary Liang flower pollen goes for about 100 spirit stones. He nodded toward the 2 vials. These 2 are mid-grade deep color, still warm. We'll give 300 a bottle. 2 bottles, 600 spirit stones total. How's that? He Pingsheng nodded, his voice calm. Fine. Normal price is fine. The old man waved a hand toward the shop's goods. We carry everything. Want to look around? Grab anything else? He Pingsheng smiled faintly and shook his head. No thanks. Those spirit stones belong to my master. I can't touch them freely. The old man didn't press it. He yanked a cloth pouch from under the counter and flung it onto the table. It hit with a muffled thud. 600 inside. Count them, he said, cocking an eye at him. He Pingsheng didn't reach in. He gathered a thread of spirit sense at his chest, an unseen gaze, and let it sweep over the pouch. The stones pulsed one by one in his mind, clear as day. 600. Each stone was as small as a juju pit. When they knocked together, they made a series of tiny metallic clicks. He slung the pouch over his shoulder as casually as if it were empty and stepped out into the market, melting into the crowd. The market was loud hawkers calling, bolts of cloth rubbing together, metal striking metal. People glanced at the pouch on his shoulder, whispered, turned their heads. But this was the Matu Mountain Market. There were guards and rules. No one would make a grab in the open. He drifted past a few stalls, picking up common things. His fingers skimmed the leaf of an herb and felt a faint chill. The red fruits smelled tart and bright. He bought a 7-leaf spirit herb, its leaves with a faint sheen, a ling apricot, thin-skinned and juicy celestial shoots, crisp with a hint of sweetness, and a few scarlet fruits that looked like little suns. He paid, packed his purchases into his own cloth bag, and walked on. His steps were slow, his eyes steady. The market's noise rolled around him like the tide, ebbing and swelling. These were the materials for refining qi concentrating pills. He had to buy them. Anyway, he had a pill furnace now. He could go back and try. Maybe he'd actually manage to refine one. He Pingsheng bought 20 portions of each herb. He also bought 2 batches of qi concentrating pills at the apothecary. And from the middle-aged cultivator's stall, he bought 2 more batches. The bag was bulging, it would last him a good while. Little brother, the stall owner called, waving, his smile smooth as oil. You should pick up some clear spirit pills while you're at it. You'll find a use for them down the road. He Pingsheng paused and looked up. What's a clear spirit pill? The vendor slapped the cloth on his stall as if rubbing at something invisible. You're taking a shortcut relying on swallowed pills to replenish your energy. It's quick, easy, and the effects come fast. But pills leave behind residue. If you take them long-term, the residue builds up inside you. Like scale in a pipe, eventually it blocks the flow. Your meridians choke up and your cultivation actually slows. He made it sound simple, hands tracing circles in the air as if stirring a pot. Clear spirit pills dissolve that residue, flush the pipes, so to speak. Eat one and your insides are clean again, your body absorbs energy more smoothly. Pill toxin. He Pingsheng rubbed his head, half doubtful. There really is such a thing? The vendor grinned, showing a few yellowed teeth. Of course, you can't remove every impurity when refining pills. If you could, that would be a top-grade pill. That's only in legends. Nobody in reality can do it. Anyone who could make that kind of pill would be a legend already. He said it with a touch of contempt. The coins in the cloth purse clinked faintly. He Pingsheng listened and felt a little reassured. Top-grade pills. I only take top-grade pills. I don't need to worry about that. He tucked the purse in, waved him off with a smile. No, thanks. I don't take pills that often. If pill toxin ever starts bothering me, I'll come back. Money's tight right now. I'll take these materials and give it a try first. The vendor shrugged, his expression half knowing. Around them, sellers were calling out, the dry rustle of herbs being grabbed, and from a distance the flame in a copper furnace flickered softly. He Pingxing hefted his bag and walked away with steady steps. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at He Pingxing, then shifted his eyes to the cloth pack on his back. You short on money? He Pingxing jerked the pack to his front and hugged it, as if protecting a child. His voice trembled. The spirit stones in this pack aren't mine, they were given by my master. Spirit stones are the energy we use to cultivate. I can't squander them. The man nodded, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He Pingxing tucked the newly bought pills into his robe and asked the man for 2 empty porcelain vials. After stowing everything, the man turned and sauntered out of the Matu Mountain Market. 3 burly men fell in behind him without a sound. They moved like wolves on a scent, clinging to his shadow. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head and sighed. That kid's cultivation is shallow, his spirit energy like mist. It's bad news to have the Black Wind 3 on his tail. He doesn't even know not to show off his money, no wonder no one helps him. The Black Wind 3 were a notorious gang in the area. Rumors said they robbed and killed without hesitation. There was too little evidence to put them on trial, but everyone knew they were bad news. Bro, one of them urged under his breath. This way, hurry, catch up. A paper crane rose from their palms. Paper cranes were origami flying devices that, once imbued with spirit energy, could cut through the air. It screamed a thin whistle through the wind and snow as it shot into the distance. A paper crane's speed depended on its handler. In the hands of a powerful cultivator, it sliced the air like an arrow. The Black Wind 3 assumed He Pingxing was a low-level young disciple with only thin spirit energy and would be overtaken quickly. They were wrong. The 3 of them spent half a day chasing through empty air, the wind howling in their ears, and only the paper crane's whistling answering them. Half a day passed without so much as a trace. He Pingxing, however, had landed about an hour later on a slope not far outside the sect. After retrieving the paper crane, he slowed his pace and trudged through the snow toward the outer gate town. The wind lifted his cloak and the flakes stung his face like knives, but his steps were steady and the pack pressed tight against his chest. He had no idea someone had been following him all along. He didn't go home. The outer hall was still lit. He paced once around the main room. The air smelled of incense, ash, and oil lamps. The floor creaked softly under his feet. Behind the counter, someone was swapping copper tokens for ledgers. Coins in a pouch made a crisp rattling. He traded some contribution points for spirit rice the refined grain cultivators ate, and then walked to the circular reception desk in the center of the hall. It was a ring-shaped counter with several disciples sitting inside, ready to receive visitors. Voices were swallowed by the high eaves, leaving only occasional laughter. You need something, Junior? One of the disciples stood and nodded at him. His voice was mild, as if he was used to fielding all kinds of questions. He Pingxing tightened his pack strap and steadied his step. Brother, I wanted to ask, is Spirit Medicine Valley still recruiting? Spirit Medicine Valley? The man raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest and appraisal in his eyes. Thinking of working there? He Pingxing shook his head and hurried to explain, not for a job, and not about what type spirit roots. I want to leave a message. Is Brother Wang Dun still around? Could you pass something to him? He lowered his voice, trying to tamp down his urgency. It wasn't about the 3 spirit stones. He wanted to discuss pill refining with Wang Dun. Wang's alchemy furnace belonged to someone else. He couldn't use it freely. The furnace was cast from bronze and had to be used properly under someone's guidance. The disciple froze, and his expression changed at once. He shook his head and his voice grew small, like he was squeezing words out of his throat. Can't. A while back, Brother Wang went out to duel and was killed. What? The word froze him like ice. He Pingxing's fingers loosened on the pack strap, his lips parted, and no sound came for a long moment. It was an inner disciple from Xiuzhu Peak. The man lowered his voice, eyes flicking around as if afraid someone might overhear. I don't know exactly who. People like Wang Dun with no backers, no sect to vouch for them. If something happens, no one takes responsibility. Dead is dead, and no one cares. Laughter rose again somewhere in the hall. Wind blew through the windows, carrying the scent of pine needles. He Pingxing stood still, as if his chest had been struck, the pain wordless and sharp. Sai, the disciple across from him, shook his head helplessly. The syllable was short, as if a Sai had been pressed into a block of stone. The path of cultivation isn't anything special. The disciple sneered. By the way, what did you want with Wang Dun? He asked again. He Pingxing shook his head, his voice as calm as if he had set a stone down. Senior brother Wang used to owe me a few spirit stones, forget it. He's gone now, the debt's settled. Thanks for the reminder. He finished, cupped his fist in a salute, and turned to leave. The mountain wind drove the snow, making his teeth ache. He didn't slow until he was a good distance away. Wang Dun was dead. By rights, that alchemical cauldron should have belonged to him. The pill furnace was an old iron pot used for refining medicines, able to withstand scorching heat. Whoever possessed it could build up their skill. But He Pingxing felt no joy, only a coldness at his chest, more like the hollow revealed when snow melts. Xiaozhu Peak again. Inner disciples again. To those inner disciples, their attitude was like mountain wind. The lives of outer disciples were like snow underfoot, crushed and forgotten. Kill a Hao Yun and 7 days of reflection is enough. If Wang Dun was murdered, how would they handle it? How many days of reflection would it take? His fingers worried at his sleeve until his knuckles went white. He could hear his own heartbeat like rolling stones, like ice cracking. Back in his room, he shouldered the door shut with a shove. The latch clicked. Through the boards the furnace whispered a faint crackle. He sat on the edge of the bed, snow water dripping from his hem. The room held only a weak warmth. His breath turned to white mist. His brows drew into a single line. He didn't speak for a long while. Could it be Linglong's doing again? Are the lives of outer disciples worth so little? If that's how it is, then what are the townspeople? Are ordinary mortals, in the eyes of cultivators, no more than grass? He thought too much until his hands went numb. Finally, He Pingxing drew a deep, cold breath and pressed those thoughts down into his gut. He gave a small smile that held no happiness. He rose and tapped the spot above his elixir field. His spirit moved, like pulling an invisible cord. The treasure basin rose slowly. He drew it toward him. The metal bit into the bone with cold. The rim gleamed faintly. It was roughly a meter across. Lifting it, he felt its weight. A chill crawled up through his joints. He set the basin on his knees and lifted the lid of a jade box. Snow-colored gloves made a soft rustle. A herbal scent spilled out, bitter with a clean sweetness, like grass freshly cut in the mountains. The boxes knocked together with a low clink. There was a lot inside the basin. First, spirit stones, a heavy pile. He broke one off. It had a cold glint like coal. He murmured as he counted. A few days ago, he bought 20 pills and 14 herbs, spending 54 spirit stones. Now there were 546 left. Stable, but not plentiful. Beside them were 4 jade boxes, each neatly holding 20 portions of herbs. One was 7-leaf spirit grass, tender and green like dew in the leaf veins. One was a mortal bamboo shoot, crisp and fragrant. One was vermilion fruit, round and red like a small sun. The last was spirit apricot, its skin with a faint sheen. These were the ingredients for making qi consolidating pills, small remedies that steadied the qi within a person, smoothing the heat in their breath. There were also 4 porcelain jars. 2 lids popped off to reveal a rattle of 24 low-grade qi pills, small, dull in color, mildly bitter on the tongue. The other jars held supplements and fine powders, odds and ends. Finally, the basin held small, everyday items, an old cloth bundle, a few folded talismans, a dried beehive. Worth little on their own, but useful when the time came. He closed the basin. His fingers lingered on the edge of a jade box, as if saying goodbye to something gone. Outside, the wind rose again and the window frame creaked. The room fell quiet, leaving only the sound of his low breaths. Sigh. He Pingxing glanced around the cluttered room and let out a long breath. If only I had a bag to hold things. He meant one of those little pouches that could shrink things into another space. Imagine not having to pile stuff everywhere. Right now, whenever he wanted to strengthen something in the treasure basin, everything else had to be pulled out and tossed on the floor, on the bed. A mess. Inconvenient. But that sort of thing cost more than 2,000 spirit stones. Ordinary folks couldn't afford it. He Pingxing shook his head and let the thought go. He dumped the 4 herbs, 20 portions in all, into the treasure basin. As soon as his hand left them, they were sucked in like into a bottomless hole and quietly vanished. He murmured, "Enhance." Over the next few days, he made more inquiries. After confirming Wang Dun's fall, He dragged the black alchemy furnace home. It was cold to the touch, the inner walls still clung to old char and crust. He wiped at it with effort, dust flew apart under his hand, making a thin rustle. Materials, tools, porcelain jars, pills. One by one he laid them into the treasure basin and strengthened them. Each time the basin gave a low hum, like a sleeping heart stirring awake. He didn't sit idle. He pulled out a thin book titled 36 Alchemical Recipes and studied it by the oil lamp. For the next few days he stuck to the basics, repeatedly poring over one formula, the recipe for the Qi concentrating pill. The Qi concentrating pill was used to help cultivators condense their inner Qi. In other words, it was exactly what people in the Qi stage needed most. Pill crafting wasn't just about memorizing recipes. You had to prepare fuel. Different herbs needed different fires. The flame's temperature and color affected how the ingredients concentrated. Different simmering times required swapping kinds of wood. The thickness and moisture of the wood determined the medicine's flavor and color when boiled. Put bluntly, the more kinds of wood you needed, the more tedious the prep. So he slung an axe over his shoulder and went up the mountain to chop. The axe struck the trunk with a dull thud. Bark split, and wood chips fell like snow. The air filled with the clean scent of resin. Sweat ran down his temple and dripped to the ground, mixing with the smell of fresh pitch. He picked out hard pine and thoroughly dried dead branches. Pine burned with a steady, bright flame. Dead twigs burned hotter and, at crucial moments, could force the medicine's juices out. He hefted each bundle, gauging its weight and estimating how many times he'd need to add it to the furnace. High-level alchemy relied on guiding the pill fire with the mind. At that level, an alchemist could make the flame dance to remove dross and leave the essence. Herbs would condense into pills as syrup cools. But that was the skill of high cultivators. For disciples in the Qi or foundation stages, you had to rely on your eyes, your hands, and the fire. Pingxing lowered his head and rubbed the rough skin of his palm. A mountain breeze carried the scent of smoke. He raised the axe and, with another crisp crack, chopped down again. He didn't have that subtle mental skill to separate the medicinal decoction from the dregs. He couldn't summon that searing, alchemical fire from within. So he had to resort to the most primitive method, boiling. He poured water into the alchemical cauldron, dumped the cleaned herbs in all at once, and lit the fire. Flames licked the copper walls, and the water began to bubble. The herb's scent rose bitter, with an earthy note clinging to the back of his tongue and his nostrils. Steam hammered the lid in low, hollow thuds. Time passed, and the decoction churned in the pot. Eventually, the liquid boiled away, leaving a dark, viscous concentrate stuck to the bottom. The method was clumsy. Usually, only 1 out of 10 batches succeeded. He had to accept that cruel reality. There was no other way. But this time the conditions were better. He had reinforced the herbs. What had been 20 portions became 40, and each portion was top grade. He'd also modified the furnace. The old pot had been like a shabby pan with only a simple barrier. Now it felt heavy and finely made. Fine sigils rose across its surface, like chains pressing down in 4 layers to contain the energy inside. And there wasn't just one furnace, one square, one round, both at hand. Pingxing ran his hand along the rim. A slight chill pricked his fingertips. A dark golden light pulsed from the sigils, as if a heart were beating. He smiled, a note of expectation in his laugh. Next time I go to the Matu Mountain Market, this'll fetch a good price. In the cultivation world, treasured implements have ranks. Ordinary disciples in the Qi refining stage used entry-level tools. Owning a device with multi-layered sigils capable of suppressing and guiding alchemical energy was already rare. Like those new disciples who were short on coin, he still used a magic implement. A simple tool, something to help get the work done. But its power was limited. Whether called a magic implement, a spirit vessel, a treasure, or a mysterious relic, their rank was judged not by name, but by how many seals they bore. The more seals, the harder the object was to control and the greater its power. For example, a low-grade implement would have a single seal etched on its surface, a mid-grade 2, a fine piece 3, an exceptional 4. By the time something reached the spirit vessel level, it started with at least 5 seals. Think of the seals as links in a chain. The more links, the rarer the key, and the heavier the force bound within. Pingxing slipped his hand into his robe and drew out a small round alchemical furnace, palm-sized. Cold metal quivered slightly in his hand. Open, he barked, and his breath surged like tide. The furnace suddenly swelled, bulging in an instant until it was as large as an iron pot. For seal patterns rose on its surface like stacked chains, flashing a chill light across the metal. He tested his routines several times, but his motions were clumsy. Those 4 seals were still there, taut iron bands restricting the furnace's spirit. If he wanted to refine pills smoothly, he had to dissolve those seals first. He set the furnace on the stone table, formed his hand seals, and began to draw chi slowly. The chi threaded into the metal like needle and thread sewing fabric. Time stretched thin. Days were firelight and sweat nights were cold wind and a faint wick. 2 months, day in and day out. A faint vibration ran through the metal. The first seal cracked with a crisp snap, like a twig breaking. Crack, then the second, then the third. Each sound was like iron hoops snapping, spitting molten sparks and a heavy heat. He felt his chest tighten with every seal that shattered. He felt one more binding tear open and another measure of force add to him. At last, the final seal crumbled into dust and vanished. The furnace's surface was free of those oppressive lock patterns. It moved with the sudden agility of a beast released. Pingxing gave 3 short commands. First, open, and the furnace took shape, then withdraw, folding it into his mind force, then summon, calling it back into his palm. His motions grew fluid. A satisfied smile crossed his face. This refined furnace still had room to grow. It could hold things temporarily, or shrink back into his dantian, the storage center for his energy, ready to be drawn out with a thought. Next came the real refining. Step 1. Bring the furnace out and put it in the courtyard. It had to be the yard. This required a live flame the house couldn't safely accommodate. Step 2. Add water. The water had to be clear. He tested the temperature of every scoop with his hand. Step 3. Add the herbs in order. Leaves hissed as they hit the water. Steam-carrying medicine scent wrapped the yard. The boiling had to be handled with extreme care. The fire had to be steady. The herbs had to be listened to. His palm force had to protect the process. 1 degree too much, and the ingredients would scorch. 1 degree too little, and no essence would be drawn out. He bent low, a long ladle in his hand, eyes locked on the surface. Every swirl felt like bargaining with time. The pot roiled with a measured gurgle. Herb scent and smoke tangled in the air. His brow was knotted, as if listening to an invisible beat. Each motion sent sensation back into his palm, burn, vibration, a leaden weight. He knew refining was never simply boiling herbs. It was a contest with the furnace, with the herbs, and with time. Take a single wrong step, and it would be too late for regret. No need to panic. The steps for pill refining, the precise strength of the flame, when bubbles would rise, when to cut the heat, it was all written in the 36 formulas. Pingxing had them committed to memory. With every move, he could feel the rhythm under his fingertips. He started with the immortal bamboo shoot. The shoot was pale and cool, as if it held a clump of moonlight. When he sliced it open, a clear chill puffed out. Next, he added the 7-leaf spirit grass. The leaves were thin and springy, landing on the potion with a faint, sandy whisper. The third ingredient was the spirit apricot, its flesh tender and faintly sweet. In the pot, it dissolved into a golden froth. Only at the end did he drop in the vermilion fruit, red as a fully ripe cherry, which sparked tiny flames when it struck the hot broth. Everything in the cauldron was steady. He tended the fire to the table, following the directions and the beat without the slightest deviation. Half an hour passed. A strange, faint scent rose from the potion, scarcely there, like the smell that comes up from soil after rain. Only Pingxing could smell it. The neighbors could not. It was not a scent for mortal noses. It drifted in from another world and settled softly on his face. Several more hours went by. He scooped the impurities from the pot with a long ladle and dropped them into a nearby ash basin. Only a little thickened elixir kept rolling in the pot. The liquid drew together, shifting from gold to crimson, its viscosity meeting the standards. At last, 12 pill forms slowly congealed on the surface. At the moment the pills first took shape, the pot exploded. Bang! Like someone had set off a firecracker in the room. A blast of heat slammed into his face. The wooden table he was bent over shuddered and creaked. The elixir shattered into fragments, sparks flew, and the fragrance was brutally ripped into smoke and ash. He leaned closer and stared at the bottom of the pot. The pills had crumbled to powder and rose in silver-white wisps. His first attempt at refining had failed. There was no sigh, only a calm look in his eyes. He fished the shattered pills out one by one. 12 pieces, their surfaces cracked, their colors dulled. At first glance they looked worthless. They were slightly warm in his hand, like holding a few sun-warmed stones. But to He Pingsheng, those waste pills were useful. He set them carefully into a small basin, a treasure basin. It was no ordinary vessel. It could absorb the residual force of broken pills, purify and amplify their leftover heat. Once placed inside, the ruined pills would be cleansed and turned into energy pellets the body could actually absorb. This was what set him apart. What others saw as trash, in his hands could become a masterpiece. He forced himself to calm down. He wasn't denying the failure, he was looking for the cause. He pulled out a copper probe like a thermometer and plunged it into the elixir. He checked the color of the ash and weighed the sediment on the ladle. A hint of bitterness had crept into the scent. His movements were quick and precise, almost surgical. The fire was a touch too high, he said under his breath, partly to himself, partly as if answering the pot. He listed the possibilities: faulty materials, a tremor in the heat, a mistimed quench. He ran each one through in his head, counting them like steps while walking methodical. With a new diagnosis, he reset the ingredients and rekindled the flame. The second batch began. The technique was the same, but he was extra cautious at every point. Time crawled. The elixir bubbled again. The color shifted back toward gold. He Pingsheng stared at the surface, not daring to take his hands even half an inch away. The result was the same. The second batch, too, collapsed the moment it formed, disintegrating into smoke and ash. The room was once more seized by a blast of heat. The fire flickered and died, leaving only the smell of scorch and the wreckage of broken pills. There are no shortcuts in pill refining. Only repeated trial and error. Only failures piled up into experience, into a feel for the craft. Failure didn't leave him empty-handed. Rotten pills, cracked pills, blackened char heaped on a wooden tray beside him. Whenever the furnace burst and the hatch shuddered, the burnt smell would rush into his nostrils, like scorched oil in an iron pan, making his teeth ache. He learned to hear the slightest differences: a faint grassy tang in the herb fragrance, the surface foam rising a second later than before. That 1 second often meant the difference between success and failure. His days were consumed by refining. 2 furnaces a day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. The fire always jumped beneath his palm, heat waves lapping at his face, fine sweat beading on the backs of his hands. Day after day, the rhythm became his breath. On the 17th furnace, the sound changed. It wasn't a burst, nor the hoarse bubbling. It was a crisp little ping from inside the furnace, like a needle touching glass. The medicinal liquid abruptly cleared and gave off a sweet, mellow scent. A pinprick of light inside slowly gathered into a bead and rolled out along the mortar. In that moment, he knew. He laughed out loud, nearly rising to his feet, his voice trembling. I can make a chi concentrating pill. He cupped the tiny pill. He could feel a faint residual warmth in his palm, like a fruit that had just firmed. Others didn't understand his joy. For most beginners, a first successful pill costs 100 trials. Only after 100, 200 furnaces does an intact pellet occasionally appear. 17 felt like stolen luck. He wasn't all luck. He had a more focused spirit mind than his peers think of it, as a keener inner sight that could detect tiny fluctuations in the fire. Add a heavenly grade secret recipe, the 36 alchemical recipes, with prompts at every step like a lamp in the dark. The two together saved him from many wrong turns. Success didn't last, though. In the attempts that followed, his success rate was only about 1 in 4. In other words, on average it took 4 sets of materials to yield 1 whole pill. That efficiency already far surpassed most novice alchemists, many of whom barely managed a single intact pill. Sound and touch told him where he'd gone wrong. In failure, the liquid soured and foam bubbled and gurgled, like the bottom of a pot complaining. In success, the liquid cleared, the scent softened, and a faint chime resonated from the furnace walls. He filed those details away in his mind like landmarks on a map. The odds of pill making weren't only technique. There was constitution's spiritual roots, the innate attributes inside a body. Some people leaned toward metal, wood, or fire. Those who possess all three more easily fuse heat, herb nature, and medicinal force. Think of it this way. Someone with a strong fire root wields flame like a blade. Someone with a strong wood root can draw out an herb-esque nature. The better the talent, the fewer the mistakes, and the higher the success. He knew the road ahead was long. As his cultivation rose, his spirit steadied and formulas became familiar. His success rate would improve. For now he stood on a small ridge. The wind was still cold, but the path ahead finally had a glimmer of light. The old text said people with a metal spirit root could read an elixir's veins better. Those with a wood root could draw out the essence of plants. Those with a fire root could control a flame's temperature, color, even the way it burned, with far finer precision. He hadn't had time to study those differences closely. He couldn't stop. He kept refining pills. To him, useful and useless were merely two kinds of ingredients. Even failed pills were just material for the next step. The next 10 days or so drummed by with a steady monotony. Flames rolled in the furnace. The cauldron gave low gurgles. Scents thickened and thinned like the tide. 40 batches of ingredients went in, one furnace at a time. In the end, they were all processed. Wiping sweat from his brow, he counted the results. 12 furnaces yielded pills, a total of 144. Their quality was almost uniform, solid but mediocre. 11 furnaces produced only low-grade pills. The last furnace was a bit better, producing 4 mid-grade and 8 low-grade. The other 28 furnaces became waste pills, not blown to powder, just discolored and spent of their properties. Still usable as raw material. Handling them was simple. He threw the waste pills into a small black basin, its name grand, its function practical. It absorbed pill power and amplified medicinal potency. The pills clinked together, a bright metallic sound. The basin's walls hummed at a low frequency, like the echo of a distant sea. The energy stretched and swelled, as if light passing through a lens. Strengthened, doubled. He repeated the process until he was satisfied. 28 furnace worth of waste plus 12 successful furnaces made 40 furnaces worth of material. With the basin's amplification, it became the equivalent of 80 furnaces of high-grade qi-gathering pills. These pills, designed to rapidly condense and stabilize internal qi, had their grade magnified into top-tier quality. He made several trips into town to buy porcelain bottles. After polishing and sealing, they were transformed into jars as smooth as jade. Each bottle was labeled, neatly lined up and heavy as they sat in a hidden compartment. There were too many to store. He buried a portion beneath the soil under his bedroom. Only the damp earth knew those secrets. Time ground on, like the furnace slowly wearing the days. Months passed. Every day, he practiced the leaving fire true method, a technique that used the rhythm of flame to cleanse the body's qi. The movements were unhurried, like sharpening a blade, patient and rhythmic. His cultivation rose from the 4th layer of inner breath to the 5th. In that moment, a hot current shot through his chest, as if a cork were suddenly popped from a filled glass bottle, and his qi settled down quiet and solid. He did not simply sit and watch. Meditation alternated with spirit refinement. Eyes closed, palms warm, then the furnace stirred. His fingers touched the herbal scent, and his thoughts returned to the cauldron. Even his sect's quiet mind true formula advanced to the 5th layer. His heart steadied, his breath grew finer, and his footsteps were somehow tuned to the beat of his blood. He Pingxing's concentration had strengthened. He barely shifted his thoughts. His awareness spread like an invisible net, able to cover a distance of about 260 meters. That was already quite far. He pushed the door open. Fallen leaves fluttered at the threshold, skittering across his shoes with a dry rustle. Autumn again. More than 2 years. Since he left home, time had just slipped by like that. The spirit rice in the house was nearly gone. He shut the door, bolted it, and walked at an unhurried pace toward the outer hall. This time he needed to buy materials to refine fasting pills. One fasting pill would last a month. If he made a whole batch, he could save himself a year's worth of daily fires and cooking. The outer hall was as lively as a marketplace. Footsteps, murmurs, and the rustle of cloth blended into one continuous sound. He Pingxing stood at the doorway and swept his mind around. The auras of the people collided against his consciousness at once. Some had a heavy presence, like boulders bearing down, making the air feel denser. Some emanations rolled and surged like flames that licked nearer and farther. Others were immature, like a newborn breeze, barely perceptible. There were far more high-level presences. The low-level ones were almost invisible. That arrangement left him puzzled. The crowd was divided into dozens of small squads. Each formed a line, quietly waiting for something. At the front of each line, someone paced back and forth, holding lists or dossiers. Clear calls rang from a distance, like auctioneers' cries. He squeezed up to a cultivator standing at the edge of one line, cupped his hands, and smiled naturally. "Senior brother, what are you lining up for? Is something important happening?" The man glanced at him. His face was as cold as a blade. "I don't know," he said curtly. Pingsheng froze for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You're standing in line and you don't know?" He drew back his smile and didn't press further. In crowded places, there were always people who didn't want the next truth to be heard. He turned smoothly and walked deeper into the line, his mind continuing to scan the surroundings. "Whatever. If you don't say it, someone else will." Pingsheng asked several people in a row. Only then did he understand what it was about. It was the inner rank selection. The Taisu sect was split into two tiers. The outer ranks were crowded, loud as a marketplace. The inner ranks were few and honored. Inner disciples got more resources and were closer to the powerful figures who ran things. Occasionally, the sect would pick people from the outer ranks to promote inward. The criteria were bluntly practical. The minimum bar was being able to condense and freely manipulate your chi to the 5th level. In plain terms, you needed solid control over your energy. But that wasn't enough. Your bones determined whether you could bear greater power. Your spiritual roots were like soil. Only fertile ground could grow good seedlings. Your technique had to be sound, and a bit of luck often decided the outcome. This time, they were only taking 20. There were thousands standing in the hall. Voices rose like tides. Footsteps kicked up dust. Some quietly calculated their chances, some swallowed nervously. Others wore faces hard as blades. When Pingsheng heard that cold reply, he understood why one more person meant one more thorn in someone's side. Should he go? That was the question. The answer was simple: go. The benefits of the inner ranks outweighed all the outer rank glory. Once inside, you'd get more scrolls, spirit herbs, and secret martial techniques. There were missions and trials only inner disciples could qualify for. Dozens of sects under the Tai-Xian Alliance jointly managed 2 secret realms. From time to time, sects sent disciples in to hunt treasure and face trials. Outer disciples want to go in. Don't even try. The guards at the gate would stop you. He wasn't afraid of competition. He touched a small device at his waist, a hidden tool known as the treasure basin. It could pull objects into his body. Normally, it stayed out of sight, letting him conceal valuables inside himself when needed, undetected. That gave him confidence. He picked a line at random and joined the queue. The line moved fast. The crowd's breathing, footsteps, and whispers inched forward. Sunlight slanted down from the eaves, striking every tense face. Dust drifted through the air, rasping at throats. An hour later, it was his turn. A wooden table sat before them. Behind it were 2 people, a man and a woman. Their black robes clung to their bodies. Gold trim ran along collars and cuffs. A cloud-shaped sect emblem was sewn on the chest. Outer disciples wore dark green and looked rougher. Respected seniors. Pingsheng cupped his fist and bowed low. His voice was respectful and steady. The woman waved him off. Her smile carried the warm edge of command. "No need to be so formal. Call us senior brother and sister. What's your name? What are your spirit roots?" Pingsheng looked up without flinching. "Pingsheng. I can draw on the power of the 5 elements. I'm at the 5th level of the chi refining stage." The air at the table went still. The woman's eyes widened slightly. She stared at him for a few seconds, as if weighing a heavy thing. The male disciple beside her sat straighter. His voice cracked. 17? 5th level of chi refinement. 5-element spirit roots. He sounded incredulous. Others leaned in. A sharp intake of breath swept through the room, like someone latching the outer gate. The woman said, "Most people never reach the 4th level in their lifetime. Getting to the 5th, that isn't something ordinary can do." There was no praise in her tone, only hard fact. Each word landed like a hammer on the wood. Pingsheng smiled, briefly calm, with a prepared line ready. His fingers rubbed his sleeve as if hiding something. "Don't be so surprised, senior brother," he said lightly. "My affinities favor metal, wood, and fire. I rely a lot on alchemical elixirs to replenish my vital energy. Swallowing pills to boost cultivation is how I've made it this far. The male disciple drew a breath, his expression softened a little. He thought, then nodded. Maybe it's true. Alchemy can rapidly restore vital energy. It's possible. Silence spread again around the table. Pingsheng withdrew his sleeve, his gaze clear. Light skimmed his face without extra flicker. Some people murmured low, others turned to look back at the two seniors, waiting for the next word. Wait. The female cultivator turned to him suddenly, her eyes lighting up. You just said you can refine pills? Pingsheng nodded, his voice calm. Yes. He wasn't exaggerating. There was no boastfulness in his tone. In fact, his success rate for making qi accumulation pills was only about 30%. Put another way, 4 furnaces of herbs would yield 1 successful batch. That return was already astonishing among his fellow disciples. The woman arched an eyebrow and counted on her fingers as if doing the math. Junior brother, your success rate is about 1 in 4? About. He answered plainly. She sucked in a breath and let out a soft hiss. No wonder. She lowered her voice as if divulging a secret, then boiled it down even further. 7 spirit stones will buy 10 portions of herbs. 10 portions normally make 3 successful furnaces. Each furnace gives 12 pills, 36 in total. At 2 spirit stones a pill, 7 stones turn into 72. She laughed out loud, part astonishment, part greed. 7 into 72. Junior brother, your knack for making money is terrifying. If someone relied on taking pills to cultivate, reaching the 5th level wouldn't be a dream. Her tone snapped back to seriousness. She pressed a hand to her chest. But taking pills is risky. Pills often carry toxins that churn inside the body, burning the meridians like acid fire. Remember to purge the toxins promptly after taking them. I know. He cupped his fist, earnest. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. She waved him off, eyes fixed on him with equal parts command and expectation. Go. The exam results will be posted in the outer hall in a month. Don't forget to come. Some of the elders value disciples who can refine pills. I will. He answered, then turned and left. He went up from the 1st floor to the 2nd. The market was full of noise, clattering pots and pans, the rustle of herbs being crushed in the apothecary. He bought some necessities and scanned the stalls for a protective talisman, but after a long search found nothing suitable. He gave up and carried his bag back to the small courtyard. The gate clicked softly. Inside, he lit his little furnace. The fire threw shadows across his face. The brass cauldron began to gurgle low. Herbs were being cut and ground, and the steam coaxed scents out of them, a young bitterness with a metallic, almost fishy tang that hung in the air. This time he was making a fasting pill, plainly put, a formula that temporarily suppresses hunger. Swallowed, it surrounds the stomach with a gentle but firm energy. One can go several days without eating, skipping the trouble of foraging and cooking. It was useful for cultivators on tight schedules, but it wasn't harmless. Mismanaged, it could clog the meridians and make the body feel as heavy as lead. He measured the herbs into the mortar by the recipe, his hands steady like an old artisan's. The ground plant matter rasped and whispered like a whetstone against a blade. Every stir set a beat for the medicine's nature. He stoked the pill fire. The flame danced and cast concentric ripples across the liquid surface. The bubbling was crisp. The air around the furnace shimmered with heat. He reached out and felt it, not a burning pain, but a steady warmth like converging energy. He watched the brew change color, listened to the pops, and flipped a small testing stick between his fingers to judge density and heat. Every step had to be exact. One misstep of timing, and the pill could turn to worthless muck. Outside, wind moved through the bamboo, leaves brushed the lattice. Moonlight squeezed through the frame and landed on the rim of the cauldron like a silver gaze. His shadow lengthened and shortened in the firelight. He said nothing. Only the cauldron's gurgle and his breathing made up the sound of the moment. As his mind steadied, his pill refining success rate climbed. Now about 30% of the furnaces yielded a pill. He ran 10 furnaces in one sitting. 4 succeeded, 6 failed. He tossed both the good pills and the duds into that magic vessel, a bowl that could absorb things and amplify their spiritual power, commonly called the treasure basin. Overnight, the bowl changed drastically. The original pills had doubled. In the morning, he counted 240 top-grade fasting pills. Fasting pills suppress appetite. A low-grade one can keep a person from needing food for a month. A top-grade one can put someone into a hibernation-like state, requiring no food for half a year. 240 top-grade pills translated into 120 years. The number stunned He Pingsheng. He packed the pills into ordinary porcelain bottles and sealed them. They had no scent. Simple jars were sufficient. He didn't go back to meditation after that. The fire techniques that followed the fire heart method drew him in. That set of methods only left two spells, an offensive one called Fire Crow and a defensive one called Fire Shield. He had already mastered Fire Crow. It let him snap fiery blades from his fingertips. Fire Shield was for defense. Once formed, the fire-based spiritual power in his body could condense into a shield and block in front of him. How strong it was, he couldn't say precisely. Strong enough to stop an attack was good enough. He began to study the Fire Shield. The practice wasn't complicated, but it required precise control of the fire's shape. After about 20 days, He Pingsheng finally got a result. He raised his hand and whispered, "Open." His fingertip heated first, like a tiny flame dancing there. Then a searing energy burst from his palm, a wind-driven blaze that quickly condensed into a disc. The shield floated in midair, about 2 feet across, roughly 60 centimeters. It pulsed with an orange-red glow. Sparks leapt constantly from its rim with a faint crackling. The surface had a viscous sheen, like molten metal, trembling and humming softly. Not large, it was just enough to cover his upper body. He held it with his hand and could move it at will. Like a piece of hot iron, it could push back or block the wind. He reached out and touched the edge. Heat seeped through his fingertip. He felt reassured. If an enemy surged forward, a timely block would prevent a direct hit. Even if the shield wasn't cataclysmically powerful, having that protection made him feel much safer. No one knew how strong the Fire Shield's defense really was. It wasn't like the Fire Crow technique. The Fire Crow could be cast and tested. The Fire Shield couldn't. You couldn't just fling a flame at it to see how it reacted. Guess I'll have to test it in a real fight, He Pingsheng murmured to himself. His voice was calm, but there was a thread of resentment in it. He drew a deep breath, then sat cross-legged. His hands rested on his knees, knuckles white. His chest rose and fell like the tide. Outside, night pressed in. Inside, it was just him and the soft rustle of turning pages. A worse problem came to mind, the inner gate selection. If he were chosen, then what? Could he keep training in bursts the way he used to, breaking a level every few months? Don't be ridiculous. Under the elders' watchful eyes, if you dared to grow that openly, they'd snatch you for study. This wasn't a threat. They'd treat you like a rare specimen, lay you out, take you apart piece by piece. You couldn't struggle. The air would feel sucked cold. Being watched like that, put on display in a bright glass box, made every tiny change magnified, recorded, turned into someone else's leverage. He split the problem into two parts. How fast cultivation advanced depended on two things. First, the foundation inside the body. Think of it as 5 energy reservoirs. Second, the method of practice, how you channel energy into those reservoirs. If the foundation was poor, no matter how exquisite the technique, it was like using a fine tool to dig a dry well. No water. Futile. There was one way around that bottleneck: pill ingestion. Swallowing pills would directly replenish energy, like tossing a bucket of water into the reservoirs. Fast. Immediate. Even then, speed varied. The pills weren't the only factor. It mattered how you used that energy. Take He Pingsheng's current state. Even if he swallowed the finest qi-gathering pill, if he only practiced basic breathing and never trained the true method of departing fire, the gains would be far slower. It would be like putting premium fuel into a sports car, but keeping it in second gear. Power wasted. Others couldn't see the subtleties of your method. If you tried to explain, "I broke through faster because I took pills," no one would believe you. The reason was simple: abnormal speed breeds suspicion. If you stand out, they'll want to dissect you. No good choices. A trap. The only workaround was to slow down, to look ordinary. Don't show off. But slowing carried costs. Chances could be snatched, resources cut off. He was unwilling, but there was a salvage route. He folded his attention inward and drew out another book. For characters glinted in the lamplight on the cover: Everlasting Spring Qi Technique. He opened the book on his lap, running his finger over the pages. The paper gave off a faint scent of herbs, like sun-dried leaves. The book taught not fire, but wood. Change the channel, change the way out. His thinking cleared. In the cultivation world, the body corresponded to different energy cores, each foundation to a core. His constitution had all 5 roots. You could picture 5 reservoirs: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Most people focused on a single reservoir, limited energy, a single path. But from ancient times there had been those who cultivated 2 or 3 simultaneously. It wasn't unheard of, it was just slower, harder. He pressed the page flat and felt residual warmth in his palm. If the fire path was blocked for now, then take the wood path. Wood energy was like tree roots drawing on a cool underground spring, not a sudden hot surge, but a slow, deep growth. Slow didn't mean weak. Solid, steady work could still grow into a towering tree. He closed his eyes, set his breathing, and placed his hand on his lower abdomen as if gripping the gate to that untouched reservoir. The room held only his breath. Each inhale felt like channeling clear spring water into a pipe. With every breath, he could hear the faint stirring within, like wood being moistened and giving a soft little creak, not cracking, but waking. He knew the trade-off. Changing routes meant restraint, but it also meant opportunity. Late into the night, he kept reading the everlasting spring chi technique. Its lines were short and forceful, like an axe striking dry wood, each blow exact and determined. He Pingxing decided to give it a try. He imagined an immediate, practical benefit. Another energy center inside him, 2 dantians, essentially 2 internal energy reservoirs. Picture it. Both of you at the 5th level of chi refinement, and he has 2 stores while everyone else has only 1. That's twice the power and twice the endurance. In a fight, the advantage would show right away. Simple and useful, he convinced himself. Then he sat down and opened the Changchun Chi circulation manual. There weren't many words. The formulas were short and the movements clear. 2 hours later, he had gone over the overview and the techniques for the early levels. Then he began actual practice. Step 1. Draw Qi into the body. This step wasn't too hard. No matter the element, once you'd done it once, it became easy. He Pingxing took 2 deep breaths, as if tugging a wisp of wood element's spiritual energy into his chest. The Qi flowed into his meridians like a thin rope pulled through a hole. His skin tingled slightly. His chest grew mildly warm. A few breaths and it was done. Step 2. Make the Qi circulate inside the body in a complete loop. The ancients called it the microcosmic orbit, guiding the energy along the meridians to form a closed circuit. This step was much harder. At first he was clumsy. The meridians felt like narrow paths, and the spiritual energy like water. He had to steady and restrain the flow so it wouldn't spill. A whole day passed. His back was soaked with sweat and his neck ached. Finally, a complete circuit snapped into place. In that instant, the energy surged into the wood element reservoir like a flood. The reservoir warmed. His whole aura settled, thick and steady, like an iron plate that had just been tamped flat. The air seemed compressed, even breathing felt weighty. 10 days later, the wood element reservoir had advanced a level. He Pingxing sat up in bed and let out a long breath. The heat in his chest slowly faded. His fingertips still felt a residual warmth. He packed his things and stepped out. Today, the inner gate selection results would be announced. The outer gate hall buzzed with people. Low voices drifted from the wooden pillars. Footsteps on the stone slabs rang crisp and clear. He Pingxing stood calm in the crowd. He didn't have high hopes. The inner gate's selection method was strange. It wasn't a contest or a test, just a few questions and a decision. It sounded casual, but rules were rules. They waited and waited. After an hour, a wind came down from the mountains and a figure descended from the heights of the inner gate. It resolved into a yellow crane. Not a living bird, more like a crane folded from paper, its thin wings catching the sunlight like varnished paper. It landed steadily on the open ground before the outer hall. 2 people stepped down from the paper crane, a man and a woman. He Pingxing had never seen them before. Their faces left no impression he could place. There were whispers in the crowd, but no one moved forward. He Pingxing didn't reach out with his spirit sense either. He didn't dare. Sometimes keeping a little back made you safer. They stopped at the entrance and did not enter the main hall, only standing outside and motioning with their hands. Everyone quiet. The man in the black Dao robe spoke in a low voice. Like a stone dropped into still water, it immediately drowned out the clamor. He stood still, his gaze like a blade. Then he began calling names, one after another. Sima Ju, Lu Tsongyuan, Zhang Kueyun, Shi Daqiang, Guizhiyun. One by one people stepped out of the crowd. Their faces held smiles and tears. They moved to stand in a line behind the man in black. He Pingxing quietly extended his awareness. Like fingers feeling their way, he swept through their auras. Most had full, robust internal energy, thick ropes, solid and strong. They were all in the later stages. None were like him, who had only a faint, flame-like inner force. 5th level. Thin. He shook his head and turned to leave. He had already given up hope. Last one, he Pingsheng. Those 4 words echoed like frost in a cave. He Pingsheng froze. Then his heart slammed faster. An incredible joy surged up. He pushed through the crowd and stood behind the man in black. Immediately, a few pairs of eyes swept him from head to toe like flashlights. Some measured his weakness with their looks. Others whispered, "Why him?" One voice burst out first. "He's only 5th level, we got 8th levels among us. Why pick him?" "Exactly. I'm 7th level. My cultivation is higher, why didn't they choose me?" In an instant, the uproar exploded. Doubt and discontent rushed in like a tide. The black-robed man's face did not change. His voice was as cold as a blade. "The inner gate selection has rules. It is not your place to meddle here." No sooner had he spoken than a crisp sound split the air. Someone drew a sword. In an instant, the blade flashed a cold white through the space. "Anyone else not satisfied? Come ask me," the man shouted. His words were like thunder when they fell. The surrounding noise shattered into pieces. No one dared speak again. The black-robed man's gaze swept across every defiant face like frost under an eave. "Get back," he said, each word carrying an authority that left people struggling to breathe. The crowd immediately broke apart and retreated, full of panic and resentment. The man shouted once, a sound that snapped like a whip. The outer disciples scattered. The front of the hall emptied in an instant. Dust spun in the air. He glanced back at the 20 or so people behind him. His expression softened at once, his tone eased. "Congratulations, everyone. You'll be entering the inner gates soon. Support each other. In a while, the reception disciples from the peaks will arrive." A voice trembled with barely contained joy. "Thank you, senior brother." They all bowed at once, eyes bright. Some tightened their hold on bundles. Others pressed a hand to their chests as if afraid they might be breathless with excitement. Joining the inner gate meant more chances and a steadier path. Excitement showed on every face. Half an incense burned. About 10 minutes passed. From the ridge came a steady thumping. Then a dozen giant yellow cranes slid down from above. They weren't real birds, but large cranes folded from coarse paper. Magic filled the paper in midair. Their wings rubbed the wind with a rustling like distant canvas whispering. The paper cranes landed steadily in front of the hall. The disciples riding them dismounted one by one. As they touched ground, the paper wings folded up with a crisp origami snap. Once on the ground, they began calling names, their voices sharp and commanding. "Lu Tsongyuan, Sima Ju, you two with me. Guizhiyun, over here. He Pingsheng, and Shun Shirgu. Both of you to the front." At the front stood a female disciple in a moon-white robe. The fabric fluttered like cloth lifted by moonlight. She fixed her gaze on them, blunt and direct. "He Pingsheng?" The two stepped forward. He Pingsheng and Shun Shirgu stood side by side and bowed. "Greetings, senior sister." Their voices were proper. Palms were slightly sweaty, but their faces showed nothing. The woman nodded. She offered no flourish. She extended a hand that didn't really touch, more like an invisible lantern sweeping over He Pingsheng's brow, eyes, and aura. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if a cold breeze had passed. The crowd fell quiet. The soft fall of paper ash could be heard in the air. "You're He Pingsheng?" she repeated, closer and more direct. "Yes, disciple He Pingsheng," he answered crisply. She asked, "I heard you can refine first-grade spirit pills?" There was no fancy title in her words, only a straightforward measure. Those who could produce such pills earned great opportunities. He Pingsheng lifted his head. His voice was steady as rock. "Yes, I can refine first-rank pills." A flicker of calculation passed through her eyes, and then direction. She withdrew her gaze and motioned toward the others. The wind lifted her moon-white robe, and kicked up a light dusting. People held their breath, waiting to hear the next allocations. Don't lie. The woman stared at him, her voice cold as a blade. Your master took you into the inner sect because you can refine pills, the kind that produce spirit medicine, the sort that saves lives. Her eyes went even colder. If you're lying to him, you won't survive. He Pingxing nodded lightly, acting as if it were no big deal. Come with me. She planted her foot, sprang up, cleared the air, and landed on the back of the giant yellow crane. You too. Get on, she called without turning. Shen Shirgu and He Pingxing exchanged a glance and said nothing. They leapt up and climbed onto the crane. The feathers left a chill in their palms. Side by side, the crane arched its neck and beat its wings. A gust rose with each flap. The wind sliced across their cheeks like blades, whipping at hems and hair. It flew fast, cutting through the clouds like an arrowhead. The mountain path below shrank to a thin line behind them. In less than 15 minutes, they reached the peak. He Pingxing froze. The crane had landed on Xiuzhu Peak, a place he knew well only at a different elevation. The summit was wide and open, mist flowing beneath their feet. The landing looked otherworldly. Clouds wrapped around them, and the scent of pine mixed with sandalwood washed over their faces. Facing them stood a massive hall. Beside it, 3 slightly smaller palaces were lined up. Next to each palace were pavilions and towers, tranquil courtyards, ornate railings and painted beams finely carved, their outlines sharp in the sunlight. This is Xiuzhu Peak, the woman said, looking at them, her voice as calm as a mountain spring. My surname is Zhao Zhaolinger. From now on, just call me Senior Sister Zhao. Yes, Senior Sister Zhao. The two answered in unison, bowing with hands clasped. Their movements were respectful and precise. Zhaolinger let her gaze sweep over them, as if counting chess pieces. I'll give you a few quick notes. She pointed to the grand hall opposite. That's the sect founder's hall. Under no circumstances should you go near it. The aura the founder left behind is very heavy. Anyone who gets close will be crushed and gasped for breath. He Pingxing remembered the person he'd seen 2 years ago and nodded. In his memory, that presence had made his chest tighten. Zhaolinger then pointed to the 3 palaces behind her, her tone patient, as if explaining. Those 3 are the cultivation halls of 3 elders whose foundations are rock solid. Their auras are as heavy as mountains. Ordinary disciples shouldn't provoke them. Zhaolinger pointed to the 3 training halls ahead. From front to back, Master Yuxian's hall, Master Yuda's hall. The last one is my master, Yuning's hall. She turned to Shen Shirgu, her tone brisk. Shen Shirgu, go now to the middle Honda courtyard. That's Master Yuda's training hall. From today on, you're counted among his disciples. Someone will be there to receive you. Yes. Shen Shirgu cupped his hands in salute and stepped back briskly. His cloth shoes made a faint scraping on the stone steps. Zhaolinger looked at He Pingxing and smiled. He Pingxing, come with me. From now on, you are also my master's disciple. We're fellow disciples. He Pingxing answered and followed. The 2 of them passed through the ancestral hall. Their footsteps echoed along the corridors. The eaves cut off the sunlight, leaving only rings of pale light. They passed the east side of Master Yuxian's hall, where array talismans for training were carved into the stone wall. When the wind blew, the banners snapped like tearing cloth. At the gate of Master Yuda's hall, Zhaolinger suddenly lowered her voice. Junior brother He, don't come here often. They keep a spirit beast, short-tempered and vicious. It lashes out hard. It's hurt people before. He Pingxing's brow tightened. He nodded and lowered his voice a notch. I'll remember. Ahead lay Yuning's residence. The courtyard gate was a small palace-style building, not grand, but complete with a main hall and side chambers. The stone steps were worn smooth. The railings bore countless grooves from hands. They went through a courtyard and stopped before the palace doors. He Pingxing looked up and saw 3 neat characters on the lintel. Yuning Palace. The strokes were deeply carved. Their edges caught the sunlight and took on a warm sheen. Zhaolinger halted at the door and cupped her hands respectfully. Master, the person has been brought. A calm woman's voice floated from inside, gentle and unhurried. You may come in together. The voice seemed to sweep out from deep within, carrying a faint echo. They entered the great hall. It was vast. No daylight came in from outside, but a few luminous pearls were set into the dome. Their glow hung like starlight, spilling onto the floor, soft yet bright. Beams of light cut clear lines through the air, like blades slicing the stillness of night. The floor was spotless, the flagstones reflected the light and swallowed footsteps into low echoes. A faint scent lingered in the air, like pine smoke, cool and composed. Straight ahead, on the raised platform, a Taoist nun of about 50 sat with perfect composure. Her robe was a deep green, her face calm and steady. In front of her, a dozen disciples sat cross-legged on meditation cushions. Sandalwood incense burned in the main hall, its smoke curling slowly in the lamplight. The air was so still you could hear the rustle of cloth and low whispers. Everyone turned together to look at He Pingxing standing in the doorway. Their eyes held confusion and surprise. Some had seen him 2 years earlier, then he had been humble and avoided meeting anyone's gaze. Now his shoulders were square, his look steady, and he seemed wrapped in an invisible light. The change made him almost unrecognizable. "Quick, kneel and kowtow to the master," Zhao Linger urged in a low voice. He Pingxing knelt immediately and bowed 3 times, his forehead striking the floor with heavy thuds. Thud, thud, thud. The hall fell silent again. The nun on the platform inclined her head slightly and smiled. "Not bad. Rise." He Pingxing rose cautiously and stood respectfully in the center of the hall. The nun introduced herself. "I am Yuning." Her voice was calm, like a mountain spring. Then she announced, "From today on you will be my direct disciple of Yuning Palace on Xiuzhu Peak, ranked 9th among the inner disciples." She motioned to the others. Some senior disciples bowed slightly, others only glanced at him. He Pingxing's gaze swept over their faces before he clasped his hands and said, "Junior brother." He Pingxing pays respects to all senior brothers and sisters. A dry, leaf-like chuckle rustled through the hall. Yuning looked up and asked bluntly, "Your spiritual power is divided into 5 layers. What cultivation method do you practice?" He had been prepared. He produced a handwritten scroll, handed it over with both hands, his voice respectful but not timid. "Master, this is my practice manual, the fundamental breathing and breath regulation method and introductory qigong for guiding qi. The qi I draw is mostly fire spirit qi. My spiritual root leans toward fire." Yuning took the scroll, her fingertips brushing the paper. A flicker of interest crossed her eyes, and she nodded. Yuning nodded and flipped through a couple of pages of the manual. His voice was low but tinged with appraisal. "To reach this level with such a rudimentary method isn't easy. Linger was right, you've got a real knack for alchemy." He Pingxing hurried to his feet, his face flushing. "Not at all, master. I just occasionally manage to refine a few pills from the ingredients." Yuning smiled, then reached into his sleeve and produced a thin booklet. He tossed it, it cut through the still air and landed on the stone table in front of He Pingxing. The sound of the pages striking was like a soft chime of metal. "This fire-style cultivation method suits you," Yuning said. "Take it and study it carefully. Consider it a welcome gift." He casually indicated a small pile of spirit stones on the table. They were crystalline, their surfaces like frozen flames flickering faintly. "I'll give you 20 spirit stones to start. You can use them for now. From here on, you're an inner disciple. Each month you'll receive another 10 as a fixed allowance. That's the sect's treatment." He Pingxing took the book and the stones. His palms were warm as he thanked him over and over, genuine joy on his face. Becoming an inner disciple suddenly made things concrete. The manual, the method, storage stones for cultivation, and a token that allowed entry to the inner quarters. Yuning added, "On the left side of my hall there are several residences. Pick any you like, they're all the same standard. There are also 16 sets of seasonal robes. Choose one, change into it, then come see me." "Yes." He Pingxing and Zhao Linger chose a secluded courtyard. The yard was small, but the trees outside the wall cast dappled patches of light. They took the token and the robes. The fabric rustled faintly in their hands and carried a light herbal scent. After changing, He Pingxing returned to Yuning's hall. The air was heavy with sandalwood incense and sounds softened by echoes. "Not bad," Yuning nodded. "Since you claim to be good at pill refinement, show me your craft." He flicked a small jade box into the air. It traced a white arc and struck the stone table with a clear, crisp sound. The lid trembled, revealing a smooth lining and a few pieces of medicinal material. "These are the formulas and partial materials for 10 doses of qi consolidating pills," Yuning said calmly. Qi consolidating pills help gather scattered internal strength into a formed whole. Go to the testing area and refine as many as you can. How many you make will speak for your skill. He glanced toward the door and called to a young disciple. Hou Muxian, bring a few bundles of the wood we use for pill firing. The disciple rose. Tall and lean, robed the color of moonlight, his steps light as he moved to the doorway and left. From outside came the faint sounds of footsteps and doors rubbing, a quiet prelude to the work about to begin. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Hou Muxian led a few menial disciples into the courtyard. Go, take a look, Yuning said coldly. The firewood had been brought. Clearly, pill refining couldn't be done inside the Jade Tranquility Palace. Only in Master Yuning's courtyard could they begin. Yuning waved her hand, and a small alchemy furnace appeared in her palm. It was no larger than a hand at first, twirled in the air a few times, then expanded to about a foot across and dropped down in front of He Pingsheng. He Pingsheng, her voice was icy. The rules of the cultivation world are clear. These are your 10 attempts at refining. If you successfully produce the Qi gathering pill, you pass. If you make anything up, I will not be merciful. Her eyes were like ice, indifferent and remorseless. To be honest, a mere 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator was nothing in her eyes. What mattered to her was only He Pingsheng's pill refining skill. If he dared to cheat, his fate would be dire. He Pingsheng drew a deep breath and answered with one word, yes. Normally his pill refining success rate was only about 30%. With 10 tries now, if he still couldn't produce it, he wouldn't be allowed to stay. Master, he couldn't help but say, I have a request. Yuning motioned for him to speak. I brought my own furnace and I'm used to working with it. I can't switch easily, He Pingsheng said solemnly. I hope you will permit it. Yuning nodded. Fine. She waved and drew her own furnace back into the void. In truth, her furnace was of a higher grade than He Pingsheng's. He was using a top-grade magical implement, its surface laden with 4 layers of restraining seals. Yuning's furnace, however, was a mid-grade spiritual implement, its seals numbering 6 layers. Yuning raised an eyebrow. These 2 servants are the ones I use in Yuning Palace when I refine pills. They're fine with controlling the fire. You can trust them to tend the furnace, she said bluntly. Then begin, she nodded. Yes, the servants answered, respectful and brisk. He Pingsheng took an alchemical furnace from his sleeve. It was round, tripedal small, but solid. In the cold gleam of metal, faint patterns showed it was a magical artifact, a top-grade one. For sealing sigils wrapped around it like for tightly closed doors. Each door was bound with energy. Only when unlocked would the power inside be released. A top-grade artifact, Yuning said, surprised. She was no spring chicken. She had lived more than a century and had seen many fine things, yet artifacts of this rank were still rare. Its tier looked lower than her spirit implement, but the craftsmanship was actually harder to forge. To a forger, this kind of workmanship was far rarer than her mid-grade spirit implement with 6 sealing sigils. The disciples around them immediately focused. Some eyes brightened, others swallowed. Low murmurs rustled like wind. Several hands fidgeted in sleeves, imagining the weight of that cauldron. Yuning nodded with a hint of approval. Kid, you've got some luck to have gotten your hands on something like this. He Pingsheng smiled faintly, his voice even, as if stating an obvious fact. Master, I want to hide it. A disciple from Spirit Herb Valley, Wang Dun, owed me a few spirit stones and put this furnace up as collateral. He died under mysterious circumstances later, and the furnace came into my possession. No sooner had he finished than an even louder wave of whispering swept through the crowd, jealousy and envy mingling. Curiosity had turned to covetousness. He Pingsheng lowered his eyes and smiled more faintly, exactly the effect he wanted. He raised his hand. Open, he said in a low, forceful voice. Fire element energy surged out of him like a tide. It wasn't an abstract thing, it was heat, real, searing heat. His palm trembled as if holding a lump of burning charcoal. When the energy touched the 4 sealing sigils, they gave a faint ringing, like the tiny crack of ice. The furnace suddenly swelled, its metal surface seeming torn open by hot air. It expanded to a foot high, its silhouette clear. With a single sweep of He Pingsheng's hand, it was set gently on the ground. The thud was muffled, with a deep metallic resonance. Heat waves rose from the mouth, The air shimmering and hissing, everyone stepped back half a pace, faces instinctively awed. The air filled with a mixed scent of scorched copper and medicinal herbs. The ground around the furnace was slightly warm, like stone baked by sunlight. Every detail announced that this was no ordinary implement. Light the fire, He Pingxing said, eyes sharp. First, get the pearwood burning for half an hour. He bent to fetch water and poured a ladle into the alchemical furnace. The water hissed and popped against the copper bowl, steam and heat bursting out. Then, in order, he added the ingredients: immortal bamboo shoot, 7-leaf spirit herb, spirit apricot, vermilion fruit. He eased each one and they landed in the glowing hearth with tiny, crisp sounds. The kindling snapped and popped. The smoke carried the green scent of wood and a sweet, slightly scorched herbal tang. This was slow work. 90 minutes of waiting, every second demanding the right control of the flame. The senior brothers and sisters around watched like spectators, eyes fixed, not daring to blink. He Pingxing's method wasn't exactly the same as the sect's ancient prescription, only minute differences in motion and rhythm. No one could spot a flaw, not even Yuning noticed. About an hour and a half later, a fragrance rolled out from the furnace mouth. Not an ordinary medicinal smell, like roasted fruit sweetness with a thread of herbal bitterness. The scent made everyone straighten their necks. It's done. He Pingxing clenched his fist, a smile spreading across his face. He lifted the lid. Heat surged like a tide. From the smoke, 12 small pills sprang out, like sparks leaping in the night. He pinched one between his fingers. Warmth traveled to his fingertips. He dropped the pills into a porcelain bottle one by one. They clicked crisply inside. Usually, his pill refining succeeded less than 30% of the time, 3 usable furnaces out of 10. No one expected the first furnace today to work. The crowd froze. Then a low chorus of surprised murmurs rose. A smile brightened Yuning's eyes. Come, let me see. She stepped forward and took the porcelain bottle. The steam from its mouth lifted her hair. She turned each pill over, studying them closely. Her voice was low but decisive. Each of these is a lower-grade restorative pill, but they're all up to standard and practical. Not bad. He Pingxing, from today on you are my personal disciple. Come with me. They moved back into Yuning's inner courtyard. Yuning sat in the main seat. The disciples arranged themselves on either side. Only He Pingxing had no seat. He stood by the door, still holding the porcelain bottle, a little embarrassed. Before anyone else could speak, someone hurried to open their mouth. Sister, I'm short on qi gathering pills for my training. Could the junior brother refine another furnace? I want some too, came another voice immediately. I'll provide the materials, someone offered eagerly. By the rules, 10 portions of ingredients make 1 furnace. Let us pool them. All eyes turned to He Pingxing again. Heat and expectation braided through the air. Everyone waited for him to nod. And me. The senior disciples surged forward, their voices pressing toward He Pingxing like a tide. Yuning nodded and asked, He Pingxing, what do you think? He Pingxing gave a bitter smile, his voice very low. Master, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. It's right there. It feels like a heavy slab pressing on my chest. If I start working, I'm afraid the chance to break through will be delayed. How about this? Let me finish this breakthrough first, and then I'll refine pills for everyone. Yuning didn't argue at once. She smiled calmly, but her tone was decisive. All right, you give the sect 5 furnaces of qi condensing pills each month. Qi condensing pills stabilize and consolidate a person's internal qi. They can open the meridians and restore vital energy. The sect will give you 50 portions of alchemical ingredients each month. Does that work for you? She added, you won't have to do the sect's external duties in person from now on. Your yearly contribution points will still be counted as if you did them. 5 furnaces? He Pingxing's brow tightened a fraction at the number. He said nothing, his fingers tapping the table edge. The knuckles made a crisp sound. He was doing the math, calculating the odds. He knew his pill refining success rate about 30%. To get 5 successful furnaces, he would have to attempt 15, maybe more. He could only refine 2 furnaces a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. That meant his hands and eyes would be occupied for 7 or 8 straight days. If luck was worse, he might have to lock himself away and refine for 10 days in a month. To hurry would mean 3 furnaces a day, and even then it would take 5 days. He swallowed. As a recent initiate, he had no leverage to haggle, he could only nod. All right, I accept. Good. Yuning nodded, satisfaction in her smile. Today's furnace counts toward yours as well. She waved at the assembled disciples. Her voice was like an iron whip that swept away the clamor. You may disperse. The crowd fell silent and broke up. Only a few trailing echoes remained, like lamps being snuffed by a gust of wind. Yuning looked at He Pingsheng. Come with me. Yes. He Pingsheng hurried to follow. She skirted the front of the main hall and led him out across stone paths and gardens. The evening breeze stretched the floral scents and laid them across their collars. The gravel underfoot made a soft scraping sound. They stopped at a small room. It was compact but richly carved, gilded edges flashing cold light in the dusk. Yuning brushed her sleeve and pushed the door open. The hinge gave a short, sharp squeak. Inside, a few night glow pearls were arranged about the room. They weren't large, but they gave off a soft, milky light, as if someone had shrunk the moon into the chamber. The light floated gently and fell on the table, throwing faint, blurred shadows. The air smelled faintly bitter with herbs and still held the warm afterglow of a recently extinguished furnace. Pearlescent light washed over the raised platform. On it, a dozen or so snow-white jade tokens lay in neat rows. Each token had a name carved on it. Yuning, Hou Muxian, Xiao Xuejian, Cheng Siyu. The names were like tiny lamps, glowing quietly. He Pingsheng fished a paler jade token from his waist pouch and set it in front of his master. The jade felt icy, like a stone just broken from the snow. Yuning reached out and pointed at the tokens on the platform, her voice very calm. Cut a finger, let 2 drops of blood fall on the token. I'll make you a life token. A life token? He Pingsheng blinked. Yuning tapped one of the jade tokens with her finger. The jade drank the blood and gave a faint tremor, as if something inside had been lit. She explained, as if describing an everyday thing. Think of it as a little lamp for a life. While the person lives, the lamp is lit. When they die, the lamp shatters. The sect uses them to know immediately whether a disciple lives or dies. He Pingsheng drew a dagger and sliced his fingertip. Blood pooled between his fingers into 2 red beads and fell onto the jade. The drops sank into the surface, the glow faltered, and a thin line ran through the stone, then closed up again without a trace. Yuning made a few hand seals and chanted softly. The air seemed to stir and grow a touch warm. After a few breaths, a new jade token formed quietly. She tapped it with a pen and a name appeared. He Pingsheng. This is a bag of 100 treasures, she said, passing him a small pouch. It looked like ordinary cloth, but felt unnaturally light. Don't underestimate it. It can hold far more than you think, like a pocket with no bottom. Keep it with you, it's very convenient for carrying things. She flicked her fly whisk, it whispered like wind through bamboo. I'll be closing myself off to cultivate for the next few months. If you need anything, go to Xiaolinger first and get it straight. The rules on Xiuzhu Peak and in the Taishu sect, don't go testing them on your own. If you lose your life, it'll be too late. When she finished, the new token trembled faintly in the sunlight. He Pingsheng slipped it into his breast, his palm still feeling that small lingering warmth. The difference was that treasure pouch. It wasn't made of ordinary cloth. To the touch, it was cool and smooth, like a polished stone surface. More importantly, it could block perception. Anyone trying to peer into it with their mind would run into an invisible barrier at the mouth of the bag. Even those who could hear hearts or sense energy couldn't see inside. Yes. He Pingsheng accepted it with a respectful bow. Then he turned and left Yuning Palace. His steps were light, and his heart felt a little lighter. In the afternoon, he went to a few places, visiting his senior brothers and sisters one by one. He remembered their names clearly. Eldest brother Hou Muxian, solid and steady, like a silent lighthouse. Second brother Xiao Xuejian, always carrying a practice sword, his gaze clean and sharp. Third sister Cheng Siyu, soft-spoken, her smile like a spring breeze. Fourth brother Yang Qingyun, tall and thin, quick in his movements, like a long-legged cat. Fifth, Wu Xingyang, straightforward, his voice sounding like a wooden knock. Sixth, Xiaolinger, the female cultivator who had brought He Pingsheng in through the outer gate that day. Seventh, Tian Shaoqing, rumored to be a junior of Master Yuning, not one for many words. Eighth, Su Kunlun, big and burly, his footsteps made the floor tremble. Ninth was he pinching himself, a quiet voice, but a small fire in his eyes. He bowed to each of them with a smile. But he didn't use that kind of perception that probes other people's minds. He didn't dare. It would be too offensive, too dangerous. Back at the small courtyard, he hung a sign on the outside of the door. The wooden board read, "In seclusion." It was the customary signal. Anyone who saw it wouldn't come knocking again. The sign was nudged by the breeze and made a soft scraping sound. Under the night sky, only the oil lamp flickered in the courtyard. He laid out, one by one, the things his master had given him today. First, a thin booklet. The cover read, "Blazing Fire Chi Refinement." The two characters for Blazing Fire looked like sparks, speckled with points of light. It was a fire-type cultivation method. Its purpose was straightforward: to shape the energy inside the body into an attacking and protective force like fire. It wasn't a trick you could master in a night. It would take time. It would take sweat. It would take pain. He turned the pages. The paper carried a faint scorched scent, like an old fire had once burned somewhere in the distance. He read and mentally noted the key points, not because he understood everything, but because if his master asked, he couldn't be left speechless. If he had to pretend to know, he had to pretend convincingly. It was self-preservation, and it was courtesy. When he finished, his gaze fell on the pile of spirit stones. Yuning had given him 20 extra as a welcome gift. The stones clicked together with a clear sound. Their surfaces were cold and hard, emitting a faint glow. He originally had about 550. With the additional 20, it became 570. His fingers brushed the stone's surfaces and felt a faint ripple of energy. Long ago, he'd thought about throwing the stones into a treasure basin to enhance them. A treasure basin is a magical artifact that can make spirit stones appreciate in value. But he hadn't done it. The reason was simple. Once the stones were put in, they weren't easily taken back. If he needed them in a hurry, retrieving them would be a hassle. Besides, once an artifact was bound, rights and responsibilities became unclear. He didn't want to lock all his hopes into something someone else could control. So he rolled each stone in his palm and put them back into the small box. The stones were cold, but his heart felt steadier. For the past 2 years, He Pingsheng had been experimenting with the treasure basin. Once he had tossed in 500 spirit stones. The next day the stones had doubled over 1,000. That wasn't even the worst part. The basin didn't just copy things. It also upgraded their quality. Spirit stones had ranks, from rough and tiny to smooth and pure, all the way up to the highest grade. By past patterns, 500 low-grade stones might turn into 1,000 top-tier ones. What would top-tier spirit stones do? What could they be used for? Would they bring disaster? He Pingsheng didn't know, so he never dared dump huge amounts in. If everything came out top grade, he wouldn't even dare leave the house. A low-level cultivator carrying a pile of precious gems to the market, can you imagine being noticed, robbed, maybe even killed? Still, today he hesitated. He would test with just one stone, see what it became. He threw a small spirit stone. It hit the basin and rang with a clear chime. Then he casually picked up a cultivation manual and flipped through a few pages. The thing called the Fiery Heart Method was far inferior to his usual practice. He only skimmed it so he wouldn't be at a loss if his master asked him about it. At first light, He Pingsheng sprang out of bed. He drew a deep breath. The air was thick with energy, like a heat wave and like static electricity at once, jumping at his fingertips. On tiptoe, he pulled the treasure basin out from under the bed. 2 spirit stones lay quietly inside. Ordinary low-grade spirit stones were about the size of jujubes. These 2 were larger, nearly the size of eggs. Their surfaces gave off a faint glow. If you touched them lightly, you could feel a faint vibration. He Pingsheng froze. This is... He Pingsheng reached out and cupped the 2 spirit stones. Their surfaces were smooth. A faint vibration ran through his fingertips. The trembling felt like a low, resonant hum, making his palm grow slightly warm. He had never seen higher-grade spirit stones and couldn't say for sure whether these were rare. But the heavy aura in the room was undeniably rising from the stones. Spiritual energy swirled through the room like a tide. The air carried a metallic tang and the sharp scent of ozone, as if even his pores could sense it. He muttered a quiet incantation and moved briskly, afraid the aura would linger and draw trouble. He gathered the 2 spirit stones and the small treasure basin together. The basin was a minor artifact for temporarily storing spiritual power. He drew the stored energy from it straight into his belly, like smothering a smoldering ember. The area in his body normally used to hold chi, like a little pouch, was sealed off in an instant, and the surge of spiritual energy in the room began to subside. After washing up, he waited in the room for a while longer. The lingering energy dispersed like mist and finally vanished without a trace. Only the morning sun outside had risen, casting light on the bluestone courtyard wall and lengthening his shadow. It was still early when Pingxing pushed open the gate and stepped out. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of grass and wood. His steps were light, but his eyes looked a bit urgent. "Senior Sister Zhao," he called, spotting Zhao linger in the crowd. She looked up and her smile unfolded. Sunlight danced at the corner of her eyes. Her voice was like a morning breeze, bright and friendly. "What's up, junior brother? Master said if there's anything we don't understand, we should ask you." Pingxing said plainly, keeping his worry tucked neatly behind a respectful, businesslike tone. Zhao Linger's smile grew even warmer. "Of course. Ask away." He grew a little uneasy, but his eyes were sharp. "Honestly, there are a lot of basic things about this sect and this world I don't know. Is there any beginner's book that lays out the basics?" She tapped her chin, as if riffling through memory. "You came to the right person. Our Taishu sect has a scripture hall with plenty of beginner texts. There's one called Miscellaneous Notes on Cultivation, very practical. It covers most entry-level questions. You can borrow a copy or buy one. It's not expensive." "Where's the scripture hall?" he asked, hopeful. Zhao Linger smiled and pointed toward the back of the compound. "It's in Taishu. Head toward the rear mountain. When you reach Jade Dragon Peak, you'll see the archway to the scripture hall." He thanked her repeatedly, picked up his pace, and headed for Jade Dragon Peak. The sun stretched his shadow long as his footsteps rang clear and rhythmic on the bluestone path. "Go to the plaza ahead and step onto one of the light gates. It'll take you to the Taishu Hall first. When you get there, switch to another gate and you'll reach Jade Dragon Peak. Remember Jade Dragon Peak. Ask when you arrive and you'll find out." "Got it." Pingxing cupped his hands in thanks, then turned and walked toward the Xiuzhu Peak Plaza. Two light gates stood on the plaza. Stone veins wound around them, like ancient gears whispering in their sleep. He had been here years before. Back then, Linglong had been brought here, forced to kneel and repent. The flagstones still held the scent of that day's earth. Memory, like an afterimage, snapped back. He thought of senior brother, how Yunagin, that face seemed to hover right before his eyes. "Senior." The outer disciple guarding the portals saw him and bowed at once. His head nearly touched the ground. His robe made a soft rustle. His voice was full of respect, edged with a hint of panic. Pingxing did not return the salute. His gaze was calm, like a closed folding fan. "No need for ceremony. I'm going to the Taishu Hall. Send me through." The disciple froze for a moment. Then a smile sprang to his face. "Yes, senior. I'll activate the gate now." The stone formation began to hum low. A metallic buzz spread beneath his feet. White light rolled in like a tide. A weight dropped into Pingxing's chest. Vertigo struck like the pounding surf. He blinked and the world had changed. Before him were neatly aligned light gates. Dozens of them stood like troops at attention, each emitting a cold light. Behind each door lay a broad plaza. At the far end rose a vast hall. Its roof soared. The eaves were like blades. Sunlight carved a cool shadow along the corners. On the lintel hung 4 gilded characters, their glow thin and cold. Taishu Divine Hall. Beneath the inscription, the stone steps were polished bright by countless footsteps. The air still held the warmth of sandalwood and a pressure that made people fall silent. It wasn't loud, but it was heavy, like an invisible mountain pressing on the chest. Pingxing stood and looked across the plaza. The portals, the steps, the great door, all of them silently announced one thing. This was the heart of the Taishu sect. The elder's affairs were decided behind that door. "Venerable elder," someone nearby whispered. The voice skimmed the treetops like an autumn wind, threaded with awe. He was standing in front of the hall. His presence was heavy, like a small, silent mountain. The air seemed pressed down, as if it might solidify. Pingxing glanced twice, his muscles tightening, and hurriedly looked away. He lowered his voice and asked the disciple guarding the array, "I'm heading to Yulong Peak. Which teleportation array goes there?" "Senior brother, this way." An outer disciple led him, footsteps quick, as if afraid of being held to account. Before the array, a halo began to hum. Hum hum. A flash of white light. His head went heavy, as though swallowed by seawater. Then he came to. He found himself already on the summit of Yulong Peak. Thick clouds wrapped the surroundings. Visibility was nearly zero. He couldn't see a thing, not even which way was which. He asked the disciple who'd stayed by the array, "Excuse me, where is the scripture hall?" The disciple stood and replied respectfully, "I've heard it's behind Yulong Peak. I don't have clearance to go back there. You'll have to find it yourself, senior brother." He Pingxing nodded, walked along the ridge toward the rear, asking for directions as he went. Footsteps echoed in the fog. Wind chimes tinkled now and then. Before long, he caught sight of the scripture hall's roofline and eaves. Someone stood guard at the door. 2 outer disciples were posted at the entrance. He Pingxing took out his identification plaque and handed it over. The plaque was cool in his hand, his name engraved on it. The guards nodded and let him pass. Inside was a small, 2-story hall. On the ground floor sat an old man who looked like a shopkeeper. White beard, white hair, skin folded with age, but his eyes were sharp. He appraised people the way one weighs goods, making it hard to read his hand. "Young man." The elder looked up. His voice was crisp. "Didn't your master teach you manners? Sizing people up in your head in front of your elders is very rude." "I know my mistake, sir." He Pingxing hurriedly bowed, his voice a little flustered. The old man didn't press it. He nodded and asked, "Which peak are you from? Whose disciple are you?" "Xiuzhu Peak. My master is Yuning Zhenren." He Pingxing answered, respectfully. Hearing that, a flash of warmth crossed the old man's eyes. He smiled, as if suddenly remembering something. "A student of junior sister Yuning. Good lad. From now on, just call me senior uncle." "Yes, senior uncle." He Pingxing blurted instinctively, his chest tightening. The elder glanced at him coolly. His voice was dry, like sand rubbing against stone. "Your current strength is only enough to move around the first level," he said. "Just look around. If you want to buy anything, bring it to me." He Pingxing cupped his fist, nodded, and stepped forward. The first level was vast, so empty it echoed. In the center stood a single row of bookshelves, lonely and upright. The shelf ran nearly 100 feet, divided into several tiers. As he approached, he could smell the old paper and ink. Dust floated in the slanting light like tiny dancers. He flipped through the closest books. Most were entry-level manuals for beginner cultivators. The titles noted their elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There were also handbooks on pill refining, forging, talisman making, and formation setting. A few scattered spellbooks contained nothing more than basic parlor tricks. Beneath each book was a price tag. They used spirit stones here, a stone that stored energy and served as the common currency. Most low-level techniques went for 100 to 300 spirit stones. The most basic breathing and circulation method cost only 30. He Pingxing walked slowly around, fingers brushing the spines. In a corner, he finally found a thick volume. The cover read, "Miscellaneous Notes on Cultivation. Price, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Very cheap." He glanced around. There was nothing else useful to him. He picked up the book and headed back toward the elder. "Decided?" The elder looked up, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He Pingxing handed over the book. The elder checked the price tag and said, 10 spirit stones. He produced 10 low-grade spirit stones. His palm was slightly sweaty. The coin-like stones gave off a cold gleam in the sunlight. The elder accepted them and nodded. He Pingxing hugged the book to his chest and left the scripture hall. The pages made a soft rustle as they brushed together. The cover gave off the smell of old paper, with a hint of ink and dust. He was eager to see what the book contained. He especially wanted to figure out what those enhanced spirit stones in his treasure basin actually were, whether they were worth keeping. He took half a step away and couldn't help but open to the first page, his eyes leaping across the lines. Between the pages were illustrations and annotations, practical, not profound entries. Each passage was short, as if speaking directly to him. He Pingxing's brow loosened, then tightened. Questions popped up one after another, and he flipped through pages, searching for a path to answers. When he looked up, his gaze was drawn to a building farther off. 2 characters stood out on the lintel, "Treasure Hall." He stopped and peered at the building, voice lowered almost to a whisper. "Treasure Hall? Can you buy things in there?" He Pingxing circled around to the back door of the treasure pavilion out of curiosity. An outer disciple stood watch at the threshold. He handed over his identification token. The disciple glanced at it, gave a small nod, and pulled the door open for him. When it swung wide, a wave of noise hit him. Footsteps, low voices, the rustle of cloth blended into a single roar. It was nothing like the scripture hall he'd just come from. The scripture hall had been as quiet as an empty house. This place felt like a market. Shelves were stacked with all manner of things: elixirs, spirit herbs, materials for forging implements, talismans, folded paper cranes, all kinds of magical tools, shiny metal, wooden planks etched with runes. Everything you could imagine. He reached out and touched a flying sword. The blade was ice cold and pulsed in his palm, like wind held down. He picked up a greenwood shield next. The face of the shield was solid through his fingertips. He could feel a sealed force field inside, a winter chill, rough and steady. The shop's signs left no doubt about the prices. Beginner talismans went for a few dozen spirit stones each. Entry-level small devices started at 50 spirit stones, mid-grade 100, high-grade 200. The very top-tier items weren't on display. The really expensive pieces were meant for cultivators at the Foundation establishment-level, artifacts that could weigh down the air and make your chest feel heavy just by being near. A mid-grade spirit weapon could cost over 1,000 spirit stones. High-grade talismans usable by Foundation establishment practitioners ran into the hundreds of spirit stones, but packed enough power to make weaker cultivators vanish. He chose a few things: a low-grade flying sword, a low-grade greenwood shield, and 2 talismans, a fireball and an ice needle. The sword was 50 spirit stones. Each talisman was 60. The shield was 100. 270 spirit stones in all. When he paid, the spirit stones flashed silver as they struck together in his palm, making a crisp clink. It pinched his purse a little, but he was pleased. The items were wrapped up. The cloth ties rasped like tiny drum beats, urging him out. He went back the way he'd come. Sunlight lay across the courtyard. The noon light turned the walls to gold. He hung a sign on the door that read, "Closed for seclusion." The wind set the sign swinging gently. The door shut behind him with a dull click, and the courtyard fell silent. Back in his room, he couldn't wait to pull out the book, Miscellaneous Records of Cultivation, and flip through it. Soon he stopped on a page that described the kinds of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones, the book said, were divided into 4 grades by quality: low, middle, high, and supreme. The page read, low-grade spiritual stones are roughly the size of a jujube, a red date. Middle-grade ones are about the size of an egg. High-grade stones are bigger than a fist. Supreme-grade stones can be as large as a human head. It's only middle grade? He Pingxing's eyes flickered with displeasure. For the past 3 years, whatever he'd strengthened had gone straight to the top tier. Why, when it came to spiritual stones, did he only get a middle grade? Was it really that hard to get a supreme one? I need to see what a supreme stone actually looks like, he muttered under his breath. Low, middle, high, supreme, those 4 ranks were like an invisible wall, separating spiritual stones into different worlds. He couldn't understand why the stone his treasure basin produced could only reach middle grade and no higher. He buried his head in the book again, reading carefully. After the time it took for half a stick of incense to burn, He Pingxing suddenly looked up, shocked. He finally understood why his treasure basin hadn't managed to refine a supreme spiritual stone. The reason was it was too extreme, almost defying the natural order. Ordinary low-grade spiritual stones were used by cultivators as currency and as basic tools for training. Middle-grade stones contained concentrated spirit energy. Even one piece could support a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, or even the Foundation establishment stage, in their training. Everyone knew that to cultivate, a practitioner had to find a place rich in spiritual energy. Where was the spirit energy abundant? The answer: grotto heavens and blessed lands, famous immortal mountains and islands. For example, the Taishu Gate sect was established there precisely because spirit veins ran through the mountain, continuously emitting spiritual energy for cultivators to absorb. Step outside Taishu Gate, and that spirit energy vanished. There would be nowhere to cultivate. But if you had a middle-grade spiritual stone in hand, you could still keep the possibility of training alive even in ordinary places. Medium-grade spirit stones held a tangible, substantial energy. It wasn't a thin mist, but like a clear spring, steady and concentrated. Bathing in its spiritual power, a person could train for a long time and advance faster than by relying on an ordinary spiritual vein. Superior spirit stones were even more terrifying. Bury a superior stone, and it could sustain a small spirit vein on its own. Imagine bringing a river to a patch of land. That energy could support a cultivation family, even a small sect. Top-tier stones were like gifts from heaven. Bury a head-sized one, and you'd have the equivalent of a medium-sized spirit vein. That kind of power could sustain a major sect like the Taisu sect. Their value was staggering, almost blasphemously so. The treasure basin had only produced medium-grade stones so far. He Pingxing finally understood. The stone in his hand was icy and heavy. Its weight made his fingers tremble. He moved his gaze from the stone to the ground, as if a larger picture had suddenly come into focus. What he didn't know was that the basin wasn't forever limited to this level. It had the potential to produce superior, even top-tier stones. But that ability was constrained by two things: his cultivation level and how fully the basin had been refined. Not being able to do it now didn't mean it could never happen. The book also recorded exchange rates, plain and simple. One medium-grade stone could be exchanged for 10,000 lower-grade ones. One superior could be swapped for 10,000 mediums. Top tier? The manual didn't spell it out, but it was obviously even more extreme. 10,000. He muttered, disbelief in his voice. He counted the lower-grade stones in his possession. 20,000. In theory, that would convert into 2 medium stones. He didn't feel excited. The coolness of the medium stone slid through his fingertips and into his chest. It was far too conspicuous. Using it now would broadcast an identity he didn't have the power to back up. Without sufficient strength, displaying possessions beyond your rank only invites trouble. If someone set their sights on you, problems would follow. He understood that very clearly. He sighed softly and looked at the 300-odd lower-grade stones on the ground, a note of helplessness in his voice. I don't even know when I'll have enough to buy a storage pouch. Don't rush. Take your time. A nearby voice said, gentle and reassuring, steady as an old truism. He Pingxing nodded and carefully tucked the medium-grade stone into his bosom, holding it as if it were something fragile. I first tossed that rough, hewn flying sword into the treasure basin. The basin gave a low hum, like a bronze bowl that could breathe spiritual energy. I pushed it and stuffed it under the bed. Then I set to work, one item at a time, strengthening them. I didn't sit idle. I lifted the curtain and pulled out the alchemy furnace. The flame writhed and the smoke stung. Master Yuning had been clear. Every month we had to hand in 5 batches of qi concentrating pills. They were for replenishing the sect's inner power. No excuses. Fissures sparked in the furnace. The medicinal liquid boiled, and after 7 days, all 5 batches were finished. I put the botched little pills aside too. They could be remelted and might become something useful later. Over the past few days, the things I bought from the treasure hall had also gone through tempering one by one. First was the original flying sword. Energy churned inside its scabbard. When the enhancement completed, the sword gave a single ring and split into 2 razor-sharp flying swords. Their blades gleamed with a cold light, as if they could slice the air. Each sword was etched with 4 sealing sigils that pulsed like a slow breath. Next came the greenwood shield. After intensive refining, it had become 2 spirit shields. One looked as if wild vines had wrapped around it, its surface covered in tight, intricate patterns. The other retained the carved greenwood look, its grains simple and ancient. Both shields emanated a steady protective aura. Each bore 4 seals that securely locked away its power. A few talismans changed too. The fireball talisman, once tempered, turned into 2 explosive talismans. The ice needle talisman became 2 ice arrow talismans. Those 4 charms were now several times stronger. They were still suitable for beginner cultivators, but their burst and penetration had been significantly boosted. I laid the treasures on the table and tapped the metal with my fingertip, feeling their afterwarmth. My mind immediately started calculating. I kept all the explosive and ice arrow talismans for self-defense. One flying sword stayed with me, the other could be sold. Of the 2 shields, I would keep one for protection. And my alchemy furnace, there was no way I could part with that. All told, the core items I could actually put on the market were 3: a flying sword, a greenwood shield, and an alchemy furnace. I wasn't exactly sure how much the sword was worth, but by feeling the hilt, I could roughly estimate its market value. He stood in the shop, adding up prices in his head again and again. A fine flying sword went for about 200 spirit stones on the market. A top-tier one would fetch at least 300-400 wasn't out of the question. An alchemy furnace was even pricier. It wasn't like a weapon, it was a little workshop that could turn raw materials into useful things. A good furnace could bring far greater returns. Its price wouldn't be lower than a flying sword. The most expensive was the Greenwood shield. Defensive artifacts usually sold for the most obvious reason. A sword can wound, a shield can stop a blade. If it blocks a killing blow, you get another chance at life. The shop had a fine Greenwood shield marked at 400 spirit stones. An exceptional one could be 800, maybe even 1,000. He ran the numbers through his head quickly. Those 3 implements could sell for 1,500 to 2,000 spirit stones. That was almost enough. Enough to buy that storage pouch, a small spirit item that could hold a surprising amount. He had meant to check the treasure hall for a few auxiliary implements, but abandoned the idea. Too many eyes on the floor, not safe. In this circle, laying low lets you go far. He pushed the thought aside, crouched, and lifted 5 porcelain bottles. The cloth stoppers still smelled faintly of medicine. He could feel the leftover warmth through the glass. Then he closed the shop and walked out. Master Yuning was in seclusion. He'd said he'd be closed up for a long time, and Pingsheng didn't go to disturb him. He went straight to 6 Senior Sister Zhao Linger's courtyard gate. There was no nameplate and no seal on the knocker, plainly meaning she wasn't in retreat and a knock was welcome. He reached out and tapped twice, softly. The sound was clear and echoed inside a few beats. The door opened. Zhao Linger poked out half her face, surprise in her eyes. "Little junior brother," she said, smiling like a clear spring. Pingsheng let out a shy grin and produced the 5 bottles, which flashed in the sunlight. "Senior sister, these are the pills I refined this month. Master asked me to give them to you," he said, brief and direct. Her eyes lit up. She took the bottles, cradling them as if they'd been treasure. "Wonderful. Come in, sit," she said, stepping aside to let him enter. The courtyard was far prettier than his own. The plants treated the yard as their whole world, colors splashed like an artist's palette. Flower scents mixed with earth clung to the nose and warmed the chest. On a stone table sat a small pot of tea, its aroma slowly spreading through the air. Bamboo shadows rustled softly on the ground. He followed in quietly. Every corner of the courtyard was quieter and more comfortable than he'd imagined. And it smelled nice. Pingsheng's gaze passed over the flower beds and stopped on the sandy yellow film of light at the doorway. It was a thin sheen, like the air had been dyed, like an invisible door. "What is this?" he asked. Zhao Linger smiled and stepped forward. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small jade token. The jade was cool in the morning light. It gave off a pale glow. "This is a formation," she said, voice edged with pride. Then she leaned toward the light and brushed the token across it. The film answered with a sound, like a curtain being pulled. With a hum, the light dispersed and the air returned to normal. "Where did it go?" Pingsheng frowned. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and laughed like a mischievous child. She shrugged. No, I turned it off." She pushed the token forward again. It made a crisp, clicking noise when it met the air. The light erupted and rose in an instant. Particles of light danced in the sun, like a sheer veil around the courtyard. A low, buzzing vibration could be felt in the chest. Nice. Pingsheng couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Zhao Linger waved him off, eyes equal parts wary and playful. "It's nothing. For people who cultivate, the things you have to worry about most are the dangers you can't see." She pinched the jade between her fingers and explained efficiently, short sentences with matching gestures, as if teaching an everyday chore. "It's straightforward. When it's on, this array is a door. People outside can't get in. It's like an invisible gate guarding the yard." She paused, then switched metaphors. "It also blocks some spirit sense, that telepathic kind of vibration. If someone's trying to snoop, you won't even know where they are. The array's like a heavy curtain. It breaks up those prying waves and leaves them outside." Her tone turned serious. "Especially for us girls. If someone skulks around and uses spirit sense to peer in, and you don't guard against it, your privacy can be seen through without ever knowing who did it." She lifted the jade. "Mine is a common lockdown array for homes. Simple, but reliable. It blocks people and spirit sense. It's enough. The light film hummed softly behind her. Sunlight caught her face. Her smile carried a new seriousness. He Pingxing looked at the jade, then back at the light, and a new layer of respect entered his eyes. Zhao Linger's face flushed suddenly. She cleared her throat and, smiling, diverted the topic. He Pingxing felt his own face heat up. His senior sister's tone took on a scolding edge. Boys need to learn to protect themselves too. Zhao Linger snorted with laughter, covering her mouth and dropping her voice. Oh, and there's a guy over at Master Yude's place called Su Kuei. Everyone calls him Brother Huang. Don't let him fool you with that righteous act. He's always peeking at the female disciples, and he stares at the guys too. Creepy as hell. She stepped closer and pressed a finger to the table. You need to be careful. It's best to do like I did, set up a little formation and seal the courtyard. He Pingxing's heart skipped a beat. He reached into the small cloth pouch at his chest. Warmth spread through his palm. The pill's scent still lingered in his head, sweet like ripe fruit. If it drifted away even a little, someone might notice. He lowered his voice, urgent. Senior sister, how do you set up the formation? Where can I buy the materials? Zhao Linger grinned proudly. Easy. Go to the treasure hall and buy a confinement array kit. Lay everything out according to the diagram and light it to activate. A top-tier, first-grade array can be completed in half a day. He handed over the pill and took a small slip of paper. Leaving Zhao Linger's courtyard, he went straight to the treasure hall on Jade Dragon Peak. Rows of neat chests filled the hall. He Pingxing found the description for the kit. The materials were listed plainly. 1 array plate, 16 array flags, 2 array talismans, 1 array diagram. Total price, 280 spirit stones. He drew a sharp breath, sweat beading at his fingertips. From the pouch, he pulled out a handful of spirit stones, stacked them in his palm, and counted 294. His voice was quiet, but each stone felt heavy as a weight. In other words, once he bought the materials for the confinement array, the courtyard would be completely emptied. Buy it or not? Of course buy it. If he didn't, how could he practice in peace? Senior. He Pingxing set the cloth bag of formation materials on the counter. It landed with a soft thud. The spirit stones inside tinked against one another. Behind the counter stood a white-haired elder. His gaze was calm, his voice the lingering warmth of a hearth. Can an ordinary person set this up? He Pingxing asked respectfully. The elder nodded. No problem. This is an entry-level confinement array. It doesn't require a deep formation foundation. Follow the diagram. Place the array plate and flags where marked. Support them with spirit stones as instructed, then activate. He paused, adding, Spirit stones are both currency and the formation's power source. Be careful when you start it. If anything goes wrong, come to us. He Pingxing emptied the stones from the bag. The clear clink echoed in the little shop. His hand trembled slightly as he paid. After the payment, only 14 low-grade spirit stones remained. 14 smooth and cold. The small number sank like a weight against his ribs. Back at his courtyard, the place was quiet. The setting sun threw long shadows from the eaves. He spread the formation diagram out. The paper was filled with talismanic patterns and notes. Every marking felt like a piece of a puzzle. The plate here, the flags there, the spirit stones pressed at this angle, activation to be done from the corner. He ran his fingertip over the sigils. He could feel the grain of the ink beneath his skin, as if he could hear the low hum of a formation that had not yet come into being. Should he reinforce it? He wondered. Stronger protection would let him rest easier. The thought leapt like a spark. It was necessary. Not long after, commotion rose outside. He Pingxing stowed the diagram and the remaining spirit stones. Pressing his hand to his lower abdomen, he inhaled and drew his scattered spiritual energy back into himself. His dantian felt like a lamp wick being drawn and steady and warm. He pushed the door open. The courtyard was packed. Fellow juniors and seniors had gathered. Zhao Linger stood among them, her brow knit. She was speaking with a Taoist nun in a moon-white robe. The nun's face was cold, her gaze like a blade. She spoke little, but every word carried weight. Senior sister, what's wrong? He Pingxing squeezed forward, confusion written all over his face. Zhao Linger glanced at him, voice low and quick. Junior brother, did you just go to the treasure hall to buy formation materials? Yes, He Pingxing nodded. His voice was as small as wind through grass. The nun turned to him, her smile frosty. He Pingsheng, right? You've been in the inner sect less than a month, yet you've been buying large amounts at the treasure hall. You've spent more than 500 spirit stones. Her gaze lingered on the bag in his hand and the few stones left, as if weighing the consequences. I'm here to ask you one thing, she said, slowing her speech like casting the last shard of ice. These spirit stones, where did you get them? Make it clear to me, or don't blame me for being rough. The words hit He Pingsheng like a slap. His mouth fell open in shock. No way. I just came to buy something. Have they really singled me out? The Tai Su sect can be ruthless. This is the situation, He Pingsheng rushed to explain. Some of my spirit stones were left to me by my parents. The rest I earned by refining some chi-boosting pills and selling them to fellow disciples. In all these years I haven't even saved 500 spirit stones. He fumbled in his loose robe for a cloth pouch and shook it. Now there are only 14 left. Zhao Linger chimed in. Uncle Feng, my junior brother really can refine pills. Our master even told him to make 5 batches of chi-assisting pills for the sect every month. If you don't believe me, I can have master tell you himself. Daoist Feng turned her gaze to He and asked, what about your parents? He Pingsheng lowered his voice. They were both outer disciples of the Tai Su sect. They're both dead now. Daoist Feng nodded, clearly giving up the interrogation. She turned and left. He Pingsheng let out a silent breath of relief. With his parents gone and the fact that he could refine pills, that was all she would probe. Zhao Linger patted his shoulder. Don't worry too much. It's common for people in the sect to get questioned. As long as your spirit stones came by legitimate means, you should be fine. He Pingsheng looked calm on the outside, but his nerves were wound tight. As everyone drifted away, he returned to his shabby room. He had planned to use the treasure basin to reinforce the array, but then hesitated. If the array's level went up and someone noticed, wouldn't that be worse? Better to leave it as it was for now. He spent the entire day carefully setting the array, not daring to slack off on a single detail. The basic formation was simple. The flags were set, the formation plate put in place. A spirit stone supplied the energy. All that remained was the final activation. He Pingsheng pressed the formation talisman with his palm and murmured, open. A low buzzing rose up. A dun-colored film of light swelled, like a translucent dome. The room and half the courtyard were enclosed. The membrane hummed with fine vibrations. The air felt stifled, as if nailed down. He swept the talisman again. Close. The light sheet snapped off and withdrew. He stepped into the enclosure and swiped once more. Open. The formation rumbled to life. Energy churned under his feet and in his palms. The light membrane inhaled and exhaled, folding and unfolding like a breathing hide. The power came from a spirit stone, a glowing energy rock. A low-grade one, enough to run the formation for roughly 2 months. The consumption was small. Ordinary disciples in the sect could afford it. Inside the formation, he took out a supreme chi-condensing pill from his bosom, a pill that could rapidly coalesce internal chi. He cracked it with his fingernail, and a white smoke curled out. The rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the cabin and spread outward like a tide. He Pingsheng smiled softly. He stepped outside the formation to test it. A breeze blew, and there was no scent at all. The membrane had sealed the fragrance tightly inside. Good. No one could smell him taking the pill. He could cultivate in peace. 1 day, 2 days, 3. Time felt compressed. Over the next 3 months, he spent almost every day swallowing pills and refining his breath. Take the medicine, hold his breath, feel the chi in his body being pulled, entwined, and compressed ring by ring. Each time it was like pulling himself out an inch and then pushing inward a foot. Every month, he took a few days to refine pills. The finished ones he handed to Zhao Linger. How they were distributed was not his concern. The sect supplied the materials. Each session, he lit 5 furnaces with 50 batches of ingredients. He wasted nothing. Qualified pills were turned in failures. He put back in the furnace and reworked until they became supreme chi-condensing pills, which he kept for himself. One day after 3 months, a soft pop sounded in the room, like a bubble bursting. Heat flared in his chest, and a surge of power rushed up as if a valve had been opened. Something in his joints rearranged. The chi beneath his skin spread in waves, and even the cups on the table trembled. He shattered through. The barrier of the 5th tier was torn open, and the breath of the 6th tier flooded his body. His whole being felt heavier. Each breath felt capable of stirring wind and clouds. He Pingxing clenched his fist, a faint, hard-to-notice smile at the corner of his mouth. He had already told his master, Master Yuning, that he planned to break through. So this ascension wouldn't be too sudden. But after that he had to be careful. Danger was looming. He Pingxing pulled out notes on cultivation again. His fingertips rubbed the pages, they whispered softly. Before long he found the passage he needed. The book was blunt. Cultivation speed depended on talent. Those with a single spiritual root, by the middle to late stages, could only climb one level a year. Ordinary 2 or 3 root cultivators took 2 years, sometimes longer. He let out a low breath. 2 years. The words echoed in the room. His chest tightened. This wasn't an arbitrary number, it was a rhythm others would notice. He remembered his real situation. 5 kinds of spiritual roots tangled inside him, like 5 rivers battering a single dam. Normally, when he took top-grade pills, he could break a level in half a year. Too fast. Too fast invited suspicion. The problem was immediate. What to do with the remaining time? He closed the book, stroked his chin, his eyes flashing. Refine the spirit. He murmured, urgency in his voice. Not the vacant, sit and ponder kind of mental cultivation, but a hardening of the spirit as if training the body. And cultivate another energy center, the wood dantian. Wake it up. If that still moved too quickly, open more energy centers, metal, water, earth, one by one. That way the advance wouldn't look abrupt. Like multiple engines throttling up together, the noise would spread and drown out the roar of a single engine. Spring passed. Winter returned. Snow struck the window and fell. Less than a year later, time felt sliced thin, every slice landing on the ground. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, simple to say, as exact as the 6th step on a staircase. More important than the number was that it wasn't a single dantian. Both his fire dantian and wood dantian had reached the 6th level. He could feel 2 masses of energy pressing against each other. Temperatures spiked and dropped, like wood burning inside a flame. Those changes were invisible to others, only he knew. His Xianmen Tranquil Heart Manual had also reached the 6th layer. At this point, there were no more little tricks to rely on. This was the limit of shortcuts. But time had moved too fast. Less than a year had passed. By his schedule, the next breakthrough was still more than a year away. More than a year, what did that leave him to do? He couldn't just stand by. He paced the room twice, holding a few spirit stones. They made dull, clinking sounds in his palm, cold and hard, like a heartbeat trapped in rock. Only 7 left. 7 spirit stones, just enough to fund an array for a year. He looked up at the snow through the window. Each breath left a white line in the air. The stove was nearly out. Wind slipped through the door crack with an icy bite. He cupped the stones in his hands. Their surfaces were cold, and his fingertips went numb. No wasting, he decided. The thought was soft, but it landed like a palm on wood. He went to the desk and lit an oil lamp. The light trembled. On the desk lay another stack of empty bottles, some dregs from pill refinement, and half a notebook worn to shreds. The notes listed formulas, timings, the tiny differences after each breakthrough, every stroke written as if for this very moment. He closed his eyes, pressed his hands together over his belly, and felt the pulses of the 2 dantian. The wood one was damp, like earth beginning to sprout. The fire one burned hot, like oil seething in a pot. The sensations didn't clash, they were looking for a shared rhythm. He opened his eyes, his gaze turned cold. Short commands lined up in his head: steady, slow, conceal, divert attention. Stabilize the wood dantian first, then slowly open metal, water, earth. Don't let others think he's skyrocketing. He returned the remaining spirit stones to a small cloth pouch and tied it shut. The snowfall thickened. Under the lamp, the stone's edges looked like the ridges of tiny hills. Outside, the world was quiet. Inside, his heart felt like steel being sharpened, shining with a cold light. He knew this fight would demand more restraint than any before, more planning, more patience, more waiting. Time to go out. He was heading down the mountain to the market at Matu Mountain to trade some spirit stones. Before leaving, he retracted the formation. It wasn't a chant or a ceremonial pose. He Pingxing reached out and grabbed the formation disc, the flags, the talismans, and the chart. The 4 pieces were sucked in together and dropped into the treasure basin. The little golden basin, an artifact that could swallow magical tools, flashed at the rim and gave a low hum. He sat up through the night. In the dark, the light inside the basin rolled slowly, like a forge refining something or like wind churning. By dawn, the sound stopped and the glow subsided. He Pingxing reached out and touched at the back of his hand, felt a steady, solid warmth. What had been a single set of low-grade confinement array materials had become two sets. Their rank had risen from common to top tier. The change was obvious. The defense had become firmer, the oppressive pressure thicker. The array as protective dome could now blunt attacks outright. Its coverage had expanded. What once could only encircle a small courtyard could now cover several neighboring yards. More flexibly, the array could shrink back to its original size and only cover a single spot. How much would this fetch? He wondered. After stowing the items into his Dantian, the storage space inside his body, he finally went down the mountain. First stop was to see his senior sister, Zhao Linger. She looked up from the training terrace, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "You're going down the mountain?" she asked, her voice calm as if making a routine check. "Just going down to handle something for a day or so," he replied briefly. Zhao Linger nodded, relaxed. "You don't need to report to Master for a day. Over 3 days you must notify him." "Understood," he answered, then turned and left. Outside the mountain gate, he found a secluded clearing and took out the paper crane. It was still pure white, its creases sharp. He Pingxing gave it a light shake. The crane trembled and shot into the sky like a sharp arrow. The paper's flapping was crisp, with a hint of wind slicing through it, as it flew toward the Matu Mountain Marketplace. This was his third trip there. The first time he had gone with Wang Dun, selling pollen from the scorching sunflowers. The second time he had snuck down alone, selling the same pollen. This time he had new goods. This time, he Pingxing had a simple goal: convert the things in his hands into cash, one by one. If possible, he might as well pick up a storage pouch while he was at it. Doing business without one of those pouches that can hold things yet stay as light as a small pocket was unbearably inconvenient. He rode the paper crane. Its wings beat, carrying a chill whisper of wind. When he reached an open space, he Pingxing began taking the spirit items he kept inside his body out one by one and placing them into his treasure pouch. A flying sword. The blade gave off a cold gleam, like a moon blade slicing through the night. A vine-armored shield, its face wrapped in vine like patterns that felt rough but alive. An alchemy furnace, its walls faintly radiating lingering heat. A complete set of formation materials: talisman paper, copper needles, stone slivers neatly arranged like a map waiting to be unfolded. They were all good pieces. But once he hit the market, repeatedly pulling items out of treasure-absorbing artifacts like a wealth basin would be a hassle and draw attention. Better to have everything ready and let someone appraise them at a stall. How much would they fetch? He Pingxing had no idea. He could only take it one step at a time, get an appraisal, then decide based on the result. He changed clothes quickly, stowing the robe marked with his inner sect's insignia and slipping into a plain Taoist robe. An unmarked, unassuming outer garment would make him less noticeable in the crowd, best to avoid running into fellow disciples and creating unnecessary trouble. A little over an hour later, the paper crane set down at the gate of the Matu Mountain Market. He Pingxing waved the crane folded back into his palm, closing up like a flattened paper doll. He slung the large bag over his shoulder and stepped into the market. Inside was a different kind of clamor. Hawking and bargaining mixed with the bitter scent of herbs and the tang of hot metal. Stalls ran in endless rows. Medicine jars tinkled, materials were piled into small mountains, and magical implements sat on tables, cold and gleaming. Many young, newly initiated cultivators moved through the crowd with treasure pouches on their backs. A middle-aged cultivator in the distance shouted about his qi concentrating pills, his voice slick with showmanship. As he Pingxing passed, he heard the clear tinkle of glass bottles knocking together. He quickly found the shop district. Storefronts were plentiful, lined along a street. A familiar sign came into view: Fenghe Manor. He once helped sell blazing sunflower pollen there. He didn't want to stir up that memory. He stopped and glanced at the entrance. People came and went. The attendant under the sign wore a blank expression. He Pingxing didn't go in too much trouble, and he feared being recognized. Instead, he turned and pushed open the door of a small shop next to Fenghe Manor and stepped inside. A middle-aged woman stood behind the counter. He bowed slightly and spoke cleanly and crisply. "Greetings, senior." Her gaze swept over him like an invisible fingertip. She could sense it, not the shallow aura of someone his age, but a calm, restrained inner power. The air around him seemed to thicken. She started, her voice softening. You. What do you want? He didn't hide anything. He pulled a square, four-footed alchemy furnace from his treasure pouch. The copper body bore old runes. When his hand drew near, he could feel a warmth, like the soft thump of a heartbeat. It was small, but it felt solid and substantial. The woman's eyes brightened, and she reached to take it. She weighed it in her hand. Her fingertips felt the lingering heat and a faint vibration from within. She murmured, "This is a top-grade magical implement. An alchemy furnace like this is very rare." She glanced at him again, her tone guarded. "Wait a moment. I need to ask in the back." He nodded. She carried the furnace into the back room. The shop fell into low conversation and the occasional scrape of objects. 10 minutes later she returned, her face set with a decision. "All right," she said, putting the furnace back on the counter. "If you're selling it outright, I'll give you 800 spirit stones." Spirit stones. Luminous gems that store and trade magical energy. Those words hit him like a hammer to the chest. His heart leapt and his breath caught. 800, far beyond anything he'd expected. She tossed the spirit stones onto the counter. They rang with a clear, crisp clink, and a few motes of light hopped across the surface. His hand trembled as he reached for them, scooping and rolling them into his pouch. The stones slipped in with a soft sucking sound. The bag drew closed, and the light was swallowed, reduced to shadow beneath the cloth. He slung the pouch over his shoulder and moved for the door. The people in the shop watched without any extra excitement, as if the ripple that had passed a moment ago had been smoothed away by the breeze. After He Pingxing opened his first shop, he didn't go straight into the next one. He walked a slow loop around the outside of Horsehead Mountain. His steps were deliberately unhurried. His eyes scanned the passers-by, as if checking that no one was watching him. Only after doubling back through another alley did he enter the Horsehead Market and change to a different storefront. The shop was called Shuina Hall. Inside it was dim, the air carrying the scent of herbs mixed with burning paper. The counter looked much like any other. Wooden cabinets, a few scuffed plaques. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a high nose and sun-darkened skin. You couldn't tell his cultivation level at a glance, but his movements were sharp and practiced. He Pingxing cupped his hands, his voice calm. "Senior." The man waved him off, smiling without any hint of hostility. "Don't be so formal. You're at the 6th level of Qi refinement, right? Your Qi is steady. You can condense your inner power into a shield. Just call me brother." He Pingxing nodded and changed his tone. "Brother, I'd like to sell something." He pulled a vine-woven shield from the storage pouch in his sleeve. It was a round shield of braided vines, the surface marked with fine patterns. A faint blue light shimmered within the grooves. For sigils lay layered like membranes, vibrating softly as if with a heartbeat. Auras rolled out from it in rings, carrying the smell of hay and old wood. "This is..." The man took the shield, his palms settling on the vines. The weave gave a faint hum. In response, the man's eyes brightened. He rubbed a finger across one of the sigils, and a dull heat seemed to rise through his hand. He Pingxing said plainly, "It's a top-tier defensive artifact. My master always said shields fetch the best prices. When fully deployed, it can withstand a strike from a cultivator several levels above me." The man swallowed, his voice dropping. "Gods, anything like this would make the guild salivate. Who are you planning to sell it to? If you sell through a guild, they'll take a heavy cut. Have you considered selling it to me directly? I'll pay in spirit stones right now." Spirit stones. He Pingxing glanced toward the door, his eyes short and cautious. Spirit stones were the common currency here, chunks of, or that stored spiritual power. "Yeah." The man's smile grew broader. "You checked with a few guilds, right? Name your price. If it's reasonable, I won't go through middlemen, I'll take it myself." He turned the shield over in his hands again. Blue veins showed at his knuckles. Expectation threaded his voice. "I've been exactly short of something like this." He Pingxing moved the shield a little closer, the faint rasp of vines audible. He went quiet a moment, his expression weighing the options. Wind slipped in through the crack of the door, carrying the market's clamor. He Pingxing frowned slightly. He didn't mind a private purchase. But the price, how to set it? His eyes flicked, and he did the math in his head. Last time he sold a top-tier casting furnace for 800 spirit stones. Spirit stones were the trading gems everyone used. This greenwood shield was worth more than that. Defensive magical items usually fetched high prices. He started running the numbers. 1,200 spirit stones. He Pingxing tossed out the figure. His voice was low but crisp. The man across him twitched. It was like a needle in his chest choking up. He replied, "Too high. Brother, can you 1,100? He Pingxing reached out and pointed at the shield. 1,150. The man gritted his teeth, as if something had been hollowed from him. Fine, 1,150. Like someone clutching at a life-saving straw, he scrambled upstairs. His footsteps thudded the wooden stairs, gave a dull creak. A few minutes later, he came down with a treasure sack, its mouth sewn tight. When he set it down, it made a muffled rustling. The spirit stones inside clinked bright and dry, like rain on a copper basin. He handed over the shield. The palm felt cool, the face bore old scuffs, but was still solid. The other man pushed the bag forward and opened it. The spirit stones flashed a cold light in the beam. The sound and weight were unmistakably real. He counted them off in his head. There were already 1,950 spirit stones. His goal was 2,250, so he was short 300. There were two other items in his pocket. One was a top-tier magical weapon, a flying sword, its tip just peeking out of the cloth with a faint, cold gleam. The other was a complete set of materials for an imprisoning array. An imprisoning array, basically, was a formation used to trap people or things. The materials were complete, set them out, and you could assemble a solid little barrier. Which to sell? He glanced at the formation materials in his hand and made his decision. Sell a bit more now to get a better return. He circled the market once more and finally stepped into the third shop. The name stood out, Kunlun Pool. A blue cloth curtain hung under the eaves, fluttering gently and carrying a faint, old incense smell. Behind the counter sat an old man with white hair and a white beard. He smiled faintly, his eyes like they hid a few old keys. "Young man, what can I get you?" His voice creaked like an old wooden door, but it had a steady calm that put people at ease. He Pingxing looked up, his voice low and clear. "A storage bag." The old man paused, then straightened up. A smile flashed in his eyes. "Nice thing, so young and already has a storage pouch." He patted He Pingxing on the shoulder, his voice carrying a note of approval. "Come on, I'll show you." With that, he led He to a row of shelves. 3 pouches sat neatly on the rack. 3 grades, the old man said, pointing, his words slow and deliberate. Low, middle, high. He flipped the mouths of the pouches as if demonstrating. Low grade, very small, about 30 centimeters square, big enough for a bento box and a short knife. Middle grade, about 90 centimeters square. You can fit a few changes of clothes in it, no problem, for a longsword. High grade, an interior of about 3 meters square. What's more, it reshapes. You can shove a long spear in, all bent and twisted, so long as the total volume works out. It's fine. His explanation fell into the air like a simple arithmetic problem. He Pingxing nodded. He'd heard these descriptions before and wasn't unfamiliar with them. The old man scribbled the prices on his palm and gestured with his fingers as he spoke. Low grade, 2,250 spirit stones. Middle, 8,600 spirit stones. High, 18,500 spirit stones. Spirit stones, the local currency, like a tiny, faintly glowing pebble. He Pingxing glanced at the numbers, his expression flickered. He casually checked his pockets, a natural motion as if checking a seam. He murmured, "I only have 1,950. I'm short 300. The shopkeeper's smile widened. He assumed a bargain was coming, and he leaned forward. "Short by how much?" he asked, eyes sharpening with calculation. He Pingxing looked up, calm. 300. The smile dropped from the shopkeeper's face. He slammed his palm down on the counter with a crisp clap. "Don't push your luck," he said, his voice low. "The low grade doesn't go below 2,100. That's as cheap as it gets." Silence hung for a second. The cloth on the shelves whispered against itself. The old man chuckled, a teasing edge in it. "Kid, don't make things hard for yourself." He Pingxing froze. He hadn't come ready to haggle. He genuinely didn't have the money. Good, good, good. The shopkeeper grinned like he'd found a treasure. "The thing is," He Pingxing smiled too, a hurry in his movements. He dug another set of papers out of his treasure pouch and laid them gently on the counter. The sheets whispered against each other. The shopkeeper reached out, hesitated, then frowned. "This is a confinement array," he murmured the name, tasting it like strong tea. He Pingxing nodded, his eyes bright. The shopkeeper studied it over and over, his fingertip tracing the sigils as if reading an old book by touch. This is top-tier work," he finally said, surprise hard to hide in his voice. He Pingxing didn't add much. Only, "It's a first-rate formation, but the quality is exceptional. Once activated, it can create an invisible prison within a radius of 100 zhang. Its defenses are very strong. It would be a huge help even against low-rank cultivators, those in the foundation establishment stage." The shopkeeper's expression shifted. He cradled the papers as if they were a rare jewel. "Nice piece," he breathed. "How many spirit stones do you want?" "Spirit stones, the common currency among cultivators." He Pingxing shrugged, handing the choice over. "Name your price. If it's fair, I'll sell." The shopkeeper fell silent. The lines at his eyes looked like a map, calculation flickering across his face. 1,500 spirit stones, he said at last, neither loud nor low. He Pingxing wasn't sure either. He remembered what he'd sold earlier, the alchemy furnace for 800, the vine mail shield for 1150, and this formation was clearly worth more. He nodded once, short and decisive. 1,005 it is. He thumbed through his pouch and produced 600 spirit stones. The stones clicked cleanly in his palm. "That enough for now?" he asked. "Enough, enough." The old shopkeeper beamed and, with practiced hands, pulled a small storage pouch from beneath the counter. The cloth was soft, the stitching tight, faintly scented. "This is yours." He handed it over with a touch of ceremony. "Place your divine sense, a thin thread of intent on it. It will respond, opening and closing at your will. No need to attune it." He Pingxing took the pouch. Heat, like a faint pulse, moved through the fabric. He inhaled, sent out his intent strand by strand, and pressed it to the mouth of the bag. The pouch answered. Its opening parted and closed as if lifted by an invisible hand. Smooth, silent, almost soundless. He tried it a few more times. Each time the mouth snapped open like the press of an unseen button, and a faint sting ran through his palm, like the aftershock of electricity. Just as Wang Dun had warned, the internal space wasn't large. He dug his hand inside. The compartment was only about a foot high, the size of a small shoebox. It could hold a few small items, not anything large. He Pingxing committed the dimensions to memory and felt reassured. Light threw long shadows across the counter. They exchanged a smile. The deal was done. A little pouch about a foot square and under a foot tall, small enough to be cupped in one hand. Normally, it could only hold odds and ends. He tipped his remaining 1,300 odd spirit stones into it. The stones struck each other with a clear, ringing clatter in his palm. Rattle, rattle. The pouch swelled up quickly, looking full. But when he lifted it, his wrist felt almost no weight at all, as if the contents had been sent into another space. The air carried a faint, static stillness. Nice piece, He Pingxing said under his breath, a smile in his voice. A planning light flickered in his eyes. Back home, he could run it through the treasure basin again, maybe it would upgrade. He pictured the basin like a magnifying glass, amplifying an item's value. At worst, it would become mid-grade, right? He folded the storage pouch, tucked it into his sleeve, and tied it tight with a cord. The rubbing of the cuff fabric sounded like finishing touches. His 100 treasures sat heavy on his back, but his stride stayed steady. He had only meant to sell the flying sword, the alchemy furnace, formation components, and the vine armor and shield to buy a pouch like this. He hadn't expected the good artifacts to fetch such a high price. The offers were far above what he'd imagined. Once the 3 items were sold, he had more than enough, and still over 1,300 spirit stones left. He decided to keep the flying sword. It felt safer to hold on to it than to sell it. The market was a roar of voices, hawkers, cloth slapping, metal clanging, all braided together. He stopped at a stall where the owner unfurled a scroll of a cultivation manual across a wooden table. The cover was plain, the handwriting rough. You could see the outline, but the main text was missing. Just an outline, yet enough to tell the path. "How much for this?" he asked, voice low. Feet thudded past like distant thunder. 70 spirit stones. The seller didn't look up, businesslike, calculating. He flipped through the silver pieces in his hand, then glanced at the outline. An Earth-style technique, focused on defense. Useful. 30, he said, simple, like haggling. The seller blinked, shrugged, and surprisingly nodded. There was no pretense between them. The coins hit the table with a dull thud. He pocketed the manual. The rub of the pages felt tangibly real. He kept his excitement to himself, calm face, steady steps. To outsiders, he was just another cultivator buying a book. No one knew he'd recently swallowed a top-grade pill and quietly pushed his cultivation higher. To avoid drawing attention, he had to act as if his progress were slow. 2 years to rise a rank was ideal, slow on the surface, fast in secret. Before slipping the manual into the storage pouch, he touched his cuff again. A cold wind swept in, carrying the dust of the market. He opened the outline once more. The lines, like contours, sketched out a weighty defense. Earth element steady as a mountain. This would be the first thing to train. He Pingxing put away the earth-type cultivation technique and stepped back into the market district. He pushed open a small shop at random, spent a little over 200 spirit stones, and bought a low-grade set of containment array materials. A containment array, like an invisible cage, could lock a person or object in place so they couldn't move. Why buy it? He clenched the supreme array in his sleeve. Top-tier gear was useful, but revealing it would cause trouble. If others thought he'd bought a low-grade array from the sect, they'd be less suspicious. Better safe than sorry. Use the cheap stuff now. When the time was right, he'd show the real thing. With that done, he Pingxing closed up his stall. The Matu Mountain mission was complete. He left the market and ducked into a secluded alley, producing a paper crane. The crane spread its wings and trembled like it had a heartbeat. Riding the wind, it shot straight for Taishu Gate. No sooner had he gone than 3 figures slipped out of the alley's shadows. 3 burly men, their heavy auras pressing at the chest. The Black Wind, 3 fiends. That kid's grown fast, the leader said under his breath, voice threaded with impatience and surprise. In less than 2 years, he jumped from 4th to 6th stage. His chi field thickened 2 layers. Air around him even seems to solidify. He's carrying a lot. The second man leaned in, a smile at the corner of his mouth. He even bought a storage pouch. That's worth something. Their smiles were vicious. They'd chased he Pingxing before, but were too slow. He'd gotten away. Today they didn't intend to give him the chance. The leader reached out and revealed a small flying skiff in his palm, a black stone the size of a pebble. He poured in a trace of power. The skiff hummed, then swelled like a balloon blown up, suddenly expanding to about 3 meters across. Metal and runes squealed as if being torn, and the air quivered. This skiff can't hold too many. The leader frowned. Second, you ambush here. Third, come with me and pursue. Don't let him get away. They spoke and vaulted onto the skiff. The ropes snapped taut, and the hull sliced through the night. Wind whipped their faces, carrying dust and the iron-tinged tang of distant forges. Around Matu Mountain, anyone who knew their reputation watched with sharp eyes. The Black Wind, 3 fiends specialized in preying on new sect recruits with little silver. They called it robbery, but more often it was for sport or to find an easy, cheap target. The 3 of them were sly. They picked on people without backing. Unaffiliated wanderers. Young outer disciples. No one to stand up for them. No one digging too deep. Kill 1 or 2, and the rest would shrug. That's why they dared. Quiet as shadows. Kill, then leave. This time their eyes were on he Pingxing. To them he was just another unaffiliated traveler alone. No sect. Easy pickings. The flying skiff burst from the clouds like a black shape tearing the sky. 2 figures leaned against the mast, smiling. Their smiles had knives. That's the lone cultivator? The leader asked. His voice was low and impatient. Yeah. No backing. Number 3 replied, his voice like a blade being sharpened. The skiff moved with startling speed, far faster than he Pingxing's paper crane. The paper crane beat the air like a bird with a broken wing, buffeted and thrown off course. With a sharp whoosh, the skiff closed in. The leader flicked a hand. The air split. A fireball, like a shard of sun, shot out, trailing flame and the scent of scorched flesh. He Pingxing saw the flare, and his face changed in an instant. He tightened the paper crane and began to descend. The toy struck the currents with a grating slap. He knew the real danger wasn't getting struck. It was falling from a height. Without hesitation, he leapt back to the ground, landing with both feet and throwing up a ring of dust. The skiff settled lightly, like a black giant bird touching down on the ridge. Two men stepped off. Their strides were steady, stirring a mountain wind. Down. The leader sneered, eyes glittering like blades about to sink in. He pointed at the dark pouch on He Pingxing's chest. His voice was a promise of plunder. Hand over your storage pouch, and I might think about sparing you. He Pingxing hunched and backed away. Dust settled on his shoulders. His heart thudded like a mallet in a drum. He pushed his spirit sense out, a probe stabbing toward them. Two auras leaped into his perception, different weights, different temperatures. One was steady, like an old tree's root, pressing the breath from your chest. The other was sharp, like a knife edge flashing cold light. Both were stronger than him, clearly a cut above, like standing on a slope, looking up at a high wall. Yeah, good at hiding things, the leader said, rubbing his chin, eyes greedy. Storage pouches like that aren't common, Number 3 added, as if savoring the scent of prey. He Pingxing's hand trembled. He felt the disadvantage, keenly the pressure made his chest tight. The wind howled through the mountains. In the sunset, their 3 shadows stretched long. All that filled the air was their breathing and a distant, faint bird call. I'll say it again, hand over the treasure. Give it up, and I'll let you go. The Black Wind leader closed in on He Pingxing, step by step. His words were a threat, but his hands didn't stop. He shoved his palm forward and formed a fireball. The orb shot out like a cannon shell, carrying a scorching wave and a choking stench of sulfur. He Pingxing rolled to the side, scraping along the ground as the flame passed, white smoke curling up where it grazed the earth. Before he could fully stand, another fireball came at him. Panic flashed in his eyes, not because he was a coward, but because he had little experience in magical combat. Flustered, he grabbed the small brazier on the table, a palm-sized, old alchemy furnace, brass etched with fine patterns and still warm inside, and hurled it as a shield. Bang! The fireball hit the little furnace dead center. Sparks flew and the metal rang with a high, metallic ping. The furnace was blown apart like a ruptured iron sphere, sent flying tens of yards, crashing heavily and rolling, smoke trailing after it. The glow at its mouth guttered out in an instant. Whether it was still usable was impossible to tell. Heh, the Black Wind leader's laugh held surprise. The brat's actually carrying a top-grade alchemy furnace, a true magical artifact. Third, with me, take him down, another ordered. The two focused their power at once, each shaping a fireball in his palm, pushing them out like 2 miniature suns. Every thrust carried a heat wave. The air sizzled. He Pingxing's face went cold. He didn't give up. With a thought, 2 firebirds sprang from his palms, not living creatures, but flames given shape, dark feathers rimmed with red, their wing beats cutting the air with sharp, tearing sounds. The birds arced through the air toward the 2 incoming fireballs. Boom, boom. The impact struck like hammers on a drum. The fireballs detonated, scattering sparks and heat. The firebirds did not disperse. They drove on, steered by He Pingxing's will, redirected left and right like a pair of burning daggers. The Black Wind leader and Third's expressions changed in an instant. Experience, reflexes, technique, they relied on more than brute force. Their feet shifted, bodies dropped low as they rolled to evade, each pulling a different trick. One slapped his palms together and a ring of glassy, warped light rose up, bending the heat and blocking a straight-on charge. The other cracked out a whip of flame, arcing through the air and forcing the birds off course. Fire and heat, metal and light, short, sharp detonations. The air smelled like singed paper. The scene tightened in an instant. They faced each other in the blaze, neither willing to give ground. The 2 spirit shields merged and easily stopped the fire raven. The bird's wings were still alight, a wave of heat rolling off them, but it was spent like a burned-out arrow with no piercing power left. He Pingxing froze for a moment, then remembered a spell he knew, the fire shield. He ground his teeth. How had he forgotten to use it just now? He instinctively felt his waist. His top-grade magic artifact, the Qingmu shield, sat there, cold metal under his fingers, not yet refined into his body, not activated. If it had been, it could have held through those 2 fireballs. He hated himself for not refining the treasure sooner, hated that he'd wasted time. There's something off about this kid, the second muttered under his breath. Keep your distance, the leader waved and backed up, shouting as he pulled away. As they retreated, He Pingxing steadied his footing. The air still smelled of scorched, charred grass, smoldered on the ground. His heart thudded like a drum. Slash! The leader suddenly barked. He hurled a palm-sized flying sword. Under the push of magic, its blade swollen in an instant like a bursting balloon. It shot out to a meter long, whistling as it sliced the air toward He Pingxing. The sword's passage cut the air like metal tearing through it. It had to stay within the range of their mental control, otherwise it would run wild. Both of them still sounded confident. He Pingxing calmed down and drew a deep breath. His skin temperature spiked as he condensed a fire aura shield. The shield hung like a translucent drumhead, flecked with orange-red sparks and humming low. The heat felt like a compressed sun, blistering to the touch. The flying sword struck with a crisp crack ka-chuck. The shield's glow dimmed as if a blade had carved concentric cracks across it. The fissures spread like a spiderweb, but the shield still held. It didn't collapse immediately. The good moment didn't last. The third didn't hesitate. Another flying sword followed. The second blade tore at the shield like two gusts, ripping a thin membrane. Under the impact of the twin steel edges, the fire shield shattered into shards. The scattered sparks fell like fireworks, and the heat vanished in an instant. He rolled, his shoulders scraping scorched earth, ash filling his nostrils. The roll bought him distance. He knew he had to put space between himself and them, beyond the reach of their mental control, or they'd keep binding him one after another. They weren't stupid either. Like hunting dogs, they pressed whenever he fell back. Step by step they closed in, their steady strides kicking up rings of dust. Ha ha, no rush. The Black Wind leader laughed, coarse as a millstone grinding. We'll wear him out. The treasure will still be ours in the end. Certainty laced his words. The third's eyes were eager too, like a wolf catching the scent of blood. He Pingxing felt the empty space at his waist. His fingers brushed the cold edge of the shield as if it were mocking him. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping the two men for his next opening. Anxiety churned in his chest like a flame. He swore to himself, once he got back, he would melt the flying sword and that green would shield and absorb their power. Taking advantage of a momentary opening in his defense, He Pingxing condensed two more flaming crows. They lunged like living creatures, their wings cutting the air with a sharp whoosh. Their feathers burned with orange-red flames that hissed, drying the air around them. At the same time, he pulled a small paper talisman from his sleeve. Flame patterns writhed across it. It was a firebomb talisman. He'd previously empowered it with a fireball talisman, and now it was like a little explosive. He pressed the paper into his palm. Mana surged out like a heat current. He murmured, "Open," and the talisman flared, unfurling instantly. A fireball shot out with a piercing roar and blistering heat, like a cannonball, aimed straight for Black Wind, the boss's chest. The fireball was blindingly fast. With a bang it struck. The explosion hit like a wall of heat. A spray of blood and shrapnel filled the air. The cracking of bone mixed with the shock like dry branches snapping. Black Wind, the boss, didn't he even have time to react? His body was blown to pieces and went still. Damn Black Wind, 3 only thought of escape. Panic laced his voice. He kicked off like the wind and put several dozen yards between them in an instant, his silhouette swallowed by the shadows of the trees. He Pingxing didn't panic. He drew another talisman, a frost arrow. Frost condensed on the paper into a needle tip. A cold bite brushed his hand. He loosened his grip and the talisman became a streak of cold light that sliced the air. About 2 feet long, the ice arrow chased the fleeing back. Its tip was like a blade and even faster. In the blink of an eye, it punched through Black Wind 3's chest. He went to his knees, shock in his eyes. Then the strength left him and he collapsed, never getting up. He Pingxing breathed hard. His chest felt crushed under a weight. Each breath tasted of gunpowder and blood. His hand trembled. The embers of the talisman still warmed his palm. He hadn't used up all his magic, but ending a life with his own hands for the first time overloaded him. His stomach quivered. His throat was dry. His mouth tasted of iron. His ears buzzed and his vision blurred. He lifted a hand and his fingertips brushed the blown open clothing and the dark blood stain. His fingers went slightly numb. His legs were weak. He could barely stand. He leaned against a tree, the rough bark pressing into his back, the smell of wood mixing with the scent of burning. The will to live rose in him like a tide. He closed his eyes, drew a long breath, and felt the trembling in his chest slowly ease. He knew he hadn't been defeated. He also knew that after this night, nothing would be the same. He Pingxing kept his head clear. He walked up to the Black Wind chieftain, who had been blown to pieces, and picked up the ruined treasure pouch. He peeled open the mouth of the bag. A few hundred spirit stones clinked inside. A few low-rank magical implements. 2 yellowing cultivation manuals. That was it. He had no time to count slowly. He dumped everything into his own pouch in one sweep, stuffing it full. Then he went to the third corpse. The third was dead. An ice arrow had pierced through the back of his heart and come out his chest, the icy blade showing over his breast. A thin layer of frost coated him like a blue statue. The air around the arrow carried cold, every breath turned to white mist. He Pingxing didn't linger. He drew another treasure pouch from his waist and stowed the things in all at once, brisk and efficient. "Let us go," he said softly. The wind swallowed his words. The paper crane unfolded. Its paper wings vibrated, the sound of tearing air fine and quick. He Pingxing mounted it and shot up into the clouds, heading toward the sect. The night sky behind him was torn by a long, thin black streak where the crane passed. The pouch bulged more and more as he added spoils, the mouth swelling at the sides, as if about to split. He felt a twinge of alarm. If he returned to the sect and was searched, explaining the spirit stones and implements would have consequences he didn't want to imagine. He didn't take the risk. The paper crane skirted the main gate and landed in his small courtyard outside the outer gate. The courtyard gate shut, footsteps were swallowed by the porch. He sat on the edge of the bed and tossed the pouch onto it. Things spilled across the floor with a bright clinking. Spirit stones struck implements, the sound was like rain. He began to count. His fingers slid over the stones, feeling their coolness and subtle striations. Roughly 800 spirit stones. Add that to his original 1,100, and it was about 1,900. The number settled in his mind, there was no need to say it aloud. Then the implements. 2 flying swords were wrapped in cloth and tucked in a corner. He peeled back the wrapping, the first blade flashed clean and keen, able to tear the air with a high whistle at the slightest swing. The second was much older, cracked along the blade, the edge no longer razor sharp, but by no means ordinary. A small object caught his eye. A palm-sized flying skiff, a cloud piercer, silent in his hand. Pressing its mechanism made it tremble, like a breeze that inhaled and exhaled mist. He Pingxing thought that riding it for long journeys would save him a lot of time. There wasn't much else of value. He pulled out 4 more books, their covers stained and the lettering worn soft from being thumbed. Between the pages were scraps of cultivation techniques, the scent of old paper mixed with ink lingered. He sat on the bed's edge, fingers brushing his spine, his gaze short and steady in the candlelight. The 4 books were all martial manuals. 2 on fire, 1 on metal, 1 on wood. Fire and wood wouldn't help He Pingxing much. The metal manual, though, was useful. Metal could make things harder and sharper, like wrapping an object in a thin shell of steel. With it he held metal, wood, fire, and earth. Of the 5 elements, only water was missing. After taking inventory, dusk fell. He Pingxing pulled out a storage pouch. He dumped the spirit stones onto the floor, the silver-white pebbles tinkled and rattled. Then he tossed the empty bag into the treasure basin. The bag sank and the basin gave a low vibration, as if it had swallowed a breath. "Reinforce," he whispered. He stared at the basin rim and let his mind run through possibilities. What would the bag become? How big would its space be? Would it gain any strange powers? Those thoughts, like a tide, pushed him towards sleep. In the dark he dreamed of that fight. Blade shadows from the Black Wind, 3 fiends slashed across his face, the stench of blood and rust mixed together. He woke coughing, gasping. Sleep and waking alternated until morning finally came. At dawn he rubbed his swollen eyes and dragged the basin out from under the bed. Inside lay 2 storage pouches. Compared with the empty sack from last night, one of them now held something. He Pingxing exhaled, the tightness in his shoulders loosening. The enhancement had worked, there was a gain at last. He picked up a pouch. The coarse cloth rolled under his fingers. He pressed his spiritual energy to it like threading a string into a seam. The energy probed, and the space answered no sound. Only a deep, cave-mouth echo that seemed to inhale and exhale his awareness. The next moment his eyes widened. The interior of the bag was a full 30 meters on a side, 30 meters long, 30 wide, 30 high. It was as if a small house had been folded into that piece of cloth. The air carried an odd stillness that stretched distances and compressed size down to a single number. His heart thudded up into his throat. "Far better than ordinary," he murmured, his voice thin as if swallowed. He checked for more. His spiritual energy slid across the fabric and struck a mist-like layer that dulled sight. In other words, the pouch had concealment it could make itself be overlooked, as if it dissolved into the surrounding air. He touched the cloth. The surface lay smooth, but his fingers seemed to pass through an invisible veil and meet a hollow coolness. He let out a quiet laugh, part surprise, part pride. A pouch that could hide things and remain hard to detect would be extremely useful in the martial world. The moment he slung the bag over his neck, it was like its shadow had been pulled away, gone without a trace. Even he pinching himself couldn't see it. Only a thoughtful touch would make the bag answer. It was like reaching out and parting the surface of water, ripples spreading to reveal a faint, elusive pocket. "Thank God," he said, wiping his brow and laughing. The weight that had been sitting on his chest finally lifted. A new worry flickered across his mind. If an elder used mental sensing to search, would they find it? No. Others couldn't probe it either. It was invisible in the absolute sense, as if even its breath had been swallowed. "Store," he told it, then dumped everything into the bag. The clatter was crisp clothes, odds and ends, a few old tools, all vanished into the unseen pocket. The bag had no weight, but in his hand it felt reassuringly heavy. He hung the other storage bag the same way. Since both were invisible, one looked no different from two. He kept the old cloth pouch, though inside it were things that didn't need hiding. An old flying sword, not fierce, but quick as the wind, a simple alchemy furnace with the burnt, metallic tang of old metal, a dozen energy stones that sang with tiny echoes when struck, a few small materials for forming arrays, and several tattered beginner cultivation manuals. Those items didn't mind being seen. When he finished, he walked out of his courtyard. The mountain path was damp, the earth gave off the scent of cut grass. Back at Xiuzhu Peak, he nodded to Zhao Ling'er with a brief greeting, then returned to his quiet room, shut the wooden door, and buried himself in practice. There was much to do. First, refine the two implements. Make the flying sword more comfortable in his hand and cleaner in its strike. Make the greenwood shield solid, a wall in defense. With offense and defense both ready, he wouldn't be flustered the next time an enemy showed up. Then came the strengthening of his techniques. He went through the two beginner manuals, formulas line by line, one leaning toward metal, the other toward earth, both foundational. He broke apart the gnarly sentences and polished each line. Finally, he chose the earth-based method and began the day-by-day work of rebuilding his foundation. His palms often warmed. His breath swung like a pendulum, steady in and out. When refining tools, iron met iron with a crisp metallic ring. When cultivating, a dull vibration gathered in his dantian, like small tremors echoing through his body. At night, he heard the dry patter of pine needles on the ground. At dawn, the sun stretched the eaves and light crawled across the floor. Days moved slowly yet gained pace. Seasons turned like pages. Before he knew it, a year had passed. He Pingxing had brought both the earth and metal arts up to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. For little vortices spun in his belly like for miniature storms. Each carried a different flavor: the cool bite of metal, the crispness of leaves, the heat of flame, the weight of earth. He could feel the shift energy trembled at his fingertips. His chest tightened and loosened in a steady rhythm, as if a thin cord were being cinched and released, loop by loop. His rapid advance wasn't teed down to talent. Earlier, he had already crossed the physical thresholds from the 1st through the 6th layers. Those barriers had been cleared. All that remained was to keep pouring in energy. Once it filled, speed would follow. The last fight had taught him another lesson: spells mattered. So he learned an earth defensive spell called Earthen Armor. The incantation was brief. His palm seemed to scoop up a wad of mud. Dirt split, stone chips flew, and armor condensed outside his skin. It was heavy, like raw rock pressing on his chest. When he struck it, the thud was muted, his punch swallowed by blunt weight. One more life-saving layer. He didn't have many spells yet, but they were practical. Flaming crows, a flock of fire birds, burst from his throat, screeching as they dove at the enemy. Fire shield flame coalesced into a crescent barrier, blazing and agile. Earthen armor stony, plating like a mountain. And the greenwood shield he'd already refined, a round shield formed from a wood spirit, for layers of defense in total. But for offense he really only had the flaming crows, which felt thin. He flipped through more tattered scrolls, fingers brushing parchment, pages whispering. There were no better offensive techniques to be found. For now, though, it would have to do. The four vortices running together gave him a confidence he'd never felt before. Against opponents of the same rank, he was sure he could dominate. The last battle had taught him one more thing. Talismans were indispensable. Those one-use magic slips were cheap and practical. Keep a handful on hand, and they might save your life. So what next? Push his chi refining to the next layer, or hunt down a fifth manual to complete the 5 elements. If metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all in place, the system would be more complete. He didn't force the decision, but his gut said a complete set would only help. He closed the scroll, packed his gear. Short footsteps echoed across the courtyard. He decided to go look. The courtyard gate closed softly behind him. Morning light slipped from beneath the eaves and settled on the stone steps, carrying a faint scent of dust. He walked down the slope. He didn't go back to the treasure tower, nor to the backyard. His destination was the little shop on the second floor of the outer hall. A wind chime hung over the shop's doorway. It gave a single, clear jingle, like someone calling a greeting. The moment he stepped over the threshold, the outer disciple inside hurried forward, voice trembling a little. "Brother, what do you need?" Pingxing didn't answer. He sent his awareness out like a thin blade. The blade light skimmed the bookshelves, the counter, every scroll. The awareness left no trace, yet it brought every detail of the room back into his mind. The disciple's breathing tightened immediately. The man's aura wasn't thin, he wasn't a newcomer. It felt like a tide in deep sleep, quiet but strong, a sure sign of stable cultivation. "I need materials for the golden bone pill. 2 doses. His voice was calm. There was no extra politeness. At the mention of the golden bone pill, the disciple's eyes brightened. Pingxing could see what was passing through his mind. The golden bone pill wasn't an ordinary tonic one swallowed and flesh wounds could close instantly, flesh regenerate. It could save a life in a pinch. Back when he was still a menial, senior sister Liu had once given him 2. He had refined them to perfection. The memory flashed like a brief, clear light. The disciple nodded quickly and touched a wooden box beneath the counter. Inside the box a few herbs were laid out neatly. Pingxing produced a handful of spirit stones and set them on the counter. The coins tapped the wooden surface with a crisp sound. He walked a few rounds around the hall, eyes scanning the scrolls and racks. He didn't find a technique with the character for water. No water-based methods. "Nothing water-related?" he asked. The disciple forced a smile that carried resignation. "Outer sect resources are limited, we often can't supply everything. But, brother, if you really need a water method, I might have a way." Pingxing turned to look at him. The man lowered his voice. "My family has kept a water-attributed heirloom technique for generations. It's not one of those openly sold manuals. I can copy a copy for you and keep the original." "Oh." Pingxing raised an eyebrow. There was no amusement in his tone, only steadiness. The disciple hesitated, as if holding something back. "Brother, when the outer sect parts with things like this, the price isn't low. Usually 35 spirit stones a copy. For a complete set 35. Pingxing fixed his gaze on the man's hands. The disciple's palms were slightly sweaty, fine ridges showed across the back of his hand. He thought a moment, then pushed back half the stones. 30. You copy one and don't leave any leverage." The room fell quiet. The disciple swallowed, his nails clicked together in a small, nervous sound. Then he drew out a scroll and spread it on the counter. Beside the inkstone, the water stains hadn't yet dried. The scent of ink mixed with the woody smell of the paper, as if an old story were about to be told. "I'll pay 50 taels of silver for any water spells," Pingxing said, waving his hand, his tone crisp. The disciple's eyes brightened. He hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll copy one down. Come back in a few days to pick it up." The brush rasped across the rice paper. The disciple carefully traced the end of the manual. After taking the money and setting a time, he turned and left, his steps light. Pingxing returned to the little courtyard on Xiuzhu Peak. There was only one alchemy furnace. Flames roiled and the scent of herbs rolled in like a tide. Heat washed his palm. The tongs struck the copper plate with a clear metallic ring. He set to refining pills again. Monthly errands had to be completed, time was tight, and there was much to do. He worked unhurriedly, eyes focused, movements precise. First came 2 furnaces of golden bone pills. Golden bone pills nourish the sinews and bones. When successful, they turned golden and solid. The first and second furnaces sealed together, the liquid inside formed into small pellets that clicked softly as they bumped. There were no failures. He watched the pills on the tray. The corner of his mouth moved, not so much a smile as a relief. One furnace was particularly excellent. In that batch, 4 pills showed a mid-grade sheen. Mid-grade golden bone pills were glossier and heavy in the hand, as if pressing a returning warmth. When he stroked one, his fingertips felt a faint warmth oscillate. He straightened, shoulders loosening, feeling a steadier confidence. Then he moved to the qi-gathering pills. Qi-gathering pills help absorb and store internal qi, like installing a small jar in the body to temporarily hoard strength. First furnace, second, third. The smoke at the mouth of the furnace grew finer, the medicine bubbling with a low, humming chant. Success was not easy. He knew there was still a high chance of producing duds. After 5 furnaces, the result was surprising. 4 of the furnaces yielded mid-grade pills. Each furnace produced 4 mid-grade and 8 low-grade pills. The mid-grade pills had an even color and seemed to contain some imperceptible motion. The low-grade ones were dull, hairline cracked on the surface, and felt loose to the touch. He didn't keep any for himself. He packed the pills and personally delivered them to Zhao Linger. When she opened the parcel, the lamplight hit the pills. The mid-grade ones swallowed and threw the light back so brightly it stung the eyes. Her face instantly lit up as if she'd tasted honey. "Little junior brother," she said, half surprised, half excited, her hands trembling. You can already refine mid-grade qi-gathering pills?" She cupped a mid-grade pill in her palm and lifted it to her nose. It gave off a faint warmth, as if breathing. She murmured, "For the same pill, a mid-grade qi-gathering pill is far stronger. Its effect is easily more than double that of a low-grade one. But be careful. Stronger medicinal power means more pronounced side effects. If taken wrongly, it will disturb the body's flows, pain like needles of fire." She closed her hands and looked up at him, her eyes full of expectation and approval. He Pingxing nodded, a quiet satisfaction on his face. The furnace aroma lingered. The courtyard was so still that the only sound was the soft hum of the medicine in the fire. There were always impurities mixed into pills. High grade, middle grade, low grade, none were exempt. Those impurities were the root of pill poisoning. Middle grade pills had 90% fewer impurities than low grade ones. In other words, they were much safer. Cultivators naturally preferred them. "Maybe after making a lot of them, my skill just improved," He Pingxing said with an embarrassed scratch at the back of his head, an honest smile on his face. "Senior sister, I've been in the sect 2 years and refining pills for 2 years. My progress is normal, right?" Zhao Linger nodded. "Yes, that is a good thing." The 2 of them went to see Master Yuning. The master was pleased and rewarded him with 200 spirit stones. The stones fell into his palm with a crisp clink. He Pingxing's smile grew even brighter. After leaving Yuning's hall, he went down the mountain. Someone was waiting by the outer gate. The appointed time had come. In a secluded corner near the outer gate, the wind blew and carried a few distant dog barks. "Senior brother, please look. This is my family's transmission of the technique. This is a copy I copied out." The young disciple handed over the transcription. Damp ink still stained his palm. He Pingxing took it with hands steady as rock. He lowered his head to read. His brow tightened slightly. With cultivation manuals, a character could not be wrong. One misplaced stroke and a move would be off. One misstep could send a practitioner into a disastrous deviation. Every character could be a matter of life and death. He compared it carefully. His eyes were like needles. His fingertips slid lightly across the paper, the faint sound of pages rubbing together audible. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on the characters. Half an hour passed. His lips twitched as if he were muttering each character to himself. "Very good." He set the transcription down, his voice calm. "No mistakes. The wording is identical." The disciple relaxed and produced a stack of spirit stones, his hand trembling slightly. 50 spirit stones, senior brother. Please, don't tell anyone. This is my family's legacy I can't lose face. He Pingxing put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. I know how to be discreet. Farewell. Back at the small courtyard on Xiuzhu Peak, he said little. He slipped the water element manual into the treasure basin, a compact storage talisman shaped like an upside-down copper bowl that could seal things inside, keeping them out of reach. He began to practice. With his palms pressing the crucial points of the technique, spiritual energy flowed slowly through his body. He felt a coolness in his palms, like a spring running. His meridians felt filled with water, alternately taut and relaxed. Not even 10 minutes had passed when a commotion rose outside the courtyard. A rough knocking came at the wooden door, each strike heavy. He Pingxing, are you there? Come out. The voice was hoarse and urgent. Other voices murmured outside, low and coarse with a street market vulgarity. He Pingxing frowned. A wooden sign hung on the door, closed for seclusion. Someone was still calling from outside, urgent, and a knock followed. Not exactly polite. He got up. His arm felt a little lazy. He pushed the courtyard gate open. A woman in red stood outside. The red was blinding. She stepped forward, smiling warmly. Her voice tinkled like a bell. Your junior brother, he? Perfect. Make me 10 batches of mid-grade qi concentrating pills. All 10 sets of ingredients are right here. He Pingxing's eyes narrowed. He recognized the face. Linglong, one of Master Yuda's disciples. A former troublemaker. The memory prickled like needles through his skin. Back then he still did odd jobs. She had pointed at him, accusing that the spring water had gone bad. Then Zhang struck, beating him until his face was bruised. It hurt. And senior brother Hao Yun, she had driven him to a miserable death that time. Bloody images flashed past. His hand tightened slightly, his knuckles went white. Linglong, however, didn't look at the shadow in his eyes. She inspected the man before her, squinting. What's the matter? Why are you standing there like that? Are you stupid? He Pingxing said nothing. He reached his awareness out like a hand groping through the air. A force met it heavy, like a rock pressed against the chest, deep and steady. The weight of 10 tiers of qi refinement lay over her. The air around them grew a little denser. He felt something move inside him, but his voice was calm. You want 10 batches of mid-grade qi pills? If the materials are here, why didn't you say so earlier? Linglong arched an eyebrow, smiled, her look equal parts mockery and testing. She stepped forward flirtatiously, lowering her voice. Oh ho, using your mind to sneak a peek at senior sister? Is it because you think I'm pretty and want to see my body? Her laugh was a blade, frivolous and dangerous. He only heard the faint sound of wind by his ear. He stood still, like a steady pillar. Sunlight fell on Linglong's red dress, the hem fluttering. Her smile was still bright. But in his ears he heard that broken sound from memory, crack, like bone snapping, cold and far away. He reached out, trying to sense his senior sister's aura. His fingertips burned first, like touching hot metal. The air suddenly thickened, as if pressed down by an invisible shield. He pulled his hand back, his face still calm. He bowed slightly, cupping his hands, and spoke softly and politely. Sorry, senior sister. I just instinctively wanted to check your cultivation. I didn't expect your realm to be so deep. I couldn't sense it. I'm truly sorry. Linglong snorted and tapped her foot. The single, short sentence tightened the pressure. At least you have some self-awareness. She pushed the jade box forward. It trembled in her hand, a faint light flickering within. Give me 10 batches of mid-grade pills. Can you do it? She asked bluntly, without a hint of amusement in her eyes. Everyone in the courtyard knew she wasn't bluffing. That He Pingxing could refine mid-grade Juki pills was no longer a secret. At first people didn't care. Low-grade pills were common, the materials cheap, and anyone could make a small trade of them. Mid-grade was different. Mid-grade pills could stabilize true qi and help someone break through a bottleneck. Aside from the ancestor and a few foundation establishing masters, no one on the mountain could make them. The moment Linglong heard, she came. Her steps were like needles stabbing into the courtyard. He cupped his hands again, his tone growing firmer. Alchemy has a success rate. I can't promise 10 for 10. You can give me 10 sets of materials, and I might not be able to produce 10 qualified pills. He paused, his gaze was calm, but there was a streak of stubbornness in it. Also, I'm a disciple of Yuning Palace. Every month, I have to refine 5 batches of pills for the sect. That already eats up 10 days of my cultivation. The rest of the time, I need to use to train. I can't casually give away my practice time to others. Senior sister, please leave. Linglong's face changed in an instant. She reached to snatch the jade box back, her voice sharp. What do you mean by that? He shook his head, his voice curt. No time. Sorry. Then he turned, gave the gate a tug, and slammed it shut with a bang. The metallic clank of the latch dropping was crisp, like a verdict. Footsteps hurried outside. Linglong pounded on the door, fists striking the wood in a rapid staccato. Bang, bang, bang. He Pingxing don't think that just because you're an inner disciple you can bully people. Linglong thrust her chest out. Her voice was like a knife, slashing outward. I'll tell you Master Yuta is my grandfather. If you cross me, forget about staying on Xiuzhu Peak. He Pingxing froze. She claimed to be Master Yuta's granddaughter? He studied her eyes. There was confidence there, but also an air of riding on someone else's power, as if someone had her back. He shook his head and turned back to the main hall. His footsteps were steady. When the door shut, the voices were sealed outside. Someone outside knocked a few more times. The knocks had a rhythm, then slowly died away. Half an hour later, there was a light rap on the door. Zhao Linger stood there, a young Taoist acolyte at her side. Zhao Linger sounded a little anxious, but her tone was meant to soothe. Junior brother, I'm your sixth senior sister. He Pingxing couldn't be bothered to hide. He opened the door and looked at the acolyte. The boy was small and thin, his features so fine they looked carved. His cultivation wasn't high, but his eyes carried the disciplined bearing of someone who had been trained. What's the matter, senior sister? He asked, voice calm. Zhao Linger stepped closer and lowered her voice. This boy is an acolyte from Master Yuta's sect. He brought a message. He says Master Yuta wants you to come over, wants to have a word. His expression shifted slightly. It felt like someone had given his chest a light squeeze. He thought back to the argument with Linglong at the door. He had just refused her, and now Master Yuta was coming to fetch him? That was some heavy cover. The acolyte shrugged and murmured, I don't know what it's about. Master only told me to pass on the message. Zhao Linger hurried to add, half reassuring, half pleading, don't be afraid. Master Yuta is strict, but usually fair. He might be stepping in for Linglong, or he might just want to hear you out. Go with him. I'll report to our sect leader and ask them to step in. There was a flash of resolve in her eyes. Trust me, those from Yuning Palace 1T let you be shortchanged. And as for the alchemy, if you want to refine, do it. If you don't feel obligated to bow to them. He Pingxing nodded. His single, curt fine was like a knife sliding back into its sheath. He smoothed his sleeve. The door closed behind him, and he walked out. He Pingxing nodded. There was no other choice. He trusted that when it came down to the wire, his master would take his side. The two of them split up. Zhao Linger went toward Yuning Palace. He Pingxing followed the young Taoist down the path to Honda Garden. Honda Garden was close by, and they reached the gate in an instant. At the entrance, the Taoist boy smiled and said, Senior brother, wait here. I'll go notify the patriarch. All right, He Pingxing replied. A dozen breaths passed, and the Taoist didn't come back. Suddenly, a dangerous smell hit him, scorched earth, hot iron. A cold spike of intuition stabbed his chest. Don't stop, run. He was only just rising when a tearing crack split the air from inside Honda Garden. A golden python burst out like a living ridge, its body kicking up clouds of dust. With a thunderous crash, it smashed the ground, leaving a deep pit. His heart tightened, and he broke into a run. The serpent bolted as if maddened, terrifyingly fast. In less than a breath it was upon him, dropping from above with a gaping maw. Its teeth were like steel hooks, full of a cold, murderous hunger. This was no ordinary beast. It had been raised by senior brother Yuta, its training deep and its strength far beyond that of common creatures. He Pingxing knew there was no hope in meeting it head-on. He shoved his hand into his sleeve and drew a talisman, a firebomb talisman. Ink lines crawled across the paper like living flames. With no way to fall back, he gritted his teeth, flung the talisman, and shouted, Open. The charm burst into form. A foot-wide fireball screamed out, reeking of sulfur and trailing a searing wave of heat, straight for the snake's gaping throat. The flame was like a sharpened arrow, ripping the air as it licked at the giant's throat. A shrill, pitiful hiss came from the snake's jaws. The fireball struck, erupting in a blinding blaze. Heat waves like knives whipped outward, cutting into the surroundings. It was too fast. The python couldn't dodge. Boom. The firebomb detonated in its mouth. Flame burst outward, hot waves tore the air. Blood rained down like droplets from midair. The giant serpent screamed in pain. It could no longer swallow He Pingsheng. Its skull twisted. With a violent shake, the massive head slammed into him. He Pingsheng had been ready. First, he propped up a layer of hardened earth armor outside him, like a heavy earthen wall. Then a ring of searing flames shielded him, like a cluster of leaping fire. On the very outside was the verdant wood shield, an ancient round buckler, greenwood grain shimmering in the firelight. The three defenses sprung into being together. Even sound was torn to pieces. But the golden python's strength exceeded any normal standard. When it lashed out, the gust it brought was like a landslide, like an angry tidal rush, pressing so hard on his chest he could barely breathe. Bang! He Pingsheng was blown away. The three shields were ripped like paper. The wood shield was knocked from his hand, smashing to the ground far off and gouging a long crack. He flew like a puppet with its strings cut, dozens of yards, and crashed into the hard earth. His chest felt as if struck with an iron hammer. He kept coughing up blood, wet sounds spitting out. This kind of force was not something he could casually withstand now. Thankfully, that blow was more the serpent venting pain than a full power strike. If it had truly unleashed itself, he might not still be alive. The python raised its head. Slitted pupils brimmed with hatred. It gave a low, guttural roar and lunged again toward He Pingsheng. At that moment, his master, Yu Ning, arrived. She stepped forward, toes suspended in midair, her figure like a wisp of wind. The whisk in her hand flicked sharply. White threads fell like rain, instantly entangling the golden snake's body. The threads tightened with a creak. The serpent thrashed wildly, its body convulsing, scales flashing a metallic cold light in the sun. The white strands lashed like whips, formed a net, became living ropes, each snap slicing through the air. Two forces locked. Yu Ning lashed the whisk hard, her face cold and unyielding. Every thrash of the python carried the momentum of tearing earth. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Damn beast! Yu Ning growled, voice like a blade, drenched in boundless fury. By then, everyone in Hongda Courtyard had seen it. Master Yuta finally stepped out of the hall. His shout sliced the air like a knife. With one palm, he pinned the golden python. The serpent shivered, wet hisses escaping its mouth. The air around them seemed frozen. Dust spun into small circles in the blast from his hand. "What is going on?" he asked softly, anger burning in his eyes. He turned to Yu Ning. His tone held both reproach and surprise. "Junior sister, why are you fighting that thing?" Yu Ning snorted, a look like a blade in her gaze. "You should ask yourself why this snake burst out of your chamber," she said. "My disciple nearly got swallowed. If it had been half a breath later, he'd be dead." On the ground, He Pingsheng pushed himself up. His hand stayed on the greenwood shield. A black streak had been scraped along its edge. He breathed hard, dust gritty in his nostrils. His fingers were clenched as if grasping something desperately important. He didn't dare lift his head, afraid of being recognized. He had worried for nothing. Master Yuta didn't recognize him. "Boy, what is the meaning of this?" Master Yuta's voice came down like a shadow pressing a mountain. He Pingsheng swallowed and answered in a low voice. "Reporting to senior uncle, a little temple boy came to fetch me. He said he carried your order to come to Hongda Courtyard for questioning. I followed him to the gate. I didn't see you, only that snake burst out of your hall and almost swallowed me." "A temple boy?" Uncertainty flashed in Yuta's eyes, his voice chilled. "I didn't send anyone. Don't falsely accuse me." He Pingsheng shot back, panic and grievance in his voice. Master Yuta stared at him. His face darkened slowly, like a sky about to break. At that moment, Zhao Linger stepped forward, her voice clear. "Senior uncle, I can testify. It was one of your acolytes, Mingzhu. He falsely claimed to carry your decree." Yu Ning's smile grew colder. She flung the words out like a blade. "See, senior brother, someone under your roof used your name to kill." Master Yuta's face went completely black. He bellowed like a curse. "Where's Mingzhu? Get out here. I'll ask who gave you the nerve." A new commotion rose in the crowd. Linglong came hurrying out from the depths of Hongda Courtyard with a group behind her. She pushed forward, her face written with anger. "Grandfather, Mingzhu dared to forge an imperial edict and almost harmed junior brother He. Her finger jabbed toward a spot. There was no doubt in her eyes. I seized him on the spot and handled him according to the rules, Linglong said, presenting it as a conclusion. She signaled to the others. Someone pulled back a cloth. Someone else shoved forward. The crowd held its breath. Look, she cried. There was a muffled thud, like a heavy board slammed down. Bang! A few disciples heaved a corpse onto the floor. The boards thudded, dust kicked up. Everyone drew a sharp breath. If it wasn't Mingzhu, then who could it be? The body lay there, face deathly pale, eyes clouded. The front of his robe had been ripped open, blood ran down the sleeve and dripped onto the floor. A coppery smell hung in the air. Dead? Someone whispered, the sound choked off. No one to vouch for him, another said. He Pingxing sucked in a deep breath. His gaze fell on Linglong. His fingers trembled slightly. A memory jabbed at his heart like a needle. Not long ago, Linglong had asked him to refine an elixir. He had refused. If he still didn't see what was happening now, it would be bad. A thought hit him like cold water. Someone had set this up on purpose. Use a golden python to murder, then pin the blame on Mingzhu. Drag him in. Heap every charge onto the Taoist novice. Yuning stepped forward, voice crisp. Senior brother, my disciple had nothing to do with that Taoist novice. No grudge between them. If you don't clear this up, I'll go ask master myself. When she finished, everyone's eyes swung back to Pingxing. Pingxing shook his head, his voice heavy as a falling stone. I don't know who Mingzhu is. Until just now, I'd never heard that name. Yuda sneered, his conclusion as sharp as a blade. Then it's an accident. Wild creatures, when startled, will bite at random. From the edge of the crowd, Zhao Linger sprang forward, voice breaking. No. Linglong asked junior brother Pingxing to refine an elixir. When he refused, she held a grudge. She set him up. Someone falsified your orders to summon junior brother Pingxing. There's something wrong here. All eyes snapped to Linglong. Her face went pale in an instant. She clutched the hem of her robe, voice trembling. Nonsense. I didn't. I've never done anything like that. Yuda's gaze was like a blade. Looking at his granddaughter, he knew her temper and willfulness well. But there was a dead man now. No matter how close she was to him, he couldn't shelter her beyond reason. He Pingxing, what do you make of this? Yuda's tone was calm, as if he were weighing a chess piece. He Pingxing raised his eyes, returned the salute with cupped hands, his voice very low. I don't know the whole story. From what I can see, it might have begun over a refusal to refine pills. Senior sister Linglong isn't necessarily the type to kill. His finger tapped lightly inside his sleeve. There was fire in his gaze, but he forced it back into his chest. He didn't change his stance. He stepped back a fraction, as if sheathing a blade. He wasn't unwilling to act. Hatred rolled in his ribs like hot grit. But he looked at Yuda, listened to the breaths and the hush of the hall. He knew. To strike now would be suicide. Withdrawing might spare someone alive and by a chance. Yuda smiled, a small sound, like a whetstone-esque whisper. He Pingxing has a point. He paused, then grew affable. I'll look into this. Don't let it trouble you. With that he reached into his robe, drew out a pouch of treasures, and tossed it to He Pingxing. The cloth hissed, metal inside clicked sharply. The pouch landed in He Pingxing's palm, heavy. A glint of cold light flashed, half promise, half soft consolation. He Pingxing slid the pouch into his chest. The chill of its contents pressed against his palm. He nodded once, voice steady. Thank you, uncle. Yuda turned to Yuning, searching in his eyes. Sister Yu, what do you think? Yuning raised a hand and nodded, her voice cool. All right, let it be for now. She turned. Her gaze was an ice blade as it swept to Zhao Linger. Pingxing, Linger, come with me. The moment they stepped into Yuning's chamber, the air changed. Her face hardened, her words cut like winter wind, dry, sharp. Without conclusive evidence, we mustn't draw rash conclusions. Reckless accusations will only harm the innocent. Zhao Linger clenched her sleeve and burst out, urgent and furious. It was her, obviously. Who on the peak doesn't know her temper? She worked behind our backs. Who can believe otherwise? Yuning sighed, stepped forward, palm pressing on the table edge until her knuckles whitened. My foolish disciple, her voice softened, but each word carried weight. Impulse cannot substitute for evidence. We will investigate. Wait for the results. Silence fell over the hall. Only the rustle of cloth, the measured breathing, and the anger temporarily put aside. Yuning shook her head lightly. a smile, and a gentle reproach in her voice. Even if you know, you can't expose it on the spot. Her gaze settled on Zhao Ling. Do you think Senior Uncle Yuda doesn't know? Without solid proof, saying things like that only puts you in danger. Don't be so impulsive next time. Zhao Linger's face twitched. She lowered her head, aggrieved, and mumbled, "Oh," like a scolded child. Pingsheng hurried to his feet, speaking with the urgency of someone defending his senior sister, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of his robe. Senior sister did it for me. She's blunt and can't stand injustice. That's why she reacted that way. Yuning smiled and nodded, her voice softening. I know. You're all good kids. Pingsheng, you did the right thing. In cultivation, we train the heart first. If someone asks you to brew medicine, do it. If you don't want to, don't force yourself. She pressed her palm to the table, tapping out a steady rhythm. Brewing medicine for the sect is fulfilling a sect duty. Brewing for others is your own choice. Don't mix the two up. Pingsheng quickly cupped his hands. Yes, master. Yuning raised her eyes again, this time looking at both of them. Have you run into any problems in your cultivation lately? Zhao Linger thought for a moment, a touch of pride in her voice. No major issues for now. With the medicine junior brother gave me, I'm close to breaking through to the 9th level. My strength has gone up a lot, and my movements are much sharper. She touched her belly. Her cheeks were a little flushed, but her brow creased. It's just I've taken a lot of medicine. Some toxins haven't been cleared from my body. I feel kind of heavy all over, and there's a bitter taste in my throat. The room filled with the scent of herbs and the soft crackle of the brazier. Yuning nodded. Taking too much medicine causes toxin accumulation. To clear it, you need the Clear Spirit Pill, a spirit herb specifically for detoxifying. I'll have Linger bring you some of the ingredients to make it. Pingsheng was quick to reply. Master, I'll go back and brew a few batches of top-grade Clear Spirit Pills for senior sister. Good. Yuning nodded in approval. Thank you. Pingsheng, how about your own cultivation? Any difficulties? You should be close to a breakthrough about now, right? He bowed his head, fingers worrying at his sleeve. Breaking through the 7th level will take a bit more time. Like senior sister, I can't take too much medicine. The other problem is I'm missing several practical techniques. I can gather strength, but I don't have many variations, and my control isn't good enough. He looked up, eyes part hopeful, part uneasy. Master, could you teach me a few practical techniques? Preferably ones I can use right away in real combat. Yuning looked at him, her expression gentle and firm. The light in the room dimmed slowly. The brazier's flames threw shadows across their faces, as if promising a tougher, more focused training to come. This is a problem. Yuning tapped the storage pouch. The cloth sounded like a fine rain. A few thin booklets were pulled out. The pages rustled clearly, carrying a faint, old ink scent. The techniques I practice aren't primarily fire-based. He spread the book, his fingertip pausing on the page. His voice was flat, but blunt. You can take a look at these. Spells aren't always attached to a manual. The strong ones are often bound alone. Pingsheng flipped through a few pages, his fingers brushing the sigils that illustrated the fist forms. He stopped and drew out a volume, whose cover read Golden Fist. Master, I want to learn this set. He pushed the book forward, his eyes bright. Fine. Yuning didn't hesitate. Make a copy and return it when you're done. This one's mine. He closed the book and added a warning. But this is a metal-aligned technique. You can force it with fire spirit energy, but the moves will be compromised. He said it like jotting a footnote on a painting, decisive in action. Pingsheng asked, how much worse? Noticeably. Yuning spread his hands as if the gesture were the best explanation. With metal spirit energy, once mastered, your hands will turn golden like cast iron or hammered copper. Heavy, cold. Your blows will carry a metallic impact that can unbalance an opponent of the same level. With fire spirit energy, the fists become scarlet and searing. The attacks turn into burns and fissures, losing that weighty, destructive force. Effectiveness drops to about 80%. He described it as if replaying a fight. A metal punch on a sandbag, the crisp clang of metal. He mimed the short, sharp sound. But you're actually a good fit. A flicker of interest crossed Yuning's eyes. You have both fire and metal inside you. Two currents that can both be used, one hot, one cold. They complement each other. For you, this set won't feel out of place. Pingsheng felt the cover warm where he held it. He tucked the book carefully against his chest and lowered his voice. Thank you, master. Yuning rose. Wind passed through the courtyard, dry leaves brushing. He patted Pingxing's shoulder, his tone slowed and grew heavier. Remember, spells are only branches and leaves. The root is your internal art. The root is your cultivation. Don't put the cart before the horse. Raise your cultivation and your fists and feet will naturally hit harder. Yes, master. Pingxing cupped his hands and his eyes were steady. They walked out of Yuning Palace. Their footsteps echoed on the stone path. Thanks to senior sister speaking up for me, Pingxing said, bowing slightly, gratitude in his eyes. Zhao Linger waved her hand, her voice low and crisp. It's nothing. She's ruthless. Don't get close to her, remember that. Pingxing nodded. Zhao Linger added, you go back first. I'll find some herbs for your Qingling pills. He returned to the small courtyard. When the gate shut, the wooden latch sounded like the period at the end of a sentence. He sat at the table, dipped his brush in ink, and began copying Golden Fist. The tip scraped the paper, making a soft, rustling sound. The room held only his breathing and the brush's nib. The next morning, he pulled the treasure basin out from under the bed. The lid was heavy, pulling it out brought a wave of chill. Inside lay 2 books. The pages gave off a faint, cold glow, like water moving under moonlight. He flipped through them, frowning. Both were watertight manuals and both top tier. Top tier meant power that was pure and razor sharp, but with different uses. One was titled Thousand Rin True Explanation, and attached to it was a set of talismans named the Rin Water Evasion. From the table of contents he understood, this wasn't tea and offensive art. The Rin Water Evasion was for escaping, hiding in water shadows, carrying people away, letting you slip out of danger. In short, it was only good for saving your life. Pingxing felt a twinge of disappointment. He already had plenty of ways to stay alive. What he needed now were techniques he could use to strike. So he tucked his copy of Golden Fist into the treasure basin. The pages rubbed against the rim, the basin's sides trembled, as if something were churning within. Light and shadow rolled overnight. The next morning he checked again. The basin now held 2 additional books, their spines reflecting a cold, metallic light. The air carried a faint smell of iron. He drew out the first diamond shield. The title hit him like a wake-up blow. His face darkened instantly. From the name alone, he could tell it was a defensive technique. Defense mattered, but it wasn't what he wanted at the moment. He picked up the second. For characters, Yellow Turban Strongman. His heart gave a shock as he opened it. The words seemed to carry the wind of a punch. The description spoke of a force that drove straight ahead, like a warrior charging to rend the air. Pingxing's eyes brightened. The fighting intent danced at his fingertips, and his pulse quickened. This, clearly, was an offensive art. It was a summoning art. Speak the incantation, and the semblance of a warrior would condense before you. He wore a yellow kerchief and gripped a massive axe called the Yellow Turban Strongman. The apparition, however, had weight. Its killing power depended on the caster's inner energy and the strength of his mental control. Pingxing didn't hesitate. He opened the scroll and buried himself in study. Day after day, at night the lamp's pool of shadow was sliced by the sound of turning pages. Gather. He finally tried, speaking the first formula. 20 days later. In the morning the room was as silent as if the air had been drained from it. He closed his eyes and pointed into the empty space before him. Crack. The air split, as if cleaved by a blade. A golden phantom dropped into being. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, broad-shouldered. A yellow kerchief covered its face, both hands held a giant axe. The axe's edge trembled in the light, as if it would tear the void itself. Drawn by Pingxing's mental will, the phantom raised the axe. Each stroke cut at the emptiness ahead. Every blow brought a sense of pressure, as if the air were being compacted. The sounds were low and thunderous, like a distant mountain fracturing. One swing came down. The stone block in the room exploded. Rock shredded, dust billowed, chips spun in the light. Crack bang, the echoes bounced around the room, even the window frames shivered. Pingxing's gaze stalled. His chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. If a real person had stood under that axe, even a mid-stage chi refiner would have been torn into grievous injury. Withdraw. He snapped and drew back his spirit. The Yellow Turban Strongman recoiled as if pulled by wind. A sheet of golden spiritual power condensed into points of light and sank rapidly into his dantian. The place in the body where magical energy is stored. The lights vanished and the room fell silent again, the dust drifting slowly downward. The days that followed fell back into the old routine. Morning meditation, daytime training, pill refining at night. The smell of the furnace and the bitter tang of herbs mixed together. Sometimes the medicine burned faint red marks into his palms, but he paid them no mind. Practice, breath control, rolling pills, recording every tiny change. Half a year later, he felt the true qi inside him like a filled bag, its edges swollen. His dantian throbbed with a faint heat, as if a flame were dancing against a barrier. He had reached the peak of the 6th layer of the qi refining stage, so close to breaking through that only a thread separated him from the next level. He reckoned he needed at most another month. As he ran the numbers in his head, a muffled bell sounded outside. The first toll was low, the second echoed. When the third fell, its reverberations rolled through the courtyard. 3 bell tolls. The sect was calling an assembly. He Pingxing put away the herbs at hand, changed into a clean robe, and hurried toward the gate of Yuning Palace. His steps clipped over the stone stairs, his heartbeat quickening in time. He knew, if his master had summoned everyone, it meant something important. When he arrived, the main hall was already packed. Footsteps mixed with low conversations. The scent of sandalwood spread through the air like a thin mist. "Everyone come in." The master's voice rang down from above, bright and impossible to resist. It fell from the lotus dais like a pebble thrown into still water, sending out ripples. One by one, the disciples stepped forward with reverence. In the center of the hall sat a green stone lotus dais. Master Yuning was cross-legged atop it. She looked no more than 50, sleeves fluttering in a faint breeze, a smile on her face. Light flowed around her, giving off a gentle pressure that made people instinctively take half a step back. There were 3 rows of meditation cushions on the floor, 3 to a row. 9 cushions arranged neatly. He Pingxing was 9th, naturally occupying the last cushion in the last row. To his left sat the 8th, Su Kunlun. Further left, the 7th, Tian Shaoqing. In front of He Pingxing sat the 6th, Zhao Linger. "Greetings, Master," they shouted in unison, a short, rhythmic accord. Master Yuning inclined her head slightly and raised a hand with a warm smile, though her eyes were like a lampwick cutting through dust. "Sit down," she said. They took their places. The cushions made a faint sound as cloth compressed. The rustle of robes was like distant raindrops. "Hey, 9th." Su Kunlun, sitting nearby, leaned in with eyes bright as copper bells. "You're already at the 6th level? Since when?" "One more step, reach the 7th level of inner breath, and you'll catch up with me." He Pingxing did not answer. He simply probed Su Kunlun's aura. His spiritual sense skimmed like a fingertip over water. Sure enough, Su's inner breath was solidly at the 7th level, the energy pulsing and tied like rings with clear edges. "Fool." Master Yuning's expression shifted. Her gaze fell like a cleaving stone, and her voice tightened. "8th, what have you been doing all day? Your foundation isn't weak, why won't you improve?" Su Kunlun's face twitched. He forced a bitter smile. "Master, it's not that I'm not trying. I don't know. My cultivation is stuck there, and it won't move." Her fingers tapped the sleeve of her robe in a crisp sound. Her tone grew colder. "Not focused. If you let someone catch up to or surpass you again, don't expect to keep the 8th position. Let him take 8th, you'll fall back to 9th. She paused, her gaze sweeping their faces as if marking their futures. "If there's no improvement, I'll send you back to the outer sect to start over." Silence settled over the hall. Only the sandalwood ash drifted down onto the stone, steady and unhurried. Su Kunlun swallowed, bowed his head. His face was darker than the shadow on his cushion. Su Kunlun almost broke into tears, grabbing Yuning's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Master, don't. Please, don't." Yuning snorted coldly. The sound landed like a piece of iron on stone, sharp, brief. Her gaze swept the room and fixed on He Pingxing, like a knife cutting across him. "Pingxing." Her voice was low, but everyone in the room heard it. "You only just became my disciple, and you went from Qi refining level 5 to 6 in no time. It's been 3 years, and you're still at 6. What?" Everyone turned to He Pingxing. The air felt pressed down, so quiet you could hear each breath. He swallowed, his face flushing, and stammered. Master, I took too many pills before and weakened my body, so I had to recuperate for a while." "Don't worry. Yuning nodded lightly. You're not far from the 7th level. At most a month and you'll break through. Those words fell like a stone. Half the tension left He Pingxing's face. Hope flickered in his eyes. Yuning withdrew her gaze and faced the disciples. She straightened, her voice steady and clear. Everyone, I called you here because I suppose you have some guesses. She paused, scanning each face as if naming them. In 6 months, the Tsuaping Mountain secret realm will open. At that, the low murmurs swelled into whispers. Some swallowed, some parted their lips in surprise. Expectation in the room rose like a tide. By sect rules, when the realm opens, inner disciples of the Taishu sect who have reached the late stage of qi refinement may enter. She emphasized late stage, so it struck everyone's ears. I want all of you to be able to get in and find your own opportunities in the realm. Pingsheng, you need to speed up your cultivation. Get to the late stage of qi refinement as soon as you can. He Pingxing jolted, suddenly understanding. No wonder Master keeps pushing me to break the 7th level. Wind whispered outside, and the window lattice made soft, splitting sounds. Faces varied, but each carried the shadow of a new goal. In the quiet chatter at the edges, someone began to break down what late stage of qi refinement meant, like explaining a building's floors. Qi refinement can be roughly split into 4 stages, a voice said under its breath, carrying without harshness. Early is levels 1 to 3, mid is 4 to 6, late is 7 to 9, perfected is 10 to 12. In a few short lines, the sect's ranking was explained like floors in a building. The minimum threshold to enter was the late stage, that is, levels 7 through 9. Once you reach the 7th level of entry stage cultivation, you can try your luck in that secret realm. The master's voice was calm, like a bronze bell struck across water, its echo crisp. Yes, master. He Pingxing cupped his hands. His palms were slightly damp with sweat. Yuning nodded, her gaze sweeping over the disciples' faces. The secret realm on Tsuaping Mountain opens only once every 30 years. For people at your level, chances like this are rare. Today I'll make the rules clear. Listen carefully. They answered in unison, yes. The sound held both excitement and nerves. Yuning explained slowly. Her words were few, but she hammered the essentials home. The secret realm belonged to the Matu Mountain Daoxian Alliance as a public resource. A massive formation on the mountain sealed it. No one could fully account for the formation's origin. The records simply said it was set by the ancestors. That formation had a strange rule. It repelled cultivators whose levels were higher than a set threshold. In other words, once your cultivation passed a certain point, the formation would block you out like a gate that only recognizes a specific key level. That didn't mean higher-level people could never get in. In history, some tried to cheat. A foundation-stage disciple from one sect pretended to be a qi-refining disciple and slipped inside. Not long after, the formation reacted as if to an intruder. The light screen snapped shut with a buzz. The entrance sealed. Others were locked out as well, and the whole trial was ruined. Anger swallowed reason. The cultivators charged, hunting down the imposter. Fury drowned judgment in the end. Not only was that man killed, his entire sect was annihilated. After that, no one dared risk breaching the formation again. As for what happens inside, the rule is simple. Once you're in, outside laws don't apply. You can contest for whatever you see. The quick snatch, the strong seize, the desperate fight to survive. Of course, the major sects usually still searched in organized groups. It was safer and more orderly. But if a genuinely remarkable treasure appeared, disciples within a sect would tear at one another. Sword flashes, bloodshed, life and death, all uncertain. Dead people? No one counted those as grudges against other sections. Deaths in the trial were accepted as the cost. Everyone had reached a cold consensus. Deaths inside the realm did not count as sect vengeance. When Yuning finished, she paused. There was no warmth in her eyes, only warning. The disciples fell silent. The mountain wind carried the sound of rustling leaves, like distant whispering. If you've got the guts, settle it in the trial grounds. Zhao Ling'er flicked her sleeve, her words half amusement, half provocation. No one argued back. She added as if stating a rule. Things taken from the trial are split evenly, half for the sect, half for the individual. Outside Yuning Palace, Zhao Ling'er grabbed He Pingxing's hand and briskly pulled him along. Come on, Let's go to Old Eight's place for a cup of spirit tea and some chat. Her voice was like a spring breeze, pulling someone along felt effortless. He Pingxing let himself be led. Beside them, Su Kunlun 8th brother and Tian Shaoqing 7th looked at him expectantly. Their faces were flushed, like people waiting for a slice of cake. Okay, let's go. He Pingxing agreed easily. He thought another cup of spirit tea couldn't hurt, and maybe he could conveniently refine a pill while there. With that brief thought, he nodded. Su Kunlun's grin almost split his face. Great, 9th, come on, come on. I happen to have top-quality spirit tea, you'll like it. He pushed open his courtyard gate and ushered everyone inside. The yard was small. Bamboo shadows slanted across the ground. On a stone table, a steaming pot of tea gave off vapor. Su Kunlun set out the cups. The tea's aroma rose with bluish steam, as if it had a life of its own, drifting lazily through the air. Here, drink. As he poured, he lowered his voice. We're meeting because of the Tsuaping Mountain trial. He handed over a cup. His fingers showed a trace of oil. They exchanged quick glances. Su continued. This happens only once every 30 years. Word is it's dangerous. The sect's senior elders are almost at their peak. They won't bring people like us. The four of us are all in the late qi refining stage. Only by sticking together can we go. He Pingxing pinched the cup's rim. The tea scent hit his nose. The taste was faintly bitter, warm sliding up from his chest like something stirring inside. He nodded. It was true. Among the 9 disciples of Yuning's sect, the first 5 were steady and nearly complete in their cultivation. They naturally moved as a group and wouldn't take the later disciples along. Su Kunlun cleared his throat, his smile deepening. I'll say this first. He paused, eyes scanning each face as if weighing them. He Pingxing listened, running a small calculation of his own. He'd assumed they wanted him to help refine pills. A few more furnaces wouldn't hurt. But it didn't look like that now. He looked at the tea, inhaled its spirit-tinged bitterness, while his mind was already doing a different kind of accounting. Su Kunlun tossed the line out. His voice was clean and sharp, as if a blade had sliced through the night. We're from the same sect. Not blood siblings, but closer than that. Once we're in that secret realm, the 4 of us work as one, push together, take the chances together. He paused, made a dividing motion with his hand. His fingers tapped the table, a crisp sound. Whoever puts in more effort gets more stuff. We split according to contribution. Sound fair? They exchanged looks. The air held a little testing, a little hope. Zhao Linger raised a hand and smiled. I have no objection. Tian Shaoqing nodded. Me neither. He Pingxing's voice was low, with relief in it. I don't mind either. Having company is better watching each other's backs. He knew how things stood. His spiritual power was only 6 layers now, like kindling barely lit, no way to overpower anyone yet. 7th layer was a goal for the future, not today. All right, it's settled. Su Kunlun finalized it. One more thing. After Old 9 breaks through and stabilizes, we'll go to Mount Matu and stock up on defensive gear. Don't want to be missing a talisman or a throwing knife when it matters. Everyone nodded, a small ripple of expectation in their voices. Cups clinked lightly. Night air slipped through the window cracks, smelling damp and piney. Su Kunlun's eyes darkened. He turned to He Pingxing, his expression serious, voice lowered. I heard you almost got swallowed by that beast at Master Yuta's place the other day. What exactly happened? He Pingxing rubbed his shoulder, still showing signs of the scare. Almost. That beast lunged at me out of nowhere. It was a setup. If I hadn't been lucky and dodged, I would have been done for. Su Kunlun's irritation threatened to show. He stared into the shadows beyond the door, enunciating each word. I know who did it. That little Linglong. He didn't finish the sentence. His voice flared. If she ends up in my hands, I'll make her pay. He glanced at Tian Shaoqing and Zhao Linger and, realizing the bluntness might be wrong in front of everyone, shifted into an even harsher tone. I'll make her pay the price. That woman is insufferable, completely shameless. Brother, you don't know. Someone cut in, as though years of resentment had finally boiled over. She uses being Master Yuta's granddaughter to push herself up. Over the years, she's harmed so many people. Su Kunlun brought his fingers together, listing off grievances like tallying accounts, and began pulling the past into the open one by one. In the alchemy room on Shouju Peak, there used to be an apprentice called Hao Yun. Linglong failed at refining a pill. Wasn't her fault, but she pinned it on Hao Yun. He mimed the act of shifting blame with an exaggerated motion, as if flinging something in someone's face. The corners of several mouths twitched. In the night, their silhouettes tightened. Their voices went low, kindling a quiet anger. Hao Yun was beaten nearly to death. Who would have thought he'd secretly swallowed a strange pill that shone with a golden light? That kid wouldn't cough up where the pill came from. That little bitch tortured him all night to find out. Hao Yun kept his mouth shut. He didn't give up a single word. In the end, she killed him. He Pingxing's expression stayed calm, but inside he was a storm. Brother Hao never gave them my name, not even as he died. Tian Shaoqing sighed. So what? Hao Yun was just an outer disciple with no backing, and Ling Long is elder Yuda's granddaughter. Even if she murdered someone, at most she'd be confined for 7 days. She wouldn't suffer any real loss. That's a human life we're talking about. Not long ago, she tried to frame Brother He and failed, and that temple boy Mingzhu also died at her hands. Tian Shaoqing went pale. 2 lives just gone like that. She's ruthless. Su Kunlun went on. That's not all. Years ago, when my cultivation was still at the beginner level, Linglong killed a married couple. Outer disciple He Sanjie angered her. She ordered a gigantic python to swallow him alive. He Pingxing's whole body jolted. He Sanjie? That's my father, isn't it? And then, his voice began to shake. Su Kunlun shook his head and sighed. Later, He Sanjie's partner came to confront them and was cut down by Elder Yuda with a single stroke. Sigh. She has committed grave sins. He Pingxing closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and forced back his tears, forcing himself to stay calm. Father. Mother. So this is how they died. Back then, Uncle Jiang said father had run into a beast. Father was torn apart. Mother went after that beast and was killed too. Thinking back now, it was all a lie. Not a beast. People. Linglong and Yuda. That grandmother and grandson pair. In that moment, Pingxing felt as if cold water had been thrown over him. His chest tightened painfully. His throat tasted of iron filings. The laughter around him receded as if from a distance. The clink of cups and plates sharpened like needles at his ears. The air felt half siphoned away. Brother He. Zhao Linger moved closer. Her voice held surprise and uncertainty. She reached out and laid a hand on his shoulder, warm, firm. He went pale. His eyelids fluttered. He forced a crooked, perfunctory smile. I'm a little scared, he said, his voice low and hollow, like it came from a cave. Also a little shaken afterward, he added, thinner still. Zhao Linger patted his shoulder. The motion was light, but it was like pulling someone back from the edge of an abyss. Don't be afraid. It's over now. From now on, just be careful if you see her. Tian Shaoqing's voice cut in, edged with doubt. What if Brother He offended Linglong? If she goes to the secret realm trial this time and sets her sights on us, what do we do? Su Kunlun slammed his palm on the table. The bang rang like an alarm, making everyone start. Afraid of what? He called out. We'll go as 4. Does she still dare come and silence us then? Tian Shaoqing nodded. True enough. The room filled again with voices, back and forth planning. Pingxing said little. He drew his attention inward, as if pressing a blade into the center of his chest. Memory pieced itself together. The year he worked odd jobs in the pill room, he and Hao Yun were bustling about senior Uncle Yuxuan went in to refine a pill. Seeing him, the senior asked in a low voice, Do you know He Sanjie? He answered that he did. The senior lowered his voice further and warned, From now on, don't tell outsiders you're He Sanjie's son. At the time, he didn't understand. Now he remembered the anxiety and wariness hiding in that man's eyes. The warning wasn't idle courtesy. It was protection meant to keep Yuda and his grandmother from discovering who he was. 2 things tied together like 2 strands of rope. What the rope cinched tight around were hatred and the truth. Pingxing drew a long breath. His chest felt clamped by an iron ring. His breathing faltered. His hand clenched and loosened, as if betting against his own anger. The images of his parents' deaths flashed through his mind. A name settled in his heart like a stone. Yuda. He bit down. The corner of his mouth trembled with a thread of blood. His voice came low and steady from his throat. Wait until I break through the foundation stage. That was the crucial step. Only then could he truly stand and have a chance against Yuda. By then, I'll bring him down. A voice called from outside, urgent and polite, snapping him back. Brother Su. He Pingxing stared at Su Kunlun, his gaze sharp. How much do you know about this secret realm? Su Kunlun smiled and produced a battered map. There is a map, sure, but at best it only shows you what the place looks like. He paused and lowered his voice. But in this realm, every 30 years the locations of those rare spirit herbs and treasures shift. He Pingxing frowned. Exactly what kinds of treasures are in there? Su's eyes brightened. Too many to count. Think about it, these spirit herbs and spirit roots can only grow with spiritual energy. He patted his chest. And the spiritual energy here is thick as fog. There's a massive formation sealing it and the energy can't get out. He Pingxing nodded, interest flickering in his eyes. That creates a whole unique ecosystem, Su said, pointing at the map. Give it 30 years, and the number of spirit plants that accumulate could be in the tens of thousands. Most of them are basic grade spirit herbs, not worth an enormous sum. He waved a hand. But they're indispensable for refining clear spirit pills, chi concentrating pills, golden bone pills, and foundation nurturing pills. Then there are the next tier materials much rarer, and the pills made from them are far more potent, like spirit concentrating pills, foundation establishing pills, and clarity pills. Su paused, a trace of excitement in his eyes. And rarer still are grade 3 spirit roots, extremely uncommon, so their price naturally soars. He got so worked up a few drops of spittle flew from his mouth. He snatched up his spirit tea and took a large swig. Zhao Linger cut in. Don't forget that world-shaking treasure, the water origin spirit apricot. Legend says someone once found it deep in the heavenly pool of the secret realm. Its value is beyond reckoning. Exactly. That's the one. Su's gaze burned hot, as if he could already see that treasure pulsing with a faint blue light. Su Kunlun smiled. The water element spirit apricot is the most precious treasure. He Pingxing frowned. Senior brother, senior sister, what exactly is a water element spirit apricot? Zhao Linger's eyes hardened. It's a top-tier heaven-sent treasure. Swallow one and a cultivator can easily break through one cultivation level. She lowered her voice. I heard that when the last secret realm opened, people fought over it. Several top experts in the Qi refining stage 6 or 7 of them ended up dead. He Pingxing shook his head. No way, right? Life is worth more than anything. Would anyone really risk their life for a treasure? Even if cultivation is slow, if you can't break through in 2 years, you can do it in 3 to 5, can't you? Zhao Linger rubbed her forehead and fell silent. Tian Shaoqing chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? He Pingxing asked, puzzled. Su Kunlun sighed. Junior brother, you still don't know the truth. For cultivators in the early, middle, and late stages of the Qi refining period, you're right, as long as there's enough spirit energy or alchemical pills, breaking through is just a matter of time. At best, someone can break through one level in a year. At worst, 2 or 3 years will do it. That, of course, assumes you have enough pills. He looked at He Pingxing with a complicated expression. But you might not know, those pills aren't Tuanneng. When you reach the peak of the Qi refining stage, everyone hits the first real bottleneck. He Pingxing asked, a bottleneck? Exactly, Su Kunlun explained. If it weren't so, there'd be foundation establishment cultivators everywhere. But in reality, those who can truly break through to foundation establishment are incredibly rare. This is the bottleneck that makes the Qi refining period so hard to overcome. I haven't reached the highest stage of cultivation yet, so I don't really understand what a bottleneck is, He Pingxing said, frowning. The senior brothers say, Su Kunlun answered with a smile, when you push into the uppermost layers, a bottleneck will show up sooner or later. Some people are gifted and can hold out to higher levels before they run into trouble, but most people get stuck around the middle layers. Su's gaze landed on He, his tone turning serious. Someone like you with a simple foundation, to be honest. Once you hit the 10th layer, the bottleneck will stop you. A flicker of hesitation crossed He's eyes. A bottleneck just makes breakthroughs harder? No, it's completely impassable. Su shook his head. You have to rely on one of 2 ways. Either acquire a heaven-defying treasure like a water element spirit apricot and swallow it whole to blast through, or suddenly attain an insight into some great principle of heaven and earth and break through in one go. Both of those paths are about as likely as something falling out of the sky. For most people, the bottleneck is the end of their cultivation. There's nowhere left to go. He went on, and in your case, Even if you get past the first bottleneck, the 11th and 12th layers will still be stumbling blocks. When his words fell, He Pingsheng fell silent. What did that mean? Would taking pills be pointless? Could his hard work and foundation building stretch on forever? What if he had to face 3 bottlenecks? All right, don't scare him, Zhao Linger said, glancing at Su Kunlun and stopping him. No one said someone with a 5-element foundation is guaranteed to hit 3 bottlenecks. Who knows what the future will bring? Can someone with a single spiritual root still run into 3 bottlenecks? You can't paint everything with the same brush. Zhao Linger stood up and shook her head. Don't get hung up on that. Focus on your cultivation for now. We'll deal with whatever comes. No need to worry about the future. Tian Shaoqing nodded. Right? Don't make things harder on yourself. He Pingsheng agreed it made sense. He was only at the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage. Breaking through to the 10th was still far off. Besides, he was carrying that treasure basin. He wasn't worried about bottlenecks clustering. Senior brother Yu. He Pingsheng stood and cupped his hands towards Su Kunlun. I'll go back and train. If I can't break the 7th layer, it's all talk. Fair enough. Su Kunlun smiled. Go on then. Here's spirit tea. Take it, Tu Jin. He handed over a large sack of spirit tea. Good stuff. Drink it regularly, it will help you calm your mind. Back in his courtyard, He Pingsheng carefully checked the formation. When he was sure it was fine, he went into seclusion. It was time to push for the 7th layer of the qi refinement stage. He produced a top-grade qi gathering pill and swallowed it whole. The Li Fire True method in his body flared up as if ignited, beginning to surge wildly. In truth, he had accumulated cultivation for a long time. The breakthrough wasn't far off. He had originally estimated it would take about a month. But unexpectedly, after only 10 days, that flesh obstruction inside him tore apart with a soft snap, and his cultivation leapt upward. 7th layer of the qi refinement stage. With it came a surge in his spirit, since everything in his mind sharpened dramatically. I broke through. He Pingsheng breathed in excitement and waved his hand. The invisible storage pouch surfaced. When its mouth opened, odds and ends rustled and came pouring out. He emptied everything out. On the table it was all laid out. Magic artifacts, talismans, and spirit stones. In a few days he'd be entering the secret realm of Mount Sweeping for the trial. The place held treasures and hidden dangers. He couldn't be careless. His preparations had to be thorough. He started checking his gear. First, the magic artifacts. He had quite a few. Top-tier items included 4 flying swords, a greenwood shield, a pill furnace, and 2 cloud-cutting skiffs. Of the 4 flying swords, 2 he had personally bought and strengthened. The other 2 were fashioned from the Black Wind Leader's flying sword after he reforged and rebuilt it. The cloud-cutting skiffs had originally been mid-grade artifacts, treasures he'd captured alive from the Black Wind 3's leader and third when he turned the tables on them. Later he put them into his treasure basin and refined them, turning them into 2 identical top-grade skiffs. The skiffs could unfold wings formed of magic and streak through the air like lightning, incredibly fast. If his mana ran low, that wasn't a problem. Each boat had slots for spirit stones. The flowing qi inside the stones would power them and let the skiffs keep flying. Once he'd inventoried the artifacts, he turned to the talismans. He still had 2 talismans in hand. One was an ice arrow talisman, the other a firebomb talisman. Those 2 had been his killer moves. Back then it was with that ice and that fire that he'd easily killed the leader and the third of the Black Wind 3. Each strike had been instantly fatal. He knew that even against the strongest experts in the qi refining stage, those talismans would be powerful enough to deal a devastating blow. Whether they could kill outright or not was beside the point. For his purposes, they were more than enough. Unfortunately, he only had those 2. He hummed and nodded, deciding to go back to the Matu Mountain Market to buy some basic talismans. Then he'd use the treasure basin to upgrade them one by one into top-grade talismans, more than enough for self-defense. He glanced at the pile of mid-grade spirit stones the size of eggs beside him. The treasure basin could refine anything, but his magical treasures were limited. When he ran out of artifacts, he used spirit stones for enhancement. At first he had thrown in hundreds of stones at once. The next day he learned the basin had a limit. It could only refine 1 stone per day. 1 low-grade spirit stone, after being processed by the basin, turned into 2 mid-grade stones. The speed was slow, but he didn't care. When there was nothing else to use, he fed the basin spirit stones. Over time, he'd accumulated more than 400 mid-grade spirit stones. Flipping through the cultivation miscellany, he found that one mid-grade spirit stone was equal in value to 10,000 low-grade ones. For 100 of them, that was the equivalent of 4 million low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help grinning. He was officially a rich man. His cultivation, however, was too shallow to use mid-grade stones for now, so he could only put them in storage for future use. Besides talismans, artifacts, and spirit stones, he also had medicinal reserves. He carried over 100 top-grade chi gathering pills, 2 batches of golden bone pills, 24 in total, all high-grade, and several fasting pills. That stockpile was more than enough to support his current training. As for spells, he had 2 offensive techniques, the Fire Crow spell and the Yellow Turban Strongman. His defensive repertoire was larger. A water dash technique let him ride water currents at high speed. A fire shield could ignite a layer of flame as protection, and an adamantine shield served like hardened steel against attacks. There were still 6 months until the Tsuaping Mountain secret realm opened. For now, there was no rush to buy more equipment. He Pingxing still hadn't emerged from seclusion. He continued to close his doors and cultivate. His fire dantian had already broken through to the 7th layer of the chi refining stage. But he knew clearly that the metal, wood, water, and earth dantians still needed to catch up quickly. So he turned and began training the wood attribute technique, the long spring chi circulation art. A month later, his wood dantian finally broke through to the 7th layer. This breakthrough felt different from when he first trained his fire dantian. Now that his cultivation was already at the 7th layer of chi refining, raising other dantians was much easier. As long as he kept accumulating spiritual power, he was no longer as constrained by the body's limits. For months later, He Pingsheng had at last raised the 5 elemental dantians: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all to the 7th layer of chi refining. There was just over a month left before the Tsuaping Mountain secret realm opened. In the meantime, he had also learned 2 spells, the Rin water evasion technique and the Vajra shield. He dispelled the formation and stepped out of the small courtyard. Not far off was senior sister Zhao Linger's courtyard. "Wonderful, junior brother, you finally broke through," Zhao Linger said, her eyes shining with excitement. "Tian Shaoqing, old he the 8th, and I were all worried since you'd been in seclusion so long without word." Soon Su Kunlun and Tian Shaoqing arrived as well. They scanned He Pingsheng with their spiritual senses and only then allowed themselves to relax when they confirmed his breakthrough. He returned the favor without ceremony, probing them with his own spiritual sense. He found Zhao Linger had already reached the 9th layer of chi refining, Tian Shaoqing the 8th, and Su Kunlun, like him, remained at the 7th. "Let us go," Zhao Linger called with a smile. "Everyone else here. I'll ask Master for permission, then we'll head to the Matu Mountain Marketplace to buy a few things." At the mention of going to the Matu Mountain Market, the group immediately grew excited. Zhao Linger personally ran up to Yuning Palace to see Master Yuning. After a brief discussion, they descended the mountain together. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Linger pulled a folded paper crane from her bosom and handed it to the others. "One paper crane alone can't carry all 4 of us. Does anyone else have a paper crane?" I do, Su Kunlun laughed, offering another folded crane. "Come on, old 9, sit behind me." Before long, the 2 golden paper cranes suddenly beat their wings, leapt into the air, tore through the wind, and headed straight for the market below Matu Mountain. Zhao Linger and Tian Shaoqing rode on one crane, while He Pingxing and Su Kunlun squeezed onto the other. They wore the robes of orthodox disciples from a prominent sect. 4 of them traveling together made for an imposing sight. Bandits like the Black Wind Trio, no matter how brazen, would never dare pick a fight with inner disciples who had such backing. This was the renowned Daoxian Alliance. In the Hongda courtyard on Xiuzhu Peak of the Taishu sect, an inner disciple in a deep green robe came running, flustered, toward the entrance of a magnificent hall. The doors opened slowly, and a woman in red stepped out. She was Linglong, the granddaughter of Master Yuda. "What happened?" Linglong asked, frowning slightly as a flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. The disciple panted, "Senior sister, you told me to keep an eye on He Pingxing. He just broke through to the 7th level of chi refinement. He went out just now. He went out. Linglong's eyes lit up. Where to? To the market at Matu Mountain, but he wasn't alone. He went together with Zhao Linger, Su Kunlun, and Tian Xiaoqing. The smile fell from Linglong's face. She looked at the disciple before her and lowered her voice. Junior brother Qin, you may stand down. Yes, senior sister. Qin replied respectfully, cupping his hands and withdrawing. A shadow passed over Linglong's delicate face. Damn, they came as a group? Fine, I'll spare you this time. The Tsuaping Mountain trial is about to start, and you've already broken into the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage. You're going to participate, right? When we get to the trial site, I'll make you pay. Let this be a lesson to anyone who refuses Linglong. Bang! The tall red door of the side hall slammed shut with a fury that made the frame shudder. 2 hours later, 2 yellow cranes landed at the entrance of the Matu Mountain marketplace. Wow, so many people. Su Kunlun peered in, and his eyes lit up. He Pingxing frowned in surprise as well. The market was packed, bodies filling nearly every inch. I get it. Su Kunlun's eyes flashed. The Tsuaping Mountain trial is about to begin, right? These people are all here to prepare for it. Everyone nodded. The Tsuaping Mountain trial wasn't hosted by Taishu Gate alone. Dozens of sects from the Daoxian Alliance and hundreds of families would take part. The crowd swelled. The scene was raucous and alive. Come on, let's head into the crowd. More people means more stuff. The 4 of them walked shoulder to shoulder into the market. Not only were there more customers, but there were many more stalls too. Let's check out the stalls first. Su Kunlun took the lead, striding toward a row of booths on the entrance plaza. The stalls were simple, a cloth spread on the ground, a tiny space for business. The vendors were a motley bunch, freelance cultivators, disciples of major families, and students from various sects, the mist around them tinged with different auras. Want pills? Cheap, 3 spirit stones each. Qi gathering pills. Qi gathering pills. Voices rose and fell amid the market din. The area in front of the stalls teemed with people. He Pingxing recognized the stall owner. Years ago, he'd bought a tattered cultivation manual here, taken it home, and improved it, eventually refining the Xianmin Tranquility Heart manual. But weren't Qi gathering pills usually 2 spirit stones each? Why had the price gone up? He Pingxing wasn't interested in pills and kept walking. Flying swords, magical implements, talismans, elixirs. The stalls were piled with every kind of item. Even treasure pouches and wine were for sale. There were people selling storage bags on the street, artifacts that could almost change a cultivator's fate. A crowd had formed in front of the storage bag stall. He Pingxing swept his gaze across it, but couldn't make out the stall owner's true cultivation level. In such a crush, unless someone was a practitioner in the early foundation establishment stage, they couldn't hold their ground. He Pingxing quietly sent out his spirit sense to probe, keeping a calm face so no one noticed. Among the onlookers, Su Kunlun's eyes glittered with excitement. Oh, my storage bags. These things are treasures. They're way more useful than regular treasure pouches. Zhao Linger moved up to agree. Yeah, but they're so expensive. Usually only those in the foundation establishment can afford them. It wasn't that they couldn't pay. Spirit stones were far too scarce at the Qi refining stage. They had to be used for pills and implements to raise one's cultivation. No one wanted to waste precious resources on auxiliary tools. Storage bags were nice, but in the end they were just helpers. They didn't do much for real gains in power. When I have the money, I'm definitely buying one, Su Kunlun said, determined. He glanced at He Pingxing and teased. You're an alchemist. I heard alchemists' coin purses are always fat. You should consider it. He Pingxing smiled faintly. I haven't saved up enough spirit stones yet. I'll stockpile them slowly, maybe in a few years. They walked and chatted, laughter spilling around them. He Pingxing asked curiously, what are you all planning to buy? Zhao Linger answered, I want to get a low-grade protective artifact. Tian Xiaoqing nodded as well. Me too, Su Kunlun interjected. Master gave us a few offensive artifacts before, but none for defense. Defensive artifacts have to be bought on your own, but they're the most expensive. We should look carefully and see if we can find something suitable. Everyone turned to He Pingxing. What about you, brother He? He Pingxing said, I don't need a protective artifact. I'm thinking of buying some talismans to try out. I heard those things are pretty convenient to use. Zhao Linger nodded. Okay, then you keep looking around. We'll go pick through that side and meet back here later. The Matu Mountain market was bustling, all fighting strictly forbidden safe to browse without worry. He Pingxing stopped at a modest stall and crouched to take a closer look. The stand was small, but rows of talismans were neatly displayed. "Little brother, wanna buy talismans?" The stall owner was a young female Taoist, about 30. He Pingxing asked, "What kinds of talismans do you have here, senior?" She laughed and waved her hand. "Don't call me senior, I can't take that. I'm a disciple of Tianfu Mountain, just recently inducted. These are common use talismans. Let me introduce them. This is a fireball talisman. It launches a searing fireball. An ice needle talisman fires sharp ice needles from a distance. A binding talisman can restrain an opponent. And there's a thunder talisman for a lightning strike." He Pingxing asked, "How powerful are they?" The female Taoist said, "The fireball talisman has roughly the same attack power as a fireball spell cast by a cultivator who has just reached mid-stage chi refinement. In other words, the power was fairly ordinary." He Pingxing thought, if the power is about the same, why buy talismans? The answer was simple. They could be deployed astonishingly fast, almost instantaneous. Sometimes there wasn't time to chant an incantation or channel his energy. The enemy's attack was already crashing down overhead. That was when you pulled out a fireball talisman and slapped it down for a hard hit. The fireball burst up, the momentum brutal, often one strike decided the fight. When spiritual power ran dry and your limbs went limp, you could still rely on these low-level talismans in a pinch. But that wasn't a problem for He Pingxing. He could reinforce the talismans. With just a bit of added hand force, the paper would hum and warm, the sigils flickering, and the power would jump. "How much for one?" He Pingxing asked. The Taoist nun smiled like a spring breeze. She drew a stack of talisman paper from a cloth pouch. Inked lines spiraled across each sheet like a maze. The single thin sheet smelled faintly of cedar. 65 spirit stones apiece, she answered evenly. He nodded. These talismans were pricier than the sect's treasure hall. The treasure hall sold them for only 60. But Suaping Mountain's trial was coming up, and prices had been driven up besides. He'd been frisked the last time he bought things at the sect, and that had left a bad taste. Even if it cost a little more, the stall on Matu Mountain felt more comfortable. The nun rooted in her robe for another talisman and set it on the wooden table. The paper's edges glowed with a dusky, earthen light. "This defensive one's a bit more, 150 spirit stones each," she said, pushing it toward He Pingxing. He lifted an eyebrow. "What kind is it?" "Earth Shield Talisman," she replied. Her voice was soft but persuasive. "Light it, and it will condense into an earth attribute shield around you, like a wall standing before you. It can withstand a full-force blow from an early-stage cultivator. Unless it's smashed to pieces, it can be used 2 more times, 3 activations in total." She drew a circle in the air, her fingertip kicked up fine dust, as if outlining a visible railing of protection. "If it's broken, consider it used up." Her eyes brightened and she added, "On the Suaping Mountain trial, besides practitioners from other sects, there are plenty of wild beasts in the secret realm. Bringing a defensive talisman is much safer." He nodded and palmed the spirit stones in his outer pocket. In a low voice he asked, "Do you have any second-grade talismans?" Second-grade talismans are typically used by practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. They have greater power and durability. The Taoist nun gave a rueful smile and shook her head. "Sorry, not at the moment. I'm just a disciple at the chi refinement stage. How could I possibly make a second-grade talisman? Besides, you don't need something that high level to go to Mount Suaping. If you really want to buy one, ask over at the guild." "Fine, then give me 2 ice needle talismans, 2 thunder talismans, and 1 earth shield talisman," He Pingxing said. The woman's eyes brightened. "That'll be 410 spirit stones total. Give me 400 and I'll waive the change." He Pingxing picked up the talismans and pulled out 400 spirit stones from his treasure pouch. The stones had been secretly prepared beforehand. His storage pouch was hidden up his sleeve, invisible, ready to transfer spirit stones into the treasure pouch at any time. He slipped the talismans into the storage pouch just as quietly, leaving no trace. With those talismans in hand, He Pingxing felt considerably more secure. Heading to the trial on Mount Suaping, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being completely defenseless. But what he really wanted was the 1 second-grade talisman. Why? Because of Yuta. There was a blood feud between them. Yuta had killed his father. If Yuta discovered his true identity, Would he strike first? Yuta was a foundation establishment expert. A single blow could annihilate a chi refinement weakling. No amount of defensive trinkets would help then. He couldn't let himself be consumed by hatred, but he had to be prepared. If he carried 1 or 2 second-grade talismans and reinforced them with the treasure basin, even facing a powerful enemy like Yuta, he could survive the fight or even turn the tables. Having made up his mind, Pingsheng hurried through the crowded stalls toward the row of shops in the back. It was packed there as well, buzzing with activity. Pingsheng didn't go to Xuanhe Hall or Fenghe Manor. He was afraid of being recognized. Today he changed shops. When he stepped inside, he found the area behind the counter empty. The shopkeeper was running himself ragged, calling out to a steady stream of customers. Pingsheng gave a nod and started looking around. Goods had gone up quite a bit since before. Low-level items used by chi refining disciples had risen noticeably. Slightly higher-grade items hadn't changed much. He glanced at the storage pouches. Each basic one was selling for a little over 2,000 spirit stones. But almost no one was asking about them. He pushed through a crowd of cultivators and came to the talisman section. Talisman were pricier. An ordinary fireball talisman, ice needle talisman, or lightning talisman went for 70 spirit stones. Above that were second-grade talismans, and they were rare. Only one kind sat in front of him, the blazing fire talisman. He recognized it. Back at the Taishu Sect's Lingyao Valley, he had helped Kumu Jinren collect the pollen of the scorching sunflower. That pollen, ground into powder, could be mixed into talisman ink to draw a blazing fire talisman. He scanned beneath the talisman but didn't see a price tag. He stepped up to the shopkeeper and asked, "Senior, how much for this blazing fire talisman?" The shopkeeper frowned, gave a cold snort, and said, "Kid, you can't use this. It's a second-grade talisman for foundation establishment stage disciples." He assumed Pingsheng was just asking casually. Pingsheng asked earnestly, "Then how much is it?" "All right." The shopkeeper stared at the blazing talisman in Pingsheng's hand and smiled. "This thing's only average. 1,800 spirit stones. If you had that many spirit stones, I'd have sold it to you long ago." A faint flame shimmered on the talisman paper, hissing softly. 1,800? Pingsheng's whole body jolted and his brow tightened. That price was terrifying. He had expected a flame talisman to go for 600 or 700 spirit stones at most. He hadn't imagined it would be nearly 3 times that. The shopkeeper glanced at him coldly. "Buy it or not?" Pingsheng's face flushed. He muttered, "Too expensive. I won't buy it." The shopkeeper snickered, gave his sleeve a flick, and his figure slowly vanished, a mocking smile tugging at his mouth. Pingsheng trudged out of the shop ashamed. 1,800 spirit stones, he really couldn't scrape that together. Last time at Mount Matu he'd made a big profit, and, after buying a storage pouch, had about 1,900 spirit stones left. Then he'd spent a couple hundred here and there, and just now had paid 400 for some talismans. Now he only had 13 or 1,400 left. He owned quite a few mid-quality charms, but those were hard to pawn off. Still feeling resentful, Pingsheng decided to try a different shop. Didn't want to be swindled by that old guy. The second shop also priced it at 1,800. The third, the same. The fourth, the same. The price didn't change. It wasn't that the sellers were gouging him, he simply couldn't afford it. Come see. Come see," a vendor called not far away. Very strange, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everything here is mysterious and unfathomable. Only those with deep fortune can make sense of it. Just outside the shopping district, the commotion pulled Pingsheng in. He headed toward the stall. The stall was tiny, only about 3 feet square. The owner was an old man with a head of white hair, wearing a shabby Taoist robe. He hopped behind the stall, swaying his body and shouting at the top of his lungs, trying to catch the attention of passers-by. Up close, the things on the stall were indeed unusual. All kinds of odd, peculiar materials were laid out. Pingsheng swept them with his spirit sense and couldn't recognize a single one. The onlookers were curious too and gathered around. "What is this thing? Old man, how do you use this?" The old man's face changed. He scowled. "Call me elder. Don't call me old man." The crowd burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you ancient geezer, you're only at the 6th level of chi refining, and you dare call yourself an elder?" Pingsheng hadn't paid attention before, but when he scanned the old man with his spirit sense, he could clearly see the cultivation level. Indeed, only the 6th level of qi refining. People really don't hold back with their tongues. You don't know anything, the old man said, reddening. Don't look at my low cultivation now. When I was young, I cultivated to great heights. I was only knocked down later. He sighed and fell silent. Forget it. I won't argue with ignorant trash like you. The old man waved his hand. Come, take a look at my treasures. I traveled everywhere in my youth and collected countless wondrous items. Even I don't understand some of what's on display here. Fate is hard to explain. I might not have affinity with them. His tone changed. If you want them, take them. Pick whichever you like. Everything at rock-bottom prices, make a deal. The crowd surged forward, jostling to rummage through the strange curios. Full of youthful daring, He Pingxing crouched at the edge of the stall and casually picked up a smooth black bead. The bead was cool and slick in his hand. He felt a faint chill in his palm, as if it hid some unknown power. The bead lay in He Pingxing's palm. Suddenly a clear calm washed over his mind, as if a fog had lifted in an instant. He froze, tightening his grip on the stall's wooden post. That piercing clarity spread through his whole body. The white-haired old man's lips curved in a mocking smile. Young man, everything in this world depends on fate. Things that look ordinary to most people hide secrets only someone with the right affinity can see. His eyes stayed fixed on He Pingxing. So, can you feel it? He Pingxing hesitated for a moment, then asked, how much is this bead worth? The old man raised a finger. Since you're the fated one, I'll tell you a price. How much? He Pingxing frowned. 100 spirit stones. He blinked. The old man's smile deepened. Just kidding, 10,000 spirit stones. Like a bucket of cold water, the words slammed into He Pingxing. He almost laughed. It made him feel sick. He threw the bead back onto the stall and stood up to leave. 10,000. Give me a break. I don't have that kind of money. Seeing him turn to go, the old man hurriedly called out. Wait. 10,000's too much. I'll give you a discount. 1,000 spirit stones, how about that? He Pingxing shook his head, his expression cold. Do I look like I have 1,000 spirit stones? Then 100? The old man bargained again. He sneered inwardly and, convinced the old man was a charlatan, ignored him and pushed on into the crowd. 10, only 10 spirit stones, kid. The old man's voice dwindled and was swallowed by the market. He Pingxing threaded his way through the throng, surrounded by a chorus of hawkers. Tianfu scripture learned to make powerful talismans, 100 spirit stones a copy. Monkey wine rich and heady, 1 spirit stone a jar. Booths displayed every kind of thing. Not far off, he caught sight of a cultivator setting up a stall selling talismans. The man was dressed almost exactly like the Taoist nun from earlier. He was probably another disciple of Tianfu Mountain. With nothing better to do, He Pingxing crouched in front of the young woman's talisman stall. The stall displayed fireball talismans, lightning talismans, ice needle talismans. These were all low-level charms commonly used by cultivators. He Pingxing flipped through them carefully and noticed the only thing different from the nun's stall was a single sheet of yellow talisman paper, covered in characters he couldn't recognize. What kind of talisman is this? He Pingxing asked, picking up the yellow sheet. The girl who had been reading looked up. He let out a sharp intake of breath. She was astonishingly beautiful. Her glossy black hair cascaded like a waterfall, long lashes fluttered gently, and her eyes were as deep as jet-black gems. Her skin was fair and delicate, her bearing gentle and serene, like a celestial being descended to earth. He Pingxing was stunned. The girl smiled faintly, as if she had seen through his surprise, and said softly, "This is a disguised talisman." A disguised talisman? He Pingxing looked at the paper in his hand and asked curiously, "What does it do?" The momentary shock faded, and he quickly composed himself, which slightly surprised the girl across from him. "A disguised talisman, it's a charm that alters your appearance," she said with a gentle smile. "For example, it can make you more beautiful, more perfect." Oh, He Pingxing understood at once. No wonder the stall owner looked so stunning. It was the disguised talisman at work. He shook his head, thinking the talisman wasn't particularly useful. "Of course," the girl said with a faint smile. "A disguised talisman isn't just about looking prettier. It can instantly change your face so that even people who know you won't recognize you. Sometimes, it can even save your life." A light suddenly went off in He Pingxing's mind. "Yes, that's it." The girl held up a talisman and continued. This one is low grade. It can change a person's appearance up to 3 times. Each change only lasts 4 hours. Even those who have cultivated to the deepest level of the chi refining stage would have a hard time spotting it. She paused, then added, but if it runs into a foundation establishment cultivator, it's useless. Their perception is too strong, they can see the flaws at a glance. When she finished, the girl looked at He Pingxing calmly. He Pingxing hesitated and asked, "How much for this talisman?" The girl answered coolly, 200 spirit stones. That expensive? He Pingxing frowned. A regular low-grade talisman is usually only 60 or 70 spirit stones. The girl closed the book in her hand and smiled. Disguised talismans are rare. The materials and forging are more complicated, you can't compare them to ordinary talismans. She added, but if you really want it, I'll give you a discount 180 spirit stones. He Pingxing thought it over, then finally nodded. All right, it's a deal. What's the use of spirit stones? He asked curiously. Spirit stones aren't useful by themselves. Their value is only realized when you exchange them for something valuable, the girl replied with a smile. Reluctant but determined, He Pingxing pulled out a large handful of spirit stones and bought the talisman. He slipped the new disguised talisman into his storage pouch and whispered to himself to steady his nerves. After the purchase, he was left with just over 1,100 spirit stones. Feeling that was enough, he stopped browsing and sat under a tree to rest, waiting for Su Kunlun and the other two. About an hour later, the three of them came over, faces bright with excitement. Junior brother. Su Kunlun spoke first. Old 9. Zhao Linger called out. Su Kunlun asked curiously, what did you buy? He Pingxing replied calmly, bought a few protective talismans. Did you guys get any defensive artifacts? Zhao Linger shook her head. No, they're too expensive. By the way, I just saw a fantastic defensive magic item at Shuina Hall. It's called the Vine Armor Shield. It's surprisingly effective. Exactly, Su Kunlun nodded. If we could get our hands on it and fully integrate the 4 layers of protective arrays on it, its defensive power would be impenetrable to anyone of the same rank. With that thing, even if you run into a peak chi refining expert, you might still have a chance to get away. He Pingxing felt a jolt in his chest. That powerful. He knew nothing about the strength of top-grade artifacts. But why did the names Vine Armor Shield and Shuina Hall sound so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered the top-grade artifact he had once sold to Shuina Hall. He'd gotten exactly 1,150 spirit stones for it. Of course, Tian Shaoqing laughed. A divine artifact like that has to cost a lot. There's no way we could afford it. He Pingxing hurriedly asked, how much? 1,500 spirit stones. The number felt like a cold blade sinking into He Pingxing's heart. Someone had bought an item that had once been in his hands and flipped it for a 450 spirit stone profit? That's outrageous. But then he thought, this was the secret realm opening that only happens once every 30 years. Prices were bound to be inflated. It wasn't unreasonable for people to make a little profit. Let's go, Zhao Linger urged. We'll talk more back at the sect. The 4 of them said nothing more. They unfolded their paper cranes, climbed on, and shot into the sky. By the time the sun stained the horizon red, they had landed on the summit of Xiuzhu Peak. Junior brother, come on, I'll show you something. Zhao Linger took a deep breath and pulled He Pingxing toward her small courtyard. Su Kunlun and Tian Shaoqing fell in silently, their steps steady. Close the door, Zhao Linger said under her breath. Sis, set the formation. He Pingxing replied nervously. A dim confinement array slowly dissolved, the air still faintly humming with the formation's lingering aura. Zhao Linger carefully fished a treasure pouch from her bosom, her eyes sparkling. Old 9, the 3 of us pooled money and bought a little treasure today. She opened the pouch and revealed a small, jet-black bead, smooth and heavy. He Pingxing froze, eyes widening. Isn't that the bead that old man was selling? A chill ran through him. He had wanted to buy that bead before. The seller had asked 10,000 spirit stones, ridiculously expensive. The price had been lowered a few times afterward, and only then had he realized it was a trap. How did the 3 of them actually buy it? Had they really spent that many spirit stones? Old 9, this really is a treasure, Su Kunlun said excitedly, snatching the bead and cupping it in his hand. Feel it, it's like a clear energy washed over my whole body. Like a light switched on in your head, your thoughts just snap into focus. Tian Shaoqing added. He Pingxing shook his head and didn't take the bead. He had held it before he knew just how mysterious it was. He looked up at Zhao Linger and asked, Senior sister, how many spirit stones did you spend? Her eyes shone. Only 1,000. He Pingxing nearly blew out a breath. 1,000. Only 1,000. I didn't have many spirit stones on me, so I put in 400. Old 7 and old 8 each put in 300. The treasure belongs to the 3 of us jointly. Junior brother, what do you think of this thing? Zhao Linger asked him expectantly. He Pingxing didn't want to dampen everyone's excitement, so he shook his head gently. I can't tell. Su Kunlun patted his shoulder. Don't worry if it gives you that feeling. It's gotta be real. You didn't see that old vendor? He had that ethereal, Taoist look. He could have been some kind of master. Zhao Linger nodded. He has an extraordinary presence. He Pingxing was speechless. Since none of us know him, we'd better have master take a look. Su Kunlun bounced excitedly. Let's go? Come on. The 3 of them cheerfully headed toward Yuning Palace. He Pingxing rubbed his forehead. Don't cultivators get wiser as their power increases? Why did these 3 still seem so simple-minded, like kids who'd never grown a brain? He was thinking that when Zhao Linger suddenly turned and waved back. Little junior brother, you come too. He Pingxing had no choice but to pick up his pace and catch up. The 4 of them stood at the gate of Yuning Palace. Zhao sat up straight and, in a clear voice, announced, Disciples Zhao Linger, Tian Shaoqing, Su Kunlun, and He Pingxing pay respects to master. A warm but authoritative voice came from inside. Come in. A faint ripple of air brushed past. He Pingxing knew the protective formation had been lifted. The door opened, and they filed into the main hall. On the stone dais, Master Yuning sat as steady as a mountain. They bowed in unison. Greetings, Master. Yuning nodded. Speak. What is it? Zhao Linger stepped forward. Master, 7th junior sister, 8th junior brother, and I pooled our money to buy a treasure, but we don't know what it's for, so we brought it for you to appraise. A flash of excitement crossed Yuning's eyes. She stepped lightly forward. Bring it out so I can take a look. Her tone was hard to hide her anticipation. Zhao Linger didn't hesitate. She pulled the glossy, jet-black bead from her bosom. Master. Su Kunlun smiled and passed the black bead over. Here, hold it. Feel it. Yuning took it. The bead was heavier than it looked. A chill pooled in her palm and crawled up along the bones of her hand. She drew in a breath. For a moment her eyes lit up. My spirit sense, she murmured. For an instant, it was as if a fog had been blown aside. Her consciousness rang out like a bell and swept toward the black bead. Boom. A fierce ripple of spirit sense was bounced back. The air around her trembled faintly. Her probe found nothing. Her gaze faltered and her brow knit. Strange. Yuning turned the bead over in her palm. Her fingertips felt a faint suction. Even I can't see where it came from. It's like something is sealing it off. She looked up at the 3 of them, her voice calm but edged with calculation. How many spirit stones did you spend to buy it? Zhao Linger stammered. 1,000. I paid 400. My junior brother and junior sister 300 each. Only 1,000. Yuning snorted softly, as if counting in her head. This isn't simple. It can interfere with spirit sense, make the mind purer, make it easier to enter meditation. It would be a huge help to cultivators' minds. You 3 are still at a low level. You won't be able to use it. She lifted the black bead closer, cradling it like a rare treasure. Her fingertips gave off the slightest gleam, but the bead swallowed the light like a bottomless well. Here's what we'll do. She raised her eyes. Her smile was calm and left no room for refusal. Give me the bead. I'll give you 2,000 spirit stones to buy it back. The 3 of them stiffened. They exchanged looks. There was reluctance in their eyes. Someone swallowed. A fist clenched inside a sleeve and relaxed. Master, Zhao Linger started, then swallowed the words. Yuning smiled again, softer now. I know you can't just let it go. Honestly, I'm not greedy for the bead. I'm worried that if it stays with you, it will just be wasted. She paused, her tone turning earnest. The Sex Patriarch is about to celebrate his 300th birthday. I've been looking everywhere for a proper gift and haven't found anything suitable. If you give me the bead, I'll present it as a birthday offering to the Patriarch. That way the treasure is kept safe, and you won't lose face. When she finished, the room fell quiet. Outside, the wind moved the bamboo. The leaves whispered. The 3 eyes shifted from the bead to Yuning, then finally dropped. No one insisted. I'm not doing this out of greed. Yuning said softly, his tone clipped. His eyes swept over the three of them. What do you mean? He asked again. The two short words rang like a warning bell. Zhao Linger spoke first. She bit her lip and nodded. All right, I'll listen to Master. The other two didn't dare contradict either. The atmosphere fell silent. I'll listen to Master, one echoed. I'll listen to Master too, the other added. Yuning smiled, a tired edge in it, then reached into his robe and took out a bundle. 2,000 spirit stones sat in his palm, clinking faintly. The sound, amplified by the hush, seemed to testify on his behalf. Split them up, he said. There was both instruction and resolve in his voice. Come with me to see the patriarch. Yuning turned and walked with steady steps, his eyes burning with a need to prove his innocence, to present the stones openly before everyone, to let them see who he truly was. He Pingxing's face darkened, and he stepped back. Master, I won't go. His voice trembled with awkward hesitation. Yuning stopped. His gaze went cold. Chongyang Zhenren was the only golden core cultivator on Xiuzhu Peak. He Pingxing had met him before he remembered the chill in that man's eyes. Not many dared provoke him again. No, Yuning said decisively. You joined my disciples and haven't even met the patriarch yet. That's not acceptable. You're coming with me today to pay respects. He Pingxing knew there was no bargaining. He forced his face into a mask of composure and followed his master out of the hall. Their footsteps were light, but weighed down. The sound of the palace doors closing behind them was like an order they could not refuse. The patriarch's hall sat at the highest point of Xiuzhu Peak. The spiritual energy was thicker there. The air itself felt charged. The mountain wind was more than wind. It felt like a visible force, circling against the skin. Outside, the formations flared to life in layers, a low hum rising from beneath the earth. Yuning led his 4 disciples inside. Their feet thudded on the stone steps. No sunlight entered, yet the room overflowed with a golden light. It wasn't warm, but it had weight, falling like a waterfall and making every speck of dust tremble. On the lotus platform sat a man in azure robes, his face calm. Golden light wandered beside him like living ribbons. He sat upright, his presence steady as a mountain. Everyone there involuntarily held their breath. Pay respects to the revered master, Yuning murmured. They moved in unison, knees striking stone, heads bowing hard. The dull thud of their heads against the floor echoed through the empty hall like little thunderclaps. The man on the lotus platform slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was a blade in the morning light, but a faint smile softened it. His voice was unhurried. Yuning, enough with the formalities. His eyes swept across the assembled crowd and finally settled on He Pingxing. His voice tightened a fraction. Is that you, boy? He Pingxing felt a jolt in his chest. When he used to do odd jobs in the pill room, he had only ever seen the patriarch in person once. He hadn't expected the patriarch's memory to be so sharp. What He Pingxing didn't know was that the reason wasn't simply a good memory. For cultivators who have reached the golden core stage, a single period of seclusion can last for years. Details from several years ago sit in their minds as if they happened yesterday. As for He Pingxing's appearance having been completely changed, that didn't matter. Golden core cultivators read people by bone structure, and aura facial features are secondary. The moment He Pingxing appeared, Master Chongyang's gaze pierced past the surface and saw straight through him. Disciple He Pingxing, I kowtow to the patriarch. He Pingxing blurted, hurrying to prostrate himself. Don't kowtow. Master Chongyang waved him off. I don't go in for that kind of ceremony. Yuning asked curiously. Master, do you really know him? Chongyang shook his head. Not really. I happened to see him once back then. At that time, he hadn't even joined our Xiuzhu Peak. Get to the point, Yuning. You came to see me today. What's so urgent? Yuning drew a small black bead from her robes and said solemnly, Master, your 300th birthday is approaching. I found a treasure that seems to have extraordinary effects on spirit cultivation. I brought it especially for you. Please examine it. Master Chongyang smiled as he took the bead, warmth in his voice. I appreciate the thought. But after only a few breaths, his brow suddenly tightened. Master, Yuning asked anxiously, is there something wrong with the bead? Chongyang's grip on the bead tightened slightly. The black surface flaked away in an instant, revealing an emerald green seed. You've been deceived, he said slowly. What on earth is this? Yuning stared at the seed, bewilderment written all over her face. Revered Chongyang said coldly. Out on the far western border, there's a poisonous herb called the Jilan flower. Its seeds are extremely toxic. If even the slightest trace is exposed, it can paralyze a person's spirit sense. This is a Jilan seed. Yuning suddenly opened his hand. A seed dropped out, releasing a weird, deathly aura. Uffed. He Pingsheng nearly spat. He had thought his state of mind was perfectly clear. Turns out as soon as his spirit was numbed, he fell completely apart. Damn it, he thought. That old man really is a liar. Yuning went pale and felt like vomiting. Chongyang, however, was magnanimous. He waved a hand. Stop this. I don't care about 300 years off my lifespan. What matters is entering seclusion. You all step back. Yes. Yuning trembled all over and hurriedly led his disciples out of the hall. Chongyang suddenly asked, how many spirit stones did that cursed seed cost? Yuning stammered, 2,000. Ah. Chongyang shook his head. Don't be so greedy for small gains. There are a few spirit stones here. I can't use take them to make up for it. Before he finished speaking, a storage pouch whooshed over and landed in Yuning's hand. Yuning quickly put it away, relieved. After they left, Su Kunlun, Zhao Linger, and Tian Shaoqing moved cautiously, like turtles retreating into their shells, not daring to make a sound, afraid their master would suddenly blow up. Once inside Yuning's palace, Zhao Linger couldn't help but say, Master, we should return the spirit stones to you. Yuning's face darkened. He replied coldly, what do you take me for? Fine, you three. Go to the teleportation plaza and spend 7 days in reflection. Let's go. Zhao pouted. Why, master? Why? Yuning cut her off with a scowl. You still have the nerve to ask why. Because you were all too stupid. Go. Wait. Yuning stared at He Pingsheng. You go too. He Pingsheng exploded inwardly. Master, this has nothing to do with me. I had no idea when they bought it, he shouted, cursing in his head. Damn it. I'm not the stupid one. Why are you punishing me? He Pingsheng demanded. Yuning flicked her long sleeves, her voice cold as ice. You go when I tell you to. No arguments. Don't be obedient, and I'll make you suffer. The four of them knelt on the transmission plaza. The sun hung high and bright, glaring so hard it was almost painful to look at. The menial and outer disciples on Xiuzhu Peak kept their distance, but the inner disciples wandered by, unable to resist pointing and whispering and laughing. Especially the students from Hongda Courtyard under Yuda, they laughed and closed in on the group. Dressed in a pink robe, Linglong hugged her long sword and smiled clear and light. What's the matter? Who did you offend to get punished to reflect? He Pingsheng, did you stir up trouble again? She teased, raising an eyebrow and winking. He Pingsheng ignored her completely. Linglong wouldn't give up. She taunted him from one side to the other, her voice like a cold wind echoing across the empty plaza. Luckily, the mockery didn't last long. Master Yuning's original punishment had been 7 days of penance. Not even half an hour had passed when senior disciple Hou Muxian came over to break it up. Brothers and sisters, rise at once. Hou Muxian's voice was calm but carried authority. Master has decided to spare you the 7 days penance. But if you repeat this, you'll be expelled from the sect immediately. The four exchanged stunned looks. He Pingsheng and the others rose slowly, shared a determined glance, and left the plaza without a sound, returning to their quarters. As soon as He Pingsheng shut his door, he hung up a sign that read in seclusion. Then he activated the formation and his figure vanished into it. The punishment from his master was just a minor ripple to him. He didn't let it rankle. Compared to the hatred he harbored over his parents' murder, what was this worth? He sat cross-legged in the room, hands resting lightly on his knees, closed his eyes, and sat through the burning of a stick of incense, letting all the anger and sorrow in his chest slowly dissipate. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was steady. Less than a month remained before the secret realm opened. Everything was nearly ready, but there was still one more round of sorting to do. His cultivation had stalled at the final stage of the Qi refining phase. Further advancement was out of the question. Now was the perfect time to drill the spells he wasn't familiar with or hadn't had a chance to practice. And then there were the magic treasures he'd just bought, especially the talismans. Those needed proper reinforcement. He Pingsheng dumped the talismans out all at once. Not many, 6 in all. 2 ice needle talismans, 2 lightning talismans, 2 Earth Shield Talismans, and 1 Disguise Talisman. He didn't say much. He tossed all of them into the treasure basin and then set about getting familiar with his spells. First, take stock of what he already knew. 2 metal-aligned spells, Yellow Turban Strongman and the Adamantine Shield. Wood, none. Water, the Rin Water Escape Technique. Fire, Fire Raven Technique and Fire Shield Technique. Earth, Earth Armor Technique. 6 in total. 2 were offensive, Yellow Turban Strongman and Fire Raven Technique, both mastered. 3 were defensive, Adamantine Shield, Fire Shield, and Earth Armor. He hadn't learned the Adamantine Shield. He figured it wasn't necessary. Fire Shield and Earth Armor could cover him. There was only 1 escape spell, the Rin Water Escape Technique. That one he had to learn. For the next stretch of time, He Pingxing concentrated on the Rin Water Escape Technique. After more than 10 days, he finally had it down cold. When used, the technique was shockingly powerful. In short, it let him slip into water and disappear in an instant. He could streak through the depths at such speed, it was almost like sprinting across land. Even more incredible, it rendered him invisible if he hid in water. Enemies couldn't sense him unless their spiritual perception was extraordinarily strong. It was truly a fate-changing, heaven-defying technique. During this time, He Pingxing had not only mastered the Rin Water Escape Technique, but had also reinforced every talisman he held. The Ice Needle Talisman became an ice arrow, sharp as a shard of frost, and trailing bone deep cold when loosed. The Lightning Talisman had been upgraded to a Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Each time it was triggered, it rent the sky, roaring through the air like a thunderclap. The Earth Shield Talisman transformed into an unyielding Stone Ward Talisman, its face rough and heavy like a boulder planted before him, thick and impenetrable. Even the Disguise Talisman improved. It looked unchanged, but its effectiveness had grown by leaps and bounds. Originally, a Disguise Talisman could only change appearance 3 times, each change lasting at most 2 search in no more than 4 hours, and it could only fool cultivators in the mid to late refining cheese stage. Now he had 2 Disguise Talismans, each reusable 12 times, each change lasting a full day. Whether it could deceive foundation stage masters, he wasn't yet sure. But He Pingxing knew this was a genuine leap in capability. He counted them off quickly. 7 Ice Arrow Talismans, 3 Firebomb Talismans, 4 Heavenly Thunder Talismans, 4 Stone Ward Talismans, 2 Disguise Talismans. As for artifacts, he had refined no small number of top-grade implements. A razor-sharp flying sword, a tough green wood shield as hard as iron, a complex confinement array, and a light, yet stable cloud piercer boat. So, although he wasn't fully outfitted, what he had was more than enough for the immediate danger. Spare materials were neatly packed into 1 storage pouch. The talismans and implements he needed at hand were kept separately in another pouch for quick access. When everything was in order, he opened the door and stepped outside. There were only 7 days left before the secret realm opened. "Junior brother, you're out of seclusion?" Outside, a figure came sprinting over. It was the 6th disciple, Zhao Linger, excitement written all over her face. "Hurry, Master found me and told me to bring you right away. Master's holding a meeting in the training hall." He Pingxing didn't dare to linger. He jogged along behind Zhao Linger, anxious, and arrived at Yuning Palace. He found a meditation cushion and sat down steadily. On the stone lotus platform sat a Taoist nun of about 50, the disciples' master, Yuning. As the students filed in one by one, a smile touched her face and her voice was gentle. "Not bad this time. All 9 disciples of Yuning Palace have qualified to enter the secret realm." Senior brother Hong Muxian clasped his hands and laughed. "It's all thanks to your teaching, Master." The others, including He Pingxing, echoed in unison, "Master taught well." Yuning smiled, then shook her head. "Don't rush to praise me. The secret realm opens in 7 days, and the sect has decided we should set out early. This afternoon we'll form teams and depart." Her gaze swept over them, her tone turned solemn. "There are a few things that must be made clear. First, all inner disciples of the Taishu sect must wear the moon-white robes so everyone can be easily recognized. Second, no matter how others arrange things, our disciples should travel together. It's best to pair up." Her eyes settled on Hong Muxian. "Senior brother, I'll leave this team to you." Hong Muxian's expression darkened. He spoke quietly. "Master, My cultivation has been stuck for 13 years. This is a rare chance to break the bottleneck using the Secret Realm's core, water element spirit apricot. If I bring them along, the risk is too great. He cast a glance at He Pingsheng. The look in his eyes a mix of helplessness and thinly veiled exclusion. The others were, in his view, nothing but dead weight. Yuning sighed and turned to the second disciple. Xiao Shuejian, come forward. Xiao Shuejian gave a wry smile. Master, my situation is much the same. I want to follow senior brother and learn how to break through. Third sister Cheng Siyu, fourth disciple Yang Qingyun, and fifth disciple Wu Zhengyang all bowed repeatedly. The air hummed with a tense, excited energy. Master, we'll follow senior brother and enter the secret realm together. Behind him, Zhao Ling'er, Su Kunlun, Tian Shaoqing, and He Pingsheng whispered among themselves, their faces growing grimmer by the second. That feeling of being left out was truly unpleasant. Yuning sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Fine. Everyone has their own ties, I can't force it. Do as you wish. He turned to Zhao Ling'er, Tian Shaoqing, Su Kunlun, and He Pingsheng, his tone growing serious again. The four of you will form a temporary team. Once you're inside the secret realm, don't go too deep and don't fight others over anything. Opportunity favors those who stay active, don't try to show off. Understand, they answered in unison. We will remember your teachings, Master. Yuning took 9 white jade tokens from his bosom and handed them out one by one. These are passes into the Alliance secret realm, and they will guarantee your safety. He paused and lowered his voice. If you encounter danger, crush it. It will teleport you out of the secret realm. However, the jade tokens contain a formation. Once activated, they don't teleport you instantly. It takes at least 3 breaths. The air went suddenly heavy. He Pingsheng's heart skipped. A surge of anxiety washed over him. 3 breaths, that's too long. If an enemy is right on top of you, 3 breaths is enough for them to strike 10 times. To truly escape with your life, you have to buy time. Never forget that. He gripped the white jade token tightly, his eyes steady. Yuning added, I won't be going into this secret realm. On Taishu Gate's side, there are 276 participants, led by Grand Elder Xianyang of the Internal Affairs Hall. When his words fell away, all that remained were the sound of footsteps and the distant rustle of leaves in the wind. Elder Xianyang had reached the peak of his cultivation. His presence was as heavy and solid as a mountain. He was the Taishu sect's strongest after the sect leader, strict and not to be trifled with. Remember, be respectful when you meet him. Everyone ready? Move out. Yuning flicked her sleeve, and the disciples filed out in single file. He Pingsheng followed back to his room and quickly packed his belongings. He stowed a few outfits, including a moon-white Taoist robe his master had specifically ordered. All Taishu sect disciples would wear the same garb this time. In his treasure pouch were a few mundane items and a set of women's clothes. It was his insurance if things went wrong. He'd disguise himself as a woman and use the disguise to escape. Who could recognize me? He Pingsheng sneered in his mind. With the pouch slung over his shoulder, he joined the crowd heading for the teleportation plaza on Xiuzhu Peak. Quite a few people had gathered. He Pingsheng and his fellow disciples, plus a couple of students from his master's senior brothers, 30 or 40 in all. His gaze swept the crowd and landed on a familiar figure, Linglong. That woman had brought him endless pain and hatred. Not only had she caused the death of senior brother Hao Yun, she had even been involved in the massacre of his parents. She had nearly engineered his death. The hatred inside him roiled like a volcano. Yet He Pingsheng's face remained calm, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as if nothing were wrong. His eyes, however, were cold as ice. Linglong's gaze landed on He Pingsheng, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Oh, junior brother you've reached the 7th layer of the Qi refining stage. Heh. You qualify to enter the trial now. Don't go thinking that qualification is a blessing. If you die in the secret realm, it won't be worth it. He Pingsheng didn't answer. Su Kunlun, Zhao Ling'er, and Tian Shaoqing all widened their eyes, staring fixedly at Linglong. Hou Muxian narrowed his eyes slightly, tone cautious. Sister Linglong, isn't that a bit harsh? Linglong waved her hand. Brother Hou, don't get me wrong. I may have a sharp tongue, but I'm not heartless. Consider it a friendly warning. She reached out and stepped quickly in front of He Pingsheng, her hand coming down in a loud slap aimed at his face. Everyone was stunned. He Pingxing nimbly dodged. But the slap was a feint. Just as he let out a breath, Linglong's hand shot to his waist and grabbed the treasure pouch hanging there. With a hard yank, the pouch burst open and its contents spilled out. A few spirit stones lay scattered on the ground, along with some ordinary clothes and one or two minor magical implements. What shocked everyone most was that there was actually a woman's outfit among them. Linglong couldn't help laughing out loud. "Junior brother, I never expected you'd be hiding something like this. What's your deal bringing a woman's clothing?" The looks thrown his way turned strange and curious. He Pingxing remained expressionless. He crouched, picked up the clothes and spirit items one by one, and neatly returned them to the pouch. He straightened and shot Linglong a cool glance. "Junior sister, stop making a scene." Before the words finished, a woman hurried forward and pulled Linglong aside. He Pingxing's gaze lingered on the woman for the span of 2 breaths. He knew her. Back when he was still doing menial work, he'd been beaten by Zhang Laoda. In the end, it was she who had handed him 2 dark red golden bone pills and saved his life. Senior brother Yuda had mentioned her before. This senior sister was called Liu. "It's getting late. Let's go." Hou Muxian looked back at the junior disciples behind him. First stop, the Tai Su Hall. They stepped onto the teleportation array and, with a soft snap, vanished from Shizhu Peak. When they opened their eyes, they were already at the Tai Su Hall. The Tai Su Hall was the sect's most magnificent palace. It was said to be where the Grand Elder cultivated. This Grand Elder was the only person in the Tai Su sect to have reached the nascent soul realm. He Pingxing had never seen him. Hou Muxian had never had the chance either. Even their master, Yu Ning, had likely only heard stories. The plaza was paved with dozens of teleportation arrays, like a vast net connecting the sect's peaks. Each peak corresponded to its own set of coming and going formations. Many disciples had already gathered on the plaza. They wore moon-white robes, neat and uniform. 2 hours passed, and disciples from the other peaks finished assembling. Suddenly, an old man in a purplish-red Taoist robe appeared in the center of the square. He was tall, his beard white as snow, his face carved by deep lines of age. His eyes flashed with a keen light, sweeping over the disciples like blades, as if he could see straight through each person's thoughts. "Silence!" The old man waved a fly whisk, his voice low and authoritative. "I am Xianyang." In an instant, the disciples dropped to their knees and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects, Elder. We pay our respects, Elder Xianyang. We pay our respects, Ancestral Master Xianyang." Xianyang cradled the fly whisk in his left arm and lightly stroked his beard with his right hand, a satisfied smile on his face. "Very good, rise." There was authority in his gaze, but also warmth. He seemed pleased by the disciples' display of respect. "This time I'm taking you to the Tsuaping Mountain secret realm to take part in the Dao Xian Alliance's trial." Xianyang's voice was firm as he swept his gaze over everyone. His words instantly made the air tense. "Are the life and death tokens all ready?" someone asked quietly. "If anyone doesn't have one, speak up." Xianyang's eyes were sharp. The life and death token was the white jade piece in He Pingxing's hand. Squeeze it hard, and it would activate the formation, instantly teleporting whoever was inside the secret realm out. "Since everyone has one, I'll say it again." Xianyang's tone turned serious. "Once the token is activated, you'll be pulled out of the realm and can't continue the expedition." He paused and scanned the group. "And there is a 3-breath delay after activation. Be careful when you use it." Everyone answered in unison, "Understood. Thanks for the reminder, Elder." Xianyang swept his sleeve and called out with a bold tone, "Let's go, follow me onto the ship." Suddenly, a palm-sized skiff appeared in his hand. Under his cultivation, it expanded in an instant into a massive azure vessel, nearly 100 zhang long. Dozens of magical array curtains shimmered with pale blue light along the hull, as if guarding the entire ship. Xianyang was the first to leap to the bow and wave them on. "Get on." The disciples jumped aboard one after another. Though the skiff was large, it hovered only a few meters above the ground, so even He Pingxing, whose cultivation wasn't high, could step up easily. As he climbed onto the rail, He Pingxing noticed 108 slots neatly arranged. Each held a spirit stone that gave off a faint glow, 108 in all, like veins supplying the ship's power. The array curtains on the ship clearly relied on other sources of energy too, but Pingxing couldn't figure out what they were. Once everyone was aboard, an elder in the Golden Core stage stroked his beard from the stern and asked, "Is everyone here?" A young disciple stepped forward first, his voice clear. "Elder, all the disciples from Chiyun Peak are here." Other voices followed in quick succession. "The disciples from Lianhua Peak are all aboard. Chaoxiao Peaks are all here. Shizhui Peaks arrived. Tianyi Peak, Songluan Peak, Xiuzhu Peak, Yulong Peak, Juva Peak, Shenu Peak, everyone's here." Not a single disciple from the 10 peaks of Taishu was missing. Internal Affairs Elder Xianyang nodded, his voice steady. "Very well. Depart." With a rumble, the enormous flying vessel hundreds of feet long slowly lifted into the air. Its prow turned in the void, and it began to glide southeast. Though massive, it flew low, barely clearing the mountain tops. Overhead the sky was a clear blue, white clouds drifting lazily. The ship sped up, wind howled past their ears as mountains and clouds rapidly fell away. Sunlight poured down, dressing the peaks in a coat of emerald green, the verdure dotted with jutting white rock. The view was stunning, uplifting everyone's spirits. Before long, heavy black clouds suddenly gathered over the mountains to the right. Dark billows rolled, lightning flashed, thunder roared. A curtain of rain slammed down. The flying vessel skimmed the cloud edge without a hint of trouble. Within a few breaths, the storm clouds broke apart and blue sky reappeared. The dark mass shrank in the distance, swallowed by overlapping ridges until it vanished. The void ahead cleared again. After some time, the ship approached a long, towering range. It had to hug the mountain's right flank, flying at less than half the height of the peaks. In the distance, thick clouds churned and snowflakes swirled, laying out a magnificent sheet of silver white. This mountain is called Mount Bingji. It's the highest peak in the entire Daoxian Alliance, the Golden Core elder said, stroking his beard and smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Don't be fooled by all the ice and snow. There's a huge sect built right on the summit, the Bingji Immortal Sect. And the spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense, so cultivation is extremely effective," Elder Xianyang added. Everyone was surprised. To think such a massive sect could sit atop that towering snowy peak. A disciple mustered his courage and asked, "Elder Xianyang, why is our flying boat flying so low? Why can't it go up as high as those paper cranes?" The moment he finished, heads turned and people stared at the bold questioner with curious expressions. The elder laughed and shook his head without scolding. "I'd like to fly higher too, but with so many people on board, the load's heavy. We have to hug the mountainside and fly slowly." The elder chuckled, and the disciples joined in. Pingxing examined the flying boat closely and noticed it did fly low and not very fast, nothing like the popular paper cranes outside. Still, it had a transparent protective light membrane that could block attacks, a fairly reliable safeguard. 2 days later, the flying boat finally descended onto a modest range of mountains. With a rumble, it came to rest at the edge of a large plaza. Pingxing looked around. The plaza was packed shoulder to shoulder, with people. Multicolored Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. It seemed the other sects of the Daoxian Alliance had arrived too. As far as he knew, the Alliance counted over 20 major sects, plus more than 100 cultivation clans. With so many forces involved, nearly 10,000 disciples were taking part in this trial, an impressive, bustling spectacle. The immortal vessel touched down smoothly, and the disciples filed off the deck one by one. They dispersed and gathered in a corner of the plaza, resting quietly. Elder Xianyang, on the other hand, huddled with the elders from the other sects. Talking animatedly, their voices rose like a brass band, and the atmosphere grew lively. Pingxing's gaze didn't stay there. He was staring at the far end of the plaza. A massive formation barrier loomed there, and at its entrance stood 18 cultivators in golden robes. Their shoulders were squared, expressions solemn like walls of bronze and iron guarding the passage. "Do you see those 18 foundation stage gatekeepers?" Zhao Linger squinted and pointed. Pingxing turned, scrutinizing them. Their auras were deep and steady, exuding a silent pressure that allowed no carelessness. He couldn't make out the details, but he was certain they were all foundation establishment. Zhao Linger's words seemed to confirm it. "I see." He nodded, a puzzled look on his face. "Senior sister, what's the matter?" "Nothing." She smiled, pulled him aside and dropped her voice. You're too naive. Her eyes glittered. Actually, this so-called secret realm is nothing but an artificial illusion. This area is thick with spiritual energy and converging ley lines, which attracted countless sages. To lock down this treasure, the elders laid down a powerful formation, an invisible prison that seals the place tight. The formation itself can be opened at any time. The 30-year cycle is simply a pact among the sects to allow entry only every 30 years. In short, the opening once every 30 years is about maintaining order, not a limitation of the formation itself. What if nobody is guarding it? Someone asked bluntly, frowning. Wouldn't the big shots from a sect just dismantle the formation quietly and sneak their people in? There was caution in the voice. If that happened, the Xian Alliance's secret realm wouldn't be fair at all. That's why people have to guard it, another replied curtly. 18 guards, all Foundation establishment disciples, and each one comes from a different sect. He Pingsheng raised his chin and nodded. He looked at the rings of people in the square, a calculating light coming into his eyes. Now he roughly understood how the secret realm was laid out and governed. Junior brother, senior sister, the chubby eighth, Su Kunlun, bounced over, grinning like a carefree child. There are stalls over there. Want to go see the commotion? He Pingsheng followed his pointing finger. At the edge of the square, several rows of stalls had been set up. Canvas flapped in the wind, making thin, snapping sounds. Jars and bottles lined the tables. The smell of herbs and medicines hit their noses. A loud-voiced youth called out prices. Copper coins clinked crisply. This scene wasn't unusual. Most people who came here were low-rank beginners of the same level, trading supplies practical and straightforward. People began to gather. More followed. Seeing that, the stall owners pulled out a few extra items to display. The swell of voices rose like ripples across a lake. Let us go take a look. Ho Muxian had already squeezed into the crowd. He Pingsheng hurried after first come. First pick always had its advantages. Closer now, the medicinal scent grew stronger. Rows upon rows of pills filled the tables. Most were golden bone pills. Gold dust shimmered inside the jars like compressed sunlight. The vendor thumped his chest and boasted, heals wounds, restores the body, strengthens the bones, works like a charm. There were talismans, 2 yellow papers trembling in the breeze, the ink black as night. A few curious oddities, wrapped in coarse cloth, gave off the musty smell of old dust. He Pingsheng shook his head at the offerings. Spirit concentrating pills rarely found buyers. Those were for training, who would settle down and cultivate inside a secret realm. It was unlikely. Golden bone pills were different. When someone was badly injured in a realm, they took effect immediately. Some people stockpiled them, and they sold well. He swept his gaze over each stall, his fingers tapping the few items hidden in his robe. Pills, talismans, he had enough of both. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to buy. He had 14 attack talismans strapped to him. Each one had been empowered. One strike from any of them could sever a novice cultivator's neck. And the gold bone pills need no further explanation. Rare medicine that hardens the bones and rapidly restores internal energy. He Pingsheng carried 2 vials of top-grade gold bone pills, 24 pills in all, plus a few mid and low-grade ones. It was more than enough. Plenty. Then he ran into a familiar face. Strictly speaking, not a familiar person, just someone he'd seen once before at the market on Matu Mountain. She'd been running a stall that day, selling talismans. Now they met again. The stall was small. A few talisman papers lay on a plank of wood. Sunlight made the sigils on the paper shimmer, and the sheets whispered softly in the breeze. She sat behind the table, her expression as still as a statue. He Pingsheng had thought at first it might be the work of a face-changing talisman, an extremely rare artifact that only lasts 2 hours. To keep the same face for years? Almost impossible. She was probably born beautiful. She looked up and glanced at him. Her voice was clear, like a coin dropping onto a wooden table. Junior brother, want a talisman? He stared at her for a long beat. His face flamed. His fingers went instinctively to the bridge of his nose as he stammered, "And no, I don't need any." His voice was so small it might have been carried off by the wind. She smiled, amusement curling at the corner of her eyes, but without affectation. "I remember you. You bought my face-changing talisman on Matu Mountain last time, didn't you?" He froze. His heart tightened, as if someone had given it a twist. He hurriedly nodded. "Why, yes. The silence that followed felt like needles pressing into his chest. He suddenly felt unbearably ugly, wishing he could slip into the ground. He shifted his feet to leave the stall. The hilt in his hand made a faint scraping sound. Junior brother, came Zhao Ling's voice from behind, laced with laughter and mockery. She fell into step beside him and whispered brazenly, "Getting taken? I can tell by her robe that Tianfu Mountain style. Our Taishu sect and Tianfu are a good match, hee." Pingxing's face went even redder. He quickened his pace, his steps striking an urgent rhythm on the stone slabs. At the stall, the talisman papers still trembled in the breeze, as if nothing at all had happened. Pingxing froze, unsure how to meet Zhao Ling's gaze. He suddenly lowered his head, let his eyes drift to a nearby stall, crouched, and grabbed a green glowing jade slip, pressing it to his forehead. The jade slip hummed faintly. Inside was the outline of a cultivation technique. The technique was called the Bronze Skin, Golden Bone Scripture. He skimmed the summary and felt his heart jump. It was a body refining method, designed to strengthen physical defense. At its peak, the body would be as hard as a copper plate. The bones, like steel punches and kicks, could shrug off attacks from opponents of the same level. So strong? Pingxing's eyes lit up. The junior brother, I have the complete Bronze Skin, Golden Bone Scripture. The stall owner, a Taoist nun in her 40s with a gentle smile, said as she looked at him. Pingxing thought to himself, still stuck at the qi refining stage at that age? But then again, many of the old male disciples in their 70s and 80s were only at qi refining too. Zhao Ling suddenly reached out and snatched the jade slip, her tone firm. Junior brother, your cultivation is already difficult enough. You should put all your energy into raising your true power. Don't be sidetracked by these fringe techniques. Practicing this stuff is a waste of time. Pingxing's mouth tilted into a smile as he took the jade slip back from her. I want to try it. For others, it might be a waste of time. Pingxing didn't see it that way. His 5 elements attribute cultivation had only reached the 7th layer and was stuck, refusing to break through. If he trained with this body refining method, it would perfectly fill that gap. Senior sister, how much for this technique? Pingxing handed the jade slip back to the woman. 300 spirit stones, she replied coolly. 300? Pingxing's eyes widened, his heart dropped. That was outrageously expensive. Those ordinary cultivation manuals usually went for 30 to 50 spirit stones a copy. Spirit stones, the common currency of cultivators. 300? Someone raised an eyebrow. The woman smiled like spring wind. Her voice was bright, like jade chips clinking together. Don't be in such a hurry, junior brother, she said with a smile. There is a reason it's expensive. Don't be fooled by how many manuals are on the market. Ones that strengthen the body, or ones that sharpen the mind, are rare. She'd swapped the terms body refinement and spirit refinement for plainer words. Put bluntly, methods that strengthen the body and methods that train the spirit and open perception were very scarce. You might see 100 manuals out there and never run into one like this. She slowed down, as if weighing each syllable with the rarity she was selling. This one not only teaches the basics of guiding qi, it has a complete set of foundational chapters. It's a steal if you get it. Pingxing smiled faintly. His gaze was knife-sharp. 100 spirit stones, he said. The Taoist nun froze. She bit her lip, her smile went stiff. You start at 300 and then cut it down to 100? She cried. Her voice held astonishment and the sting of being dismissed. That's not haggling, she scolded. You just chopped me down to the heels. Pingxing remained unruffled. Sorry, that's my limit. If you want more, I can't come up with it. If you're willing to sell, take the 100. If not, don't force it. She hesitated, fingers tracing the edge of the jade slip. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. You could hear the rise and fall of breaths and the distant calls of vendors from the market outside. Finally, she waved her hand. Her manner was stiff, like a snapped branch. Fine. 100, she said softly, and tossed a green jade slip toward Pingxing. It cut a bright line through the air and landed on the table with a clear chime. Pingxing shook a stack of spirit stones from the pouch at his waist. They clinked coldly as they struck each other, piled into a small heap exactly 100. He reached out, feeling the carved pattern on the jade slip. It was slightly warm, as if it still held residual heat. He opened it, flipped through a few pages with calm, precise movements. Satisfied, he closed it, cupped his hands in thanks, and turned to leave. Junior brother. Zhao Linger called out anxiously. You're really going to cultivate that? She frowned. It'll distract you from your main training. Yeah. Su Kunlun pushed forward, sounding like a complaining kid. Where are you going to find the time? 24 hours in a day's not enough for me as it is. Zhao Linger snorted and curled her lip. I don't believe you'll have spare time to be messing with this. Her eyes were like needles, suspicious and not about to give in. Tian Shaoqing smiled and said, I don't really buy it. But if you're saying there aren't enough hours in the day to sleep, I can believe that. He Pingxing threw his head back in a booming laugh, and soon everyone was laughing. Su Kunlun scratched his head and awkwardly interjected, Don't drag me into this. Old Nine, you really are wasting way too much time. He Pingxing frowned. Didn't you guys always say beginners hit bottlenecks in cultivation? My spiritual roots are weak, I'll definitely get stuck around the 10th level. So, I figured I'd put the body cultivation technique on hold and wait until I actually run into a bottleneck, he continued. After all, there's no point in training the body until it's necessary. Su Kunlun nodded. That actually makes some sense. Zhao Linger leaned in. I heard there's a rare spirit fruit in the secret realm called the Golden Silver Peach. It's the ultimate treasure for body training. He Pingxing's curiosity was piqued. Golden Silver Peach? What's that? Zhao Linger lifted an eyebrow and smiled. It's a top-grade spirit fruit, all gold and silver on the outside. It doesn't directly boost your cultivation, but if you eat it and then refine it with a body cultivation technique, the results are beyond imagination. She rolled her eyes and bumped He Pingxing lightly with her arm. Old Nine, you don't actually think just having a technique will turn you into some iron bone powerhouse, do you? The words left He Pingxing speechless. He realized how naive he'd been. Zhao Linger waved her hand with a smile. Enough talk. Come on, let's go take a look. They moved up to a stall surrounded by a crowd. To everyone's shock, the stall owner wasn't some ordinary qi refining disciple at all, but a venerable elder at the Golden Core stage. He was closely guarded by several disciples. Everyone, our elder is a mighty cultivator of the Golden Core realm. He would never deceive you. One of the guards said solemnly. These maps were hand-drawn by the ancestor, based on the traces left by countless predecessors. Want to take a look at one? A flicker of understanding passed through He Pingxing. This was a trick using the reputation of a Golden Core stage ancestor to sell maps. Maps like these, every sect had its own version. They were route charts made by explorers over the years, incomplete, but enough to point the way. Su Kunlun turned to Zhao Linger. Want to buy one? Zhao Linger frowned. How much? A disciple in a teal Taoist robe pulled out a list and announced loudly, 600 spirit stones per copy. They all winced. The price was jaw-dropping. Everyone immediately gave up the idea. No wonder they brought up a Golden Core ancestor to back them. Turns out it was just a rip-off. Forget it. Zhao Linger shook her head. Master said we don't need to go into the core area, so it doesn't matter whether we buy this map. Let's go. The four-person team turned and walked back to the area near the Taishu Gate, each finding a corner to sit. He Pingxing took out the jade slip he'd just bought and began to study it closely. Flipping open the general outline, many passages made his eyes light up. He gradually understood the true meaning of body refinement. As the name suggests, body refinement is about turning your body into an unbreakable weapon. That way, against opponents of equal strength, you gain the advantage. Body refinement doesn't rely solely on oneself, it requires external aids. The jade slip called them external supplements. These external supplements fell into two types. One type was rare treasures like the Golden Silver Peach. After swallowing them, you had to painstakingly process them with body refinement techniques so the body could gradually grow stronger and your power multiply. The other type was blood, specifically the essence blood of demonic beasts, spirit beasts, or even cultivators. Using such blood as external supplements likewise helped to fortify the body and increase force. He Pingxing opened the bronze skin golden bone scripture, but he didn't rush into training. He decided to slip the text into the treasure basin first and let the basin's spiritual power reinforce it. He thought to himself, take it slow, no rush. A few days passed. At dawn, 18 disciples in golden Taoist robes stood in a row. Each breathed steadily. all at the crucial foundation building stage. One of them straightened his chest and announced, "Everyone, the secret realm is officially open. You have 1 month. You may enter and explore now." As soon as he finished, he warned sharply, "You must all be out within a month. I know some of you are just waiting to hide inside and secretly cultivate." A cold smile tugged at his lips. "Don't even dream it. That's the same as looking for death." He paused, lowering his voice. "When the realm closes, we'll release a golden core stage immortal beast to clear out any lower-ranked disciples hiding inside. Not one will be spared." A deep roar echoed from afar. "Disciples of Taishu Gate, assemble." Everyone turned and gathered. It was Elder Xinyang of Taishu Gate, his gaze like a burning torch. "Line up," Elder Xinyang called. "Disciples of Lotus Flower Peak, report." A few dozen disciples from Lotus Flower Peak stepped forward and formed neat ranks. "This squad of yours," he said, pointing at a group. "Come here." The elder pulled a bundle of brand new treasure pouches from his robe and handed one to each person. "One apiece," he said. "If you find spirit herbs, even the lowest 1-grade ones, bring them all back." The disciples accepted the pouches, eyes flashing with resolve. No one dared slack off. Each pouch was cinched tight, as if it were already filled with treasure. Elder Xinyang waved his hand. A speck of light inside him, no larger than a grain of rice, slipped down. The speck of light suddenly swelled. A thin membrane of light unfurled before them. It clung like leather, enveloping about a dozen people. "Get in," the elder barked. The light membrane rose with the group. As if seized by an invisible hand, they shot straight for the vortex. The entrance to the secret realm opened. It was a pitch-black whirlpool, so deep the bottom vanished from sight. Figures were constantly being pushed over its rim. Other elders, one after another, were throwing their disciples into the vortex. Some were grabbed, others were shoved in with a single push. The sounds were chaotic: the swish of robes, disciples' shouts, low gasps. He Pingsheng watched. The scene was as bustling as a market. Groups from Lotus Peak were sent in, then those from Evening Fall Peak and Donglo Peak. Finally, it was Xiuzhu Peak's turn. Xiuzhu Peak stepped forward. Elder Xuanyang's face had gone ashen. Sweat slid down his temple. Using internal power to ferry disciples into the secret realm drained a person's strength. After doing it so many times in a row, he looked emptied out. But he showed no sign of complaint. He handed each of the 4 He Pingsheng and the others a small storage pouch, a treasure bag that gleamed with a soft luster. "Stand firm," he said, panting. "I'm only responsible for sending you in. Where you'll appear, no one knows. Hold tight to each other. Don't let the pull of space tear you apart." A membrane of light enclosed the 4 of them. Elder Xinyang lifted his foot and planted a heavy kick on the membrane. It sprang open, carrying them straight toward the vortex. A sharp tearing sound cut the air. Swoosh. The light vanished in an instant. Darkness swallowed everything, as if the whole sky had been doused in ink. Black, deep, and heavy. All He Pingsheng could hear was the wind's howl. His chest felt pressed by a giant hand. His breaths grew short. There were no pinpricks of light, only boundless black. It felt like being on a teleportation array without a column of light, only an invisible tunnel squeezing his body. Time stretched. Each breath came with a chill. After who knew how long, a sudden burst of light flared outside. Then, bang, 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 bang. The 4 of them collapsed like a pile of logs, dust kicking up around them. Damaged Zhao Linger rolled onto her side and sat up, grinding her teeth. "You fatso, Su Kunlun, get off me. You're squashing me." "Sister, don't go calling people names." Tian Xiaoqing's cheeks were flushed as she rubbed her waist and pointed down. "He Pingsheng, you're on top of me." The 2 men scrambled up awkwardly, hands braced on the ground, dust covering them. The 4 glanced at one another, then looked around warily. The sky was as clear as glass. The sun hung like a blistering orb, its light so fierce it forced them to squint. Mountains rolled away in every direction, distant peaks sharply outlined. There was no dust in the air, only thick spiritual energy, like mist and like a tangible heat wave, pressing against their skin and making their chests tighten. "This is a good spot." He Pingsheng inhaled, eyes bright. "Training here would speed things up a lot." "Don't talk nonsense." Su Kunlun sneered. "With that kind of 5-element foundation of yours, you couldn't absorb this kind of dense energy even if you tried. Stop daydreaming Old 9. He Pingsheng gave an embarrassed little laugh and hunched his shoulders. It was true his roots didn't team match this place. The stronger the spiritual energy, the less he could resonate with it. Zhao Linger drew her sword. The tip caught the sun and flashed a cold silver. She said in a low voice, "The spiritual energy here is too dense. There must be a lot of spirit herbs hidden in this secret realm. Let us go look." "Right," she added. "Whatever anyone finds, we split into 4 equal shares. Even distribution, no grabbing." The other 3 nodded. Their cultivation was lower than Zhao Linger's, so they had no objection. Tian Shaoqing took a small vial from the storage pouch at her waist and dumped out a heap of seeds with a soft clack. She scooped up a handful and scattered them across the ground. The seeds hit the earth like tiny golden grains, bouncing and settling quietly. "Sister," He Pingsheng's eyes widened. "Those are 7-leaf spirit herb seeds, right? That rare grass with 7 leaves, one plant, is worth a fortune." "That's right," Tian Shaoqing said with a smile. "Scatter them here. With the spiritual energy this thick, in 30 years this patch will grow into a dense stand of 7-leaf herbs. Then people who come later can harvest them." A breeze lifted the scent of leaves and damp earth. The 4 stood in the sunlight, their eyes full of calculation and expectation. Far off, deep within the mountains, a stronger aura seemed to be surging in the shadows. Su Kunlun gave a thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear. "Senior Sister Tian, now that's what I call loyalty." Tian Shaoqing rolled her eyes, her voice cool. "You think the spirit plants in this place fell from the sky? Someone planted them first, and the people who come later harvest them. You get that, right?" She spread her hand as if counting things in a bag. "Before Master left, he specifically told me to scatter seeds along the way." She reached into a small cloth pouch, grabbed a handful of seeds, and let them fall to the ground. They hit the damp earth with a soft, crackling whisper like a tiny rain. "I've got plenty more." She tucked the pouch back at her waist and waved a hand. "Let us go." The 4 of them walked on side by side. Though they were walking, their strides were huge. None of them had learned to use their swords as flying mounts yet, so they couldn't ride them through the air. They kept their feet on the ground, but each step spanned several dozen feet, so their pace wasn't slow. Rocks and ravines were crossed as if they were flat ground. Wind whistled in their ears. The soles of their shoes struck stone with a crisp, rhythmic clack. After about half an hour, the landscape was still sparse. No stands of spirit plants, no obvious fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Any map? Let us see where we are," He Pingsheng suggested. Zhao Linger shook her head. "I checked already. The map can show direction, but it won't tell you what's special about this area. We'll have to keep going and see." Tian Shaoqing said calmly, "If we don't find anything in another half hour, I'll send my crane to scout." She tapped the spirit talisman at her chest, as if to indicate a backup plan. Just then the chubby Su Kunlun suddenly raised his hand and pointed shakily to the distance. Look over there, what's that?" He was so excited spittle flew. He Pingsheng followed the gesture and his eyes sharpened. Far off was a stand of bamboo that shone a vivid green. The stalks grew thick together, leaves whispering in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the joints, scattering mottled patches of light on the ground. "Immortal bamboo," Su blurted, his voice like a victory horn. Tian Shaoqing froze too, stepped forward a few paces, and bent to peer at the soil. New bamboo shoots were pushing up through the earth, tips still clinging with wet mud. The pale green tips, like fingers, had broken the black earth and were reaching straight up. "This grove itself isn't rare," Tian said, her tone changing, a light lighting her eyes. "The important thing is these fresh shoots." She pointed at several buds that hadn't fully broken the surface. "Immortal shoots. The ones just pushing out of the ground are called immortal shoots. They're one of the 4 ingredients for refining a first-grade qi consolidating pill." Zhao Linger added in a low voice, "A first-grade qi consolidating pill is a top-tier restorative. It can swiftly gather and condense scattered internal energy, like turning a bunch of scattered winds into a single fierce storm. For cultivators who just started out, it's extremely valuable." The words landed, and all 4 of them felt their chests tighten. The breeze from the bamboo carried the scent of dirt and new shoots. Their steps grew cautious and urgent. "Let us go check it out." The 4 of them hurried toward the bamboo grove. Sand kicked up beneath their feet. Breaths came fast, and their hearts pounded like drums. When they reached the edge of the forest, they all froze. Hundreds of bamboo shoots were pushing through the soil, densely packed like scattered white jade across the ground. Each one glowed faintly. The breeze carried a sweet scent, like grass mixed with metal, making their noses sting. This wasn't just any ordinary bamboo shoot. In the martial world, it's called the immortal bamboo shoot, a top-tier spiritual herb. People say it can stop bleeding, heal wounds, and nourish that mysterious power within the body. Anyone with low cultivation would go crazy upon seeing it, as if they stumbled upon gold. "Stop zoning out," someone whispered urgently. "Split up and harvest them all. Not a single one left behind." Shovels hit the soil, turning up dirt. Their hands touched the bamboo skin cool, yet carrying a trace of residual warmth. Just as someone reached to dig, a shout stopped them. "Stop, stop, stop!" Zhao Linger called out, her voice sharp like a knife slicing through the air. Several froze, their hands suspended mid-air. "What's wrong, senior sister?" "Not digging anymore." Tian Shaoqing's voice still carried a hint of excitement. Zhao Linger turned around and pointed deep into the forest. "Look,